studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
7 seconds left to go in the Mile High City. Denver's going to win game number 1 of the NBA Finals. There's the horn. The Jokic triple-double. Nuggets win it by 11, 104 to 93. 3 more wins, and you win the title.
One more show, and we've made it to the weekend. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Ralph James. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we start off Friday with a controlling Denver Nuggets Game 1 victory over the Miami Heat.
Very controlling. When the best player on the planet takes 5 shots through 3 quarters and you're in complete control of the game, it doesn't get more kind of pointed than that this is a really good team.
Yeah.
That's a really good team. If there's one downfall for them, it's that they don't go very deep on their bench. And if this series goes 7, they might get worn down. Right? That's it. That's it. That's the only thing. I can't think of another thing. Like they're very, very good.
And they really do play a beautiful form of basketball. They play it the right way. Yeah. There's ball movement. There's cutting. Joker can beat you with the ball in his hands. He can sit there and post you up. He can shoot threes. Jamal Murray is breaking out into a legitimate star. And they really do, along with Golden State and Sacramento, they probably play the 3 most entertaining forms of basketball in the entire league. They're 9-0 at home. Joker with another triple-double with 27, 14, and 10. He had 10 assists at halftime.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad. That's not bad at all. It's like he's a master at this sport.
Yes.
There's nobody playing it at a higher level. I mean, he may not be maybe you want to say Giannis is better, whatever. Nobody's playing it at a higher level day in and day out than Joker right now. And it's just, it is fun to watch. I mean, it really is. And they're a solid team. I don't know if I'm Miami. I mean, I guess you could feel decent about it, being that Jimmy Butler played probably his worst game in a while, and they were down 9 with a couple of minutes to go. All right. I guess you could feel good about that. You like Haywood Highsmith. You had a nice night. Probably not going to get that again, though. Right? Probably not going to get that again. So I guess if you're Miami, you want to feel good. Jimmy Butler had a bad game and you were kind of close.
Yeah, you can say in the first half our shooters weren't good, but when you compare three-point shooting for the game, Denver actually shot worse. They shot 29%. Miami shot 33%. And Jimmy had some stinkers. I think if you look at 3 of his last 4 or 4 of his last 5 games, he's got to be getting worn down. Again, he's not a consistently top 5 elite scorer in the NBA. That's not his type of game. But when you look at Boston game 2, since then, 27 points, then 16, 29, 14, 24, actually scored 28. So the games are not as bad as I thought. He had 19 against the Knicks, but there was a series of bad shooting from Jimmy Butler. It was 16, 29, then 14, which the media outlets were really focusing on. But last night, 6 of 14, 13.
Yeah, the 16 was when they had blown out the Celtics. I mean, he only played 31 minutes. The other one, I mean, that game 5 loss, I mean, that was his bad day, 14 points. But even though he had more in the next game, he was awful from the field at 24%. But yeah, like Jimmy just didn't have a game. Look, by the way, you can't shoot 2 free throws and win a game in the finals. You just can't do that. Like you've got to find a way to get those are free points. Those are free points. There was a 16-point gap in free throws. There's your game.
Joker becomes the first NBA player since Jason Kidd to have a triple-double in his first finals game, and he just keeps on racking them up.
He does. He's a triple-double machine. I mean, Kidd was doing it, like triple-doubles were like much more rare. Yes. Now they happen. There's 4 a night in the league. They happen all the time. Back when Kidd did it, it was like, whoa, pretty good. All right, way to go. But that's what he does. That's what Joker does. He gets triple doubles.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the truckwreck.com Text line here on DFW Sports Station. Here's head coach Mike Malone after the Denver Game 1 win.
Well, there are a lot of things that I liked. To hold that team to 93 points. And probably the most impressive defensive stat was only 2 free throw attempts. I think we got there 20 times. And, Jimmy Butler is one of the best in the business at getting to the foul line. And I think it's, as I told our players, we're up 1-0. That's great. But we have to close games out. We're up 21 to start that fourth quarter. And they open up with a quick 8-0 run. Turnover, layup. We miss a few open shots against the zone, give up some threes. So in the finals, man, you can't pick and choose when you want to play. We got to play much closer to 48 minutes.
And then Jamal Murray, finals debut, 26, 10, and 6. He had 18 by halftime. This guy is making all the big shots. He's like their go-to clutch time scorer, with Joker making a lot of the passes. And Joker's assist total, the most by a player in his first finals game as well. 7 triple-doubles in his past 9 playoff games, and he's averaging 1 for the entire postseason.
Is that good?
Pretty good.
I think we might have a player. This guy may have some staying power in the league.
Here's what's also good. The Ja Morant update, at least for me, when it comes to the Corey Majors bet payoff of smashing. You talk about going to a sauna here as of late. It looks like that cupcake that Kroger brought up here from Mother's Day has been sitting in the sauna with the condensation. It looks like you need to hit defrost, Peyton, on the cover of this thing. It's sweaty. It's a sweaty, I don't know if it's molding yet, but it's definitely looking to tip on over to the side cupcake. And Adam Silver gave an update. Yo, Commish, when are we going to hear the punishment on Ja Morant?
So in assessing what discipline is appropriate, if that's the case, we look at both the history of prior acts, but then we look at the individual player's history as well. And so and the seriousness, of course, of the conduct. So those are all things that get factored. It's not an exact science. It comes down to judgment at the end of the day. In terms of the timing, we've uncovered a fair amount of additional information. I think since I was still asked about the situation, I would say we probably could have brought it to a head now, but we made the decision, and I believe the Players Association agrees with us, that it would be unfair to these players and these teams in the middle of the series to.
So cut it off there. They're going to go anti-Jerry Jones and anti-A-Rod and let these current players get their limelight.
What a novel idea. Yeah, if the commissioner does that and screws up the limelight, that's terrible on his part. But yeah, this is the right thing. Wait till the series is over, and then come down with the punishment.
Uncovering additional information, that does not sound great. I don't know how that could work out good for Ja. I think Corey knows that he's in trouble, as he tweeted me last night. Hey, now, we were going off of, the information at the time. This additional information, I don't know if we can factor this into the cupcake bet of getting it smashed in one of our faces. So I'm feeling pretty good right now.
You should.
Over under 16.5 game suspension is the bet.
Oh, it's going to go over. It's going to fly over. I mean, that might be the midpoint of the suspension. I think it's going to be 25 to 30 games.
At least.
Yeah.
He might try to make a real statement.
Well, he might. He might try. I don't know. I don't know if he will.
Yeah.
Half
the season is too much, but I've always felt that 25 to 30.
It's not who I am.
Well, it may not be, but it is now. And who knows what the Players Association is going to have to say about that with the grievance that they may file on his behalf. Who knows? But that's so is it the initial suspension or the one that they settle on at the end? Like, what do they file a grievance on it?
Oh.
And they go to an arbitrator.
I think it has to be what they announce. I think it should be fair. What Adam Silver announces.
I agree.
But let's see if Corey tries to figure out a way to weasel out of that. But that thing is not looking good. That cupcake. That cupcake's not looking good.
No, it's tilting. The icing is very melted. It's just disgusting right now. I don't know how anybody could eat that. If you tried to eat that right now, you'd probably be in the bathroom for 7 to 10 days.
Zoom in, Ryan.
Look at that. That's just gross.
It's going to be hard to see, but you can see it's falling. Like, The drops, the water starting to sweat down.
Oh, we got leakage.
He got
leakage.
Look at him. He's gagging. He's gagging already.
It's warm, too.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby keeps sitting on top of the DirecTV box.
Those DirecTV, there's 2 boxes there. And, they obviously never turn off. They are 120 degrees.
And this is to the face, right?
Right to Corey's face.
Oh, and it's going to be melty by the time it gets to him. And
right to the face.
It's going to be blended.
It's going to be blended. And I was just going to go, you can go with the hard smack or just the slow, smush effect. And that's what I was planning on doing.
Yeah, you got to go slow. Always do it slow.
Because you can hurt the nose.
You can. You can definitely hurt the nose. You don't want to do that. Now, maybe Corey's had his nose busted before and it won't hurt. I know mine. It's been busted before, but it's so big. I still have other zip codes to crack in this thing.
We have a head coach returning. Texas is going to become even more powerful when it comes to high school football, and a ruling when it comes to the Rangers television saga. Friday edition with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with an OTA report brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. All around the corner Friday morning, getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Of 17 a.m. He's already sending me the legal news that a U.S. bankruptcy judge sided with Major League Baseball in their dispute with Diamond Sports. A lot of contentious fighting going back and forth, but basically they're saying, yo, y'all didn't pay up to the Texas Rangers, the Diamondbacks, the Guardians, the Minnesota Twins, and now either pay the money or you're going to forfeit the broadcast rights to Major League Baseball, and we'll see where that goes from there. Second half of the Rangers season and more when it comes to trying to watch these games in the Metroplex.
Yeah, and the issue is, Diamond Sports says that the current deals, because of cord cutting, have been devalued. So there's not as many people able to watch on regular cable. And the main issue is that Diamond only owns the streaming rights to a couple of teams. They don't own the streaming rights to the Rangers, for example. So that's why you can't stream Ranger games if they own the streaming rights. And Major League Baseball does not want to give that up. So it could push them to shed the D-backs, Guardians, Twins, and Rangers, and perhaps some of the other 9 teams that fall under their ownership. Because MLB, like I said, they do not want to give away the rest of the streaming rights. The Royals, Brewers, Rays, Tigers, Marlins, they own the streaming rights to them. Diamond does. MLB doesn't want to give up the ones to the Rangers, the other teams. They just don't. They don't have to. They want to nationalize this. So they really want to hold Diamond's feet to the fire. They see this as their opportunity to pull off an NFL-style national broadcast system. What the NFL did back in the 60s, where the Giants had a private TV deal. The New York Giants did. And the Giants finally willingly gave that up to get this national broadcast deal with the NFL. Major League Baseball wants to do the same thing. I mean, the difference is it's every night versus once a week, and it's just a different sport. Major League Baseball does not lend itself to a national audience. But Major League Baseball wants to at least give it a shot.
And I still don't know what this means ultimately.
Well, it means that
for more people watching.
Well, it would mean that you can stream the game for one. If you have a regular cable package, you could get it this year at least. Or what they want you to do is they want everybody to order MLB TV. MLB.TV. It's just an app you buy and you can download on your TV and you watch it. And I do this for the out-of-market games.
Yeah.
So,
but people in general are not going to do that.
No, it's $130 a year. But myself, Mike Trout's Shohei's pitching. Mike Trout. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, you got Aaron Judge in a home run chase. Let's go see what's on there. So you can tune around. It's just who's going to actually do that.
Brett McMurphy says the East-West Shrine Bowl, the longest-running all-star college football game, is moving to the Star in Frisco. It was held the past 2 years in Vegas. Since 2001, it's been held in 7 different cities. So another thing that Jerry is bringing on over to either the stadium or the Star.
Yep, it has been played since 1925, boys and girls. And, it's just a long, long running game.
Broadus will be living over there. He may as well get a room at the hotel there.
Yeah, it really is. It really is going to be that. So this is very cool. It's in conjunction with Shriners Hospital for children. So that's there's Shriners right here, right? Isn't there one downtown? Or is that Scottish Rite? Scottish Rite. But no, look, Jerry brings everything to town now.
Joe Mazzulla is coming back to the Boston Celtics. That news came out yesterday. And the Celtic referee not working the NBA Finals amidst the investigation that something improper could have been taking place. Adam Silver said that yesterday during his NBA Finals press conference. He's not working it.
He's not working it. They're gonna, which is the smart thing to do. You don't want the controversy around that, so don't have him in there. There's plenty of other officials that can work the game that have earned the right to work the game. Basically, everybody who worked last year's finals is back in this year's finals, except for one guy who was injured. Obviously Eric Lewis, and then another guy who decided to leave on-court officiating and go work in the league's front office. That's it. Everybody else back. They got plenty of refs.
All right, we got a duck hunt, which we'll get to in a second, and a sign of a recession coming from Costco.
Costco. This is it. This I found to be fascinating. Leave it to Costco to tell you that a recession is coming. And how do they know that a recession is coming? Well, the CFO said that they have used in the past, kind of notifications within their store to alert them that a recession is coming. For one, people are not buying pricey meats, beef products. They're buying pork and chicken at a higher rate. All right, that's one thing. They're also doing canned meat and canned fish products that have longer shelf lives. All right, those are increasing in popularity. And then the final one is that they are buying at a much higher rate, quarter to quarter, year to year, Kirkland brand, which is their generic,
brand.
Safeway, Kirkland. Yeah, those are generic brands.
But what would that have to do with anything?
Well, you're not buying. You're saving money on instead of buying name brand.
Yeah, I mean,
that's. I
just kind of do that in general.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so a lot of people do. Yeah, absolutely.
I always go to Costco and I'm looking for the chicken and I pick up one and then I'm walking down the other aisles and I'm like, why is there more chicken over here? And it's like, the regular chicken versus the what's the fresher, more expensive farm fresh antibiotics?
Organic.
Yeah. The organic.
Yeah.
So I'm always, no matter what. Now I'm not gonna be buying the organic stuff.
Yeah, I buy a lot of, like, when I buy medicine, NyQuil. I never buy NyQuil. I buy off-brand NyQuil.
I thought you didn't take medicine. You wouldn't take Tylenol yesterday.
Oh, that was just like, I want to.
You said you had a weird thing about taking medicine.
I'm not Chiafalo, who refuses to take medicine.
Oh, that's right.
No, I don't like to take Tylenol.
You picked out the bathroom that you and Sarah are gonna have your baby in.
We have not. We have not picked out the bathroom.
Water birth.
We have not gone to U-Haul and got one of those blankets. No, I don't like to take Tylenol because it filters through your liver, and I like to save my liver for the weekends.
Okay. But Costco's telling us that a recession is coming. People keep telling me that the stock market, like, we're with this fake bubble, and it's still going to pop. Like, we just can't keep things up in terms of, interest rates and everything else going on with the economy. And yesterday, did you see the fall? Speaking of
the stock
economy?
market?
No, the president.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I did see that.
And that's like a third fall that he's taken.
I mean, that's what happens when you're 80 something. I mean, you fall. Like 80-year-olds fall. My dad falls. He's in his 70s. Well, he doesn't even walk anymore.
Yeah.
But that's just what happens. My mom has fallen in her 70s. Not even yet. I think she's like late 60s. She's 70. And
then people are going to the old school console to commit crimes with guns, duck hunt guns.
Yes, they are. Look, if you want to be a
did you find
criminal,
a duck hunt song?
It's something. It's a soundtrack. It says Duck Hunt soundtrack.
All right, turn it up. Let me see if this brings you back to our childhood.
Yep.
Okay, good job, Pepe.
That's it.
This was when video games meant something.
Authorities say a man with kind of a light blue purple hair used a duck hunt gun to rob a store. He painted the duck hunt gun black. It used to be gray. Remember the gray duck hunt gun with the orange trigger?
Of course.
He painted it black. North Carolina man. He used the duck hunt controller to rob a business. 25-year-old David D'Alessandro. I went to high school with a Dave D'Alessandro. I don't think it's the same guy. He's only 25. Robbed a convenience store in the Charlotte area on Tuesday. Showed the clerk the fake gun, which had been painted. Took $300 from the register.
I think a duck just got taken down.
I think I'm playing the game right now, actually.
So there you go. You can rob a store without a gun. I assume that's still a crime.
Oh, it's probably one of Bobby's suggestions for life hacks.
It might be.
Same exact thing.
If you can't get a gun, buy duck hunt.
Buy duck hunt. Peyton, did you ever play it?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Unless it was like one of the arcade games and stuff at like an arcade, but I don't
they
think
didn't make like
played.
a new school version or anything.
No.
Okay. No duck. There it is. There's
Zero
dog.
chance my kids know what duck hunt is.
No one.
No chance.
And what was the pad that you could run on? Power pad?
Oh, the power pad. Yeah.
Power
Remember
pad?
the hand thing? What was the glove? The power glove, right?
Yeah, power glove.
Yep.
All right. I thought we were totally outdating ourselves, but Bobby kind of knew what we were talking about. Let's see if Bobby knows what he's talking about when it comes to OTAs. Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Our coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Micah Parsons is giving up sacks. Tony Pollard is healthy, and Mike McCarthy was asked about DeAndre Hopkins. We'll take you inside the Star, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools next.
The more you listen, the harder we. fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Our OTA coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools, and we got the entire squad here, along with you, part of the 6 a.m. club, to get you to the weekend. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt, who pulled a triple header yesterday, did the morning show, OTAs at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, and then the G-Bag NBA Finals broadcast at the Omni. That's impressive.
It's impressive. I don't know how his wife puts up with it.
Yeah.
No help with the kids, huh? Nothing.
Still may have created baby number 4 last night.
What was the cereal?
I pulled quadruple duty.
What was the
We were
cereal?
out of cereal.
Quadruple.
Yeah, it was
We're
a
out of
cheese
cereal.
stick. Yeah, it was a cheese stick and stuff.
Jeez. Did you peel it or just eat it straight?
I peeled it, but you know what's weird
you
is
did.
that I will get the cheese stick out and I won't eat it for about 10 minutes because I need it to have a little bit of give to be able to peel. So it almost becomes room temperature by the time I eat it.
It's just something nostalgic about feeling like you have to peel 1 or 2 strips to feel like a kid, and then you go ahead and finish it.
But now, see, it used to be called paleo string cheese.
Paleo.
And now they just call it cheese sticks.
My daughter.
There's no paleo string cheese?
I don't know anybody that calls it that anymore.
I don't know. I've never heard it called that in my life.
Wow.
I just hear it called string cheese, or that's pretty much it.
Okay.
But my daughter will take it and she'll bite off chunks, which is weird. It's serial killer behavior.
Yes. So quadruple duty.
Yeah.
How was the turnout for G-Bag?
It was good. We saw pastry chef Eric came out there. I got to take a photo last night with Atolo Cedric. He and his buddies came out. We got to watch the Denver Nuggets run over the Miami Heat. It was a great time. So we had a lot of fun. Had a couple vodka sodas. I enjoyed
More than
it.
a couple, judging by this audio.
Look at those eyes.
What audio?
Bobby interviewed Wolchuk's girlfriend,
Oh,
Peyton.
yes.
And we're going to play that. Basically unedited later on in the show. We're going to get the truth about one of the members of the G-Bag Nation.
Yeah, I had 3 double vodka sodas, and what? My eyes are a little bloodshot right now.
Is it glassy or glossy? Glossy.
First you said paleo string cheese. Now you're going with glassy.
Yeah, how many vodka sodas did you have?
Yeah.
I don't drink. Well, I do drink vodka sodas. I didn't have any.
Oh, okay.
It's old fashioned.
No, but it was a good time.
You look a little slow.
Great time at the owner's box.
I had one.
You look a step
I had
slow.
one old fashioned.
All right, so we'll play that a little bit later on. Bobby, take us inside OTAs at the Ford Center at the Star.
Absolutely. Where would you guys like to start? Would you like to start with the offensive line?
No.
The tough day for the tight ends?
No.
Micah Parsons' new goals? CeeDee Lamb on his chemistry with Dak Prescott?
Let's go Micah.
Micah, okay.
Because I didn't really understand Micah yesterday.
I didn't either. Now, Peyton, do we have the Micah clip?
Oh, yeah, we got it.
Okay, cool. So Micah yesterday was asked about the sack record, because every year, he gets asked about his goals, and he's always saying, like, I want to get 30 sacks and 20 interceptions, and I want to, win every game. Like, it's just the way that he is, the competitor that he is. So he was asked if, hey, this year, are you really gunning for the sack title?
A sack title? How much is it a goal of mine? I don't know. I'm kind of off the sack wave. I'm on to the impact wave. You see Aaron Donald, he can have 12 sacks, but the impact he makes is like so dominant. Like you can tell, I'm really just want to be a dominant. Then you see guys who have 16, 17 sacks, but they're not considered a guy. I want to be a guy, not one of the guys. You feel me? So it's levels of the mental. If you're always chasing, then you're never achieving. You feel me? So I'm not chasing for something. I'm trying to achieve and be greater than someone's chasing.
Usually, when Micah starts getting a little philosophical, I really enjoy it. I have no idea what the hell he just said. And this was the quote that was going around everywhere. I do understand the idea of impact goes beyond the sack number. And that the sack number, while sacks can be great, a lot of times, RJ Choppy's favorite, Michael Lombardi, will always say that he thinks pressure is better than sacks because
100%.
pressure leads to turnovers. Yep. But sacks, I mean, if you're talking about sacks, you're talking about putting guys back, taking away a down. It definitely improves your chances of winning consistently.
Michael Lombardi doesn't realize this, but he just cited analytics there because pass rush win rate is much better than sacks because you could get 16 pressures and 14 sacks, or you can get 50 pressures and 6 sacks. I'll take the 50 pressures all day.
So I do understand that as a concept that guys like to embrace. What I don't understand is, first off, what is I want to be a guy, not one of the guys. I think he meant to say I want to be the guy, not one of the guys. But
look, when I look at the top 5 sack totals, by the way, I was trying to see who's not really whose numbers are a little deceiving. They're not really a big time impact player. I'll just go in order. Top 5 sacks: Nick Bosa, impact.
Stud.
Hassan Reddick, He a guy where like, oh, he's just a numbers guy. He's accumulating numbers. Myles Garrett, Chris Jones, and Matthew Judon. They're all pretty good impact players.
So, honestly, those guys were all... So, Micah was number 1 in pass rush win rate. Hassan Reddick was number 2. He won 28% of his snaps. Miles was 3. Trey Hendrickson and Jalen Phillips were tied for 4th. Vaughn, Bradley Chubb, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Josh Sweat.
And
Those are your top 10.
if I'm Stephen Jones, I'm sitting back going, oh, yeah, he don't care about the sack numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Micah. You don't worry about putting up those numbers come contract time. And then, oh, yeah, Dan Quinn, he's not a defensive end. He is still a linebacker. And Micah's even talking about playing safety yesterday. That's devaluing everywhere. It's a devalue shower with Stephen.
I'm sure Stephen loves that. And you know what? It was funny. There was this weird point in practice where Micah just kind of walked off of 11 on 11. I think he was rotated out, but he walked off and he just went over there and was talking to Steven for like 5 minutes. It's the only time I think I've ever seen a player just step off from practice to just talk to Steven off to the side. But in general, I think what Micah's trying to say here is he wants his impact to be greater than just rushing the passer. That his whole goal, his whole discussion for these last 2 years has been about rushing the passer and dominating tackles and getting to the quarterback. And yesterday was a lot of talk about, I want to play 8 positions. I want to drop into coverage. I want to do this. I want to do that, which I know, RJ Choppy, is not something that you are in favor of. You don't want to take him away from rushing the passer.
No.
You don't want him covering guys. You don't want him having run fits. You want him wrecking shop.
I definitely don't want him spying on the quarterback, or keying on the running back. I don't want that. I want him to be ears pinned back on just go. Now, I don't care where you rush him from. You want to rush him from the middle, fine, go ahead. You want to rush him from the edge. I just think he's elite at that. Like let him put the players in a position to where they could be elite.
He was spending a lot of time at practice yesterday. When he was on the field, he's obviously doing reps. When he was off the field, he and Sam Williams, when they were both off the field together, they were doing this like hand fighting game. It was almost like wax on, wax off. Like they would basically, one of them would throw up their hand and the other would just try and block it. And that's how they would spend the entirety of the time of practice, even when they were off field. They're getting in other work, getting in other reps. And so, I think Mike is clearly very driven to be the guy on this defense and be the best defensive player in the NFL. And that's great. Just don't lose track of what you do great.
Other notes that I wrote down from Bobby Belt and John Machota's Twitter: no Trayvon, Gilmore, Steele, or D-Law. Tony Pollard was present but did not practice. Schoon was mostly a spectator after appearing a bit hobbled at the end of practice last week. Tyron continued to take every first-team snap at left tackle.
Tyler,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
good. That's a very important clarification.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because in one of your pictures, I was like, it was Tyron versus Micah, and I thought Tyron was playing the right side. So I did misread it. Tyler continued to take every first-team snap at left tackle.
Yeah, left tackle, every single rep, he was not rotating out. They rotated out Tyron. They rotated out Tyler Biotish. Like, they have different combinations they've tried. Every single left tackle snap with the first team these first 2 weeks has been Tyler Smith. It does not sound like they're planning on playing him inside at guard. And if they're not planning on playing him inside at guard, then the question is, okay, are you planning on playing Steele there? Is that why Tyron is taking all of his snaps at right tackle right now? Or is Tyron just the backup tackle now? So while Steele is out, Tyron's in there getting those reps. And as soon as Steele's back, we're just going to see a rotation.
We'll find out.
I just don't think it's a wise move to have this chatter about Terrence Steele playing inside. What is the biggest stumbling block he seemed to have his first couple years is power. Like, he doesn't play with upper body strength. He's a really good player. He's got one of the best work ethics in the building. I have a ton of respect for the career he's made for himself to this point as a guy who didn't look like he belonged on an NFL field as a rookie, but he just does not have the power, I don't think, the upper body strength to survive inside. It would be the Connor Williams issue all over again.
Tony Pollard said he's running and cutting full speed, which is great. I'm a little bit ahead of schedule. Quote, I'm not really limited at this point. It's just being smart with it. Mike McCarthy on Mozzie Smith. I can't wait to see him in pads. He's ready to show everybody what he can do. We feel there's a lot more pass rush potential for him moving forward.
Yeah, and he was still playing with the second team yesterday, which you can't take a lot out of where guys are, which team necessarily guys are lining up with in
Bust.
OTAs.
Bust.
Yeah, it's over. Tristan Hill all over again. But you can't take a ton out of, all right, Mozzie Smith is playing with the, as Broadus has been calling them, the varsity side and the JV side. He's been playing with the JV side, the younger players, the bottom of the roster players. I don't think you can read too much into that. They're just working him in. The interesting thing is, as thin as they were yesterday, as little bodies as they had at corner, you just mentioned it right up there. They had no Gilmore, they had no Diggs, they had no Jordan Lewis, and they had no Nashawn Wright. Nashawn Wright did practice last week. He did not practice this week. So 4 of your top 5 corners were off. Deron Bland did practice. Kelvin Joseph was still practicing with the JV side. He was not one of the 3 corners they had on the veteran side of the field.
Man,
tweet.
It was,
He wasn't even in the tweet either.
I know that was kind of pathetic.
That was sad.
That was sad. So
I don't blame him.
Des Bryant tweeted, Jordan Lewis at the nickel with Diggs and Gilmore on the outside. That's a dangerous secondary. And then Jordan Lewis responded back to Des, Trey, Gilly, DB, JK, Iz, Bell, we got the best in the league. He basically named everyone in the whole building, even the water boys, except for old Kelvin. And Kelvin tweeted, Boss Man Fat, let's not forget him. And I don't know if that emoji is him. Is that a rock climbing emoji? What is this? What is this emoji? But there's old Boss Man feeling left out.
No, remember, as the 940 has nicknamed him, he is Burnt Man Toast. We don't call him Boss Man Fat. What is the emoji?
What is this, Choppy? Well, next to the highlighted part.
I didn't notice this yesterday.
It means the sky's the limit.
That's just it's a rock climber.
Rock climber.
Yeah.
Climbing the wall. And where was he working or not working yesterday?
Nickel with the second unit. So he was the...
It was safety week 1.
So he was working out with the safeties. Todd Archer walked up to me yesterday.
Well.
Yeah, and he said... He's like, hey, try not to get everybody thinking Kelvin Joseph is moving to safety this week, will you? And I was like, all right. Because Todd pointed out later, we mentioned this last week, that
Hello, Todd.
he was working out, like doing the drills with the safeties, but he was like, I think usually they just have, Archer said, I think they just usually have the nickel work out with the safeties. I hadn't noticed that before, that Jordan Lewis works out with the safeties, but as soon as he's back, I guess I'll be able to see if Todd's right. But he has been playing nickel corner. But you consider the fact that they had 3 corners on the veteran side of the field and they were missing 4 others. You can kind of deduce from that Kelvin Joseph right now might be corner 8 on this football team at best.
And other Cowboys personnel coming up to you and commenting about the radio show.
I did hear from somebody with the team yesterday who said, don't you dare cancel unethical life hacks.
Man.
He's like, I've been trying out some of these. Not the bodies or anything.
Yeah, someone tweeted me yesterday they tried the gate code thing and that they've been doing the gate code thing.
So somebody yesterday, you said, what good would this do? I forgot to tell you, somebody on the truckwreck.com fan text weighed in and said, this is actually helpful for me. I'm a FedEx driver, and a lot of times people block me from getting it. They won't answer, and I need to get in there. And he's like, so this is actually helpful.
It's good. Yeah. It's good. Now, the problem is the bad people, the very bad people. This is the bad people. I mean, they're going to use this. They're going to use this. They're going to get into Sean's neighborhood. They're going to get my kid's neighborhood. They're going to use this.
I took a tremendous loss yesterday with this. Tremendous.
Oh, yeah.
Sharon, they were calling me.
Oh, no.
Sharon, I'm being soft and so sensitive, trying to protect people, and I caught the L. Fat L.
Did you see the Facebook comments? Unanimous. It was like 120 comments, and they were unanimous that we need to keep the segment.
Sean's always wrong.
It's a Friday edition. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Did WFAA Channel 8 screw up the NBA Finals last night? We have another weed alert like Newey Scruggs, and Tom Brady clarifies whether he could be coming back. That's all next.
The latest from the Star.
Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Guarded by Nikola Jokic. He gets to the dotted line. Jump shot, no good. Rebound, Joker. And there's a triple-double from Nikola Jokic, the second player in NBA history to debut in the NBA Finals with a triple-double. Jason Kidd, the only other one to do that.
That was the call last night on Denver radio as the Nuggets control Game 1 and beat the Miami Heat 104-93. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. Magic Johnson type performance. People would always say about Magic, he doesn't need to score. He can control an entire game without scoring, and that's what you saw last night. 5 shot attempts through 3 quarters. And he still ended up with 27, 14, 10. I think it was Aaron Gordon before the game who said he's just a maestro. He's controlling everything out there. And Denver plays a really fun, unselfish, fast-moving, crisp style of basketball. Joker is the conductor, and here's Denver up 1-0. This thing goes 4-5. I think it's a victory for Miami if they get it to 6, but Nuggets in 5.
Yeah, they're going to have to win 2 in Denver because Denver's going to win 1 in Miami. They're going to steal game in Miami. So Miami really is like they've got to win 2 in Denver, I think. They have to win Sunday and then probably game 5. I doubt they win game 7 there, even though didn't they win game 7 in Boston. You know, if you're Miami, you can hang your hat on Jimmy had a bad game. And it was 9 points with 2.5 to go. Like, if he has a normal game, that's probably pretty close to tied. And they shot 2 free throws, which will never happen again. Shouldn't happen again. That's their own fault half the time. So if you're going to hang your hat on that, I mean, that's on those 2 things. But, I mean, how many other games is Joker going to attempt 5 shots in 3 quarters? Like, none.
I don't know. For him,
he can. He's still at 27.
That's way more likely to happen than the other 2 things that you mentioned.
We still don't care what none of y'all think.
But, I mean, look, Miami's going to lose the series if Bam Adebayo's taking 25 shots a game.
He was by far their best player.
He was their best player, but Denver will live with Adebayo putting up 25 shots. Do that all day. Now, look, if I'm a Miami fan, I am probably waking up this morning thinking, how is it that Bam Adebayo takes 25 shots, does what he does, and there's not a single starter that attempts a free throw for Miami? Like, that's what I'm looking at is the free throw disparity, and I go 20-2. Denver gets to the free throw line 20 times. We play a more physical brand of ball. I mean, look.
We calling out the refs?
No, I mean, look. Miami has it coming, all right? I lived through Dwayne Wade taking 25 free throws to the Mavericks taking 25 free throws in game 5 or whatever that was in Miami. So,
you know, if you look at the box score, Joker took 12 free throws. Mm-hmm. Everyone else on Denver, whoever got to the line, only took 2. That's it.
Wow.
So it's nothing but 2s in the free throw column on both sides.
And look, the thing is that if you're Miami, you're also probably thinking, look, we generally will shoot better from 3 than we did tonight.
Strus was 0 for 9.
But as mid as you were shooting from 3 yesterday, Denver was worse. Like, they're not going to have 2 for 11 3-point performances from Michael Porter Jr. Jamal Murray's not going to go 2 for 7 every game. They're not going to shoot 29% from 3. This is 4 or 5 games. Denver is clearly so much better than Miami.
Yes.
This is where the talent disparity that existed between Boston and Miami was able to make up because of their toughness and their grit that Boston didn't have. That's not a problem with Denver.
And as Barkley said, Denver is not going to lay down and be bipolar like Boston. You know, the Heat were able to take advantage of the inconsistency of the Celtics. Probably not going to get that against Denver. We also need to probably have a future discussion on where Jamal Murray is amongst the number 2s in the league. I mean, that's a future discussion to have because he had a breakout in the bubble. That's where I first really noticed him years ago during the COVID playoff setup. But now, I mean, he is on the scene. So we need to have a number 2 discussion with him. A lot of tollers were not happy with WFAA. Of course, these games are airing on ESPN and ABC. I think it's just ABC, as a matter of fact. And a red weather warning scroll was put up at the bottom of this screen that people were tweeting about nonstop.
It was blocking the score.
The score.
It made me feel like I was a kid again. Because we were watching basketball before the score was on the board all the time.
Oh.
I remember distinctly when Fox came up with that idea in NFL games. Oh my God, what a novel concept.
My struggle growing up, I do remember scores were already there when I was growing up. My issue was they didn't have it up there all the time. Yeah. So, like, it'd disappear, and then it'd pop up, and it'd show you the clock and the score, and then it'd disappear. Right. Like, if you go back, watch Game 6 of the Finals in 98, if that's ever on NBA TV or anything, Michael Jordan's last game against the Jazz, if you watch that, it's infuriating that they're in the fourth quarter, and you're like, where's the score? And then it pops back up, and then it disappears. It's like, holy cow, what's going on? But you didn't need to know what the score was last night to know Denver was throttling Miami.
Sure. That's a tough life, guys. That's tough. I can imagine. living like that. I got to know the score, time and score. Been living with it my whole life.
Okay, Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's way better. There's no doubt about it. It's way better. But there was a time. I mean, imagine not even knowing the count in baseball. I have no idea what the count is because the scores, it's not up there. That used to be the way.
Are we going to eventually look back on, you saying that about baseball, are we going to eventually look back on the K zone as something that like, oh, how did anybody ever survive? I still have not been used to, as soon as the ball hits, having something pop up on the screen showing me where the ball, I hate that actually. But I think most people love it.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
So that's WFAA screwing up game 1 in the Metroplex.
Thanks, Delkus.
And
real quick.
Yeah.
I understand that is a major thing, right? Weather.
Yeah. Did anyone else get
it
any
was
weather?
one county. It was Eastland County. It was the same scroll bar for like 20 minutes on there. I was like, no disrespect to Eastland County, but like that's a far ways away from where I'm watching the game.
We reach Eastland County. Shout out Eastland County. So
I got nothing.
I got nothing.
In Fort Worth, nothing. So like, yeah, I get it's a big deal, but like, unless it's, hey, there's gonna be major hail, or I don't care about thunderstorms.
No.
If it's not gonna be,
it's got to be tornado or hail.
Tornado or hail, leave me alone. I got an app. If I hear thunder, you know what I do? I go to the app.
Yeah.
Go to my app.
Severe thunderstorm warning. That's all it says. Eastland County. That's it.
I saw it was there on the screen. I was not totally focused on the fact that it was up there the whole time.
Because you were drunk. You couldn't read.
I was not drunk. I was completely sober.
7:40.
I was completely sober. I noticed that it was up there, but how long was it up there? Did it stay up there the entire first half?
It was at least 10 minutes.
10 minutes of game time too. I mean, it was a long time.
They must have gotten stuck because usually it scrolls once, stops, and then they leave it in the top corner.
So after the game on ABC Denver, apparently we had a Newey Scruggs type moment.
It feels like victory. It sounds like victory. It smells like victory, and also legalization. And they're having a great time out here.
Smells like legalization.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's not cigarettes. That's weed. That's weed.
Ganja.
An all-time great drop from the new dog.
You're in Colorado. For sure.
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
And then speaking of smoking, vape god Mike McDaniel.
Oh, I thought you meant my kid.
No.
Oh.
It could be your kid, Mike McDaniel, or Gus Johnson. All sneaking the vapes. Mike McDaniel with the old Bryce Harper pressure.
Yeah.
When asked who he's rooting for in the NBA Finals, because what? He grew up in Denver, and now he's obviously the head coach of the Dolphins?
Grew up in Denver, now the head coach of the Dolphins. Exclusive. They play in the same city as the Miami Heat. So, Mike McDaniel had to give an explanation as to his rooting interest in this game.
Stuff that I've been able to really get access to with the Heat coaching staff led by Spo last summer, getting to know them, following their journey, and getting to know the people. I've become extremely invested, so I don't lose any sleep by saying, you know what, Denver Nuggets, why don't we wait 48 years, not 47? So that's kind of where I stand on that.
He's not going to lose sleep. I
don't even know what his answer is.
He's basically saying, because the Nuggets have waited this is their 47th year.
Yeah.
He's basically saying,
Wait another.
Let's wait another. Let's let the Heat get this one.
Okay.
And then next year when the Heat aren't in it, let's get your title then.
So the opposite of Jalen Brunson. He's folding. He's folding to the city he's moving to.
Zero respect for that person who does that. The person who's like, I think most sports fans.
So you got more respect for what Micah did.
I have more respect. No, I have more respect for what Jalen Brunson did, which was just, even though he's a Philly fan and we all hate that, he's leaning into it. What I have zero respect for is like Bryce Harper signs with the Phillies and all of a sudden he goes, I'm done rooting for the Cowboys, guys. I've been converted. I'm an Eagles fan. Mike McDaniel, old Hardley boys from South Park, like the way he talks, like I have no respect for that. I cannot stand when you just flip like that.
Yeah.
What's that say to your fan base? You want fair weather fans? You're gonna act like one? I hate the message it sends, and it strikes me as soft.
I agree. I agree. I appreciate what Micah did. He's a Phillies fan. He's a Sixers fan. Go ahead.
Meanwhile, Tom Brady yesterday reiterated, I am retired. I'm not coming back to play, and I'm looking forward to my ownership and broadcast booth career moving forward.
I still believe two things when I see it. One, that he's retired, and two, that he actually goes into broadcasting.
Yeah, I don't know that he's ever going to broadcast, and I still feel like the only way I'm buying probably that he's not playing again is he's going to have to go this entire season without playing. Like, not sign on anywhere. If he gets through this entire season and then through to next offseason and he has not come back, then I'll say, all right, he might actually be retired. But otherwise, I'm going to assume at some point he's playing this year because there are just too many breadcrumbs.
Right, because he bought into the Raiders now, right? He's officially some form of an owner.
Yeah.
Like,
he's not going to play.
He probably isn't, but it's like, that's the easy one. Like, if you're Mark Davis, it's like, hey, you kind of already are invested in the team here. Why don't you just throw us a bone and play until Jimmy gets back?
How much do you think that would just infuriate Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, again?
Yeah, again.
Dude,
I know,
like,
right?
you drove me out of the gig over there. It would be the career representation of when Peyton Manning went back onto the field and Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
Remember that famous video of him shrugging? Like, damn it, I thought I was going to play. That's Jimmy's whole career.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. We have the inside dirt on what happened between the Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless divorce and the question that has taken over the sports world. Have y'all ever tasted your significant other's breast milk? Next.
Oh, well, all right. Let's get you on over to
.com.
Good morning, y'all. Thanks for waking up with us. And we're about to be to the weekend.
Yes, we are. Big plans?
I got a very important business dinner tonight.
Well.
Yes. Conducting meetings all over the place yesterday in the conference room, thanks to Scotty. And then tonight, gonna have an old Italian feast at St. Rocco's with Tolo J, Chef J.
Oh, yeah.
So big important business dealings. And then Saturday, I got invited to the rodeo.
Yeah.
And I said, no, yo, that's not happening.
Oh, it's fun, man.
Not with my child. Nothing's fun with my child. So, no. I told her, man, you can go. She went and saw The Little Mermaid yesterday.
Did she approve?
She's not very happy with Bobby on two fronts. Well, she is kind of happy with you on one front. I'm not supposed to bring this up, but.
I already know on one front, I think.
What?
The AirPods?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very happy with you.
Yes. She said thank you.
Yes. Did have to take the scrub to him a little
Got
bit.
to. Bobby's got bad ears, terrible ears, greasy ears.
Do you use Q-tips?
Yep.
Okay.
I actually punctured my eardrum one time doing that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she's very happy with you on that. And then I said, yeah, Bobby said that The Little Mermaid wasn't good. And she's like, no, it was good. Bobby doesn't know. So she was very, very happy with The Little Mermaid yesterday.
It's excessively long. There's no reason for that movie to be 2 hours and 20 minutes or whatever.
Do we not feel like you get more bang for your buck? It's amazing what we feel like we get value out of with bang for the buck.
Right.
And then when we get irritated with it.
Right.
If I go to a game, right?
You want it to be long.
I want it to be long.
When you watch on TV, you want it to be short.
You want it to be short.
Yeah.
When you go to a movie, you would think, oh, what does it turn to nowadays? You know, how much you going to spend family of four? I mean, you don't want it to be a beating.
If it's good, you're fine with it being 2 hours and 20 minutes.
She said it wasn't really for kids. Wasn't great for kids.
So, look, I don't know. It is geared more towards an older audience than the original one is. I still don't think it's adult. There's some intense, scary scenes in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot about the thing that like the most unspoken thing is I want to know what wild seeds King Triton was sowing. Because in the original movie, he has his daughters. In this one, he has like his 12 daughters. The dad is Javier Bardem, and all the children have different accents and different hair colors, and none of them look like each other, and yet they all talk about their one mom. And I'm like,
That turned you off talking about the mom?
I think, yeah. I mean, it brought up some painful memories like this morning show does every day. But no, I think King Triton got around a little bit and has kind of pulled the wool over his daughter's eyes.
So here's the tweet that set off the internet from New York Nick Josh Hart. Have y'all ever tasted y'all's significant other's breast milk asking for a friend? And what?
No, nothing.
You saving this clip against me? Using this as a drop,
Yeah,
moving forward? And this set off reaction from everybody.
Yeah. De'Aaron Fox. I'm not surprised you asked the question less than a month in. Jalen Brunson. Nah, bro. No BS. Delete my number. Dan Orlovsky. 100%.
Of course.
On brand for Dan.
Of course.
Doug Gottlieb. I think the response of the day. This question requires a follow-up. From the bottle or from the tap? Great. And then, you have other people like Stephen A. Smith responding to him.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith was like blown away. He's like, you got to come on my podcast, and we need to discuss this because the entire world is.
Dude, I put out a tweet yesterday because you had to order. I mean, I don't know what the hell you were thinking about asking folks, have you ever drank breast milk? What was that about, Josh Hart?
All right, first off, I know every new father has wondered this. So it was brought, we had family and friends over. It was brought up. I never did it. Somehow I got finessed into doing a little milk taste test. I'm not gonna lie, it was exceptional. It was like sweet almond milk. I don't think I'm not gonna use that in my cereal or anything like that. But I mean, it was, a couple sips. It was solid, bro. My brother, you should try it.
So it wasn't that bad.
No,
So even though you didn't try
it was smooth.
So you didn't try it, but you ended up trying it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to. I was really against it,
Right.
but you know what I mean. It just it happened, and I'm not mad I did it. It was.
All right,
solid.
so Josh Hart is now synonymous with breast milk. I just want you to know that.
Now,
I just want you to know
if
that.
I come back
I'm all
shooting,
right with that.
if I shoot 45% from three, it might be because of that. You might see that be a new trend, my brother. I might be a trendsetter.
We have our second gag alert of the show. I did it at 5:30 with the Corey cupcake and Bobby Belt. What was that?
That was him talking about how it tastes like sweet almond. Him talking about it was just gross.
Right? Dude, you got to go look at the cupcake dripping sweat.
Oh, I did. Yeah, it's like it's starting to the actual icing is starting to turn into like a syrup. It's getting melted down and dripping down the side. That's going to be awful.
But the condensation.
Oh, yeah.
Like when I picked it up, it was a bead of sweat. Beads of sweat are coming down the sides of the cupcake.
So there is going to be a curve here where I think we're going to have to take that cupcake off. Because at some point, if it melts it all the way down, by the time we get a Ja Morant suspension, you at that point don't have anything to smash into his face.
All right, Choppy, you're the kink up here. So what do you think? What do you think about Josh Hart?
You know, I never sampled. We were not a breastfeeding household, but
good Lord,
goodness,
sorry,
everyone's gagging.
I did. I was talking to a girl once who and she just happened to do this naturally all the time, and she forced it upon me.
Leaked?
Yeah,
She forced
it upon me. Wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but I get used to it, I guess. We drink cow's milk. What's different?
Did he just say what's different between a cow and a woman?
No, it's saying it's our species. It's actually probably better for us than cow's milk.
Pepe?
You know, I don't knock it till you try it.
Okay.
If you want to throw it in my face, I'll take a little sip, a little nibble. I'll sip from it, bottle, tab, whatever. Give it to me.
Yo, can we get a girl up here for this kid? Can we get
preferably one who's nursing?
He said a nibble too.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Just throw it in my face. I'll take it. I'll take a sip.
I'll take a nibble. He's doing a nibble on top of it.
I'll bite it.
Hey.
Oh boy.
877-881-1053. Tell us if you align with Josh Hart.
All right, here we go. From the 214 happened during sexy time. The taste is great. Don't seek it out though. That milk is nasty. From the 832, Bobby is so weird. Hart is correct, man. It's delicious. And then from the 93, sounds like a good bet payoff for G-Bag.
Who's pumping
KSN.
this? Huh? Who's pumping this?
Yeah, well, there you go.
Giafalo's wife.
Giafalo.
Kidding me?
That seems.
I don't know. Never mind.
That seems a little. That seems. Okay. Where we go there? What did I miss?
I was gonna talk about somebody else at the party.
Oh, I thought you were insulting Chio's wife.
Oh no, she's a sweetheart.
Okay.
I wasn't insulting anybody.
No, I thought you were insulting like the supply issue. But you were going.
Oh, no, I was going
you were
somewhere
going
else.
towards Kentucky.
I was going towards Kentucky.
What do you think, Bobby?
Hey,
you get it
we have
now?
a guest.
You
We have a
get it
guest who's chimed in.
I know who this is.
Who?
I'm gonna guess this is because I know he has experience with this. I'm guessing this is Eric Chiafalo.
It is. Eric.
Gentlemen, I heard breast milk.
The floor is yours.
I feel like I'm the foremost expert on this here at the station, at least as of late.
Yeah.
I don't want to be knee-jerk. I know all these guys, everybody's cranking out kids. But as of late, we have not run out of milk in my house in the last 4 years, okay? If I go to the fridge and it's not there, I know where I can find it. Josh Hart is 100% correct on this.
Oh.
It is sweet and it is delicious. And it does have a little bit more of an almond milk runniness in terms of it's not thick like a whole milk, but also there's an adjustment there.
We might have pukage. We might have chopped you, but get up the garbage can. Take the star stuff out of the garbage can.
Why? I'm gonna throw up on it like they did on the ice.
Don't throw up, Eric. He's close. If you can get real descriptive and continue,
I'm gonna take the headphones off. I'm gonna take the headphones off.
We may have
Keep going.
Nothing I'm saying is more disgusting than Bobby putting one of his sausage fingers into his eyeball.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
I thought you were going to tell a different story there.
All right, so this is a thumbs up.
Yeah, so it is delicious. I will say it's worth it. There will be a 60-second adjustment period, okay, for any adult that is getting involved in this. Gottlieb's right. You want it out of the tap, not out of the bottle.
Right.
Now, I learned this because me and my wife had to go to a wedding in Kansas City about a year and a half ago.
And you were hungry. They didn't feed. There was no cocktail hour.
This is 6 months after having our second child. My wife does breastfeed, so she's used to clearing these things out constantly. Well, we were away from all of our kids for like 3 days. And so the second night, she became so filled up that she was in genuine pain. So I had to be there. I had to be there for my wife. I had to be the MVP in that moment. I had to take my wife's pain away. And so I went right out of the tap on both sides. I got a full feeding. And my T levels are higher than they've ever been. I'm throwing weight around like Chop in the weight room. I'm telling you, it's one of the most incredible things and bonding experiences I've ever shared with a woman.
Wow,
that's fantastic.
Eric Giafalo getting it done from the G-Bag Nation.
See, I knew. I've heard this. I've heard this story off the air. And so that's why when the phone lit up, I knew it was Eric. I just didn't know he was actually going to tell the story on the air. So good job, Cheech.
I can't believe it.
Well done, young man. Thank you.
Love you, boys. See ya.
What a beast. The highest rated afternoon show in the Metroplex, the G-Bag Nation. And that is a major reason why providing his wife relief in her time of pain and need. Unscheduled phone calls. That's that 6:15.
Yeah.
6:15 workout.
That's it.
It's paying off for us.
Very good. About time he's doing that. It's good.
What a gentleman. Yeah, because you know what? That'll actually, if he didn't step in, you're talking about an infection of the milk ducts there. It's called mastitis.
Okay, so Kristen
is
in the same situation because you're trying to get her to have one more child and you're on the road. There's no escape and you got to do this. You can't even listen to it without getting ready to puke. What would you do? Just milk her?
Yeah. Probably
like the udders.
Yeah, I just I get down there, start rotating. that's probably no. I think
what
we would.
damn talking about?
I think we would.
What are we damn talking about?
I think we would bring a pump, and then she would just pump it out.
Okay.
I think Eric just forgot the pump.
Okay.
Forgot, quote unquote. It sounds like he forgot on purpose. Like, oh, honey, guess I'm gonna have to step in.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On. Leave it on. All right, we have headlines. We got game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Rangers are back in action. And game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, plus our final giveaway of the week for you turning it on, leaving it on. And Ross Tucker is joining us.
Yeah.
For his Mike McCarthy insult yesterday. We called him out. He responded. Ross Tucker at 7:20. It's all coming up right here on The Fan. But first, let me...
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
7 seconds left to go in the Mile High City. Denver's going to win game number 1 of the NBA Finals. There's the horn. Nikola Jokic triple-double. Nuggets win it by 11, 104 to 93. 3 more wins, and you win the title.
104-93, as Denver radio said. Look, you know that the Joker controlled this game even without scoring through the first 3 quarters. Jamal Murray doing his thing. Heat only went to the free throw line twice. We've gone through the game recap, but I want to ask one more time before Miami gets blown out of this thing. Did the Dallas Mavericks make a mistake? We keep asking this question as Miami advances as a number 8 seed. Did they make a mistake, RJ Choppy, in quitting and tanking at the end of the regular season?
I've never wavered. I thought they did.
No.
Not because of their chances, that they were a good team or whatever. Not because of, you don't want to pick. But at the end of the day, when you've got the best player on the floor, and you could debate whether they would have in that series against Denver, anything goes. Anything goes. Now, Denver has ran right through everybody. It's not like the...
has Denver changed your mind? Has Denver impacted your thought on that question more than Miami?
Well, I'm not results-based, Sean, so no. Look, Jimmy Butler is showing that this is a formula that can be done and should be repeated and will be repeated. When you've got that... LeBron did it this year. They were the 7th seed. We had a 7 and an 8 seed reach the conference finals, and we had an 8 seed reach the NBA finals. Because the best player on the floor a lot of times. So no, hasn't changed my thought. Would they have beaten Denver? Probably not. Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. I think you say probably not everything. Probably is like yes.
Probably is like yes.
Like, if somebody says, when I say I'm fine, it means I'm good. To me, fine and good is the same thing. Now, when women say I'm fine, it means it's the same as K, the letter K. Just the letter K. A response that is just the letter K, you're in for one.
They finished the season 7 and 18.
Oh, I don't care.
They were bad.
I don't care.
They got swept in a weekend series with Charlotte. Dennis Smith punked this basketball team. It was bad down the stretch. Miami, on the other hand, finished not on a similar run. It wasn't as good as the Lakers run at the end of the season, but they finished with big victories over, Memphis. They beat New York. They beat the Sixers. They drubbed the Sixers on the road by 30 points at the end of the season. Miami was playing well. And so to me, there's absolutely no comparison. Miami, LA, you want to compare to either of those teams that made their runs deep into the playoffs based off of being in a similar situation where Dallas was? I don't think they were playing similar basketball at all down the stretch.
Game 2, I agree. Get the pick. Trade it in some type of package to try to entice Kyrie to stay and get a big 3 or more role players. But it would have been funny if they lost the big 2 just to laugh at Cuban. Game 2 in Denver will be Sunday at 7 p.m. The Nuggets are favored by 8.5 points. OTA coverage here on the station brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Bobby Belt was out there as our insider. No Trayvon Diggs, no Stephon Gilmore, no Terrence Steele, no Lawrence. But CeeDee Lamb was out there apparently in a very upbeat mood, and he was asked about his chemistry with Dak.
Dak is, a great player. He's always been a great player. His work ethic has never been questioned. His leadership has never been questioned. Just him being able to, connect on the small things, connect with us, of course, and us doing a better job of being available to him. So just being on the same page, I feel like that's the best. That was the biggest problem for us last year. We were never on the same. Well, we were on the same page. It was just not as often as we want. So obviously it turned into brutal mistakes, but that's why we're here now. To grow and be better.
He's ready to play football. He is. He was saying all day yesterday. He's like, I'll be honest, guys. He's like, I'm ready to get on the field now. He's like, I want to play football right now. He's like, but we got to go through this process. This is our learning time. And he was saying that's the opportunity to take advantage of some of those communication things.
That was a great answer.
He has become.
Yes.
I told this to Cowboys PR last year at the end of the year. I was like, that guy has taken the biggest jump to me in terms of just leadership and his dealings with the media. He is such a good interview now, and he's so sharp and says the right things, but will also say what needs to be said. He mentioned yesterday that one of the biggest things he still needs to work on. He was like, it's not so much my game, it's still coming into this role of being a leader, not just for the receiver room, but being a leader for this football team. And I think he's doing a great job of that. And that communication is going to be huge. We saw communication a little bit yesterday. There was a play, Dak was rolling out. He was looking for Jake Ferguson, couldn't get it to him, threw to, I think it was Simi Fehoko. They caught it, they scored it, it worked out. But Dak immediately turned over to Jake Ferguson and gave him a little bit of stern coaching, was like mimicking, showing him like, you need to turn and open up so I can get the ball to you. And so there was a lot of communication, a lot of discussion yesterday between Dak and the receivers.
Mike McCarthy was asked about DeAndre Hopkins. I really like the look of our group. There's nothing good that comes out of those answers. Hop is a hell of a talent. Meanwhile, Diana Rossini has been all over the D-Hop rumor mill. Patriots are interested. Bills are not all in, but they've had conversations to see how it goes. Doesn't look like it could really work right now contractually. Rossini also added that the Cowboys and the Jets are not currently interested, and Hopkins is expected to begin visiting teams next week.
What do you make of the Houston Texans?
Oh, yeah.
How about that? Like, now, first of all, like, this is a gut punch. This is a gut punch for the city. If James Harden goes to Houston, who has no chance of winning, and DeAndre Hopkins goes to Houston, who has no chance of winning, they're going for the lifestyle. They're going because they love Houston. Like, we can't get a sniff from a free agent. Yet they're getting, now they may be a little bit past their prime.
Who's reporting Houston?
For
I believe it was Schefter.
For DeAndre Hopkins?
Yes.
Yeah, it was Schefter.
Schefter said there's Houston interest. I think there was a report yesterday that said there was New England interest. He has taken, I think he's gotten a reality check, a bit of a sobering one the last couple months. There was zero trade interest in him on the market.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, reports came out from The Athletic. Buffalo might be stepping out of this and saying he's too expensive. We're not going to build this. The fact that he would if he had to go back to Houston, of all places, after he was being a little picky and talking about, I'd play with this quarterback. It's like, okay, well, you're the NFL is telling you are not the guy who gets to pick and choose anymore. You're not that player anymore. Yeah,
and then also the Chronicle down there has said that he has expressed interest in returning to Houston. If that's the case, like, man, like, it's a gut punch for us because we can't get a sniff from a player, free agency wise with the Mavericks.
Harden's.
No, look,
they both were there. Harden's treated like a god. He knows all the strip clubs. Like, he knows the scene.
But, like, these are still guys that have, like...
And Tillman Fertitta is probably going to overpay him like a dummy.
And so are the Texans. Right? The Texans probably will, too.
DeAndre Hopkins would absolutely prefer to be in Dallas over Houston, I think. It's just Dallas, I don't think, wants him like that.
Yeah. All right. Game one of the NA. Well, let's start with the Rangers. Rangers are back in action tonight after having the best win percentage in the sport through the month of May, and tonight they're back against the Seattle Mariners, who we were supposed to be worse than this year.
Yeah, Seattle, look, they stumbled a little bit out of the gate. They've gotten back over 500. They're 29-27. They had a pretty good stretch until they took on the Yankees this week, and they lost 2 of 3. But they're kind of one of those teams that is getting better as the year's gone on. Some of their players haven't had great seasons. Their pitching staff is really, really good.
They're still favored tonight because they have Luis Castillo on the mound.
Yeah, like their pitching staff is they've got really solid top of the rotation guys.
Although this pitching matchup is really close. It's Castillo with a 2.69 versus John Gray with a 2.81.
Yeah.
4-2 versus 5-1.
Yeah, and now they're going to miss Logan Gilbert. It's good. Don't want to face him if you don't have to. Because they had that game early in the year. Remember, he had a no-hitter into the 7th inning. And then all of a sudden gave up 2 runs. Rangers won that game 2-1. But this should be a pretty good series. And then, you get St. Louis in town, and then you go to Tampa. It's a nice little 9-game stretch of 2 solid teams. St. Louis got off to a terrible start this year.
6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch right here on your home for Rangers baseball. Tomorrow night is game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Who is the favorite hockey hamster?
Vegas.
I think Vegas is the favorite.
Vegas is the slight favorite. 57.5% chance of winning the Stanley Cup Finals. Vegas is minus 135. Florida is plus 115. Conn Smythe Trophy.
Sergey.
It is.
Yep.
Good job.
Which I think Kachuk. How do you say his name, Bobby?
Kachuk.
There you
Good
go.
job.
I think.
I think he should be the favorite. I mean, he had 4 game winners in that last series. Or 3 game winners, and one of them was with 4 seconds to go.
He's second.
Yeah, he's going to be number 2. Stone with Vegas, Marchessault, Hill, they should be all up there, but Sergey is the favorite. Now remember, they do not mind giving this to a player of the losing team. This is not a series MVP. This is a playoff MVP trophy. So it is not out of their own. J.S. Jaguar won it in 2003 as the goalie for the Ducks. The Devils won the Cup. He won the Conn Smythe. It's not uncommon. I mean, it's kind of uncommon, but it's not like super, super, super rare where it never happens where somebody from the losing team wins.
Yeah, that was Jaguar had I don't remember. That was 5 shutouts or
He was phenomenal.
It was one of the most. I remember that was just one of the huge storylines in sports at the time was just that he had the most dominant goalie run anybody had ever seen. But I'll be tuned in. Sean.
Yeah.
All 3 periods, as we call them in hockey.
Yeah. Do we hate Vegas to the point now that we're definitely rooting for Florida, or do we not care? Pepe, where you at?
Go Panthers. I got Panthers in 6. It's a team of destiny. Screw Vegas.
Wow.
Whoa.
They broke my heart.
The Stars broke your heart.
Yeah, the Stars broke your heart, man. I mean, I don't care who wins this one. I have a hard time. The Panthers have do you really want to reward Panther fans with a championship? I mean, they have no fan base. You really want to do that?
I don't. I'd love to see South Florida lose both these titles.
We're about to be joined by our new enemy, Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, former Cowboy, with a troll job of Mike McCarthy pandering to the filthy fans. He heard us call him out yesterday, and he's going to join us next as a BetQL Insider Calls are brought to you by BetQL. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Listen to us eviscerate Ross Tucker to defend our boy Mike McCarthy, and our final Aerosmith concert ticket giveaway of the week next.
But let's get you all over to the
Night with the first of 3 against Seattle. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is the Expressway. We're commercial free for the next 40 minutes, and we may need all of it for the thrashing that we are about to give our former friend Ross Tucker, who is a member of the 33rd team, Mike Tannenbaum's website, former NFL player. He's got a lot of things going on. Odyssey Sports, CBS Sports, Westwood One, Eagles pregame, and we were reacting to his NFL head coach rankings that Clarence Hill also called out in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and we thought that Mike McCarthy was comically disrespected. It was Andy Reid in order. Andy Reid, Bill Belichick, Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton, Nick Sirianni, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Brian Daboll, Pete Carroll, Doug Peterson, John Harbaugh, Zach Taylor, Mike Vrabel, Mike McDaniel, Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell, Matt LaFleur, Arthur Smith, Ron Rivera, Brandon Staley, and coming off back-to-back 12-5 seasons with a title, Mike McCarthy at 21. Sean McDermott, 22.
You know what this is? This is a classic example of Mike took a job with high expectations, and that's it. You get high expectations and you win 12 games, and you're going to get docked for a guy in Arthur Smith who had no expectations and won like 6 games, and he's a god. That's what it is.
We were crushing Ross yesterday.
As he deserves.
He deserves it. He's like, you got my number. Hit me up. And we did. And on the line is Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. What are you doing, man?
Well, first of all, did you just say that Mike McCarthy had back-to-back 12-win seasons with a title?
No.
What title are you talking about?
Coaching career in Green Bay. He has a title. A title-winning coach.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So you're telling me, you're remembering the one season out of the 13 when he had a top 5 quarterback in Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, that he actually got to the Super Bowl.
You're doing the same with Sean Payton at 4.
Sean Payton.
You're doing the same with Sean Payton at 4.
I think that the Packers teams that he coached had more talent than the Saints teams. I think Favre and Aaron Rodgers were better than Breeze. And also, the Saints went to 2 Super Bowls. I don't care what anybody says about the Rams going with Jared Goff. That Super Bowl appearance was robbed from the Saints. You guys, everybody with a brain knows that the Saints were going to the Super Bowl, which were not for the worst call in the history of the NFL playoffs.
So we're giving him that Super Bowl that he didn't go to.
I am saying that the Saints that year made a Super Bowl appearance. I'm not saying they won. I'm not saying they beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I am saying the Saints won that game and went to the Super Bowl. Yes, in my world. Listen, first of all, since when are you guys the little defensive? Oh, somebody's saying something bad about my team. Since when is that how you guys roll?
We don't care if someone says something bad, but when you're really, really disrespectful and
where do you think McCarthy should be?
14,
32.
How can he be behind Ron Rivera? How can he be behind Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell,
Arthur Smith?
Kevin O'Connell won 13 games last year.
And arguably the flukiest. Why are they dismantling their team? Why are they breaking it up? You know it was a fluke season.
Hold on a second. They won every close game. Do you think if Mike McCarthy was the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings last year, that they would have won 13 games and all those close games? No, you don't think that. You know they wouldn't have. So O'Connell's
he
only
lost
coached
to Daniel
1 year.
Jones in a playoff game at home.
Which is why Brian Daboll's 8. Do you think Mike McCarthy, if he were the coach of the Giants last year, would have gotten the Giants into the playoff and won a road playoff game? No chance.
Do you know who Cooper Rush is? Did you forget Cooper Rush?
That's the best thing McCarthy has going for him. The most impressive thing to me that he's done as a coach is winning the games with the backup quarterbacks. That's the most. But by the way, even the 12 wins the last couple of years, it's mainly Kellen Moore and Dan Quinn. I mean, do you know the Cowboys? We talked about this on the Fantasy Feast podcast this week, which, by the way, everybody should subscribe and listen to.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know the Cowboys the last 4 years are second in the NFL in yards and points? And that includes the times that Dak has gotten hurt and Andy Dalton was out there, or Cooper Rush, or your boy DiNucci. Second in the NFL behind the Chiefs in both points and yards. Good thing you guys fired Kellen Moore. Good thing you guys got rid of that guy.
And McCarthy gets no credit for being a great head coach. Hands off, let Kellen do his thing.
Listen, in all sincerity, if you guys go through that list, I think all the way until like Saleh at 25, I would describe those guys as good coaches. Like, the Bills fans are destroying me. That's my favorite team I played for was the Bills.
As they should.
And they're killing me for having McDermott at 22.
How is McDermott at 22?
I'll tell you how. Who are the three best quarterbacks in the NFL right now?
Mahomes, Allen,
Burrow.
Okay, all right. So Mahomes has started for 6 years. They've gone to the AFC Championship game all 6 years. They've gone to 3 Super Bowls. They've won 2 of them. Joe Burrow has been healthy for 2 years. They've gone to 2 conference championship games and 1 Super Bowl. Josh Allen's been the starting quarterback for the Buffalo Bills for 5 years. They've gone to 1 conference championship game. 1. And then how about this? Remember that? Let's talk about the playoffs with the Buffalo Bills. No. 2019, they're up by 18 points in the wild card game against the Houston Texans. They blow it. 2020, they go to Kansas City in the conference championship game. They had as much talent as the Chiefs that year. They get blown out of the water, not even close. The real kicker is 2021. They're winning the game with 13 seconds left. McDermott doesn't call a squib kick. He calls a touchback, kicks in the end zone. You call a squib kick to run some time off the clock. He blew it against the Chiefs in 21. And then, guys, I broadcast both of their 22 playoff games.
Well,
they barely beat Skylar Thompson, the Dolphins, 34-31. Skylar Thompson in Buffalo. And then I was on the sideline the next week when they played the Bengals. They got thoroughly outcoached. Joe Burrow knew where to go with the ball before he got the ball every snap. Josh Allen standing back there. It's in Buffalo, in the snow, in a playoff game, and they get annihilated. Look, coaching is doing what you have with the players you were given. Do I think Mike McCarthy would have won 7 games the last 2 years as the head coach of the Falcons each year? No, I don't. I think Arthur Smith would have won 12 games as the coach of the Cowboys the last 2 years? Yeah, I do. So that's why Arthur Smith is ranked ahead of McCarthy.
We're talking with Ross.
These are win totals. Look at what these teams are supposed to win and what the coaches does on top of that.
We're talking with Ross Tucker here. Ross, first off, I just wanted to say I thought your ranking of McCarthy was fantastic.
God,
really spot on job there.
You're terrible.
Listen to me. By the way, he's a good coach.
Oh.
And you could put him at 16 or 18. Does it really make a difference? The point is he's not like a top 10, top 15 coach.
So
13 years he had a top 5 quarterback in Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and they went to 1 Super Bowl. 13. Brady goes every year. It's unbelievable.
Sean Payton did too, man. Breeze was top 5 in the league his entire time there until maybe like last year.
You know what's interesting about that?
That they're identical?
No. Well, first of all, I think Peyton went to 2 Super Bowls. We already talked about that part of it. But secondly,
was that the conference title game, by the way?
Against the Rams, yeah.
Yes, it was. Secondly, though, it's fair or not, I give Peyton more credit for how good Drew Brees became in that offense because I saw Drew Brees with the Chargers. Drew Brees was way better with Peyton in New Orleans than he was with what we saw when he was with the Chargers. Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers, when he was with McCarthy, was really, really good, obviously. But then McCarthy leaves and the guy wins back-to-back MVPs. It's not a great look for McCarthy that Rodgers had a total renaissance after he left.
So, Ross, when you look at you have Nick Sirianni, number 5, and McCarthy, 21. And I agree, I'm not the biggest McCarthy fan at all. But last year, Cowboys went 12-5. You think he did limited work with what he was dealt. So given that they were pretty close to the Eagles in record and point differential, but they had a top 5 coach and the Cowboys had a 21, does that mean that coaching was the difference and the Cowboys actually have a better team than the Eagles?
So, well, first of all, Sean and RJ will tell you I only have Sirianni 5 because I'm a homer.
Pandering. You're pandering. You're pandering.
Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, but you had Gannon and Steichen at the bottom of the list, so.
No, but that's because they haven't coached yet. I had the 3 first-time guys. I just put the last 3 spots because how do you judge a guy that hasn't coached yet? I judged every guy by what they've done with what they've had for how long they've done it. People forget, guys. Sirianni, okay, 2020, the Eagles won 4 games. And the owner fires Doug Peterson and comes out and says it's going to be a transition year. I mean, that's as close to an owner saying like a rebuild as anybody will say. They trade Wentz. They take $30 million of dead cap money, and they made the playoffs. And by the way, Hurts didn't even play that well at all. And midway through the year, they decided to just run Hurts. Nobody thought the Eagles were going to make the playoffs in 21. He actually did a better coaching job in 21 probably than he did this past year. This past year, the Eagles were loaded. But remember this, okay? Nobody said they were loaded before the year. When we talked last year, the Eagles' season win total was 9.5. So it's easy to look back on it now and say, oh, I could have coached that team with that roster. Nobody was saying that before the year. They were saying, oh, Jalen Hurts isn't that good. Eagles' season win total is 9.5. You could honestly do those rankings. Just look at what their season win total was before the year, and that's what that's the consensus of what people thought they would win and what they ended up actually doing. 2 years, Sirianni, very, very impressive. Now, they lost both coordinators, so we'll see. I mean, these rankings will change a decent amount next year as we have a whole other year to judge these guys. The other thing I would tell you guys, there's not as much of a difference. Like, I know the way it works, right? Like 21, oh my gosh. There's actually not as much of a difference between like the guy at 12 and the guy at 20. Like they're all pretty. It's the same thing where you talk about like talk about the quarterbacks in the AFC, right? Like if you actually rank the quarterbacks in the AFC, like Dolphins fans will go nuts because you'll say Tua is like the 7th or 8th best quarterback. Like what? Tua 7th or 8th? He could have been MVP. Like, yeah, but then you're like, okay, bro, we'll let Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen and Burrow and Herbert. Like you start actually counting the guys, and Tua's not that high.
Oh, so your spin on it is we're just in an elite coaching
Right.
league.
It's just never been better.
It's not like telling a girl you're kind of ugly, but hey, everyone else in the room is ugly too.
I honestly think that like even like 23, I think is Stefanski. I mean, that guy won a road playoff game with Baker Mayfield as the coach of the Browns. You know what I mean? Like I think Frank Reich at 20. I don't think Frank Reich's a terrible coach. Saleh is 25. He might actually be pretty good. We'll find out this year. The only guys I don't think are very good are like Todd Bowles, McDaniels. I mean, all these other guys. Like I would look. If you're a bad coach, you probably got fired already, right? Like there aren't that many guys I think are bad coaches because if you're bad, you're not. You don't have a job anymore.
Man, they are our fan text is chanting "Toss the Ross," like get you out of here.
Toss the Ross.
That's what they want. So this is fascinating to me. So have you brainwashed your listeners? Like, so they all think Kellen Moore was the problem, and that McCarthy's like some great coach.
No,
have you guys watched the playoff games the last couple of years? Like, did you guys watch the game 2 years ago against the Niners, Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners, or the playoff game this year, Brock Purdy and the Niners? Like, McCarthy's such a genius that you guys can't beat Jimmy G.
Yeah, because our quarterback is limited.
Yeah,
it's a quarterback problem.
He sure as heck can't be ahead of Kyle Shanahan. Agreed?
No, I wouldn't put him ahead of Kyle Shanahan.
No. Exactly.
But like, yeah, look,
give me more guys you think he's better than. No chance he wins that many games in Minnesota, so he can't be ahead of O'Connell. No chance he wins that many games in Atlanta, so he can't be ahead of Arthur Smith.
Ross, if you're judging it by 1 year, like you're doing Arthur Smith and the rest of these guys, then how's Belichick at 2? When are you going to start dropping Bill?
We can't without Tom.
I thought very hard.
Yeah.
I thought very hard about Belichick being lower than that. What I decided is I think Belichick is still an awesome coach. I think he's a really bad GM. Like, they just don't have any talent. Like, watch. I mean, the Patriots have the least talent in the AFC. Belichick, the GM, is screwing Belichick, the coach. Belichick, the coach, is one of the 9 head coaches I had. And let me just tell you, he's a really good coach. Like, really good coach. But they have the – right now, they're going to get last in the AFC East. They have by far the worst players in that division. It's bananas.
Ross Tucker joining us on the home of the Cowboys here on 105.3.
I convinced everybody, by the way. Like, you guys ripped me yesterday, and now you should never have brought me on the show. Like, everybody driving in their car in the Metroplex is like, you know what? He's right. Just like he was right about Micah Parsons, just like he was right about everything else. Why do we even listen to Sean RJ? Why don't they just hire this guy to call in from Pennsylvania for 4 hours every day so we can actually hear the right stuff?
I liked your points, Ross. I thought they were
you.
great points, and I think you've nailed it on McCarthy.
I agree with you about Kellen Moore. We love to scapegoat people here in town. Like
It's exactly what you guys did. It's exactly what the organization did.
They did it with Garrett. They did it with Linehan. They do it all the time.
You guys think you're going to have a better offense this year? You're going to regret it. And by the way, wait till you see how much better the Chargers' offense is. You guys ran him out of town. Who led that charge, by the way? Was it the midday guys?
I mean, it was the head coach.
No, because you guys started to get that going in the media.
Oh, no, the whole city hated Kellen Moore. And we were kind of saying, guys, on paper, it's pretty damn impressive, pretty damn good. But the whole city.
How many games did Dak miss? And they still were second in yards and second in points over the last 4 years. Do you know how good that is? To behind only the Chiefs? You ever heard of them? They're pretty good. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, they go to the Super Bowl every year.
All right, I think that's enough. I think we had it out. I respect you for taking the phone call and agreeing to come on, and I can't wait to revisit this in a year.
By the way, 2 quick things before I forget. Number one, just posted, check out Ross Tucker Pod on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I'll retweet it, but I just posted an epic story of when Parcells cut me.
Oh.
And then also make sure you listen to Ross Tucker Podcast. Like, everybody driving right now, if you want to get the right answers and you want to know what's going on in the NFL, make sure you download and listen to Ross Tucker Podcast
You were
every day.
so likable before today. You're so likable. But I'm sure you're loved in Philly, and that's what matters.
What did I say that's unlikable?
Everything.
He's a good coach. He's a fine football coach. It's so funny that you guys are at the stage now where, like, you're so happy about 12-win seasons. You're so happy about never going to even a conference championship game. What happened to the Cowboys that would go to the conference championship game every year with Landry and Jimmy Johnson and Switzer? What happened to the Cowboys that went to Super Bowls? You guys are like Cleveland now. You guys have lowered your expectations that you pat yourself and your coach on the back because you have a nice regular season. What's gotten into you Cowboys people?
Our standard is so high, we kick Kellen Moore out of town with the number 2 offense. That's how high our standard is.
So low, you think McCarthy's some, like, great coach.
No, just not 21. Just not 21.
15.
Okay, Grady, 17. Okay, I'll change it just for you. I'll put him ahead of Ron Rivera and Staley. He's 19.
Yeah, why is Ron Rivera better? Why is Ron Rivera?
America, when he renounced the kingdom of Bamunda or whatever, I am renouncing that McCarthy is 21. McCarthy is now 19. He's ahead of Rivera and Staley. I hope all of you guys can sleep better tonight.
Get him off. Get out. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Hang up on him. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. So there it is. Way to defend. Way to be on the team, Bobby. Way to be on our side.
I mean,
backstabber.
Look, we get told frequently we're all hat wearing, beard wearing guys. I'm trying to show them that we're our own individual people, and that, look, I don't think he's necessarily wrong to have Mike McCarthy outside the top 10, but I mean, I do think there's kind of like a a collection of guys squished together there around.
There's a lot
52.
of guys.
I don't think you can have Arthur Smith above Mike McCarthy. That's the one that
Well,
I
the
think.
Sean McDermott thing is really
insulting,
insulting.
too, yeah.
It's more insulting than the McCarthy thing.
He's mad that he left Philly. He's mad Sean McDermott just left Philly and that he's still bitter about that.
Yeah. So what's interesting is to see if the Tolos actually agree or disagree more with Ross, or is it split?
Let's see.
Fantex was lighting Ross up pretty hard.
Ross is the man. He's a clown. Ass Tucker. Ross is a jack wagon. Get him off the air. He owned you guys. Yeah, I love that. You're not right. You're an idiot. That's the Ross.
Never thought I'd hear a bigger troll than Bobby, but this Ross Tucker guy.
Toss the Ross. I like that one.
Oleg tweeted me. McCarthy does not call defense. He does not call the offense. He does not pick the players. He is yet to sniff the NFC Championship game. So yes, he is not a top 20 coach.
Well, he said the same thing to me. And I'll ask him. Who cares?
Why didn't he just tag both of us?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if he picks. Not all coaches have to call plays or run the defense or be. That's the point. Does your CEO do your accounting?
No credit for delegation.
Right.
Is delegation a word?
Yes.
No credit for delegating.
That's the whole point of being the boss, to delegate responsibility. Yeah. Does your CEO, your company, sell?
With McCarthy, we call it laziness.
Right. Because you know why?
Brian brought us? Oh.
No. The reason people give credit to people they like, and they don't give credit to people they don't like of the same thing. So Sean Payton gets credit for Drew Brees, but Mike McCarthy gets no credit for Aaron Rodgers. Even though Drew Brees already was AP, I think he was like 5th at AP Player of the Year, his 3rd year in the NFL in San Diego. He was 11-5 that year. He had a winning record the next year as his arm was falling off with complete shoulder reconstruction. But Sean Payton gets full credit for Drew Brees. Mike gets no credit for, Jason Garrett gets no credit for Dak Prescott. Gets no credit for anything that he helped with Tony Romo. None. But Sean Payton gets all the credit for Drew Brees.
We have our final Aerosmith concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On. Leave it on right now. Let's clear out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
All right, my junk drawer is, we're going to go around the room with the leftover stories we just didn't get to, but you think we still need to discuss before the weekend. And mine is the inside dirt on Shannon Sharpe leaving Skip Bayless.
Ooh.
And this comes from frontofficesports.com. And Choppy, I know you have some more insight. And this might take up the whole thing. Sorry, guys. The pending departure of Shannon Sharpe poses a major problem for Fox Sports. Namely, few people want to work with Skip Bayless. And Bayless has limitations on a new partner. This is inside the chaotic situation. The 71-year-old shock jock, Skip, micromanages all aspects of his show. He rightly considers himself the godfather of Embrace Debate. He's never really gotten along with his debate partners except for Stephen A. Smith. Quote from a source, nothing happens on that show without Skip. They chose Skip over everything else. You can't tweet about him. As I've told you, I knew had to be a policy when we had David Hellman on. You can't tweet about him. You can't talk about him. Nothing. Or they call you into the office. On that show, he makes all the calls, even when he's off. He's still expected to have the final say on Sharpe's replacement. You're also not supposed to overshadow the prickly Bayless. Quote, Skip is not going to hire anyone who challenges him, and he's going to make the hire. Here's the kicker. You have to be willing to work with him. You have to be willing to put up with some S. He has to approve of you, and you have to get up at 3:30 in the morning. Marcus Wiley used to be on that network, said Shannon's growing popularity threatened Bayless, especially his podcast, Club Shay Shay, 1.18 million subscribers, and Marcellus. Did I say Marcus?
You did.
Marcellus Wiley, correct me. I think this is a case of the classic never outshine the quote-unquote master. And then Shannon started liking tweets yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he did.
There was a tweet saying Skip was jealous of Shannon's outside success. Shannon liked it. He also liked another tweet saying FS1 keeping Bayless and losing the moderator, Jenny Taft, was the equivalent of a music promoter keeping Weird Al but getting rid of Lady Gaga and James Brown.
Yeah.
Put your glasses back on. Put your glasses back on.
He liked it, and then I think there was a tweet calling Skip a piece of S, and Shannon liked that too.
Yeah, and then it said the relationship got progressively worse over the 2-3 years. Skip fought for him to be on the show. I feel like Skip couldn't handle Shannon succeeding without him, and that's when Skip was taking shots on air. Look, I mean, this is Skip is he is a pain in the butt. Has to be to work with. They do the show at LA, right? They're LA. Why else did they get up at 3:30 in the morning?
Yes,
Makes no sense, right?
Yeah.
It has to be LA. Yeah, this is it's a win for Shannon publicly. Everyone's kind of feeling bad for him, thinking he did the right thing, sticking it to Skip Bayless. Now Shannon's they did say that, he did not seek to be the unquestioned leader on the show, but he wanted an equal
amount of
input with Bayless on topic selection. And he also what also bled over is that he's close with LeBron, and Skip is the biggest LeBron hater there is, and it's been very difficult on Shannon to have to kind of marry the two, where he's got to do a show with a guy who's killing a good friend of his, and having that good friend who listens to everything, mind you, chirping in his ear. That can't be easy either. Look, I mean, I get it from Shannon's perspective, but you just somebody has to break the ties.
Yeah.
In topic selection, somebody has to break the tie. Which maybe in that case, I don't know. Most shows have producers on TV.
And then there were people saying, "Wait, Jenny, what was that all about?"
Oh yeah.
And we got the old clip where Skip decided that females really shouldn't have an opinion.
Speech was the most inspiring, but criticizing his appearance, I don't know if I think that is a fair shot for Mike McCarthy. I'm going to leave it at that. Chris Broussard.
Thanks, Jenny. I appreciate that.
I don't think it is a fair shot.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's a fair shot.
Is
either.
everyone
That's
who's
my
a
opinion.
good coach
Yeah.
as fit as you, Skip? I don't think that's a fair shot whatsoever.
I wouldn't want. I said it was a personal preference,
I've
and I
actually
wouldn't
had
want him
plenty
to
of
be my
coaches
head coach.
that have not had the
Yeah.
perfect ideal physique, including my college coach. So I don't think that's a fair shot.
Okay.
And I'm allowed to have an opinion,
Yep.
Skip. I am allowed to say whatever I want to say on this show, as you do too.
We're a
Chris
team.
Broussard will join us and he will react to Westbrook's comment, and maybe I have more to say next.
Yes.
Wow.
No time for jokes, Batgirl.
He's just a.
I really would love to. I would pay to watch him strangled. I really would. I would pay a pay-per-view price to watch him. He is the most despised. When he goes off the air, I don't know what I'll do. I'll be so happy. He is such a toxic poison to everything that we've done. He'll get credit for it. He makes $6 million a year. I have no respect for the FS1 executives whatsoever. They're almost just as bad. And it's not like paying off with ratings or anything. That's what I don't understand. Why do you keep giving this freaking rat weasel this much power?
They don't care about the ratings. They care about the clicks. Clicks are ratings in 2023. They don't care about that. They want the news. They want to get. They want this.
I want to know,
we are giving them what they want.
Have they gotten their money's worth?
Absolutely.
Out of hiring Skip and giving him that contract.
I mean, the fact that they're still bending over backwards to do everything he wants says they think they are. So without being able to see whatever ad revenue they generate from him, what sort of, I would guess this just comes down to a dollars and cents thing. Whatever ad revenue they think he brings into them versus what they're spending and the headaches they have to put up with is equaling to they are going to let him do anything he wants. I have zero sympathy for Shannon Sharp. None.
Why?
Because the guy walked into a relationship with a well-known snake, and then he's stunned. He's a snake.
He's not stunned. He stayed there for a while, and you got
out.
That was a tremendous job and spot to take.
No doubt.
I mean, he couldn't have known everything about it. Darren Woodson got fooled. I never let Darren Woodson forget it to this day. Every time I see Darren, I go, I can't believe you told me you thought Bayless was legit and real. I can't believe it. Anytime. That's all I remember about Darren Woodson now. Besides, he's an angel, $1 billion smile, and I'm like, you got fooled? And he's like, yeah, maybe I did.
It's when Skip
because
retires,
everyone says he really believes it. He really believes everything he says. I even think Hellman said that.
I mean, look, when he retires and he comes out with his tell-all book, and we find out that it's all an act, Like not the hot takes. All right, you could debate whether those are real or not. But his like what he did with Jenny there, like that was all an act, and he's not really a jerk. That's gonna ruin my day. It really is gonna ruin my day.
No, he really is. Like
I think that was like
he was seething. That was remember who's in charge.
Remember your place.
Yeah, absolutely. He was absolutely serious. And we've seen more than enough of this. The DeMar Hamlin stuff, the way he talked about that, the way he talked about Dak's depression, that was awful. I mean, he just routinely is terrible.
Imagine what a piece of crap you have to be to get off. He does. He gets off on like having people talk about him like this. This is what, you're rich beyond your wildest dreams, but like people despise you and think you're a piece of garbage. And what a sick F you have to be. I love when Mike Fisher just goes on the Bayless rants. I really do. How twisted you have to be to take pleasure in people talking about you like this. All right, let's pick one final story for the junk drawer before the giveaway.
All right, do you want naked license or school talk?
Let's go naked license.
Okay. This is a thing that is happening right now. It's a new popular thing amongst the new young drivers out there. So apparently in some states, you can send in your driver's license photo. You can take it at home and then send it in. Well, people are sending in naked photos of themselves. They're naked. They're shirtless. They're just sending in naked driver's license photos, and that's the new thing. Like now they may not be full on.
Why?
Because they can. I get because they can because they want to be funny. Because it's like, oh, look at my driver's license, officer. It's got my thing on it. Look at that. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah.
And girls do this too, right? It's not just guys.
It's
settle down.
Settle down, Nibble.
Come on now. Don't go work for the DMV.
I always want to be a cop.
What a Peyton
leaves for the DMV.
It's like what? You mean like District of Columbia in Virginia? No, the DMV.
So
not D.C., Maryland, Virginia.
Georgia's Department of Driver Services sent this tweet out. Attention, lovely people of the digital era. Please take pictures with your clothes on when submitting them for your digital driver's license and IDs. Raise our virtual glasses and toast to the future. And they've got a photo of a guy with his hands up. Like, I didn't do this. I'm just sitting there. But shirts are nice. They want shirts for selfies, according to the Driver's License Bureau there. They feel like however you would dress when you go to Walmart is how you should dress for your driver's license photo.
So who is it at the station that is most likely to take a shirtless driver's license photo, and why is it Chris Arnold?
100% Chris. 100% Chris. Probably because he's the leanest one of the bunch.
Yeah, that's right.
I could see you taking a shirtless driver's license photo.
Or Chiafalo. Man, Will Rigdon just put out a Got Milk with Chiafalo on this on Twitter. I just retweeted it. It is it's fantastic.
Oh my God.
With a milk mustache.
Oh baby.
Milk mustache.
Still a better mustache than Peyton.
Whoa!
Screw you, Bobby.
Praise.
Let's hook up the Tolos, and RJ says it's time for the Rangers to sell out next.
That's your cue.
You're gonna give him the read? You're gonna tell him?
My mic was off. Sorry, I was prepping back here. Tolos caller number 10 right now at 877.
Put down your DMV application.
881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Aerosmith, the Rock Royalty, along with special guests. The Black Crowes are teaming up to rock out the American Airlines Center on November 7th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station and your home. I know Jared Sandler's listening, so he wants me to say this seductively. Your home of the first place Texas Rangers.
That's a very true statement.
105.3 The Fan. Bobby, that's a nice hat
Bruce?
as well.
Thank you. It's 1053thefan.com/merch, I believe is what it is. You can go in there and get one of these hats. They were giving them out yesterday at the owner's box.
And merch, of course, is short for merchandise. That's cool.
Thank you, 116. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
You felt the need to...
Well, I just wanted to clarify. You never know. We don't know if people
Houston, we have liftoff.
You know, you can say merch, but I can't say totes. So...
Well, it's the name of the website.
I know, but people, I'm just joking.
Okay. So you had everything should be abbreviated or just spelled out. Okay, I got it.
I'm a big abbrev guy.
Oh,
dear Lord.
We know. Okay. Rangers
I made Ryan chuckle. That's cool.
Rangers are back in action. Now his head is in his hands. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Rangers are back in action tonight against the Seattle Mariners. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. And yesterday you were getting a little greedy.
Yeah.
You were trying to think of how to go and secure this playoff berth and maybe even more.
Yes. Jeff Passan had an article about, basically the upcoming trade deadline, which is not really upcoming. It's like 3 months away still, but whatever. But keep an eye on the Cleveland Guardians before July 1st. They need to figure out if they can actually hit the baseball. And then they need to figure out whether Shane Bieber is going to bring them more at the deadline or more in the winter when they do finally unload him. 3 general managers said they believe that Bieber will be dealt before the August 1st trade deadline. It's usually July 31, but it's moved to August 1st. But I got to thinking, the old phrase, the old saying, strike when the iron's hot. The iron's hot right now. If you want to go for it, all right, if you do want to go for it, this is a guy. This is a former Cy Young Award winner. He was in 2020 in the COVID year. He had an ERA of 1.63. All right. Do you have any idea how imposing? Now it's going to cost you. Okay, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you prospects, and it's going to cost you a financial commitment of big time dollars moving forward. If you want to play in the deep end of the pool, you're going to have to commit big time dollars beyond just back-to-back off seasons. This is going to have to be the team. If you want to compete with the Dodgers or the Mets or the Yankees or Houston. Now, Houston hasn't done this necessarily yet, but those other teams, they basically are offloading big-time contracts, basically 3 out of every 4 years, right? The Dodgers took a step back this year, but that's every speculation is they're going for Shohei, and they're going to shell out $600 million, right?
Wow.
So the Dodgers let Trey Turner go, and they took a little bit of a step back here. Well, now, if you want to play in this side of the pool, why my voice cracked? Oh, man. It's that puberty thing. It's kind of cool. You go get yourself Shane Bieber. Could you imagine you going into a playoff series as
him replacing DeGrom? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I know, right? But let's say you're Houston. Let's say you're Tampa. Let's say you're New York. Let's say you're Baltimore. And now those teams have, they got good staffs. Not maybe Baltimore doesn't, but the other teams have good staffs. Could you imagine, though, how demoralizing it would be for the offense to say, all right, we're going to have DeGrom game 1, then we're going to have Shane Bieber in game 2, and then our 3 is not nearly as good as Nate Eovaldi, who's got Cy Young stuff. Ooh. And then, let's see, you got maybe Martin Perez, maybe it's John Gray, maybe they just do 3 innings of each of the other guys. It's demoralizing. And this would absolutely be a go-for-it move. They would be selling out to win because you are going to have to pay him eventually. He's going to get a big-time contract, and you're not going to sell,
This is just speculating.
It's just speculating.
And regulating.
And it may be reckless.
Would you rather sell out for that or 2 bullpen pieces like the year we went and got Koji and Tolo Mike Adams?
Oh, I mean, look, are you asking me if I would rather have Shane Bieber or 2 bullpen guys? I'd rather have Shane Bieber.
Well, cost-wise, too. I mean, you're not going to give up the same amount.
You're probably not. Although teams do kind of hold you ransom for bullpen help.
Sandler is lighting me up with numbers. I want to see what you think.
Okay.
Because you're a numbers guy. Worst FIP of his career
Yes.
by a long shot.
Absolutely.
Worst ERA since his rookie season. Now, look, I mean, a 3.72. And that's still not bad, is it?
No, but he got blowed up last week against Baltimore. He gave up 7 earned in 4 innings.
One of the worst K rates among starting pitchers. Lowest fastball velo in his career. Lowest ground ball percentage since his second season. If he isn't going to throw hard and strike guys out, he needs to be a ground ball guy with a sinker. Highest batting average against since his rookie year. He strikes out fewer guys per 9 than Martin Perez.
You know what this tells me?
That you were wrong?
No, absolutely not. Those are cute numbers, and I'm glad that young Jared went through all that.
Those are deeper than the counting numbers.
I'm much more interested in the 5 years of his career than the 60 days.
Yeah.
It could be an injury. It could be a mechanical issue. It could be a number of things as to why he's doing that. So I'll take the first 5 years. Now, if he was 34 years old, then I would say, okay, maybe he's just getting old. The guy's 28.
28.
This could be something as a he needs to take a good quick DL or IL stint, whatever they call it now. Go on the injured list. Do that. Mechanical issue, whatever it may be. I don't see. Also, this tells me you could buy low.
Yeah. There's a reason he would be available in addition to Cleveland's season.
Right. If all of his numbers are bad, then you can buy low. I'm sorry. I'm not going to write off Shane Bieber after 7 starts or 12 starts, whatever it is. I'm not going to write him off yet.
I mean, I'd much rather. The investment is not going to be nearly as much. You're still probably going to have to give up some decent capital, but I'd much rather go get Aroldis Chapman or somebody like that. The problem is not starting pitching.
Quits on his team.
I'm just this team's problem is not starting.
Bobby
pitching.
supports domestic violence.
Yeah.
Is that what we're
What,
getting
you
from
joke?
this?
You want a guy just, maybe he'll move into your neighborhood and he'll just unload 8 gunshots into the garage.
Well, Aroldis, all you need is 9911. No, I think that they need.
Did you just give out the codes?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
First I thought I thought it was a 911 reference, and then I'm like, I think that was the code.
So look, I think Chapman. This is the time of year before the trade deadline. I think you go look at. Let's investigate who's out of it, right? So you go, all right, Kansas City, Washington, Oakland. Let's start calling these teams that they are already out of it here on June 2nd and find out if there's any bullpen help we can get from them. Because they're likely just looking to sell off in general. You're not going to be held to the same sort of, I don't think, price increase that can happen when you're trying to make a trade this early in the year because people don't want to give up capital. When those teams are as bad as they are, I think they're more likely to sell off. So go look for Chapman. Look at Hunter Harvey, whoever.
If you want to make a deal, you want to trade for Bieber, like I do, and you want a bullpen guy, why don't you double up, try to get Bieber and Clase?
Sure.
But you're going to up the ante.
It's good tequila.
I mean, I'm less for all the reasons that Jared pointed out. I mean, the strikeouts to walk is half of what it's been his entire career.
Okay, so what is that? It has to tell you there's something wrong, and it's not something that I'm going to shy away from.
Right, but if fastball velocity is down,
could be an injury.
So you want to trade for an injured pitcher?
We signed an injured pitcher for 5 years, $185 million.
and you vehemently opposed it.
Okay, so you know what? The precedent's already been set. I don't make the rules.
Yeah, what was his fastball velocity before this year?
I'll tell you right now.
And
Let me look him up.
And if it's really, really high, I agree with Choppy. I'm not going to think that you're all of a sudden getting
something's
ready.
wrong. Mechanical, little bit of an injury, whatever. Something's wrong.
I mean, he's been filthy. But look, I don't care what side you're on. I don't care whether you prefer a starter or bullpen help. Isn't it nice and fun to have these freaking conversations? Isn't it nice versus do we have to get rid of Joey Gallo or Odor for the future for prospects we'll never hear from again? What are the numbers?
In 2020,
it's steady decline.
In 2020, it was 94. 2020 was 93, and then last year was 91.
Ooh.
And this year it's 91.
Ooh.
So I mean, it's 2 miles down from 2 years ago. It's 3 miles down from 2020.
That's not good.
But 2020 was also his peak. In 2019, it was 93, 92. In 2018, it was 90, 92, 93.
The exit velocity is also the worst of his career. I mean, people are hitting him hard right now.
Yeah, so there's something wrong. Buy low. high reward.
877-881-1053.
Y'all are wet blankets, man. Sailor, you're wet. Well, yeah, you can't trade him because he has the fastball velocity and the lowest it's ever been, and he's going to hit harder. But forget the first 5 years. I'm going to look at the last 12 games.
Man,
God,
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to drown you.
Just sign Derek Holland. Fix it.
They should have done that too.
The guy who's dominating for York.
He's touching 97.
God,
for the York peppermint patties.
You guys
just crushing it.
You guys have spiked these radar guns, man.
97, baby.
97.
97.
Every week it goes up an MPH.
He's painting 97 on the black. Let's do it.
All right, Bobby. Speaking of pitching, Max Scherzer, he's not happy.
He is. I think we'd agree. Max Scherzer is one of the more throwback, old school type of players.
My favorite pitcher in baseball. By the way, before we leave, Rangers pitching, Tim Collins.
Tim Collins
sent this. Jacob deGrom. Next week, the giveaway is not only Rangers Blue Jays tickets, 4-pack, Expressway, 720 with us. We got a deGrom City Connect bobblehead as well, and a Carbach pregame happy hour. Rangers.com/tickets for more, but we're giving them away. Expressway, Toronto 4-pack, deGrom bobblehead. Maybe the thing will fall off. Who knows?
Stop it.
All right, so Max Scherzer, one of the more classical throwback, old school type of mentalities, I feel like, in Major League Baseball. He also, to me, has always looked like, I don't know if it's the low brim on his hat and the tight fit on his hat. He looks like a pitcher from the 1930s to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he was talking yesterday with media after he had gotten into an intense conversation with the home plate umpire during their 4-2 victory over the Phillies about pitch clock violations. And he was getting very frustrated because he couldn't finish his warm-up pitches before the home plate umpire signal for the start of the inning. And Max Scherzer said, why can't the umpires have discretion in that situation to allow 8 normal warm-up pitches? Why do we have to be so anal about this, to have the clock shoved in everybody's face and try to step out every little second that's going into the game? And he said that the pitch clock has been very frustrating for him. He was one of the ones who was manipulating it early and taking advantage of it, but he's really frustrated by it. And it makes me start wondering. Baseball's always had a very large section of its fan base that thinks like these old school baseball players.
Yeah.
So no matter how much some people may criticize plunking a guy or going after a guy, there's usually somebody in there who goes, yeah, bat flips, that's bad. You've usually got a chorus behind you instead of a solo, like helping back up what they're doing and trying to affect change. I think what's really rubbing these players the wrong way right now is that they don't have any backing from the fan base that they normally do. I think that's something that's
theory.
I think that's
Fans
something
love
that's
it.
equally frustrating is they feel like a fan base that normally had their back when they'd complain about things does not this time.
Right. And when we had Buster on, he was saying the players loved these changes. And
So did Radigan.
And I'm like, are we sure about that? Are we sure the players love the changes?
Right.
I mean, they may like getting the game over with quicker and getting a dinner or going to do whatever, but I don't think in the construct of the game they actually enjoy it. I don't think when a player goes back to his old team that he played for a decade and he gets a standing ovation, he steps out of the box, that he gets an automatic strike call because he's not in there with 8 seconds to go. I don't think the players like that. I don't think they like that very much. I don't think players like a hitter likes getting an automatic strike call when he's out in the box when the pitcher isn't even on the mound.
We have a new bet payoff for your fantasy league. You may be rotting in your bed like me this weekend. And what concert or event would you be willing? Can I say this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
I gave out gate codes yesterday, so I mean,
I have no idea what you're going to say, but sure, why not?
What concert or show would you be willing to go on yourself for next? Dang, man! I really got to start previewing who has the commercials before those teases. Look, it's the same old message every single Friday.
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
What is going to happen to Ja Morant? We'll get back to game one of the finals and Bobby Belt interviewing Zach Wolchuk's new girlfriend. I don't know who the focus should be on. Bobby after the drink intake or Wolchuk's significant other during their NBA Finals watch party last night at the Omni. We'll get to that at 9 o'clock.
I'm just not going to interview people drunk anymore if it's going to turn into Attack Bobby segment.
You know what the other option is?
What's that?
You interview them
before.
Maybe not as drunk.
That doesn't sound like fun.
That's boring content.
Yeah, that doesn't sound as fun. But I mean, look, I was hyper aware of it when I came in here and played the audio for you this morning. I prefaced all of it by saying, yeah, I know I'm gonna sound drunk in this, and yeah, I know I repeat questions, and here.
9 o'clock. So last night before Denver handled Miami, Adam Silver was asked, yo man, we got a bet on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas on the morning show. When are you gonna announce the Ja Morant suspension for Corey Majors to take cream to the face?
So in assessing what discipline is appropriate, if that's the case, we look at both the history of prior acts, but then we look at the individual player's history as well. And so and the seriousness, of course, of the conduct. So those are all things that get factored. It's not an exact science. It comes down to judgment at the end of the day. In terms of the timing, we've uncovered a fair amount of additional information. I think since I was still asked about the situation, I would say we probably could have brought it to a head now, but we made the decision, and I believe the Players Association agrees with us, that it would be unfair to these players and these teams in the middle of this series.
We've uncovered a fair amount. They're not going to do it during the NBA Finals. Sounds like they've decided. What else could they have uncovered? Is there any way that could be good for Morant? And more importantly, is this going to be over or under 16 and a half games? That was the Vegas spread that Corey Majors and myself bet on for that sweaty cupcake over there to get smashed into one of our faces. I could not feel more confident. I feel like this is like 99.8% done.
You are slowly gonna stick that cake right up his nose, right in his face. It can't be a hard throw. It's gonna be very slow.
Cream all up in his face.
I the only concern I would have for you is these leagues' tendencies to like find round numbers. So I would be a little concerned that maybe they'd say 15. Like, oh, we went up. We took it so much more seriously. 15 games. That's where I'd be a little shaky. I might have said it 15 and a half if I was you.
You think, well, I was so confident it would be at least 20. Do you think that it could be 15?
I still say I think it'll be, it's 65 games minimum to qualify for awards. So I think they make him miss at least 18. They basically, with the suspension, will disqualify him from winning awards next year.
I think they will make it at least 20 games. I'm saying 25 to 30.
Okay. I'll take that.
You win.
I'm gonna guess 20. Quarter of the season.
All right. Will Levis has a new bet payoff. We're always trying to think of fantasy team names and fantasy bet payoffs.
Mm-hmm.
What was ours here at the station? Do we have a bet payoff for who lost the fantasy league?
It was 3 people that lost, and we were going to have them go on what was it, some kind of date or something, I think.
They haven't done anything, right?
They haven't done anything. No. Well, and Joey, one guy who lost, is about to be gone, so.
What breaking news on the Fan presented by
Kevin Hagelin has said this many, many, many times.
Oh, he said it on the air?
Yeah, he's already blown it.
Okay, so Joey, his punishment, we're getting rid of him. And
we're relegating him to,
live.
Yeah.
Hockey season's over. We don't need him anymore.
Man, we got to come up with a punishment.
Yep.
We got to come up with that. But Will Levis, maybe we'll do the Will Levis thing.
Yeah. So Will Levis, who has a number of disgusting food habits,
Yeah.
right? He eats the banana with the peel. He puts mayonnaise in his coffee, which I think is a keto thing, right? Like some people put in butter, but I guess he prefers mayonnaise, which is just absolutely disgusting. We've now discovered that he has some homeboys that he plays fantasy football with, and it sounds like they might be enablers and that they help contribute to these sorts of weird things. Because as he told Matthew Berry recently, his punishment for their last place finisher was you had to eat an entire package of 12 uncooked hot dogs.
Oh, no.
I would absolutely get sick.
That's disgusting.
I think that might be doable. 12 is a lot, but I mean the uncooked part. If it was like 3,
I mean, there's no such thing as an uncooked hot dog.
What do you mean?
You know, I think they mean just not like boiled or whatever else. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're like, when you cook them, they don't cook anymore. They're already cooked, right? It's just they're just cold.
Okay.
There's no grill marks. There's no of the taste of the hot, right? That you get on there.
But eating 3 second cooked.
Yeah.
I think you could do that. It's gross. I mean, it's not great. It's
So
like
a dozen
Spam,
of them,
right?
12 of them.
12.
But I'm saying like 3.
And they said, and now here's the other thing. He said he didn't finish in last. One of his buddies did, and he just refused to do it. That right there is grounds for never allowing him back into the friend group to do anything.
We had a guy in our I'm in this one fantasy league. They're insane. They it's like $300 to get in. But they do like a draft order party, and they do like we do some kind of like athletic contest to see who gets the first pick or whatever pick you want. He refused to do the bet payoff last year, so we made him pay our entry fee this year.
Yeah.
So he had to pay. There's 12 people in the league. He had to pay $3,600 to get into his to get out of the last place contest.
That's perfect.
That's good. You stuck to him. You guys save money, all that. But to me personally, if you are bailing on something you agreed to do as a bet payoff, you're never allowed back in to play in any reindeer
So we should
games.
make those 3 guys who finished in last. They got to split a 12-pack. They got to come in here and they got to eat 4 hot dogs apiece.
4 wieners to a man.
4 wieners to them. They got to each take 4 wieners raw and see what happens.
Should we make them do a blind taste test and figure out if it's almond milk or breast milk?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Bring Chiafalo's wife up here.
Or you have 3 cups out. Two of them are almond milk, one's breast milk. And you just make them like blind. One of you is gonna get this, but the fear will hurt all of you.
Yeah.
That is phenomenal.
Who else finished in last? Do we remember?
It was Ruben, Joey, and was it Walchuk?
I think it was Zach.
Was Walchuk? Oh yeah, we got you now.
Perfect. That's good. That's good. Here's what's not good. The links and the extent that people are going to watch Tay-Tay.
It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. At the tea time, everybody agrees.
All right. This is disgusting. So she has had this highly acclaimed Eras tour, which is giving people amnesia.
This is her only good song, by the way.
On this album? On the latest album? Period. Okay.
Yeah.
Period.
So what are these people doing that are going to her concerts? Many concert goers are wearing adult diapers to Taylor Swift concerts of this tour.
Come on.
To avoid having to miss a song to go to the bathroom. This is foul.
You have to do it though. You have to. You can't miss a song.
You have the floor, Peyton.
If you're sitting in the middle of, that's why I will. First off, I don't like going to concerts. If I do, I got to be upper deck, sitting down. I'm not standing in. Is it the pit? Is it the mosh pit?
The mosh pit.
I'm
the
not.
mosh pit.
All right. So if you're standing down there in the middle, how hard is it to go to the bathroom, get a drink, and come back? I don't know. Tell me.
I mean,
And when's the last time you've
lines
been-
are probably difficult. That's probably a big part of it. But what I'm really interested in now is, in the last month, Peyton has told us he's into the baby talk. This morning he told us that he would drink breast milk from the tap, and now he just said he would wear a diaper.
This is weird.
I didn't
when you collectively put all 3 of those together,
Look,
I
when
have questions.
95% of your audience is female, you have to, because the lines would be ridiculous.
Go on. What are you saying? What are you saying there? What do you mean? First of all, 95% of the audience is not female there. Do you think?
What? Taylor Swift?
I bet
I
there's
mean,
a lot of
92 and a half.
Just like the Little Mermaid.
I don't think it's that.
There's a lot of male Swifties.
Yeah.
Look, I think with
how many dads take their daughters? I mean,
7, 8, 9. I mean, usually you go with friends. I think.
What show would you, Peyton, wear an adult diaper for? You could not miss. Like you had to be there for every second.
Oh man,
Molly's Champagne Room show.
Yeah, any gentleman's club probably. I wouldn't be able to go to the bed. I mean, concert-wise, Foreigner easily. Got to be there for Foreigner. Foreigner. I'm not leaving.
It's on brand. Like, look at this. This girl is
kissing up to Tim Collins.
This girl is wearing like a short dress.
Oh my god!
And she's putting the diaper on.
Oh my
god! Like this is like a sexy dress. This is like a dress you wear to Vegas.
How many songs would you miss with the? Y'all tell me with more concert experience. How many songs would you miss on a typical trip to the bathroom?
Ed Sheeran, we missed 2.
2?
When you would go to the bathroom, yeah.
Okay, Ed Sheeran just as packed and crazy.
Ed Sheeran sold out AT&T Stadium.
You also were sitting in seats versus like down there.
Yes, I was not down on the floor, so I don't know what that situation was like. All I'll say is that what this speaks to is flat out like this Swiftie fan base. It's very like cultish.
Yeah,
it's nuts, dude.
Like, look,
Dave Swavey, by the way, Guns N' Hoses, the great Dave Swavey. I would do James Taylor. I would sing every word annoying my. Well, James Taylor fans.
They're in diapers anyway.
James Taylor's in diapers.
You took my insult. Love you, Dave. Love you. He said he would wear the adult diaper for James Taylor.
I think this is just absolutely. I couldn't, man. Like, you know, you're gonna miss. Just go every concert. I don't care how much you like the band. They're gonna have a song that you hate. Go there to that.
Yeah. Or, I mean, like, honestly, generally there's these little intermission points, like between the opener and then the second opener and then the show. Like, just stagger your trips.
Stagger your trips. She also became, Sean, the second richest self-made woman in music. Who did she surpass?
Self-made? What does that mean?
So, like, like, just, it was her music, right? It wasn't, so, like, second richest self-made woman in the music industry history. All right.
Irene Cara.
I don't know who that is.
Flashdance.
Beyonce.
Well, she did pass Beyonce. Beyonce was Taylor Swift was at 740 million net worth now.
Barbara Streisand.
But Beyonce is at 540 million. Beyonce's fourth. Third is
Celine Dion.
No.
Barbara Streisand.
No.
Madonna.
580. Who is she behind?
Reba.
If it's not Beyonce and it's not Madonna, who is she behind?
Mariah Carey. Can you give us an era?
Reba McEntire.
Current era.
Oh.
Current era.
Is it like pop? Like female pop?
Ariana Grande.
No.
Doja Cat.
Give us a line.
That would give it away.
Yeah,
But
I won't
all
get
the money. I'll just say it's Rihanna.
Rihanna. The Beehive? Is that the Hive?
No, that's Beyonce.
Beyonce.
What does Stephen A. call them?
I don't remember what he called. They're just as bad as the
Killer
Swifties.
Bees.
The Killer Bees. So her discography and her beauty makeup company allows her to be the richest self-made woman in music. $1.4 billion. She has nearly doubled Taylor Swift.
Why isn't Trayvon Diggs at practice? A rough day for the tight ends. And why Randall Cobb is now Bobby's favorite receiver after what he said about Dak Prescott. Below the belt after this.
Well, let's get you healthy, boys and girls, over at QC.
great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Am I going to leave my wife for Randall Cobb? Sean Sharif sure seems to think so. We'll tell you why in a second. First off, Cowboys had their second week of OTAs yesterday, and Tyler Smith continues to take every single snap at left tackle. Now, you're happy with this, Sean.
I am happy. Take that, Slater. You and your false reporting. No, she didn't report it.
She didn't.
She thought Tyron was going to be the left tackle, and maybe he still will be, but I'm happy with this.
The fact that Tyler isn't taking any reps at guard, though, would seem to indicate he's playing left tackle, which I think is fascinating because then it asks you then have to ask the question that with Tyron Smith over at right tackle, which is where he's taking all of his snaps right now, rotating a little bit. It's him and Matt Waletzko, the second-year player out of North Dakota State or North Dakota. When you watch that, does that spell that Tyron is holding down that spot the same way that Josh Ball is taking the first team snaps at right guard because Zach Martin's not out there? Is he holding that spot because Terrence Steele's not practicing? Or when Terrence Steele comes back, is Tyron Smith going to stay out there? And is Terrence Steele at that point a backup, or is he playing left guard? That's what we got to figure out right now. As soon as we can see Steele on the field, which I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm sure we'll see him in training camp, but I don't know if we're going to see him before they go to Oxnard.
So now the question is, who's going to be the right tackle?
Who's going to be the right tackle?
And Steele.
And then who, like, if we know who the right tackle is, then we can start asking who the left guard is. But right now, we don't know either. Tyron Smith is the biggest question right now is what is Tyron Smith's role on this offensive line? As soon as we know that, we can start answering other questions. But it leaves a lot up in the air. Probably doesn't leave a lot up in the air to them. I'm sure they know what they're doing. I'm sure they have a plan of what they want to do. We just haven't been tipped off to it yet.
We know anything about this offensive line coach compared to Joe Philbin, who was here?
We know that he's been in the NFL for a very long time. This is his second tour in Dallas. The last time he was here, he worked for Tom Landry. And that should tell you how long he's been in the NFL. His time in Dallas predates Jerry Jones.
I love how you say the word, and you've been saying it in commercial breaks the past few days.
What?
I love how you say the word tour.
Tour?
He really keeps the U in there.
Yeah,
The rest of us
That's very weird.
The rest of, I mean, that's the way it probably should be.
Tour?
Yeah.
Tour. It's a tour.
I mean, I think you're saying it correctly, but you're the only one. I'm tour. The tour.
Tour.
Unless you're like a British golf analyst.
It's very California.
Is that California? That's not southern?
Tour. No.
I would think tour would be a little southern.
In Georgia, okay, it's not the Masters tournament or the tournament. It's the Masters tournament.
I don't like that at
Tournament?
Tournament.
There's no R?
In that part of Georgia. That far east, kind of South Carolina, Charleston-y.
Yeah.
Oh, the Masters tournament. You sound like you got like that Foghorn Leghorn accent.
Yeah, I don't
Tournament.
like I don't like that at all. That's uncomfortable to even
Tour.
hear said. So the tour, I'm going to be interested to see when Steele gets back, where it is that he's lining up. Because right now he's working outside. We can't even see what stances he's working on. If we could see what stances he's working on, that might tell us something as well. Because if we could see he's doing pass sets like a tackle, that would give us some idea. If he's doing footwork and stances more like a guard, then we would go, okay, this is going to be something left guard. Now, what I do think is interesting is with Zach Martin out, with left guard unsettled, the offseason acquisition of Chuma Edoga, he is not getting the first team snaps at left guard. Even with their, even if you want to assume that Terrence Steele is going to eventually play left guard, he is not getting those reps right now. Chuma Edoga is not. Let's go to Matt Farniak. The offensive line yesterday was Tyler Smith at left tackle, Tyron at right tackle. The guards were Matt Farniak and Josh Ball, and then the center was Tyler Biadasz. But a lot of rotation. Every single last one of those guys from left guard to right tackle were rotating out, including Tyler Biadasz. Mm-hmm. The only guy who was not rotating out of the first team is Tyler Smith. That is the most ironclad spot that we've seen at this point, which would seem to say Tyler Smith is going to be your left tackle. Now, yesterday, a lot of frustrations, I think, with the tight end room for a lot of different reasons. So you remember we said last week, Luke Schoonmaker, the rookie second-round pick from Michigan, was the only rookie working with the veteran side of the field. He was working with the first team and getting a lot of reps there. I had mentioned that at the end of practice, he looked like he was dealing with something. He looked hobbled, kind of limping a little bit, and was pulled out of the drills. Yesterday, he was on the JV side of the field, and he was watching pretty much the entire time. So he looks like he's a little banged up. He's
not in pads.
None of them are in pads, but he had his helmet and his jersey on.
Okay, yeah.
He just was standing there. He was watching the entire time. He did the jugs machine off to the side away from the rest of the team, so he was catching passes, but he was not doing anything.
Asthma field. He's on the asthma field.
Yes, he was not running or doing anything like that. So didn't look like it's a huge concern, but you remember last year around this time, we were talking about Jalen Tolbert is nursing a calf. Jalen Tolbert is missing time, and it put Jalen Tolbert behind, and he wasn't ready when they got to training camp, and it threw off the entire season. And so you just hope that that wouldn't be the issue here.
And McCarthy said he's noticed a second-year jump from Sam Williams and Jalen Tolbert. Tolbert has made some really nice plays in 7-on-7 and 2-minute situations.
And when you look at the 7-on-7 and 2-minute situations yesterday, that's where the other tight ends were a little bit frustrating. You had Jake Ferguson, Dak Prescott rolling out, looking for Ferguson, coming across the field. Jake Ferguson was not in a position to catch the ball. He was not turning back for the ball. He wasn't working for it. Dak looks off of him, throws it, completes it. I think gets it down to like the 1 yard line, something like that. But he immediately, as soon as he releases the ball and it's caught, he turned over to Jake Ferguson and couldn't hear what he said, but you could hear he was vocalizing something to him. And you saw Dak kind of turning and demonstrating to him, like, I need you to do this. I need you to open up, look for the ball. You got to give me a window that I can throw to. Just being really firm. Didn't seem like he was being a jerk or anything, but just being very firm about like, dude, this is what I need from you when we're doing this. And then 2 plays later, they're in red zone and he throws a pass right on the hands of Peyton Hendershot, who famously in the Titans game had that bobble that bounced into, I believe, Kevin Byard's hands. Same sort of thing. Ball hits Peyton Hendershot's hands, he bobbles it and scoops it right into the arms of defensive back Eric Scott. The 6th round pick, who Eric Scott was yesterday. We mentioned Schoonmaker working with the veterans. Eric Scott was the only rookie working with the veterans yesterday because they were very, very thin at corner. You were missing 4 of your top 5 guys, Jordan Lewis, Nashawn Wright, Stephon Gilmore, and Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs is not contract related, by the way. He is not. In fact, I don't know this for sure. I think he's in the building. I just don't think he's been out at practice. This is voluntary. Next week will be a greater indication because that's mandatory minicamp, and he has to be there for that.
OTA coverage is, of course, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools right here on The Fan.
And in addition to that, at the corner spot, Kelvin Joseph right now, if you were to...
Don't forget about me.
Yeah, don't forget about me. Well, pick me, Kelvin Joseph, is running with the JV squad yesterday. There are 4 corners missing from practice. 4 of your top 5 corners. You had 3 others working with the veterans. That's 7. And then you had Kelvin Joseph on the other field, which means at best right now, Kelvin Joseph on the depth chart might be the 8th corner on a team that at most would carry 6.
Yeah, Jordan Lewis was tweeting all the members of the secondary. We got the best in the league. And then poor Kelvin had to tweet, Boss Man Fat, let's not forget him. So he referred to his nickname in the 3rd person. And then the climb the wall emoji. I'm making the climb. Let's not forget him feeling left out. Old Boss Man.
That's that's bad on both parts.
It makes me feel bad.
It makes me feel bad, but that's...
Who's it bad on? Jordan Lewis? You said both parts. You think that's bad on J. Lou?
It's 100% bad on Jordan Lewis.
Why?
That's the main one it's bad on. He's on the team. He's in his 3rd year.
He didn't.
He ran out of Twitter characters. He named 8 other guys.
To be fair, he didn't name the whole roster. He didn't mention Tyler Coyle. He didn't mention. I don't think he mentioned Eric Scott, who was running with the ones yesterday. He didn't skip over everybody.
I'll defend Jordan Lewis if he did that to try to send a little message to
Jordan
Kelvin.
Lewis isn't the kind of guy that can send a message. Jordan Lewis can't send a message to somebody.
Why not?
He's not in the position to send a message.
I mean, Jordan Lewis, they've moved Kelvin Joseph over to nickel corner. That's the position Jordan Lewis plays. Maybe it's a competitive thing. Maybe it's I'm not going to acknowledge the guy who's coming for my spot.
Yeah, it's like Cooper Rush sending a message, man.
But he did say Deron Bland, and Deron Bland played nickel last year, so it's probably not that. It's probably more that Jordan Lewis knows that Kelvin Joseph's not going to be his teammate here in 3 months. He belongs to the streets.
All right, why are you leaving your wife?
That's what you seem to believe. And look, it's not just because Randall Cobb has the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen.
Same.
Just flat out. Just beautiful steely blue eyes. It's not just because he's probably the most professional individual I've ever dealt with in the NFL. He is an absolute great person. We get this from Jory Epstein at USA Today. No longer on the Cowboys beat this year. We're very sad. She's national NFL now. Jory was covering Jets, and she tweeted this. Randall Cobb was asked if he fully appreciated how special Aaron Rodgers was before leaving the Packers. This is Randall Cobb's quote. I mean, yeah, I would say so. But I was very fortunate to go to Dallas and play with someone who I think is elite in Dak and someone in Deshaun Watson in Houston who I think is a really good player. Obviously, coming back to Green Bay and being with Aaron again, you pick up on the little things that make him so special. So there you go. Dak Prescott elite, Deshaun Watson pretty good.
I think you're reading into that too much.
I had somebody send this to me and say, how many times Bobby going to read this and below the belt?
Yep, I think you're reading into it too much.
What did he call Watson?
He said someone who I think is elite in Dak and someone in Deshaun Watson who I think is a really good player.
Yeah, I think he just was trying to not. I do this all the time. I don't want to use the same word twice in a sentence.
You know what I think? It more is. I kind of wonder if as he started saying Deshaun Watson, he just thought I don't want to sound like I'm praising him too much, and maybe just kind of
from a massage standpoint,
just in general, like he was scrambling for a way to describe him that didn't sound too positive, but also didn't slight him, like still trying to say what a good player is. I think that's more likely. I don't think this is anything that big. I do think Randall Cobb thinks very highly of Dak. I know that.
Sure.
But this is more just fun to retweet and poke fun at.
Below the belt every day, 8:40 here on your home of America's team. OTA coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools with our insider, Roberto. Final hour. What was it like watching game 1 of the NBA Finals with Bobby drunk alongside Wolchuk's girlfriend? I'm glad you asked because we have the audio from game 1 of the Finals next. What?
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Started by Nikola Jokic. He gets to the dotted line. Jump shot, no good. Rebound, Joker. And there's a triple-double from Nikola Jokic, the second player in NBA history to debut in the NBA Finals with a triple-double. Jason Kidd, the only other one to do that.
A Magic Johnson performance. Game 1 of the finals last night. Final hour, fist pump time. Choppy's getting it. Peyton was. Bobby is not.
I did it.
Here, I did it.
I did. I did. You're going to make fun of my voice enough here in a sec.
Here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Friday, y'all. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto. So last night while watching this game or afterwards this morning, how are y'all feeling about the whole, are you entertained by this? Are you interested in this discussion that we had yesterday? You think you're more intrigued, less intrigued, or exactly what you said yesterday as Denver pretty much dominated game 1?
I'm a 4 today.
And yesterday you were a
5.
And I was a 3 yesterday. I might be a 3.5 just to watch the beauty of Joker. Maybe.
He's so good. It's just, this is going to be, they are so much better than Miami. It's not even funny. And this is just, I feel like this is going to be over really fast. We're not going to get a lot of good games, I don't think.
Yeah, I think they're definitely better than Miami, but I think Miami played like a really poor game. Like unless you think Denver did not play a good game either. Like if
Denver
Miami
shot 29% from 3.
Huh?
Denver shot 29%
They did.
from 3.
They didn't shoot very great. They didn't shoot great from 3, but like Miami's not going to take 2 free throws again.
Right,
and Jimmy's not going to have a bad game like that. That was pretty bad.
Joker's not going to take 5 shots again. Michael Porter Jr. is not going to go 2 of 11 from 3 again. Like, I mean, there's as that was a game that should have been closer for Miami than it was.
I'm trying to think of people who I've watched play sports, and I'm like, they're just doing it differently and better than everybody else. You know what I mean? That might sound like very
with ease.
Not with ease, just like all the things that Joker does, nobody else can do. Like, he makes every correct, Van Gundy says it game after game, he makes every single correct basketball play. Like, just the immediacy of his outlet passes, knowing Denver is a really fun team to watch. I know they're Denver. We don't care about them during the regular season. Golden State and Sacramento play the 3 most entertaining forms of basketball. They cut, they move, and Joker's the architect of all of it, but it just feels like every time he touches the ball, like his efficiency numbers, that's really what it is. Like his efficiency numbers and making all the exactly right basketball plays, it's genius.
Is it, if you're looking for a comparison, is it like when Peyton Manning came on the scene? Like Peyton played quarterback different than anybody we'd ever seen play quarterback. In terms
I think
of
that's
just
a really good comparison.
The way that the stuff he did at the line of scrimmage before the snap, how quickly he scanned the field, the decisions he would make, the arm talent, like he was somebody who stood out as like, that just looks, I think Mahomes right now looks different than everybody else.
He does, absolutely.
Yeah,
And we've never seen Mahomes either.
Yeah, I think that's a really good comparison. So another triple-double, second player ever to have a triple-double in their first game of the finals behind Jason Kidd. He's still averaging a triple-double, and he had 10 assists at halftime.
Yeah. I mean, there's just, you go back, I mean,
Is he
a reason.
Go ahead.
There's a reason he was the MVP in back-to-back years. There's a reason that he was the, tied or the leader in the MVP in this year until about, 10 games to go in the regular season. He's a treat. He really is. He plays the game. in an unselfish manner. It's a deviation of the normal way that the NBA has gone, where a high isolation. This is much more of a. This is like a more fun Spurs offense. Right, where there's a lot of ball movement, a lot of cutting, a lot of movement without the basketball.
Yeah,
kind of a throwback. It's an old school basketball offense that scores more points.
Is Jokic an outlier or an innovator? Like, is Jokic going to be a guy that we look back on as there was nobody like Jokic, or is Jokic, because we see this a lot of times whenever somebody bursts on the scene, they either prove to be a one of one, a unique, or an original, or they change the way a new generation of players comes up and plays the game.
I think he's an outlier because not enough guys are going to be as unselfish. Maybe he creates the passing big man, but everyone wants to score. You know what I mean? Like, Joker's fine with 5 shot attempts through 3 quarters. I don't care. He almost like probably takes pleasure in like passing first. Like LeBron's mindset is. But this is what everyone told us growing up our Vitas Sabonis looked like. I think that's what this is.
Your Vitas or my Vitas?
Your mama's Vitas.
Or is it our Vitas?
All right, let's move on to Roberto, as he pulled a triple header yesterday. Hardest working man, 6A to 6P in the building. Morning show, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco for our OTA coverage, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. And then the Omni for the G-Bag Finals Watch Party.
Yep, I went and hung out with Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. They were hanging out watching the NBA Finals, and I was super excited because Zach was giving us a warning. Not a warning, but was giving us one of these like, okay, guys, be cool, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's like, what are we getting here? What do we have to be cool about? He's like, just don't be embarrassing. We're like, what? Embarrassing for what? Like, because of listeners here? What are you talking?
Clearly, he's never had a male friend before, because male friends have an obligation to embarrass you in front of your new woman.
Right, Mike at dinner in Oxnard. That was his whole plan at dinner. Was let's ask the most embarrassing questions we can to Sarah about Chop.
Absolutely.
So that's the way it works. But Zach was like, all right, guys, come on, just be cool. Don't be embarrassing. But Maya's coming, okay? Maya's coming up here. And so
this is the new girlfriend.
This is the
that he left us for.
The lady friend. I've not heard him, or I haven't heard the term girlfriend used yet.
Oh.
But I mean, we can.
How long have they been seeing each other roughly?
I don't know. I think they've been dating a couple months. They've been going on dates for a couple of months. I had already met her twice. So she was at
before Zach, like your California one?
No. I met her at the Stars game, the first Stars game against the Wild I went to. I met her there very briefly. And then we hung out a lot of the day a couple weeks ago when we had the Rangers Sweet Day. She was at the Rangers game with him, and then we went and hung out with Will Chambers at the Rustic, just right over there. And so I was kind of excited. And I called Wolchuk over after she sat down. I was like, hey, drunkenly asked him this. It was probably like, hey. I said, hey, can I interview her? Is it cool? He goes, yeah, on one condition. We get to play the audio too. And I was like, okay, sure, fine. You can play the audio
Sure,
too.
sure.
Have at it. And so
Way to pull my arm. Twist it.
I asked her, and she said okay. And so we stepped outside, out there on the patio, and I got to talk to Maya. And now, Sean, I will let you take it from here to pause and commentate as you see fit on my drunkenness, since that's your biggest interest here.
Yeah, the initial interest was hearing her thoughts on her possible boyfriend, or is it vodka soda belt with the amount of drinks and the way that he consumes them, doubles all the time.
Chug.
So y'all,
there's no sipping.
Yeah, there's no sipping. Y'all tell us. Power rank. You got Zach, the girlfriend, or Bobby as the main points of interest here. So here it is, the one-on-one exclusively with Roberto and Wolchuk's Little Mermaid.
I am talking here with
Maya,
and how would we describe? Would we describe you as Zach's lady friend?
yes.
How would Zach describe you?
Oh.
Okay.
All right, stop it. Man, really inappropriate question right there.
Is it?
Yeah.
How would Zach describe you? I mean, is that like kind of telling her Zach doesn't see you like that?
No, I was saying, I said
That's what I heard.
I said lady friend, and I was trying to say, what would you guys call it? That's more what I was trying to say.
Because Zach may be telling her one thing, and telling you another.
Zero chance of that. Zach is the most like, he's the straightest arrow I know, I think.
She also kind of said her name with a question mark. Like, Maya? Let's hear it.
I am talking here with
Maya.
And how would we describe you? Would we describe you as Zach's lady friend?
Yes.
How would Zach describe you? Okay, so first question. Zach told us this past weekend he bailed. He left early from a Memorial Day barbecue because he said, "Oh, I've got to go see Little Mermaid." When I talked to him the other day, he said, "Y'all didn't end out seeing it." Is that accurate?
Yeah, we got tired.
We or he?
We.
So you guys collectively got tired?
Yes.
So you were telling me that he was being honest and saying y'all got tired. He intended to go, he just didn't.
Yes.
Okay. What is the most annoying thing about Zach?
Oh gosh. He leaves his contacts everywhere.
Should he wear glasses then?
Okay, stop. So I've never worn contacts. I don't really have contacts in my family.
This is the man to ask.
How bad is that? Oh, yeah, because you would go to the bathroom all the time for contacts. How prevalent is this? How annoying is this leaving contacts everywhere?
No,
is it like when I leave my fingernails like on the table for my wife?
It's very weird if you leave your contacts anywhere. It goes straight from my eyeballs to the contact case, and that's it. I don't like whenever I get rid of them.
Oh,
it's
because
in a
you're gonna
trash
put
can.
them back in those?
Yeah, so like I can use mine for 30 days, in and out every night, for 30 days. I just don't go to sleep with it. But yeah, if you're someone that throws it in the sink and just leaves it there and it like gets rock solid and hardens up, you're disgusting.
Okay.
So it is weird that if that's what it is, if he leaves it everywhere.
Okay. So she's just going to the contacts. That's not too bad. Leaving your contacts everywhere. Let's continue.
He leaves his contacts everywhere.
Should he wear glasses then?
No, but just put your contacts in the trash.
Is it because he's uglier with glasses?
Jeez.
No, he looks fine with them.
I think he's sexier with glasses, actually.
He looks a little emo.
He's got kind of like a librarian kink about him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a nice thing about him. What is your favorite thing about Zach?
He's very thoughtful.
Is he? He bailed on a Memorial Day barbecue to watch The Little F***ing Mermaid.
Yeah, but he thought about me.
It was about you.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we not know about Zach that you know about Zach?
Oh gosh, I have no idea.
Something. There's got to be something you know.
I feel like y'all know him better than I do.
Is he uncircumcised?
Well, he's Jewish.
Stop. Look at Ryan. Look at Ryan in the back.
Ryan.
Saw if I got a slow-mo of Ryan who runs the fan cam, it went like this. He shot the head up, no pun intended.
Ryan's learning.
Ryan's learning what?
Just about Bobby.
Oh, he's learning about Bobby.
Oh, Ryan's known.
Okay, let's go back to that right there. Well, she's handling this like a professional.
Is he uncircumcised?
Well, he's Jewish.
But is he uncircumcised? Because he always says he's a bad Jew.
I'm not gonna answer.
Jeez, Bobby.
All right. That's fine. What do you think? What is the most annoying thing about Zach Wolchuk?
Whoops. Hang on.
Did you already ask this?
I said I had vodka soda.
Pretty sure I've done this in a Jerry interview one time. Immediately after Sean asked the same question.
The repeat question.
I got a different answer. She was a pro about it.
The repeat question. Did she put Bobby on blast saying I already answered this or she went along?
What is the most annoying thing about Zach Wolchuk?
He likes to fart in bed.
Oh my gosh, really?
Wait a sec, stop.
Yeah.
Who does it?
Into the memory foam pillow?
How deep into the new relationship do you have to be to do that, feel comfortable with this? This is still a no-no for my wife and I.
Yeah, I would. That's no-no for me.
Like, if she did that, I mean, we wouldn't be together. But how early on? You look at that face. Look at that smirk.
It was like minute one for you, I bet.
Second week?
No, I mean, I think the moment.
You know when you first let it
I don't
go.
remember the first time I did with her, but the moment coitus happens, I mean, all guards are down.
Okay. So, how many months do you say they've been seeing each other?
I don't know. It's a couple. I don't know the
Couple
exact
months,
number. Yeah.
Wolchuk is apparently
Couple months. I think couple months is okay. Usually, though, you gotta. I mean, ideally, you would let her break the barrier first. Like she lets one slip. That didn't happen with us. I still have not. She's not done that in front of me yet.
Okay, let's go.
He likes to fart in bed.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Like under the covers, or does he lift him up?
Under.
Under, and he doesn't. Does he give you a warning, or does he just do it?
He just lets him rip.
Oh my gosh, that's awful. Okay, would you say something we kind of wonder sometimes? Does he fake the Zach Wolchuk voice, like "Hey, Tolos," or like does he have that voice off the air?
No, I do feel like he has like a radio personality.
So he has like a thing that he presents to us that he doesn't present to you.
Yeah.
But it's like a broadcast voice, right?
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Same personality, just voice is different.
Yeah, he does it with my family.
Really? So he turns it on when your family's around?
Yes.
Do you come from a family of Tolos?
Yes.
Really? So he's trying to impress them with his radio voice.
Yeah, exactly.
And they see right through that bull.
No, they love him.
Do you have to tell them like, hey, this is fake, he doesn't really talk like this?
No, they're just eating it up.
Thank you, I appreciate talking to you.
Thank you.
Oh, the family loves him.
Already met a couple of months. Already met the family.
Jewish.
Farting in bed.
As you say.
He likes to fart in bed.
There we go. That's right.
Now, since you've given him permission to play the audio of his girlfriend later, what will bother him about this, if anything? You think he'll care? Anything make him uncomfortable?
I don't think so. The thing that I bet will bug him the most is I'm going to get a call about, you think I fake my voice? You make fun of my voice? That's what he'll be annoyed with, is the voice.
Yeah. All right, well done. Roberto, triple header yesterday of work right here for the morning show.
Do we have a picture of this girl?
Hopefully in the commercial break. Pull it up, Bob.
I don't know. I don't know what her last name is, but I'll look.
The newest Dallas Cowboy target for Dak Prescott and Dallas Cowboys karaoke before Mike Bassett crosstalk next.
State of the weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk, if he remembers, at 9:40 this morning. Choppy is playing air guitar on the Fancam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm not going to acknowledge what Bobby's doing. It's Sean, Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell.
This is fist pump hour.
No.
You're 25 minutes late.
There's a fist pump moment.
But
don't
you don't
start
call it
being the
fist
kid.
pump
Don't
moment.
start being the kid in school.
The technicality kid?
The technicality, annoying, get after schools.
Don't start. Where have you been for 6 months?
All right. Yesterday, as we go inside the Star with our OTA coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Scooter, old Scotty Long, my guy in the sales department, our guy in the sales department, sent this video from the rookie premiere. Kyle Yeomans on stage, along with Isaiah Stanback, interviewing some of the Cowboy rookies, and they said, what do you guys think you can do on this stage right now better than anyone else? And the Texas Longhorn said, I think I can sing better than anyone else up here.
Okay.
And they're like, oh, really? There's a crowd. There's a speaker.
Prove it.
There's a mic. And DeMarvion was not afraid.
Baby, lock them doors and turn them lights down low. Put some music on that's soft and slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day long. Never felt a feeling quite this strong. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man.
Yeah! Great song.
Doesn't go quite as deep as Josh Turner, but good. It was good.
That was good. Very good.
Very good.
So that's what jumped out from there.
Was his singing? What?
What else would I be referring to?
Well, that's exactly my point. What else would you be referring to? That's what jumps out from there.
Here's what I'd like to happen now.
Oh, gosh.
Since you want to be Mr. Off Rails Friday.
You sing this song.
You are going to do the rest of the show.
What?
Yeah. Do you have the cut sheet?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Here,
I've got
I'll
it.
throw it to
I've
you.
got it. No, I
I
have
gave
it.
one to you before the show started.
I have it. I'm messing with Sean.
You are going to now run the rest of the segment while I chill and be a smart ass up until Bassick's crosstalk.
Oh, it's like below the belt yesterday. Where
Yeah.
you're being a troll the whole segment.
When I was being a troll the whole segment.
Yeah.
So, all right.
So this is Sean's daily troll segment here. All right, Brandon Cooks joined the G-Bag Nation yesterday. Jumped on the phone with them yesterday, thanks to Brian Broaddus, who got that hooked up. Brandon Cooks yesterday on what was the one thing that really sold him on wanting to be in Dallas.
I think the biggest attraction is obviously they've been winning, but they got a great group of men around here. And you talk about a leader and Dak behind the center. I think I always talk about always being alongside guys that play at a high level. And I think you look at the receiver room and the whole offense in general. You got that from every position for sure.
We're going to have to ask him at some point in time about this whole Easterby rumor.
Yes.
Because
him and Jack are like
that he wanted
joined
to
the hip.
stay in Houston
Yeah.
because of the chaplain, the religious guy in Houston who caused a bunch of different controversy. And it's like, so why is winning so important to you now and you were willing to stay there because of Easterby? I don't know. A lot of that was coming from out of the armpit.
Well, and I mean, I think that when you look at Cooks probably got to a point. He had won it out of there for a little bit. It seemed like definitely. I think Easterby was just the final straw for him. But
I understand him wanting to get out of there to win, but the word was he was fine being there as long as Easterby was there. Weird.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could understand that from the perspective of this is a guy who's been traded so many times. He's been this is the 4th or 5th time he's been traded in his career. So I could see a point where it's like, look, I'm here. I've developed a relationship with somebody. I have roots here. Even though we're not winning, I don't want to leave. And so if that's going to get uprooted, I could then see why that would cause a problem if he's got a tight relationship with somebody. Brandon Cooks, this is cut 14, Peyton. Brandon Cooks on what he sees in Dak Prescott.
The biggest thing that jumped off the bat to me is I'll follow Dak into a front line already. I mean, his leadership skills is unbelievable and special. To be relatively so young, in a sense, in this league, the way that he can lead his offense, lead this team, it's contagious and it makes everyone around him better.
So I'll go ahead and give you guys the opportunity here. Right there.
Great
personality. Go ahead.
She's got a great personality.
That's what it is.
She's hilarious.
Yeah.
Really nice. She's really
Very
nice.
nice.
Really nice.
Yep. Lights up a room as soon as she walks in there. Just what a charmer.
All right. First off, I think it's funny that he says for being such a young guy, Dak Prescott is older than Brandon Cooks.
How many years, Jerry? How many years?
This year, fifth year,
Fifth
sixth
year, sixth year.
Which, by the way, even though Dak Prescott is older than Brandon Cooks,
His fifth year, sixth.
yes, Jerry. Brandon Cooks has been in the league for 2 more years, so he's been in the league longer. But Dak is older than him. I think that's funny for referencing such a young guy. But here's what I'll say, because I know you guys always like to jump to that. You say it's the personality. It's the same thing as saying like, well, she's fun, like that kind of thing.
She's fun. Yeah, she's fun.
Here's my question: is it possible that if they are all jumping to this, it is not as a means of downplaying or avoiding questions about his shortcomings? Because we hear all the time players lying about somebody's ability to throw the ball. Jerry telling us Brandon Whedon throws the prettiest spiral he ever did see.
Yeah.
So knowing that players are willing to do that, isn't it possible that players just do place a really high value and believe that is absolutely a critical part of the whole process, and that they think they're paying him a high compliment more so than if they just said something about his physical skills?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. I don't think. Look, I'm joking. I don't think that they are, going out of their way to dodge. They're not trying to dodge his ability talk.
Mm-hmm.
They're highlighting what he's known for, what he's best at,
Which is fine. And look, I mean,
but the follow up is how highly is that valued? Is this proof that that's really valued? I think that's a really good question, because that's an intangible thing that you don't really believe in.
It is an intangible. They're there. You just can't really quantify them, right? You don't know how can't quantify. But also, is highlighting that. I think sometimes we confuse highlighting that with taking away. Like, we're highlighting his leadership, which means like when you highlight Lamar's running ability, I think a lot of people say, that you're decreasing his throwing ability.
Yeah, I'm absolutely doing that. I am anyway.
You are. But if you highlight Lamar's running ability, it doesn't mean that you're decreasing or devaluing his throwing ability.
Yeah, and look, maybe the way we need to start asking this question when we get to training camp or whatever else is just get time with the receivers in the locker room or on the field after practice and ask them, say, from a physical standpoint, what Dak does on the football field outside of the intangibles, what is it that you think physically makes Dak such a good football player? We just need to drill it down to take this out of the equation, because we all know that's something that he excels at.
I like Dak Prescott.
I know you do. Lady from whoever's podcast, Brandon Marshall's podcast.
Marshall. It was the I Am Athlete, right?
Yes, it was. Speaking of Dak Prescott, this is something that I thought was a good quote yesterday from CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee was out there, who has become one of the honestly best interviews in the locker room. He was somebody who I don't think was totally comfortable with it when he first got here. That's a guy who is, I think, benefited from these Zoom protocols going away. A guy who has been able to face-to-face start learning to interact with media in a personal setting. I think it's really helped him. But he was asked yesterday about the relationship with Dak Prescott, the communication with Dak Prescott, and how that impacts the team's overall performance.
Dak is, a great player. He's always been a great player. His work ethic has never been questioned. His leadership has never been questioned. Just him being able to, connect on the small things, connect with us, of course, and us doing a better job of being available to him. So just being on the same page, I feel like that's the best. That was the biggest problem for us last year. We were never on the same. Well, we were on the same page. It was just not as often as we want. So obviously it turned into brutal mistakes, but that's why we're here now. To grow and be better.
So here's my question related to what CeeDee just said, which I think was a great answer and a very honest answer. Did he catch himself when he said we were never on the same page? Well, we weren't on the same page as often as we did. Did he catch himself and go, I shouldn't say it?
Problem for us last year, we were never on the same. Well, we were on the same page.
Or did he just realize I just said something hyperbolic? That's not the case. I think
Hyperbolic.
I think it's hyperbolic.
Because they obviously were on the same page a lot. They had a really, really good offense, as Ross Tucker was whining about 2 hours ago with Kellen Moore leaving.
Which, by the way, I'd like to point out that Ross never actually answered my question, which he was talking about how McCarthy blew it and Nick Sirianni's such a great coach. And it's like, okay, if the disparity's that great, then since their records and their point differential were close, you're saying Dallas is a better team than Philly, right? And then he went, and then he didn't even address it.
You know what he's going to do, though? He's going to say, oh, you guys, because we all still think McCarthy's like on the hot seat with Dan Quinn waiting in the wings. And he's going to be like, why y'all defending McCarthy? But you're saying he's on the hot seat. He's going to media spin this next year, no matter what happens. Anything else from Brandon Cooks?
Nothing else from Brandon Cooks. Look, I think here's the biggest thing that I've been impressed by about Brandon Cooks on the football field is that when we talk about the communication, I know we mentioned earlier, Dak really communicating to Jake Ferguson. We hear CD talking about it being a big thing. I have not seen the most interaction I've seen between two players during these 2 weeks of OTAs is Dak Prescott and Brandon Cooks. They are always talking to each other, which I think is good. This is the time to develop that rapport and get an understanding of each other and how you two see the game, and that's going to be really important for them.
Okay.
Coming up next, Mike Bassick is going to lead Crosstalk. And is it true that he's going to be in a new documentary? That's next here on The Fan.
What a tease. Just take over. Well, look, we got Father's Day just around the corner. What better way to show your appreciation?
It's the Mike Bassick Hour. Brought to
I
you
mean,
by
it's really a segment, Mike. It's just like 15, 20
an Egg
minutes.
McMuffin.
Okay.
I was like, what are you eating?
All right, so I got plenty of things to talk about here, guys. So this popped up on my YouTube, and I think this is just a fun topic, especially if you have kids. And I was just talking to Corey about his son who's 15 years old, and he's worried about his life isn't going to turn out the way that he wants it to turn out because it's just too late in life. Well,
he's 15. He was
Oh my gosh. How many people listening right now are like, I'm in
So
trouble.
the College World Series is starting today. In fact, at 11 a.m. on ESPNU, Texas Tech is playing UConn. I'm excited to flip that on over there on the TV. I'm looking at the top or the hardest throwing Little League pitchers of all time.
Wow.
Okay. Right now, Jorge Garcia is on my television or on my computer from Mexico. You ever heard of Jorge Garcia?
I've heard of George.
Okay.
Oh my
Right?
gosh.
Wow.
But I wonder this.
It's a fun callback to yesterday.
I know.
I thought it would be Jorge, though, according to Mike, because he said it was
No,
yeah.
it's Jays.
Yeah, he said the Jays were your. Yeah.
No, I've not heard of him.
And that's just one guy. Is all of these kids at 13 years old, not all of them, but on this list of the top 10 hardest Little League pitchers of all time. Now, a lot of this is current, and what I mean by that is in the last 10 years of the Little League World Series. I don't know of any of them. Like, Jack Leiter's not on here. Kumar Rocker wasn't in the, like, so sometimes we think, I'm just throwing this out, how many times do you think when you see a 6th, 7th, 8th grader, and you kind of do have to have a kid that was that age at that time or is that age at that time. You watch that kid, you're like, he's special. He's going to be something special. Maybe you have a child right now who is in 7th or 8th grade, and you're like, he dominates whatever sport it is. He's going to be special. But you just don't know. And I know that these colleges
They start
stupidly give out fake scholarships, okay?
Yep.
They're not real. They just are like, hey, we saw you play in the perfect game, or we saw you play in this AAU basketball tournament. We think you're going to be great. Having no clue how much that kid is going to grow, how much they're going to improve. And then the parents feel great. Like, I can't believe LSU gave my kid a baseball scholarship, even though they really didn't. I can't believe Alabama gave my kid a football scholarship, even though they really didn't at, like, let's say 9th grade. I just wondering, how many times do you guys watch a, let's say, middle school kid or a freshman and go, that's it. He's the next LeBron James. He's the next Steven Strasburg. He's the next Bryce Harper. And then 5-10 years from then, you never hear about it. You're like, I wonder what happened to that kid.
I was playing golf with Bannister one time, Sean.
Wow.
And he said, you really can't tell until they're about 16 if they've got something. Because even at 14, you have no idea who's growing first, who's growing last, how their body is going to change, how they're, are they going to be as coordinated when they hit that awkward stage? And then all of a sudden, if you're coordinated at 5'2", are you as coordinated at 6'6" that you were at 5'2"? Like there's a whole, you can't really tell with anybody until they go through that final puberty stage.
When did you say, like, I know I can play in the bigs?
Well, I thought, like, after my sophomore year, I was sophomore of the year in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for Dallas Morning News sophomore of the year. I was player of the year in Dallas-Fort Worth by the Dallas Morning News my senior year. And you thought, I can pitch in the major leagues. I remember when I got signed, I told the Cleveland Indians, I said, hey, we'd still be playing in that World Series if I was on the team. And they lost to
like Blake Bevan,
the Atlanta Braves, right? And luckily I didn't say that on the air. And Blake lives here. I have to believe he's a Tolo and listens. We met Blake Bevan's aunt
or something. Yeah.
At the airport when we were headed to Oxnard. So you're arrogant enough that you're like, I have a .6 ERA, or I batted 480 my senior year in high school. Like, you're just like, this is easy. I could do that. I could face those guys. I could get those guys out. I could hit those guys. And then you get to the minor leagues and you realize, oh my gosh, we have now narrowed down the field to the best of the best. And this becomes a lot more challenging and a lot more difficult. But after my freshman year, I'll tell you when I thought, oh, maybe I am really good at this, is Duncanville was #1 in the nation. And they're going into the playoffs. And they have a whole bunch of kids that are going to get drafted. I think 4 guys got drafted that year off of that high school team. And not all of them went pro. The third baseman, shortstop did. Center fielder Chad Allen goes to A&M, ends up making the major leagues. He's the one guy off that team that made the major leagues. And I pitched against those guys in a warm-up while a lot of scouts were there because they got a bye in the first round. And after I went 9 up, 9 down against them. And then I started getting letters from the Atlanta Braves in the mail. Obviously, this is before internet / getting email. So they mailed you stuff. And so I started getting a few mail stuff from professional teams that were there watching practice to see, as we're coming up on the draft, on where they think they're going to slot the kids on this team to get drafted. So then I thought, wow, maybe I am something more special, because I was really nervous as a 15-year-old taking the mound against a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds going, I don't know, but Coach Rombach wants me to pitch right now, so I'll go pitch. And then I was like, oh man, I just got all of them out. That was really cool. And then my sophomore year, I was really nervous going, I don't even know if I'm going to make varsity, this and that. And then at the end of the sophomore year, I'm like, wow, I guess, I think after the end of the sophomore year, I was like, okay, I can really do this. I can make the major leagues. Now, I always had the dream of it and but that gave me the result of like, oh, wow, I can get out all these 18-year-olds and I'm only 16 years old. And then you see Kerry Wood pitch the next year, like, I don't know if I can ever be that good, stuff like that.
Can I add something that we were discussing? Monet Davis.
Monet Davis
was the girl from the Little League World Series.
What happened to her?
She go to UConn to play basketball?
Hampton. She's at Hampton University.
Not really the same.
She, in high school,
Right.
She went to Chestnut Hill, 5-year varsity soccer player. I don't know how you do that in high school.
Post-grad.
4-year varsity basketball player, 3-year varsity softball player, soccer state champion, softball state champion. And then she goes to Hampton. She was there through last year. I don't know what's going on this year.
Right.
She batted .333, 357 slugging, 423 on base, had 3 multiple hit games, and played middle infield.
Softball.
Yep.
Yeah. These are interesting things that I think about now that my boys are in middle school. You obviously have the same thing, Chop. We're all going through different things, but similar things with children around this age. And sometimes you wonder, you see a kid and you're like, gosh, even me, I'll fall into the trap of, can my kid ever be as good as that kid type of deal? And you just don't know, because maybe that kid, and I'll use a name because he is very good around this Metroplex. There's a kid named Lash Henderson who's going to go to Prestonwood Christian. He is considered arguably
Lash
Henderson. He's considered arguably the number 1 player in the United States of America for 8th grade baseball.
Kid can play.
And you watch him and you're like, I don't know how my kid could ever compete with that. Now, he also is at this point in his life 6'3" and 200 pounds.
And that's
part of it. Like you're
my son
bigger than
is
everybody else.
5'7" and 128.
And that's the tough thing. Like I was thinking with Preston Wood and they were both really nice guys. One of them made up, one of them didn't. But Zach Peters, the basketball player who went to Preston Wood, he was the number 1 8th grader in the country. He was the number 1 9th grader in the country. And I watched him play and I was like, yeah, no, he's definitely good. He's way bigger than a lot of these kids. And then the next year, Julius Randle joined their team. And then I watched him and I thought, holy crap, no, that kid is the best. And like Zach Peters, I know it's a variety of things, and one of them being injuries, but like he was never properly slotted as the best as time went on. And you could see that he was very good, but Julius Randle was a different level. And I felt like the hype level on Zach Peters was way higher.
And so to move the story forward here, yesterday, Ron Holland, number 1, number 5, right in that ranking. It's different. He is the number 1 player at Duncanville, arguably number 1 player, McDonald's All-American in basketball. He withdrew from UT, decided to sign with the G League Ignite. I'm going to ask this question. I know it's very tough. Probably we're never going to have a son that is the number 1 player in the country their senior year. If you had a son that was a basketball player and they were the number 1 player in the country their senior year, would you recommend going to college for 1 year, or would you recommend going to the G League for 1 year, and why?
I would recommend college personally, just because that feels like an experience that you're not going to have a shot at again. And I think we've seen plenty of times when college can catapult your draft stock. Like that's what we saw with Zion is he was at best the number 3 prospect, but then college, he rocketed to number 1. I would pick college, but if his passion is like, I need to do this, then I'd be like, sure, go for it.
I would pick college too. Like I think the G League, they cap you at $500,000 for the year, and in college you can do. I mean, Bronny's going to get $6 million.
Wow.
Right? You know, like that's Arch Manny's going to get $3 million. Like, but I think in the G League, it's like you can make up to $500,000 as that player. So I would. So for that,
unless you're Scoot and then you sign an Adidas deal or whatever.
You can sign endorsement deals with shoes.
Yeah.
So you can sign shoe contracts. So you're going to get more money that way. But I think the experience with college, like
Matt Damon's going to come call you.
You know, and it's like if you're playing, if you're not going to be like a first or second round pick in baseball, that like they'll tell you like college, go, right?
Yeah.
Like go to college, unless maybe for pitcher or whatever. But yeah, I would probably do the college. I think the competition's better in college than it is in the G League anyway.
Interesting.
I guess it just depends on what you're trying to achieve. Like, are you trying to get financial gain or are you trying to get ready for professional sports? Like, if you're trying to get ready for professional sports, the G League might be the play. The financial benefit, the exposure, everything else, it's probably college basketball.
Yeah, I assume for Ron Holland, I assume that this is just the preparation for the draft. Right, I do think if Trey Johnson, it's interesting how great high school basketball is here. In this draft coming up, one of my buddies who knows a lot of these things is, I believe there's 8 players from Texas that went to high school in Texas that are going to be first round picks. I believe there's a possibility of. I'm not 100%.
Anthony Black, I know, is one of them.
Kason Wallace from Richardson, and so like there is a possibility. The kid Walker that goes to Houston.
Houston.
Like there's going to be 8 young men, I'll say instead of saying kids, but that are about to be drafted in the first round of the NBA draft that all played Texas high school basketball. And so it's just interesting with like Trey Johnson, who's the next number 1 guy in the whole country who is here at Lake Highlands, their decision on how do I develop for the NBA.
Yeah.
All right.
Good
well,
discussion.
great talk.
Good talk.
Totally different than what we have coming up in the first segment, Corey.
That's good.
Hell.
What is it?
Oh, we got to figure out what's going on with Diamond Sports Group right now.
We got info.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. From who?
Oh, you'll see.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
Mike Bassick's TV paycheck in jeopardy.
Oh, no.
Always a welcome sign for studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and making his triumphant return after a one-day absence. But who knows for how much longer? It is.
He said another week.
Joey Erickson. I don't know if is that
crap?
Yeah.
You know, I called out Peyton this morning because Peyton had mentioned that too. So he was like, because yes, you lost in the fantasy football league, Joey.
Yeah, I was one of the losers.
So I was driving in this morning listening to Sean and RJ.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. We are 1 minute into the show.
I love Sean and RJ, too.
Yeah, and because that's what I do at Tolo. And they were
Is
talking
that your
about
shout-out Friday? You want to shout out Sean and RJ and Bobby?
And they said that Joey and Rigo and
Ruben and
Walchuk all had the worst records. They all tied for last, and they nobody has done a payoff. So they were trying to come up with a payoff to close out the whole thing.
I think one of the payoffs, I think they should all be different.
And then Peyton said that Joey was going to be gone in a week.
Let's fire him in a week.
Yeah, I'll just fire myself.
Yeah.
He's leaving possibly to go to the downtown Vegas Stars.
What?
Well, we lost. We have the Fort Worth Wild.
That up again.
And we also have. Did we move the Kraken into the Metroplex?
I guess the Stars are just going to the Strip, right? Like they're going
to go downtown.
Yeah, they're going to be in the
I just
Strip.
feel like it would be a waste if you didn't put at least one of those teams
They're not
in the
gonna be on the
AAC.
Strip. So yeah, we do have two teams coming into our region though. Now, wouldn't that be crazy? Yes, I'd be like, well,
to have two teams.
Let's go Wild and let's go Kraken.
So, Kevin, if you want to come up with a solution to send him off the proper way or whatever.
All right, you know what? You got a week and then you're fired. How about that?
Are we supposed to talk about that still?
I feels like it's too late to go back.
All right. Well, good luck.
So I don't know.
Putting a lot of pressure on me to watch hockey now, Joey. Thanks a lot.
Can we just call Joey and be like, hey, so what do you think about this
I think
game?
we honestly could.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're going to watch
I guess
the
we
Dallas
could just
Stars.
ask him since he's sitting right there.
Will you talk to us in the future?
Yeah, of course.
Look at that.
All the time.
We made an impression.
I'll have to pay attention to you guys.
Do you think
and your shenanigans?
If you were to get married in the future, do you think you'd invite us to your wedding?
Do you want to be the flower girl, Kevin? Is that what you're
Oh my
trying to
gosh,
ask?
he does.
I'd be a great flower girl, better than most of those flower girls I see.
Would you be throwing around beer cans like these flower girls I see lately? This is awesome.
What?
Yeah, they're rolling in with like 6 shooters of beer cans and they're
Wow.
just handing out beers instead of flowers. I love it.
Very progressive.
I like it a lot.
Whoa, fascinating. All right, let's go ahead and start with, this is going to be weird, but let's start with a business discussion in court cases. And I know you've been like, hey, what about the NBA Finals? Don't worry, that's fair. We'll get to that in just a second. But the ruling yesterday told us a lot while also telling us nothing, if that can be a thing. So we've been talking about the Diamond Sports Group and their appearance in the Houston bankruptcy court for the Rangers, Twins, Guardians, and Diamondbacks. So, and this is kind of what I thought would happen. Diamond Sports Group is like, hey, you got to change our contract because the streaming landscape has altered the value of these properties.
Yep.
And the judge essentially said, hey, that's not how contracts work.
Deal with it.
Yes, pretty much. That is almost exactly what happened. So the judge in this case said, you have to make all of the payments. Now, here's where it gets a little murky because you would think, okay, well, that's that. They have to pay, or the Rangers, they're going to be on their own. They revert back to Texas Rangers and to MLB, who promised to pay them at least 80%. The judge did not say specifically when and how these payments needed to be made. So the next payment for the Texas Rangers is due June 15th. However, Diamond Sports Group has still only paid 75% of the one from April 15th. So my assumption was
3 payments.
Yeah, you have to pay. It's only every other month, I do believe.
What? I need a new mortgage structure.
I feel, okay, that would be fantastic. And so I'm assuming they have to make up that 25% and hit the entire payment for June 15th, though the judge did not specifically, at least in all the documentation I saw last night and this morning, did not specifically draw that out.
Okay.
So it feels like you learned something, but like not Really?
So we're kind of waiting until June 15th.
Kind of.
That's kind of what, and based on what we understand, Kevin, the Diamond Sports Group leader, I don't know what his name is or what his title is. I'm going to say leader. He was like, hey, we got a whole crap load of money. We got plenty of money, but they won't negotiate with us on a new contract, so we're not paying them the money. They have forced our hand. That's what. Remember, we were like, man, that is spin if I've ever heard it. So they're like, they forced our hand in this situation, so we're not paying. So basically, they said, we're not going to pay you. We're just going to keep putting your product in MLB, or the teams were like, fine, if you don't pay us, we'll just go back to our contract.
I have a question that I don't think you can answer, but it's a question that I have.
All right. Give it a shot.
It looks like, obviously, they've defaulted on the Padres. They've lost the Padres. It looks like they're about to lose 5 other MLB teams. I don't know this. I'm wondering, as a question, is Bally's going to pick and choose the teams and the sports they want to keep? Because, I don't know, are they totally out of money? Or are they like, look, we're going to let these MLB teams go so we can keep these NHL and these NBA teams? I don't know.
I might actually be able to partially answer that question. I think they will, because that's why this went to the bankruptcy court. And when the Padres came up, they're like, we'll just move on with our lives. We do not value the Padres deal. Now, one of the other things that the judge said is, and this is an actual quote from Judge Lopez, I'm asking the parties to talk. I'm not asking the parties to agree. I'm asking the parties to talk. That's the request. I'm not going to force you into the room, but I'm asking you to talk. So I think they're like, hey, MLB is going to pay you 80%. Will you go into the room with Bally's and see if you can maybe negotiate a deal that's not 100%, but maybe more than 80%, because that's still going to be a net gain. But that's a great question, because I think Bally Sports controls, and the Diamond Sports Group controls 28 different teams across baseball and basketball. And so, like, one
not even counting hockey, right? Because I know they control the Dallas Stars.
Yes, and that includes the Denver Nuggets, I do believe. I mean, that feels like a tough property to lose. If, worst case scenario, they were in the finals, but they might roll into next season as the defending NBA champions, it's going to be tough to be like, yeah, we don't care.
So, Corey, as a consumer, especially of the Bally Sports Southwest product, if they lose the Rangers, which we'll know in mid-June, right? We'll know in approximately 13 days. I believe
that is correct.
If they make the payment on June 15th or not, it might cost us as a consumer more money in the future, because if Bally's keeps the Mavericks and Stars, that means me as a consumer, and the job that I definitely get to do here, I need to have that channel. So I'm going to have to stick with DirecTV to get Stars and Mavericks, and then I'm going to need to, or have to, pay $10 to $20 a month starting 2024 MLB season to get the MLB Rangers package.
Yeah.
Probably.
So I might be paying $10 to $20 more starting next year to have the 3 teams. Obviously, the Cowboys don't play into this. The 3 local teams that are owned by Bally's or not owned by Bally's to get my products.
Yeah, it can be one of those things, Kevin, where you, like, we talk about this a lot. It's a la carte. You get to pick and choose.
Yeah.
But you have to decide, do you want to pick up the phone every time you're ready to cancel and or re-up, or can they make it just easy and it's on the website? And
no, that's not the deal, because then they can try to sell to you. You can add whatever you want just like that. If you want to cancel, that's a whole different deal. 2 things also working against Diamond Sports Group and Bally's. By the way, the Rangers game, at least for tonight, will remain on Bally's. However, as we brought up yesterday, our contract, which we are honoring with the Texas Rangers, will continue. Not our specific. The fans'
Was there a
contract.
big meeting yesterday about honoring the contract?
We decided Joey's out, but we'll keep the rest of the crew together. The fan contract with the Rangers is just fine, and you can find all of those games right here on 105.3 The Fan. 2 things that hurt Diamond Sports Group is they said they needed these properties to prop up their Bally Sports Plus app. And you're like, okay, but you don't need them so much that you'll pay the value of the contract.
Right.
Secondly, when they asked Manfred, like, well, aren't you glad you didn't buy this? And he goes, no, I wish we had bought it, which seems to kind of give the idea that he still believes that exact same value is still there.
Yeah. Or more, right?
Yes. And Diamond Sports Group is just bad at what they do, which that doesn't help Diamond Sports Group attempt to get out of this deal.
I did hear from Choppy. I don't know this is factual, but I'm going to take it as factual. And if I'm wrong, you can correct me. Bally's doesn't own the major baseball teams, the Mets, the Yankees, because that's like Yes Network and Dodgers. And I don't believe because Masson is Masson right? With the Red Sox. Some of your biggest generating baseball teams are Yankees, Mets, Red Sox, Dodgers, and none of those are owned by Bally's. So in a play where Major League Baseball looks at it and says, can we do the NFL thing? Because the Cowboys can't just put their game on whatever they want and say we're making more money. I know they do it preseason, but it's owned by a national rights. But can you imagine if in football, let's just say the Cowboys, the Steelers, the Packers, I'm just naming, and the 49ers, they all said, well, we're not part of this group of playing on Fox and CBS. We have our own networks that we put our own games on. That would crush a little bit of the bidding. Not crush it, but it would hurt the bidding if you're telling all the major networks, hey, you get these 28 teams, but you don't get these 4 teams because they have their own TV deal.
Yes.
I think Major League Baseball is probably looking at it going, how could we get all 30 teams? Because then if I get all 30, people will pay a lot more because there's more Dodger fans and Yankee fans than there are, unfortunately, Ranger fans and Astro fans.
And the tough sell on that is if you look at some of the numbers that the Yankees are getting through Yes or the Dodgers are getting.
Yeah, I saw it. 25-year, $8.35 billion contract.
Okay, you're going to match that Major League Baseball? Because if you are, sure, we'll come on board. More than $300 million a year. That feels not good for them.
I'm very curious about this part, and Mike, this is the part that that affects you.
Yeah. We are doing pre and post.
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Okay. So they would use y'all's the Bally studio? That's what I'm curious about is do they have the facilities to make all those things happen?
That's a great question because I don't know who owns the studio. Maybe it is Bally's. I don't know. Don't know.
If it is, this is very much like a bankruptcy sale in terms of, like you'd go to old school Blockbuster and you're like, hey, we're also selling all of these end caps and stuff like that. I think that would be that is MLB, and you get it for this price and then you can go buy the studio.
People don't know this. I don't think a lot of people know this. In that studio, the Mavericks, the Rangers, the Stars, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the New Orleans Pelicans, if I have all of them right, those all work out of that same studio where we're at. It used to also be the Spurs. The Spurs, I believe, last year for the first time got studios in San Antonio. But you have 5 products there, 3 NBA teams, an MLB team, and an NHL team all working out of that building.
And I'm sure MLB would love that as a one-stop purchase shop for at least some of those, and then they have to negotiate with the NBA, and what a fun time that would be.
I guess we would. Now, I don't know where all the equipment would go, because I don't know this, Corey. I think it's a great question. Would we do like we did during COVID? I was with Murph for all the road games, and Mac and Boo did all the home games. We went to the stadium. We went to the new ballpark, and we did it there with nobody in there. We are doing a pregame show. The game isn't even at that building.
But those cameras, that equipment is all Bally's. So I would wonder if the Rangers would say, well, we know what we need. Or MLB, and they're
I'm
like,
sure
here's your budget,
they've
go buy them all.
prepared from the start of the year that on June 15th, I'm sure, I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure that the Rangers have been preparing for this court hearing, for this possible date of having to possibly take over the broadcast of the Rangers.
I'm just really curious what happens in 2 weeks when the judge is like, hey, you have to pay the full value of the contract. What happens when they don't, or if they don't?
This conversation is interesting to me because I've had multiple friends text me and call me because I'm fortunate enough to get to do the television at times for the Rangers for pre and post game. And later in the year, I'm really excited. I get to be on the call for the road series against the Washington Nationals. So what's going on, Mike? Tell me all the inside information. I'm like, I literally know as much or less than you do. I haven't read all the articles on this. So I'm like, I honestly have no clue what could happen on June 15th or June 16th to the broadcast, where the game's going to go to, the exact channel, how we're going to do pre and post. I don't know.
And this question is interesting for the 817. I don't get why we have to jump through hoops and pay subscriptions to watch local teams, especially when some people's teams' tax dollars built the stadium. That is a good question, and I understand why they're frustrated because it does seem unfair. Here's the problem. The tax dollar thing, that's become like not a benefit. That's expected.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you are in any situation where something just becomes the norm instead of an add-on, that's the problem with these stadiums is you just get that tax benefit in a lot of these spots.
Now, for my whole life, my grandfather or my father always paid for HSE. And then it moved to Fox Sports, and they paid for that. Like, you've always, in a weird way, I know how people are complaining, and I know that streaming changed things somewhat, but we've always had to pay extra to watch the Rangers. When I was a kid, we paid extra because HSE didn't just come with the television we bought, and Fox Sports didn't come with the television we bought.
You come to that acceptance of things as being free when you know they're not, right? Like, take the movie Air, for example. Oh, I got to watch Air for free, but you didn't because you pay $139 a year for Amazon Prime or whatever it is. But you've already factored that in, and that's the issue, right? How many people, when they do their budget, you're like, hey, my electricity is going to cost this much. And if it's on point, you're like, great. And it's the same thing. I pay this much for cable, and everything's included, and you're okay with it. But now they're like, hey, your cable's $10 cheaper, but you have to get this app for $20 and maybe this other app for $20 more. And you're like, that's bullcrap.
I know, Corey, some people don't listen to us because they think the NBA's always been popular. My grandfather paid about $10 a playoff game because the Mavericks playoff games were not broadcast on television. You had to pay in the 80s.
Pay-per-view?
You had to pay money, extra money. The season had ended. HSE's like, we're going to broadcast this game, but it's like a pay-per-view event. You have to pay $10 today to watch the Supersonics play the Dallas Mavericks, or you do not get to watch this NBA playoff game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, after a great playoff run, what does reality look like for the Stars going forward? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
The latest from
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
The Donoff. Sales won the length of the ice. No icing as Johnston's there. Johnston to the backhand. Score!
Now, the Stanley Cup final does begin tomorrow. However,
who cares?
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
they scream at the Stars games, Kevin.
The Stars are not in this.
I want to care.
Okay.
It is the final.
Do you care?
There's no S. Remember, we have the finals and the final.
That's right.
That's true, despite them both being best of 7.
So I want to care. I just don't know how much time I'm going to spend finding. Let me ask you this. What channel is it on?
It's going to be at some on
You know what I love?
NBC,
You know what I love about YouTube TV?
All TNT?
Yeah, it's all TNT. They have the Stanley Cup playoffs for the next couple of years.
I do love this about YouTube TV. They have a homepage.
Okay.
And when I turn my TV on and go to YouTube TV app, the homepage pops up and it has the things I'm most likely going to watch.
Okay.
Or it has things that are catered to me, and most of the time it's 3 sports things at the top of the thing. So I never even have to. I don't even know what channels are anymore. Like, Kevin, you're always like 240 or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
what that is.
245's TNT.
There's no numbers. There's no numbers. I just go to a thing, and I'm like, all right, here I am. I barely know what the channel is.
So the Stars obviously will not be in this, but what does their future look like going forward? Now, one bit of good news, not only did we play that Wyatt Johnston goal, Joe Pavelski said he's not going to retire, and Joe Pavelski also said this about Johnston's future living accommodations.
So is Wyatt's lease up, or is it going
to? Yeah, he'll have a key as long as he wants. As long as they're here, he'll have a key. So.
Papa Joe.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Papa
so
Joe,
that's a long. Is that just a Stars tradition, or is this an overall hockey tradition that guys tend to stay? Rookies like that tend to stay with a veteran.
Yeah, it's a hockey tradition.
Okay.
I know Sidney Crosby, when he came into the league, I believe stayed with Mario Lemieux. When he first came into the league. So
that's a decent stay right
there.
there.
It's kind of a thing that you pair him up because it's a lot easier, I think, for the young guys.
This is something that Chris Arnold knows more than I know, because he was covering the Dallas Mavericks at the time. But Roy Tarpley had a drug addiction by his teenage years. He was doing drugs in high school pretty much, and obviously carried those through Michigan and carried those into the NBA. But I believe Mark Aguirre was his major mentor. He might have taken him in kind of like this, but Mark Aguirre obviously got sideways multiple times with the Mavericks, and finally they had enough. And so from what you kind of hear, and I'm not 100% sure of this, Roy Tarpley kind of needed, in a way, Mark Aguirre to maybe stay somewhat on the straight path. And so that he was gone, Roy Tarpley got hurt, and then drugs. I can't remember if it was alcohol or drugs at that time. He was into coke, he was into alcohol, he was into all of it pretty much. But I'm not saying Wyatt Johnston is any of those things, but I think in a lot of sports, I've heard of younger guys, if there's a veteran guy who really wants to help this guy be as successful as possible at such an early age and handling the lifestyle of a professional athlete, that they will try their best to help those guys.
Hell, Joe's wife was teaching him how to cut onions, and he didn't know how to cut an onion.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's good to have a wife helping out the youngster.
That is true. Now, there's good and bad news with the Star salary cap. Where would you like to start? With the good or the bad?
I don't like this. I just want it to all be
good,
good
the
news.
bad, and the ugly.
Give us the ugly.
Okay.
Let's get the ugly first.
Let's get to the ugly. As we've brought up numerous times,
Jamie
your
Benn's
captain
contract.
and assistant captain have horrifically crippling contracts on the books for some time. Jamie Benn is under contract for 2 more years at $9.5 million apiece. That's not good. Tyler Sagan is on the books for 4 more years at $9.85 million per season. That is probably up there among the worst contracts in all of the NHL. So that's the ugly. The bad, you only have $7 million of salary cap space. As of now I realize there are some fancy work that you can do on that, but not a lot of cap money for the Stars, in part because of the ugly that we referenced. Now, I just want to make sure I'm right about this, Joey. Would you rather have $7 million in salary cap space and have Jamie Benn and Tyler Seguin, or would you rather have about $26.5 million in salary cap space and have neither of those players?
I've always been told more money is better.
I'll take the players, Kevin, because now I got to go find 2 other stupid players.
Yeah, good for Corey. Sticking up for the captain.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
what am I
those
going to do with
players
those? What am I
might
going to do
be
with
worth
that money?
$9 million combined.
What am I going to do with all that other money, Kevin? Who am I going to buy?
Well, the
Name
first
one.
Hey, Jamie carried Tyler on his back this year. Can we pair them
Sure.
together with the 33 goals?
Yes, and I do appreciate aspects of the Renaissance, absolutely, but that is still a shocking number for both of them, and maybe it made sense before. The one thing you are going to need to do is add some defensemen. I don't have specific names for you just yet, but their coach has said that. Watching the team, you can probably figure that out. However, there's some good, Corey. There's a lot of good. I told you these stars don't have a lot of money, but Rope Hintz, like him, feel pretty good about him.
He's pretty good.
He's going to be here forever. We might have to.
Aren't people mad about that? Like, isn't Sagan and Jamie Benn here forever, and people get mad at that?
That's
Good man, Mike. Look at Mike.
And that's what I was going to say. In 27, 28, 29, I don't know if you'll feel any different, but for right now, we'll worry about those in a future show in 5 years. But he's here forever. He's young. We'll see if that contract catches up with him. He's here.
What number is Rope? Is he 24?
Correct.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mike.
dude, because he is. I like
God.
24.
Oh my God, is that a new game we have to do?
Yeah, I'll tell you who
Star
else I
players'
liked,
numbers?
and this maybe goes to positive or negative. I like the feistiness and speed of Domi.
Okay. He is somebody you're going to need to bring back.
He was a trade, right?
Yes, and he has expressed interest in staying here, so that's a potential good as well. I just want to test something out real quick. Jason Robertson is here for the next 3 years.
Number 21.
That is correct.
Oh, I mean, yay.
Number 24 is Heiskanen. Am I saying his last name right? Heiskanen.
That was right
Yeah.
the first time.
You got it right the first time.
And he had to obviously wear the whole clear mask, which it makes
Hold
me
on,
wonder.
what number did you say he was?
He's number 4.
Okay, I thought you said 24, and I was like, you literally just said his.
No,
okay,
but
okay,
he
good.
got popped with the puck, and I just think, wow, I can't believe more people don't get popped in the face with the puck in a regular season. And then if the clear mask that covers your whole face doesn't bug people, why wouldn't you wear that?
Sure, for sure. And he's here forever as well. So both Heiskanen and Hintz signed the longer-term deals, and then Ottinger and Robertson went shorter term with an idea of getting another deal done. But Ottinger under contract for 2 more years. Here's one more bad. I tricked you by thinking that's over. When I told you need new defensemen, Lindell and Suter are both under contract for 2 more years at a combined $9.5 million per year. Ouch. That hurts. They were poor this year. You're going to need them to play significantly better if that's going to help out your defense, especially since you don't have a lot of money to spend. Unless you're ready to get radical and drastic and do something else.
At 38 years old, I don't expect Suter to change much.
Sure.
So, like, that's where I am with Suter is I love the opportunity to give the veteran that, chance, but man, I got to figure out how to get rid of that contract.
I feel like it might have been last year or the year before. People kind of talk the same way, the way that I'm hearing about Suter, about Klingberg, who used to be number 3.
That is correct.
See,
gosh.
So I'm just wondering, is Suter is he the now Klingberg where he does some positive things, but he also kind of, it's a 50-50 on, I like that and I hate that.
I think Klingberg might have been more positive.
Oh, way more positive. Yeah, Suter's like 95% negative. Everybody wants him out. The issue is
especially
that
those 3 teenage girls that were sitting behind me at the game. They hated him.
You don't have a whole lot of other options. And that's where, like, you're kind of stuck. It's like, yeah, you can complain about him, but you kind of need him to play with Miro and whatnot. So
and the rest of the league knows he's not good either.
Yeah.
And so
here's what you do.
Hold on, real quick. He just said you need him to play with Miro. Is it because why?
Well, they like to pair him with Miro because Miro is somebody that can pick up the slack in a lot of ways and cover a lot of deficiencies.
Do you know what he's saying? This is the Dwight Powell of the Dallas or the Dallas Stars because Dwight Powell needs Luka or he's pretty worthless. But here's what
Yes.
Suter needs to do. Do unbelievable community service. Be a great teammate who, no matter what, like you're always there for practice. Get in great with Mike Madonna, the way that like Dwight's in with Dirk. Like just do so many things where they're like, yeah, we know he's not good, but do you see all the extra things? Like I'm sure, like I don't know who runs all the public relations for the Mavericks. I don't know if that's Cynthia Marshall. That's her name, right?
Yes.
She might do a lot of things. Hey, we're building a new basketball court here. We're going to this school. We're meeting with these season ticket holders, right? I guarantee you one of the first people she asked for is Dwight Powell because of his likability, because of his generosity, because of his kindness, all these things. And so that outweighs him playing basketball. So that's what Suter needs to do. Like, don't think of me as a hockey player.
Well,
think of me as a great person on the team.
As long as we're going to make
Good job, Mike.
multi-sport comparisons, people aren't going to like this. A couple people asked about cutting Ben and Sagan. Unfortunately, this isn't the NFL where I can get you some of that money back. Like if I told you, all right, look, you're going to take a $12 million hit on Tyler Sagan this year, but then you're going to get all of that money back. I can't tell you that, and it's the same thing with Jamie Benn.
That money's guaranteed.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like, if you told me you got to live with 2 more years of Jamie Benn at that number, not the player, I'm just saying at that number, you might be able to wrap your head around that. It's the Sagan deal that I feel like is going to crush you next year, the year after, and then guess what? Still the year after that.
And that's why they're really going to need these young guys that they've drafted to really pay off. We talk about it all the time with Dak, right? When he was on his rookie deal, like, well, this is a great time to win. You hear it all across the NFL. So there's guys that are coming up through the junior ranks that hopefully can help out. The nice thing is on the back end, you have Thomas Harley, who's going to need a deal soon, but he's probably going to kind of step in and be like your number 2 to mirror, which I think is great. He can kind of step up into that position because he was phenomenal. Ever since he got called up.
And that's a great point because Harley, you still got him at a year for nothing. And then the good news is he's a restricted free agent, which you just pretty much saw how that would play out with people like Ottinger and Robertson and everything like that. And then Wyatt Johnston, he gets paid nothing for the next 2 years until he's a restricted free agent. And so that's positive. I mean, they make actual amounts of money. I'm just saying in terms of counting against your salary cap, $894,000, which I know would be amazing for probably most everyone listening, including ourselves.
Yeah,
but in terms of
definitely.
hitting your salary cap, those people, just think about this. And this is the beauty of if your young players pay off. Wyatt Johnston and Thomas Harley are going to make a little bit less than 1/10 of Ben and Sagan combined. You would take those other two at the same price over Ben and Sagan. At least I bet a lot of people would.
Like 800,000?
Yep.
Yeah. That is nuts. So we need all these youngsters that are at Allen and whatever.
Well, their
to just
AHL
roll up
team was
now.
awesome.
Yeah,
so
let's roll them all in. Let's just play that team next year. We need this Ben and Sagan guy.
I was going to say, we have other pretty usable pieces still on this
Name
team.
one.
Can we keep the goalie at least?
Yeah, Ottinger.
You guys really want to keep the goalie?
Yes, I do.
All
very,
right.
very much so.
That's what you want.
We're the KNC Master, very
I mean,
much
that other
so.
goalie won a championship, so.
I think his nickname for Las Vegas was Otter the Squatter because they always went high on him.
Yeah, they did.
Right?
They're just
So
like,
they're like, yeah.
Okay, you got Joey's seal of approval on that. Coming up next, will we get more nicknames in Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick? Plus, I promise we'll start getting to your shout-outs.
Bold predictions and J-Rod is hot next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Friday show.
Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 817. Kevin, we were talking about Eric Nadel earlier this year, and I texted about my own struggles, and you said mental health issues don't discriminate. And I think about that almost every day, so I want to shout out everyone who keeps on keeping on. That's a cool shout-out. Like, a lot of people have personal shout-outs. I always think it's cool when somebody also, like, shouts out a bigger group of people. So way to go, everybody who continues to fight. Now,
yes,
time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
And hey, a couple weeks ago, got to see Eric Nadel at the Grant Halliburton Foundation, where he put on the concert
to
at
help
the
out
Kessler.
mental health.
It's great. It is great seeing him, and hope that he gets back to the ballpark when he's ready to get back, because this is a really fun season to be a part of, and I hope Eric, at some point can be part of this season too. I wanted to talk about Julio Rodriguez because he got off to a rough start, and overall his numbers aren't tremendous this year to this point. He has a 749 OPS, he has 10 home runs and 31 RBIs. So that doesn't sound that impressive when you think about what the Rangers are doing, because the Rangers numbers, you have like, Adolis Garcia, Marcus Semien. I know Seager doesn't have the at-bats to qualify, but you look at Semien, you just look at Jonah Heim, you look at Josh Young. The Rangers offense is so awesome, you go, oh man, yeah, like he's having a down year. But he has gotten really hot. In his last 7 days, he has 26 at-bats. He's batting .385 with 3 home runs and 8 RBIs, so he has more RBIs than days there are right there. He has a 1.154 OPS. So he's coming into Arlington really hot. Will that continue? I don't know. But J-Rod, obviously, Rookie of the Year, built up tremendously for this season, has not gotten off to the best of starts. That being said, you're facing Julio Rodriguez, J-Rod, in a stretch right now where he is coming into the ballpark really hot. So you got to be careful. They have a good lineup, but you have to be careful with how hot he is right now.
Can I just ask you from a fan perspective, like, let's take out that. Are you excited because you're like, holy crap, one of the potentially future greats of the game, and he's on fire right now? That's going to be cool to see. Or are you like, I love the Rangers, I hope he's terrible?
I love the Rangers, I hope he's terrible, but I think it is really fun to see the best compete.
Yeah.
And I hope the Rangers can shut him down, right? I mean, the Rangers starting pitching staff can shut him down.
Sure.
Obviously, once again, I think the key to every series with the Rangers right now is that the starting pitchers really give you quality starts, and they need to go 6+ innings, because Seattle's a very good team. Seattle hasn't gotten off to the best of starts. They're getting better as the season's progressing. They're having a little bit of issues, even though they have a really good staff, even though they've lost Robbie Ray. They haven't been as good, I would say, with their starting pitching as you would think.
That's fair.
And so if those guys get going and they have the ability and the talent too, you have to watch out. So in a weird way, not that this is going to determine if you make the playoffs or not, but this is a pretty big series when you look at Seattle, not on your heels, but if Seattle comes to Arlington and wins 2 of 3, not the end of the world. If they sweep you, you start going, oh no, did we just get Seattle hot, and are we cooling down a little bit? Don't think that's going to happen, but man, if you win this series, you take 2 of 3, I think Seattle gets out of this building going, son of a gun, man, they just play good baseball all the time.
And that is one thing I love about this Rangers team. It feels like they're systematically just wearing everybody down.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, crap, did we just lose that series?
I think in a way, when you play the Houston Astros, you're playing the champs, and you're playing a team that has been great for a long time. And you want to see how good are we against the best. That's most of the teams in Major League Baseball when they play Houston or when they play certain teams that have been the Dodgers, for example, the Braves. We know we're playing a World Series contender or a team that has won it recently. I do think the Rangers right now, in a weird way, aren't being taken as seriously around baseball because for half a decade, they've been such a bad team, drafting in the top 5 pretty much every year. And I think a lot of teams are going, no, they'll cool down, or they're not this good. And then they play them the first two games in a series, like, son of a gun, man. They grind. They figure out a way to get on base. They have big hits in big situations. We can't get to the starting pitcher. We're in the 6th inning and we're an hour and 14 minutes into this game, and we can't score off of these guys.
I kind of, if this is the day of cross sport comparisons, I kind of think about it like in terms of Tim Duncan back in the day. You're like, yeah, he's solid. And then you play against him and you're like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Not today.
And I know we'll get into the.
That's evidently that's what Garnett always said. It was one word. He just frees you up, man.
So that's that for this series. I want to get into MLB's bold predictions for the month of June. Obviously, this came out the other day to start the month, but we couldn't get to it. We get to it today.
It's only June 2nd. You're okay.
And I want to get to the first one that matters the most for Ranger fans. Bold prediction. The Houston Astros will be leading the American League West at the end of the month. It says, ravage their rotation, shut down Michael Brantley, have Jose Abreu wait until the 51st game to homer. It doesn't matter. The first place Astros are in inevitability. Sorry, Rangers.
I get the inevitability of how good they are and how talented they are.
Yeah.
And this is where I am very curious, Kevin, about whether or not this team is mentally ready for adversity.
Right.
Because they have been able to tackle each day and just, today's the day. We're going to win today. Yeah. But whenever something does go wrong, they can't look at the other team. And that's where Bochy has to keep them focused on, look, we can't worry about them. Let's just keep doing our thing. But some point that is going to creep in and you're going to be like, God, how do we stay ahead of these guys?
Okay, can I try to argue against that on the adversity front? I get the inevitability and all the stuff that they just threw out against the Astros, like what they've had to overcome. Right. What I would just say is, hey, your best pitcher who started out outstanding, out, still not back.
Yeah.
Hey, your best hitter who started out outstanding, out for a lengthy amount of time, and you still have the second best record in baseball. Like, that would be my argument. I hear you. Yeah. Going into the season, there's no chance in hell I thought the Rangers would be better than the Astros. But I just feel like sometimes people ignore the adversity that the Rangers have gone through because they've pushed through it all.
And I'm with you, and I have further thoughts on that. But at noon, we're really going to get into tease the topic at noon because I don't want to.
You learn about the Rangers after a historic May? And I'm not using hyperbole. It actually was historic for the Rangers.
And so I understand the national spotlight of the Astros have dominated this division for a while. They are the defending champs. They got Jose Abreu back. So you just look at it and you go, okay. It's going to possibly happen. And sorry, I said Abreu. Jose Abreu is having a rough year at first base. Jose Altuve, they've now gotten back, and it wasn't in the little article here. But yeah, I think it's going to be a fun conversation at noon looking at the Rangers' future from what they have done these first 2 months, and then the obviously Astros nipping at your heels.
And I definitely get that. And like, especially if you cover baseball or you're familiar with the Astros, I mean, they're the defending champs. I could see how you would be like, well, the Astros are going to overtake them.
It's the fear for me is they focus too much on what's behind them and press too much. And then like they haven't shown that yet. They haven't shown that mentality yet because they kind of went out there. I know house money is kind of a weird thing to say that early in the season, but they kind of went out there that style. And I hope they don't get to a point where they feel like, oh man, we're 2 games ahead and they're not going away. We have to press more.
Do you want to move on to other predictions? We can. Let's get back into this later.
All right, bold predictions in June. Ronald Acuna Jr. will steal 20 bags in this month. The last person to do it was Trey Turner in June of 2017 with 22. They just say Ronald Acuna Jr. is back. He has been unbelievable. This year, right now, he has 23 stolen bases with 4 caught stealing.
So he would already be above 40 by the end of the month?
That's what they're thinking. The bold prediction is that he will join the 20 bags in 1 month is the bold prediction. But a lot of people are predicting that he will enter the exclusive club of 40-40 this year.
Yeah.
So the next one isn't that big for Texas Ranger fans, but it says the Reds will rise to the top of the NL Central. And I don't know if this will make you feel better at all because it was a bad series in Cincinnati to get swept in Cincinnati. But at the end of the year, if Cincinnati's over 500, you'll go, well, maybe that wasn't as bad of a team as we thought. We might have got them hot. We might have been the team that turned around their attitude and energy for the season.
The Central Division across both American League and National League are clunkers this year.
And it does say watch out for this,
So
and I
far.
think this is fun. Ellie De La Cruz, 21-year-old, 6'5" infielder, could be getting called up in the month of June for the Reds. So you might get to see a top 10 prospect in all of baseball get called up by Cincinnati at some point in June.
Did you see, is that what drug Kirk Herbstreit into that argument across Twitter? It is because people are bringing up what a big deal that is, and they're like, what's that going to do for the Reds leader? And Herbstreit's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, he's been our leader. You don't need to be writing negative stuff. And it turned out to this like bizarre Twitter argument when people are like, no, we weren't saying he's no good or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if he earns his way to the major leagues, to see what he can do at the major leagues. The Yankees will reach first place, which I'm not going to believe that. I feel like that's a little bit more of like MLB.com being out of New York. I don't think Tampa's going to fall off that much, and the Yankees are going to get that hot. Now, this is going to hurt the Rangers if this next bold prediction becomes true. The White Sox will get back into the AL Central race because they do have some relievers that you could pluck off. In fact, we haven't talked about it, but Liam Hendricks has returned from cancer. That's a great story, but it doesn't mean that Liam Hendricks can't be traded either.
Yeah.
Like if he comes back and he's doing pretty good, we do need the White Sox to be out of a race, because if they're in a race, they're going to keep Joe Kelly. They're going to keep Liam Hendricks. But if the White Sox can not play great baseball, but these relievers are doing pretty good in maybe non-save situations, the Rangers could look at the White Sox and go, where do you need help in your farm system? We want some of your relief pitching.
Hendricks is an interesting story. I just read Evan Grant's story on him this morning and why the Rangers might not be able to get him. That was interesting.
All right. And then Fernando Tatis Jr. will power the Padres back to relevance. They've gotten off to a tough start. I think this is a good, bold prediction that happened before June 1st, because I believe yesterday he had 3 doubles.
Whoa.
So Fernando Tatis Jr. will get back to what we saw before the suspension.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Cowboys, the Angels, this pizza delivery guy, and John Morant again. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Do you need to ask somebody else for forgiveness? I got a question. I have a situation.
It's time to fight Raiders fight. You know what I'm saying? So I forgive
do.
UConn for trying to beat Texas Tech today.
I hope
in the
Texas
College World
Tech
Series
beats UConn by 12 runs.
You hate UConn.
I do hate UConn.
Because of that girl.
I guess this is just the regionals.
There's a couple of reasons, but that is one of them.
Do you call it the World Series yet, or you just call it the regionals?
The tournament.
The tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so they're in the tournament. The 64 starts right now.
You and Bill Parcells.
Just got to make the tournament. Do I
and Daniel LaRussa
need forgiveness?
Daniel LaRusso's going to fight?
Is it LaRussa or is it LaRusso?
They say it both ways.
Oh my gosh, that feels problematic. Do I need forgiveness or does the pizza guy need forgiveness?
Tell me the story.
Is this graduation?
No.
Oh.
No. We got Blaze Pizza for graduation. It was awesome. Everybody was super nice. My family wanted pizza recently. It was like, I don't know, $27, $28, something like that.
All right.
And so
was it 50% off?
No.
Okay.
It was not. I lost that.
That's back.
What?
I got you.
It's okay. That was what? It was $28.
All right.
And we were going to give $34 for the thing, right? So we have cash. Guy comes up and he's like, it's $28. And I'm like, hey, can I get $6 back? Give him $40. He's on his phone while this is happening. And he goes, okay, just a second. And he walks like down the walkway to the house talking on his phone the whole time. And I kind of think he's going to get in his car and just take off. And then he looks for something in his car, doesn't find it, comes back, still talking on the phone. And he's like, yeah, just a second. And he talks on the phone and...
Nope.
Did you say just a second and take $10 off of
so...
Like, here's 30.
And you were just standing there the whole time?
Yes.
All right.
Because he's got the money. That's the thing.
Oh, you've already given the money?
Yeah, I've already given him the money. So at this point, I know. At this point, it was only $1. I probably should ask for more. And he goes, how much did you need back? $6? And I said, go ahead and make it $7. And
ooh, in your face, you did it.
I did, because we were standing there for like 3 minutes because he was in the middle of a phone call and didn't tell the guy to hold on to just get my change.
Right.
Do you think I need forgiveness? Do you think that fella needs forgiveness?
Here's
It
my
doesn't sound like he might be the best customer server.
Right.
Go ahead.
Unless he was working 2 jobs at the same time. What if he was working as a Dell, help desk center guy?
Okay.
At the same time.
I have another theory.
As this. Now that doesn't change his look.
I
Tip
didn't
is
totally
up to your
listen to his conversation.
Yeah.
So
Tip is up to your discretion, man.
Yeah.
Listen, tip is that you get to decide what you want to do there.
What
But
if he was so nervous because he knew who Kevin Hagelin was?
man, that's happened.
Did you have your Batman shirt on
Give me
too?
and he couldn't do it. Like he was
did not.
His heart rate was just pounding. He's like, I can't believe I'm meeting my hero here, who I listen to all the time. I'm a huge Tolo, but I don't know.
if that's the case, he was very rude.
Oh.
Well, doesn't he? He listens to you. He's probably like, this is how Kevin likes to be treated.
Oh,
I
my
don't
gosh.
know. I'm not
He was
sure
just
about
like,
that.
oh, for sure.
All right, Joey.
Maybe
get
he dated his
those
sister a
jokes
long
in
time
while
ago.
you can. That would have been a disproportionate age gap that I think would have required a different conversation.
What if in this fictitious scenario, Kevin?
Oh no, this definitely happened to me.
No, my fictitious
okay.
scenario. His mom had just died, and he was on the phone, like with his dad.
Shouldn't you take the day off?
You needed your
I'm
pizza,
pretty sure
though.
you
Like,
give
it
him the
just
pizza
happened.
and you say, I'm sorry, I have an emergency.
That's what I would have done too.
Yeah.
I
So
have to.
I think I'm not calling him an idiot because I don't know what was going on in his world, but he lost $1 because of this situation.
Which I felt was soft. I could have been harsher, and apparently that's what the fan text thinks from the 214. You need forgiveness for tipping that guy. Screw that guy. Slam the door in his damn face. Tell him, give me the damn money. And for the 817, I deliver for DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Instacart. I can tell you that guy was in the wrong. I would never take a phone call. And that was the thing. If it was an emergency or whatever, I just wish he'd have been like, here's your change. He told me to hold on multiple times.
It doesn't sound like he cares too much that he lost $1 from
Probably,
you, to be honest. Now,
you needed to be the one that really showed him the impact. You should have called his
Should've been like,
manager
no tip.
and said, "Hey, this guy gotta go."
So I feel like with this
and no tip
thing, the other day, obviously we had an early show. So my boys are done with school. So they were at home, daughter's working. I said, hey, let me take you guys out to lunch. This is rare. I don't get to have lunch with you guys really because of work. And so let me take you out to lunch. So we go out to lunch, and it's one of those places where you order and then you pay and then you sit down and they bring you your food. So it has the tip thing on the computer after paying with my card. And so I hit the tip button. And I'm like, I tipped. But then there was a really nice guy who was like, hey, don't worry about it. I'll refill your water and your kids' soda or whatever if they need it. I'm like, oh, that's great. But I was like, I don't want to tip anymore. I already tipped quite a bit. So I felt bad. So as he was working and away and we were done, it's like, all right, let's go. And we walked out the side door. And I didn't give any more tip, but I'm like, I already tipped.
Mm-hmm.
I've already given the 20%. Like, I don't need to give any more, but I felt bad inside going, this guy's doing a great job. He has no clue what button he didn't take my order.
Yeah.
But I'm also not giving 20% to the person who said, what do you want? And said, like, he was nice. It was a good person doing it. But like, how much more am I supposed to tip? I feel like at this point, they're really getting you on like tipping and tipping and tipping.
Yeah. And I like the way some of the places do. They'll be like, hey, and there's a question down there for you. Like, they don't want to say you can decide if you want to get a tip. So it depends on what the service. Some of the services, I'm definitely like, yeah. Other ones, I'm like, get serious.
I heard Sharif like complaining about the lady that handed him the computer and then stood over him. While what I do in those situations
I have no problem with that.
Is whenever they bring that to me, I just continue my conversation and say, I'll get to it in just a few minutes. And they usually walk off, and then I can just tip whatever I want to on that. And I don't have to worry about her seeing hey, he didn't tip me 25%.
Does Ja Morant need to ask for forgiveness? Maybe, Corey, he needs to ask you for forgiveness because it's not looking great for Ja Morant because Adam Silver, I'm going to go ahead and throw it to cut number 2. You tell me if you think this sounds like a good sign for Ja Morant, or maybe he just needs to ask Adam Silver for forgiveness.
We've uncovered a fair amount of additional information. I think since I was still asked about the situation, I would say we probably could have brought it to a head now, but we made the decision, and I believe the Players Association agrees with us, that it would be unfair to these players and these teams in the middle of this series to announce the results of that investigation. And given that we're, of course, in the off season, he has now been suspended by the Memphis Grizzlies indefinitely, and so nothing would have changed anyway in the next few weeks.
I like that.
I do too. That sounds really bad also for Ja Morant. Is we did not want to interrupt the finals with the suspension, which I might be guessing here, but that leads me to believe it will be a fairly hefty number.
Yeah. Here's my situation.
16.5 is your bet, correct?
Yeah. And here's my situation, Mike. When I made this bet, we did not know that there was new information, additional information.
Mm-hmm.
Yet I made a bet based on the information I had. Okay? The information I had, not whatever this new additional information is. If we find out this new additional information is he murdered somebody with the gun, then I think I have legal rights here to be like, hey, look, I don't need to pay off this bet. I didn't know he did that.
You said under?
Under. I said under. And so it would have been double the games he got suspended in the past.
Not looking good.
But I still stand by this. What are you doing, dude? I
You
need
might wanna
somebody
put-
on my side here. Additional information.
Put that cupcake in the refrigerator or something because it is getting
It's
nasty.
melting over there. It's starting to
It
melt.
is. It is slowly disintegrating over there.
Looks
and it
like
does
Sly's face.
It's going to smell so bad.
So now you're thinking more like 30 or 40, right?
No, I'm thinking 20. but that's still a loss for him.
Yeah.
I do think if you get to half a season, I can't imagine if you're part of the Players Association, so if you're a player or helping protect the players, that you would allow, if I don't know the extra information.
That's the thing, right?
But let's just say it's the waving of a gun for the second time in a bad situation, and I know he wasn't waving it luckily at a person or pointing it at a person, but I just think you get to half a season, I think the NBA Players Association would say, now wait a second. Like, this is a little bit too much power on this one, and we are going to appeal this suspension and really stand behind John Morant. I don't think the Players Association wants that. I don't think Adam Silver wants this. So I'm thinking it could be 30, but I do think that's pushing the number where the Players Association goes, we have to fight this.
Here's the reason why I say that is because Adam Silver said one more thing. He goes, I guess in hindsight, I don't know if it would have been a 12-game suspension instead of an 8-game suspension, would it have mattered? So he's even thinking like, hey, if I would have given him a 12-game suspension, would that have made a difference? And so I wonder, and I have no idea what that additional information is either. But on Forgiveness Friday, maybe he should just go ask for forgiveness and it could work for him.
Who needs to ask for forgiveness in this situation, Kevin? I'm sorry. I need to look, make sure you don't have this somewhere else. Have you heard of the Portland Pickles?
Oh, no, go for it.
All right.
Is this a baseball team?
This is a baseball team. Mike, they are a collegiate wood bat team. And recently on their social media, breaking, we have officially surpassed the Oakland A's in attendance for 2023 this season.
Yeah.
Damn. I think the Oakland A's need forgiveness.
Thank you. Okay, that's
for
what
just
I thought.
giving up. And they're like, the hell with it. We're far more concerned with our land and stadium deal in Las Vegas, and we give a crap about this stupid team.
Speaking of college baseball players, UConn's in trouble.
Oh, no.
Because it is 1-0.
Let's go,
Fighting
Tech.
Red Raiders from Lubbock are
Might as
winning
well
in the
give
top
up.
of the first inning. UConn better bring their bats. I'd say bring their wood, but they're using metal.
Yeah, they have
They
metal
better
bats.
bring their metal.
Yeah.
From the 903.
They better bring their alloy.
I need forgiveness.
Bring their shafts.
Not me. This is from the 903. I've always thought Skip Bayless was a good sports reporter, but with the Shannon Sharp stuff recently, I now think that he's a piece of trash.
What? You thought, hold on, what point did you stop thinking that?
I mean, it sounds pretty
Just
recent
now?
for that person,
You
right?
always thought that about him? I don't know, man. I don't know about that guy. I'm not a fan.
Okay.
Of Shannon Sharp or Skip?
Of Skip. And I very rarely ever pay attention to an.
Hey, you're
I
like
almost
the
said that
rest of the
word.
country.
I very rarely pay attention to anything he says.
Who do you think will take that job?
Whoever kisses Skip Bayless's ass.
And you know why I pay so little attention to what he says? Because it does not affect here.
Sure.
Like, we do radio for you guys locally, and we got some Pennsylvania listeners, some South Carolina listeners, but we do radio for people who care about this thing, and Skip just does not register on my radar at all.
From the 817, I need forgiveness for being upset at the 7-Eleven lady for her tone of voice, for yelling at me to put my number into the iPad. I got mad and instantly regretted it. Man, whether it's something you purchased or something you did, how often do people regret their trip to the 7-Eleven? Does everybody in the world have one trip to the 7-Eleven they regret? Not because of the 7-Eleven, but because they're like, I shouldn't have bought that. I yelled at somebody. I probably shouldn't have been out that late. Whatever the case is.
Okay, I got two. One, it was on Christmas Day. I picked up a drunk guy to drive him to his place because he looked like he'd had a bad night and he threw up in my grandma's car.
Oh,
the other one is 2:30 in the morning. We stop and get chili dogs, and I am driving home with my friend who has chili,
Like Jack and Diane.
and cheese. Yeah, he was sucking on a chili dog.
Sucking on chili dog.
And he has chili and cheese
made
all
sense.
over his white tank top, and he's leaning out the window singing The Flies. Got you where I want you.
That's a good song.
And I was like, it is a good song, but he didn't need to sing it to the whole city at that point. We just needed to get home and be there.
Why wouldn't John Mellencamp, is that who sings that song?
Yes, or Cougar Mellencamp, if you
He's
prefer.
just Mellencamp now. He got rid of the cougar.
Why wouldn't you be chomping on a chili dog eating a chili dog.
Come on, Mike.
I don't get.
You know why.
I heard
Outside
that
of the
song
Tasty
the other
Freeze?
day.
What do you think a chili dog is, Mike?
It's a hot dog with chili on it,
That's
like you get it
absolutely
Sonic.
right.
Like
Yeah,
I like it with cheese and
Grow up,
mustard and a
Mike.
little bit of onion, but I'm like, what? Why would you
Come on,
say
dude.
that?
Come on, dude. You're telling me
I've
the guy
never
who
heard-
wrote Summer of '69 didn't have anything else
Like,
happening
That's a
there?
different guy.
It is?
Yeah, that's Brian Adams.
You
Like, if
can't
you-
tell me that's not the
if
same.
you tell me
person.
you're-
I promise
Promise you
that's
it's
a million
not.
percent the same generic
Sucking on a
white guy.
Slurpee. That makes sense
Yeah,
to me
yeah.
because that would be kind of how you're.
Slurpees are good.
That's really not the same person. This is shocking
Have
to
you
me.
seen the people that do this at like karaoke where they go
No.
up there to sing this song and all they sing is that lyric? Suck it on chili dogs.
Oh, I have
Just
seen
over and
videos
over and
like
over
that.
and over and over.
but
it's
they
so
change
weird.
with the music, and it's like sucking on a chili dog.
Suck it
Suck
on
it
a
on
chili
chili
dog.
dog.
Suck it on a chili dog.
I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
I just heard that song in the car. I've heard it a zillion times, but for some reason, it just caught my ear going, what a weird way to say that you're eating a chili dog with your boyfriend or girlfriend.
I don't think I've ever sucked a chili dog before. I think, yeah. Like,
You would choke.
Yes, exactly.
You would have to have CPR, and somebody would have to get the chili dog.
Yeah.
Really, the
It'd
hot,
be like that
the hot
little-
dog part out.
Is that the Rod
That little
Stewart
girl in
rumor?
Field
The
of
chili
Dreams.
dog will digest
Remember-
if you suck it down.
Remember she
but
had
the
the-
hot dog won't.
Was it Kiefer Sutherland's dad that had to like pop that chili dog out of her because she had choked and fell off the
What?
bleachers? Field of Dreams. The little girl was choking to
Yeah,
death.
it was a hot dog. There's no chili.
Oh
in it.
yeah, okay, my bad. Kevin, back to you.
We might need to do a separate.
That was when Moonlight Graham had to decide:
What?
do I want to keep playing baseball in this heaven, or do I want to be a doctor? And he's like, you know what? God chose me to be a doctor.
We might need to do a different 7-Eleven segment at some point because lots of people
What's your
have lots of breakdown about 7-Eleven. We're the KNC masterpiece right here, I guess, on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Mavs are looking to make moves, and they should have plenty of potential chili dogs.
Suck
No,
it
I'm
on
just
a
kidding.
chili
Trade
dog.
partners.
Suck it on a
We'll do
chili
it next
dog.
right here on The Fan.
Suck it on a chili dog. Suck it on a chili dog.
Where you going? Your day gets better.
Carity.com.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Stuck like Chuck.
He was, man. Here's Jaden Hardy. Step back in the corner. That dude is not stuck. When he's got the ball, he knows what to do with it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. The Mavs are looking to make some moves, and they should have plenty of potential trade partners. But let's see if we can make some people's lives better.
All right.
From the 806, damn, that was too funny. I didn't get out of the truck and may have missed my future wife at the QT. If you're a Tolo and we're wearing a green sweater and jeans, come back. I'll buy you a taquito.
Yes. I hope that I hope she goes back and he gets her a taquito.
I really hope that too.
Why is she wearing a sweater? It's like 90 degrees outside.
Might be cold in the office. You know, maybe she just stopped in, got something, and she's heading to the office, and it's cold.
Okay.
Like it's cold in our office right now.
Yeah.
From the 214, it's on a shout out Friday. Shout out to my little bro, Christian Guzman, for graduating from Duncanville High School this week. It was at Globe Life Field, and so that was awesome for them.
Awesome.
Now, on the basketball front,
tell me about it.
I feel like you know about it.
Okay,
but
good. Who came up with this?
You did.
Oh, gosh.
The Mavericks are looking to make moves, and they should have plenty of trade partners.
Yeah.
You were running through a list of, you think, and I'm mostly in agreement with you here.
Okay, yeah.
10 teams looking to make a change. Now, the level of change to be debated.
Right.
And then 4 maybes. Is that an accurate description?
Yeah, and I think this is good as we'll go down the list here so Maverick fans can maybe have an idea of teams that want to make major changes. I'm not saying overhaul the whole roster, but teams like, hey, we're not good enough. This isn't working out chemistry-wise. We need to try something different. And to what level teams get that accomplished? Like the Mavericks want to change their team, I think, quite a bit. Now, they want Kyrie back first. I totally get that. That limits everything that they can do, but I do think that they don't want to just draft the 10th overall pick and say, here's our team back.
I agree.
And so I think they want to make major changes. But I was looking at this, and I was looking at Boston. I think Boston probably wants to make a different team around Jason Tatum.
Agreed.
I don't think they're going to choose Jaylen Brown over Tatum, but I think that there is a possibility that this offseason that Jaylen Brown is moved to another team in a big trade. Like, you're going to get a lot back for a guy who looks like a really good number 2 player on a championship team, but for some reason Tatum and Brown might not really like playing with each other.
In this instance, I don't know if you're like me at all. I'm not as interested in Boston, not because it's not huge, but just because I know the Mavs won't be involved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now we hear about the Cleveland Cavaliers. They have a all-star center in Jarrett Allen, and they're thinking about moving him because they have Mobley, who they've drafted, and they found out in the playoffs versus the Knicks, maybe having 2 big guys on the court at the same time is very tough in today's NBA.
Mobley looks excellent.
Yes. And so does Jarrett Allen. He's a really good player, but both of them on the same team might not make the most sense. So I think that they are a team wanting to possibly make a big move. I think the Knicks want to make a big move, and they want Brunson to be the number 2 guy, the guy with the ball the most, but the number 2 guy. And so I think they want to take a lot of their, if you want to call it depth or whatever, whether it's RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, maybe Emmanuel Quickly, a couple of other, whether it's Obi Toppin. I'm not saying all of it. Remember, they do have a future Mavs first-round pick in 2024. They could convert, but they have plenty of picks also.
I think they would love to package quickly one of those picks and Randle or Barrett to make something happen.
Yeah, and so I think they can make moves. Now, the Brooklyn Nets, I think, could make major moves in an opposite way. I'm not sure, but do they want to move Dorian Finney-Smith for future assets? Because they're not going to be good while Dorian Finney-Smith is good, most likely.
Can I just ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
Would you have an interest in Dorian Finney-Smith coming back?
Yes, but I think it would cost too much.
Okay.
I think they might start asking for a future first-round pick, like your 2027 first-round pick. I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
And we kind of found out with Dorian Finney-Smith, it was a short sample size. he might really need Luka to be a productive basketball player.
Yeah.
He's still good defensively. That doesn't matter. But I think the Atlanta Hawks, we've known for a while, right? They fired their coaches multiple times with Trae Young. They just look kind of lost as an organization on what they want to do and what they want to accomplish, right? So I think they could want to make a major move. The Chicago Bulls, ever since Lonzo Ball got hurt and there's a possibility of him never playing again,
yeah.
I think that they could look to go, this just isn't working. Our combination of players don't work together well at all. So I think that they could want to make a major move. A question mark for me was Raptors. Did they just fire Nick Nurse because they think they do have a really good team?
That's what I think.
Okay. But they could possibly make a big move. That's why I didn't put him in my 10. I put him as a question mark.
I would lean towards no on that just because I think that they're like, we're close. We need a different coach.
Yeah.
And let's stay the course. Their big move was the head coach. That's my take on it.
If you're in a new spot, are you like in football, we always talk about new head coaches typically want to find a quarterback and then attach themselves to that. Does that happen in the NBA a lot where they've attached themselves to a player?
I mean, you want to because the star player gets you pretty far usually in the playoffs.
It sounds like the Suns are planning to hire Vogel.
Okay.
According to Bisiglia, Mike Bisiglia.
Wow. Okay.
I had the Wizards as a question mark. I didn't think they were in the 10, but
they're in the 10.
Okay.
I think they're in the 10.
Because it's not working. Like Bradley Beal, Porzingis, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So they might. I don't know what they're going to do, but they might. All right. So then I get to that's all my teams in the Eastern Conference that I think want to possibly make a big move. Then I get to the Western Conference. And I get to the Phoenix Suns, who you just mentioned. DeAndre Ayton doesn't want to be there, didn't sign there, didn't get along with Monty Williams. I know they fired Monty Williams. Monty Williams has moved to Detroit. But I still think Phoenix is going to move DeAndre Ayton. And when you're moving a $30 million player, that's going to be a big move.
I almost brought it up, but it was too stupid to me. But I was like, I guess I'm bringing it up now. Is they were like, hey, the Mavericks are going to trade for DeAndre Ayton. They're going to trade away Josh Green, JaVale McGee, and Tim Hardaway Jr. And I was like, what? Yes, let's do that. But I find that to be preposterous.
Yeah, you probably have to do a little bit more. But the next team is the Clippers as a question mark. Do they want to bring back that same team again that can't get out of the – I guess they got out of the first round against the Mavericks.
I think they do.
Okay.
I'm not saying I agree with it. Yeah. I think they do.
Okay. The Lakers. I don't know how much they can, but I think the Lakers, I think LeBron James is already, I think he's trying to push the Lakers. That's why he fake retired after getting swept. He's like, I don't know, maybe I will.
Yeah.
My butt. Won't say the other word. But he just did that to kind of, there's multiple reasons he did it, but I think one of the reasons is to let the Lakers know, well, maybe this is my last year of my contract. Maybe I don't stay a Laker if you don't go all in for 23-24.
And they got to figure out what they're going to do with Reeves, right? Not to mention, I know the Kyrie thing has been out there for a while, but Kyrie, LeBron, Reeves, they might be moving and shaking.
I think the Timberwolves are a question mark. They make the big move for Rudy Gobert. They traded D'Angelo Russell at the deadline, but I don't know what in the world they're trying to accomplish there. And I don't know I don't think they're going to give up on Rudy Gobert this quick because of how much.
So much.
Yeah, but I wonder the Timberwolves if they're going to want to, how much they're going to want to shake things up this offseason. Or if they're just like, no, we brought in Rudy Gobert. We believe Rudy Gobert and Anthony Edwards are going to lead us somewhere special.
What would be, let's just say they were like, oh my God, this is a terrible idea. And they're selling for discounted rate. What's an acceptable Gobert price for you in terms of assets?
They probably don't like this, but I would say for Gobert, because I worry about him playoff time, we've seen how much he struggled. Hardaway Jr., Bertans, and our 2027 first round pick.
Okay. So essentially, you're buying your way out of those other two contracts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think they go for that.
What if they say they take one and they want Green?
Yeah, I mean, you do have to get to a bigger number, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think I would lean towards that, but it's just how desperate I am for a center. Yeah. Okay, so I wonder about the Pelicans and their Zion situation and their Remember, that was a big team going into this season, and they end up 42-40. They don't make the real playoffs.
Disappointment.
So I wonder how much they want to bring back. Obviously, the Mavericks, and then you get to the bottom of the Western Conference,
Trailblazers.
and it seems like the Trailblazers are looking with Lillard to go, what are we doing here? Can Lillard is great enough to stay here, thank God, I think, for their organization. Can we build something around Lillard that looks like a team that can win a playoff round?
I'm curious because they have that number 3 pick, which may well, the way it's set up now, be Scoot Henderson. How many teams are like, hey, we get Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson? That's a pretty hefty return right there. So I wonder what that draws.
But I think that's good, guys, that the Mavericks, who are looking to make a major change with their team because they know how bad it was talent-wise, and I do think when you have this many partners,
almost half the league,
almost half the league is possibly looking to make major moves, and I think that way it makes it also easier to do 3-team deals where we have something that we don't want of yours, but you want of ours. And we don't want of theirs, but, so I think that you could see a couple of really big 3-team or possibly even 4-team trades because of so many teams wanting to make major changes.
But I agree. There are lots of potential things there. Do you believe you have the person that can make the negotiation?
I'm scared to death of
Nico or Mark or whatever, because despite what you want to say about John Daniels, in the Cole Hamels trade, it turned into the Jake Diekman trade. And granted, the KP trade kind of for a year turned into the Tim Hardaway trade.
Right.
You were you benefited from that. You didn't have to go end up paying him all the money, but you did anyway. But that being said, that's where my concern is I'm fine getting that person, but what's that one? Yeah. Do I have the negotiator that can squeeze something else, or am I giving up more for less?
I've been told that Mark Cuban loses most of his negotiations in trades because he wants it so bad in a weird way.
He falls in love.
That he's like, all right, fine, I will unprotect this pick. Fine, I will give another pick. Fine, I will take on this contract. So teams know, wait them out, and they will give. Like Danny Ainge was great at hey, they're trading Rudy Gobert, they're trading Donovan Mitchell. It didn't happen on July 1st or July 5th or July 10th. He waited Minnesota out. He waited somewhat Cleveland out and got the most value because he's like, I bet they give in. They want it so bad, they'll give in. And that's, from what I understand, most organizations believe Mark Cuban will give in to whatever we ultimately want. We just have to be patient because Mark will lose his patience and give us everything we want.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, how about more of your shout-outs and a little bit of gridiron gravy, ranking each NFL team's likelihood of winning their first ever Super Bowl this season. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
According to the
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road, but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Burrow throwing this side of the field. Jamar Chase with the catch and up the sideline, and there he goes. Jamar Chase to the end zone for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get to Gridiron in just 1 second, but got a couple more shout-outs for y'all on a Shout-Out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to my 13U travel ball team, the Spartans. Good luck this weekend. And then from the 214, shout-out to my wife. 9 months pregnant. Any moment now, we get to meet our baby girl. Holy cow, best of luck. And shout-out to Doc Rivers for still pretending. In the last segment, Corey, you brought up that Frank Vogel was going to be the Suns' new head coach.
Yep.
So let's say somewhere in the vicinity of about 11:30.
According to Wojnarowski and Mike Bisiglia.
Okay, so about 11:30.
Yep.
I feel right? At 11:19, Mark Spears put out a tweet saying Doc Rivers had pulled his name from Phoenix Suns head coach source.
I like that.
Sweet. So 11 minutes before they're announcing their new coach, and guess what? It ain't you. You're like, you know what? I have withdrawn my name from consideration.
Never wanted the job anyway.
That's right. Right now, snap. Would say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits. I'm going to miss that Joey kid.
Yes. Don't worry.
Oh, Slim Scotty.
Still got a week. You're good.
You can always FaceTime him.
Oh.
I don't do that. I don't even do that with my wife.
Mark that. All right. So, how many teams have never won a Super Bowl that currently exists in the NFL?
Okay, God. I was like,
this is going to be bad. That currently
Brian
exists
Adams,
Minnesota.
Garland.
NFL.
All of Minnesota.
All in Minnesota. That is true.
Yeah.
That currently exists in the NFL.
I'm going to guess. I'm just throwing out a random number. 10.
You say higher or lower?
I think it's 12.
That
All right.
is correct.
All right.
Which of those teams, do you need me to give you the teams? Or do you know them
I
instinctively?
mean, Detroit hasn't won one, right?
That's
Jacksonville, Houston.
Cardinals.
All right, so it feels like y'all have a pretty good feel for this.
Vikings.
Which team do you think is least likely to win their first ever Super Bowl this season?
A lot.
Okay,
Texans.
You pick one.
Texans. You can pick the Cardinals.
You say least likely?
Least likely.
Least likely. Carolina.
Ooh. I'll put the Cardinals below Carolina.
Oh, yeah, because you said they're going to win 0 games.
Well, they're favored in 0 of their games.
Yeah, and you were like, nope. Somehow, they won 4 games with that team last year.
They'll win a game this year.
But, yeah, I'm going to go Carolina.
Man, I like that. We should have counteracted those bold predictions with less bold predictions. Arizona will win 0 games. I think they'll win 1. And just that's your not bold prediction. All right, what about the good teams? Which team is the most likely to win its first Super Bowl this year?
Bengals?
That's a good one. That's a really good pick.
No, it's not. Because I believe the Bills are in there too. So I'm betting the betting odds are in
Really
favor of the
disappointed
Bills.
in you right now, Corey.
Bengals.
I'm still disappointed in you. You didn't pick your beloved
Detroit Lions.
They're not my beloved Detroit Lions. They're not. I might be higher on them than most people, but
I do think the two teams are the Bengals and the Bills. I don't know which order they put them in.
You don't it's a different tier for Jags and Chargers.
Yeah, I do. I do. I think the Jaguars do have a better chance than the Chargers because I just don't think the Chargers are going to have a better record than the Chiefs. Now, if Patrick Mahomes gets hurt, that changes everything.
Plus,
but
the Chargers have no fan base. So
That's
the NFL
true.
won't allow it.
That is true.
they have to play at neutral sites for playoff games if they host.
They'll be like, what are we going to do? We're going to have to sell most of our tickets to the other team in the Super Bowl. So they won't let them be in the Super Bowl again. Can
you imagine if they were in the NFC and they had to play the 49ers or the Cowboys in the playoffs and what that stadium would look like if they were hosting the 49ers or the Cowboys?
It'd be wild, man.
It would be so
it would be 70% the other team, if not 80% the other team at that
especially
building.
San Francisco.
Right.
It's them
Because-
being that close. Yeah. God, that would be crazy.
Now, somebody asked about the Browns. This was
Sorry, Derek.
Bleacher Report's hierarchy. They said 12th, the Texans, then the Cardinals, Panthers, Falcons, Titans, Vikings are 7th, and then the Chargers, Jags, Browns, which I think I might push the Browns a couple spots lower, and then the Lions are 3rd. But y'all are right. The two, lead contenders being the Bengals and the Bills.
They got a good quarterback. I mean, they both have good quarterbacks.
Sure.
They're well-built teams.
Sure.
I do have an update, Kevin, on the fan text.
On Frank Vogel.
From the 806, guys, I have an update. She never came back. We won't give up, though. So here's what we learned. She's not a Tolo. But there are so many Tolos out there that if you see a girl in a green sweater and pants.
Maybe she was hurrying up.
She is a Tolo. And she's late for something, right?
Yeah, well, she might have been calling up the Phoenix Suns and saying, I've pulled my name from consideration as the head coach of your team.
I like that. I like that. All right, let's go from that to Will Levis. Will Levis is an interesting cat. We've talked about the mayonnaise and the coffee, the eating the whole banana with the skin still on it. This is Will Levis explaining the fantasy football punishment in his league. Cut number 3, please.
What's the last loser punishment you guys did in the league?
Ooh, last one was we had to make him eat a whole pack, I think a dozen uncooked hot dogs, go on Instagram Live and eat them in front of everybody.
Yeah.
So we felt like that was a good one, but he didn't man up and
out?
do it. Yeah, he didn't do it.
What's the penalty if you don't do the penalty to begin with? And also,
All right.
Kicked out of the league.
So I do know this. When I was drafted by Cleveland, we had to put on a show for all the other minor leaguers. So if it was your first year in spring training,
like Overshown just did,
you have to kind of do some sort of talent or, sing a song, whatever. You have to just embarrass yourself somewhat in front of the whole group. Maybe you're talented enough at something that you could actually impress people, but most of us are embarrassing ourselves. Well, I was 19 years old. I really didn't have any talent with any of that stuff, and I decided not to do it.
Mike!
And so
I thought this was where he learned his desire to perform, his
we had to wait.
Arts.
We had to, for 3 days, the people who didn't participate had to be at the stadium at 6 a.m., and we had to clean all the weight equipment.
Whoa.
So
you're
from
okay with that?
From 6 to 7, we had to wipe down all the equipment, make sure everything was straight and everything
You
like
probably
that.
liked that.
I don't want to say I liked it,
stuff.
but I decided that afternoon before the talent show, which I didn't prepare anything for, couldn't think of anything creative to do. I decided, you know what? Instead of getting up there and having nothing and embarrassing myself, I felt at 19 years old, I'll just go clean the weight room for 3 days.
What would you do now? Cook?
I would probably just make fun of myself, like lip syncing a song.
What song?
I don't know. Maybe like Salt and Pepper's, like Push It Real Good.
So
that'd
you
be
dance
fun.
too? Because
I think so.
You showed the propensity to pick up dance moves.
Yeah, I would degeneration exit a little bit. I would, I'd do the video where there's that random DJ who has on a red turtleneck and oversized sport coat, and then a really big gold chain, and he's just kind of sunglasses on, just kind of softly pumping his fist as Salt and Pepper are pushing it real good.
So you wouldn't sing Jack and Diane?
That could be fun.
As I heard this story, Kevin, I have the question.
Okay.
How many uncooked hot dogs do you think you could eat?
Yeah.
I guess it's bologna, right? You're not going to get sick, or are you? Like, you could have
You're not getting
10 bologna sandwiches and not
tummy
die?
because it's hot dogs.
Yeah, I feel like beyond one, I'm just...
Really?
Yeah. Uncooked hot dogs, those are gross.
What?
No, I'm with you. I don't want to eat an uncooked hot dog.
I'm not.
You don't just eat it as a little snack?
Falling into this.
You don't just like.
No.
Don't you like your hot dogs though? When this is grilling season now.
Yes, it is.
That I like the kind of black char on
Yep.
it. So like if you're grilling it, I get the grill marks and those are pretty, but I kind of like where it's almost like you've kind of burnt the hot dog.
Yeah, I see where Mike's going with this. Y'all ever have the moment where you get home, you don't have buns, but you have hot dogs, and then you have a slice of bread, and you're like, "Oh, that's
Dude,
my."
For sure.
I don't mind that. I hot dog bun's better, but man, if you get a nice piece of white bread and
Yes.
you mustard that sucker up,
Yeah,
you're good to go.
I don't think you can like slather that in chili. You know,
No, stop it. You're not going to get him to sing that right now. Let's go to cut number 1.
Okay.
Micah Parsons talking about why he isn't necessarily concerned with leading the league in sacks. And I swear to you, Joey, if I asked for one of these clips of audio and you played Jack and Diane, I might flip out.
Oh, we need him to flip out today.
I'm kind of off the sack wave. I'm on to the impact wave. Like, you see Aaron Donald, he could have 12 sacks, but the impact he makes is like so dominant. Like, you can tell. I'm really just want to be a dominant. Then you see guys who have 16, 17 sacks, but they're not considered a guy. I want to be a guy, not one of the guys. You feel me? So
I like
it's levels of the mental. If you're always chasing, then you're never achieving. You feel me? So I'm not chasing for something. I'm trying to achieve and be greater than someone's chasing.
I like this a lot. Donnie Cockstein, who Derek Holland refers to a lot. A lot of times you don't want to put numbers on a season or numbers on a game
That
because
makes sense.
What if you reach that number at halftime? What
Yeah.
if you reach that number in a certain, and then wait a second, there's more game to play. Have you mentally already gone to, I've already achieved the goal? The other thing too is, I think this is very tough for people to look back at Charles Haley's career and go, what? He had 6 sacks. He wasn't good. And you go, well, I get it, but if you're watching the game, they would use 3 guys to block him. So that's why
It
Tony
felt like he
Tolbert
always made an impact.
Right. And so I hear what he's saying. Like, it might be 20 sacks. It might be 12 sacks. Who knows about the number? And maybe who cares about the number? Because you
Yeah.
can get discouraged if you put it at 20
Yeah.
and you're at game 6 of the year and you have 4 sacks. Now there's pressing, there's disappointment, and you could be having a major impact on these games, but you're not getting to the number you want to get to.
First year with the Cowboys, they won the Super Bowl, right?
I think that is correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
6. The next year, 4.
Yeah.
The next year, they didn't win the Super Bowl. 12 and a half sacks.
He did have major back problems through kind of that run. But,
But yeah, no, I think you're making a very valid point. Is whenever they have to pay so much attention to you, that they forget what the rest of their game plan is. You've made the impact.
Also, Tony Pollard said he's taking it easy now, but he's ahead of schedule. He'll be cleared for training camp. And Mike McCarthy says they like their receiver room just fine. And it's looking like DeAndre Hopkins is becoming less of a viable option. However, I will tell you on that front, with teams shying away from the supposed $15 million he wants, I wonder what that number is going to clock in at. And more people are going to jump back into the bidding once they find out, oh, well, what if it's only 8? You know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the Cowboys right now are really hoping that Tolbert and Fehoko like round out their top 4.
Yeah.
And that they're
not Tony Tolbert.
No, absolutely. It's Jalen Tolbert. Yeah.
Tony Tolbert was really good. He is really good, but then also benefited off of Charles Haley.
Right. And if he was
And
a
this is
fourth
not his son.
receiver, I'd be concerned.
Yeah. I asked Tony Tolbert.
And he said it's not his son. Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
Billie
next.
Jean.
What did you learn about the Rangers after a historic May? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from you Twolos and YouTubers. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Always a Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 on a Shout-Out Friday. If you want to get involved and if you want to get involved in this conversation right now, what did you learn about the Rangers after a historic May? Now, if I can set that up just a little bit, and I'm not just saying like, oh man, they're really great. No, for the Rangers organization, it was literally historic. Through 55 games, which we were at the end of May, they were tied for the best record in Rangers history. Also, and we were talking about this earlier, the Rangers went on 2 3-city road trips, which is like a 3-city road trip is tough. To do 2 in the same month?
Almost impossible on a schedule.
13 and 6.
Interesting. Okay.
In that run.
It'll happen, but usually not in the same month.
And think about what he just said, how difficult and some cases rare that is. They went 13 and 6 on the road last month. That is tied for the most road wins in a month in club history.
Wow.
This looked like it was going to be the toughest month of the Rangers schedule. And I realize how that can shift around and stuff. They went 18 and 9. And then Nathan Eovaldi produced the second month in Rangers history for a pitcher to have a sub-1 ERA and sub-.85 whip. The other one, Charlie Huff in September of 1983. So we're talking 40 years ago, never and never. So this was a historic month, and that's why every power ranking has the Rangers in the top 4, and in a lot of cases, second.
And I think the thing is, going into this month, after getting swept at Cincinnati, they were 6 and 6 on the road. Early, obviously, in the year. That was April 24th through the 26th. And I thought, oh, is this going to be one of those teams that plays really good at home and struggles on the road? And we're going to try to figure out, why do they play so good at the ballpark? Is there something about the park, the way it is, the air conditioning? What is it that makes them play so well at home and so average on the road? And that totally changed with those 2 long road trips. You just feel great about this team wherever they play, whether it's on the road or at home, that they're going to play good baseball.
I think that's a great point. I go back to, Corey, something you said last week. It was over the weekend. I can't remember the specific game it was after. And you said, I'm tired of waiting. I believe in this team. Tired of waiting for the other shoe to drop. I believe in this team. This is a really good team. And I think that's really stuck with me over the week. And I think that's what this month has shown to me is, like we talked about earlier, I'm not guaranteeing the Rangers win this division. I'm not guaranteeing they do this or that. But I think now they're a playoff team and they will make the playoffs. And I'm not waiting for them to fall apart and everybody be like, I knew it. I believe that this is a damn good baseball team.
To your point, my main thing that I took out of May is this isn't a fluke. April wasn't a fluke. If you looked at the month of April, we talked about it here on how favorable the schedule looked to start the year until you pretty much got to the end of April when you started taking on the Yankees and then going on a trip to the Angels and the Mariners. And you thought, okay, the schedule's going to get tougher in the month of May. Was April for real?
Yeah.
And then you gave the numbers for the 2 big road trips, the numbers overall in the month of May. So for me, what I took out of May or for the future of this team is April wasn't a fluke. This team is for real. Offensively, they're for real. And you did some of this work in this month without even Corey Seager. And Corey Seager came back and is the best hitter in your lineup. Isn't that amazing that he was the best hitter in your lineup? He gets hurt. He comes back and he's the best hitter in your lineup, and not because the other 8 guys are struggling.
And how crazy is it that he's not even your lead MVP candidate? I realize because he was out. Corey Seager's your best hitter. Okay, that's interesting. I was going to say Marcus.
I've been saying Semien for a while now.
Marcus Semien is your lead MVP candidate because Corey Seager got hurt a little bit, but also because he's been awesome.
Yeah.
Nathan Eovaldi feels like a legitimate Cy Young contender, and Josh Young is the favorite for American League Rookie of the Year.
You know, I keep asking Boach this question every Tuesday when we have him on at 12:20. Pretty much every week I ask him the same question: is how much do you know about the team? When did you learn this about your team? What are you learning about your team? And he said that first game was he learned they could bounce back. Now he had to see it again.
Sure.
And again and again and again. But like Mike, you're talking about, people were like, well, the schedule's going to get tougher. Played the Braves, played some really good baseball teams. You beat them. And sometimes you had to bounce back. Sometimes you had a game where you're like, all right, that one got away from us, but we got to bounce back and do it right. I think what I've learned that I did not know. Oh my gosh, is that Cousins Barbecue right there? I think Cousins Barbecue just made its way into our station.
Man, I love that they're here on time. I wish they were here like 8 minutes later in a break, and then Corey wouldn't have to learn about the barbecue at this
He just
moment.
forgot.
No, I know what I'm talking about.
What did you learn in May?
I see Chiafalo going over there to get some Cousins Barbecue.
We're in trouble with Chiafalo. He is the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. All right, so what I've learned is that this team can mash the hell out of the baseball.
Yeah.
And it's not like, just look at the velocity that they're hitting the ball away with. I don't care about launch angle. They can figure their launch angles out. They're hitting it hard into gaps. They're hitting it hard, line drive shots right past the third baseman. They will hit a home run on you too. They'll hit multiple home runs on you. Those fireworks will happen. But they are not afraid to swing the bat and swing the bat hard. And they put the ball in play. They get base runners on. And then when they have base runners on, they hit hard again. And that's the sign of a team. They're attacking the baseball. I knew they could produce runs. I did not know that they could mash like they were. Like this is a different type of hitting that I'm watching than I think I've ever seen.
How many teams in Major League Baseball do you think have 300 or more runs scored?
Maybe two. Well,
3.
Yeah. Tampa, Texas, and maybe one other team.
I looked at this the other day, and I knew the Rangers. Nobody had scored more than the Rangers, and at one point, and they had given up the second least runs.
Okay, it's the Dodgers. The Dodgers are the third team, but more than 300 runs.
Yeah,
right.
They were at 344 the other day.
They're at 346, and only 3 teams have even gotten. To 300 runs. That shows you, to Corey's point,
400.
how far ahead that the Rangers, Rays, and to a degree the Dodgers have outpaced themselves from the rest of Major League Baseball. But he also brought up the other part. This isn't the 96 Rangers, or if you want to say 96, 98, 99 Rangers. I'm not saying they didn't have any pitching, but you think of those teams for mashing, they're also way down there in terms of runs allowed. I think they're second or third in the league in terms of runs allowed, which shows to their pitching.
I love it. And now that you're talking about pitching, I have questions for you guys off of the month of May.
Ask your question.
First, I think this is a positive question. Is this who Dane Dunning is? Is the month of May an everyday starter for the Texas Rangers? Dane Dunning.
I think... And this is kind of the way the world goes, so this might not sound like a bad thing anymore. I think Dane Dunning is an everyday 5-inning starter. You know what I'm saying?
I think last year he kind of was in the conversation of ace at points because we had nothing. Because John Gray gets hurt and Martin
was
Perez.
The guy, but
we didn't know. We still had but yes, I believe so. I think 5 innings is a great way to look at that. And aren't there numbers that show the second time he's good? It's the third one that he kind of struggles. I can't remember.
Through the lineup.
Yeah. So I believe he's good enough to give you a quality start.
Okay.
But he's not 1. He's 5 still for me, especially in this rotation.
He might not stay in the rotation. Like, I personally think he will. But the discussion has been, like, to Corey's point, maybe he was your second best pitcher last year. He might not stay in the rotation. I do think he's everyday at this moment. You say?
Yeah, I think he's a major league starting pitcher. I don't think there are 150 guys better than him. And I know we're talking just about the Texas Rangers, but I think that he is a good quality starting pitcher. And to your point, we'll find out when Jacob deGrom comes back, if he stays in the rotation. That's my next question based off of the month of May. And this isn't fair because he didn't throw one pitch in the month of May. What is your reliability meter 1 through 10 on Jacob deGrom helping the Texas Rangers the rest of this season?
My reliability meter?
Kind of, what do you think Jacob deGrom, since he didn't pitch a single second in May, he's not even going to pitch at least the first 10 to, I'll probably say 15 days of June. Like, what is your after him not pitching the month of May and going into June going, we have no clue when he's coming back?
I don't have a reliability on him. And Kevin, this goes back to our good friend telling us, the thing about injured players is
they get
hurt.
injured.
And that is that I think it's going to happen. And I was coming into the season thinking it was going to happen again. Hey, Eovaldi, I still have questions on him too, but I'm not placing my season on him mostly because the rest of the guys, man, John Gray's actually looking like a even better pickup last year because I didn't even think about him coming into this year. But here he is doing his thing. Heaney right now actually is another guy that I'm looking at going, God, I didn't expect that out of him. So I don't have any expectation. I have zero for DeGrom for the rest of the season that I need to rely on him. Now, playoffs, I need him. I need him to be elite whenever it's playoff time if we get there.
And I think that's why I came away with a 4. Because I think he comes back.
Out of 10.
And out of 10. I think he comes back, and then he leaves again, and then he comes back. I think you're still going to have another hobbled stint.
Probably he's going to pitch half of this season.
I can see that.
That's where I'm kind of at now. I hope my expectation is wrong. I hope he exceeds my expectation. He has 6 starts this year. I'm expecting him to get 11 more starts for the Texas Rangers. I hope it's more than that. I hope I'm really low on that number. But I think that you're looking at probably a 16 start guy for the season. And, we were hoping the over-under was do we have it at 20?
I thought it was 22.
Okay,
but,
yeah. And I don't think he's going to hit that
would
number.
Suck. And it's not like this contract's going to probably get better as you go along.
So the month of May was honestly in a very few ways disappointing. I guess I have one other question. In the month of May, and I'm going to throw my opinion and you guys work off of it, I think we found out that Bochy really doesn't have people he can rely on for the 7th and 8th inning.
Yeah. No, in the month of May, he found out, man, I got to throw people out there. And I think when he knows more about them, he knows that they're quality talent, then he can be bullpen whisperer again. But when it comes to this, I think he's still trying to figure out what they're doing wrong. And that might be a Mike Maddox thing. Maybe he's learning that Mike Maddox needed to work with a few other guys. Obviously, whatever work he did with the starters worked out.
Yeah.
Because, again, Heaney in the last 3 games, Kevin, 2 runs given up in the last 3 games. He's only given up 14 hits. He struck out 17 people. I'm really happy with what he's done in the last 3 games. And, again, Maddox had to focus on starters first, and now maybe he needs to tweak some things with some of these relievers so that Bochy can learn, okay, I can or cannot trust these guys.
And somebody did text in, Bochy should be one of the candidates for manager of the year.
Sure.
He 100% will be. CY for executive of the year. Though part of me does wonder a little bit because of where some of these people vote from is if the DeGrom thing will prevent that from happening. I think Chris Young's done a phenomenal job. And then I would put Maddox up there for whatever the, pitching coach, assistant coach of the year is there as well.
I could be wrong. But this is not a fluke, guys. This is not a fluke, girls. This is a really good baseball team. Will they win 100 games? It's really tough to win 100 games. It's really tough to stay this hot for 6 months. But this is a really good team. What they proved to you in May is you can believe. You can get on the bandwagon. It's very tough with Bally Sports right now to know. But
you can believe in the Rangers more than you can Bally.
Buy some tickets. They're not really that expensive. That is the great thing about baseball.
They
tickets
changed the expectation, Mike, of themselves. Yeah. And we talked about this at length in that they now, when they lose, they expect to win again rather than we're going to go on a 7-game. Kevin, there is barbecue.
Hold that thought for 1 second.
His cousin's barbecue in that other room right now.
Hold that thought for 1 second.
All right.
Because I do want to talk about the Rangers just one more thing, and this shows you the expectations that have changed. In November last year, so season's over. Right. Rangers 50-1 to win the World Series. Then they make all of their moves. They get to 25-1. And then when the season starts, everyone's like, oh, yeah, but they're still the Rangers. So they're back to 50-1.
Wow.
Before we even played a game. Okay. Because even with all those signings, back to 50-1. Right now, the good news is they're all the way down to 18-1. But the bad news is people are still catching up or having trouble believing. That's tied for 8th best odds, despite having the second best record and best run differential. So some hearts and minds have been changed, but still plenty to go. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Give us lots of feedback as Corey and Mike will be eating barbecue, and we'll try to piece this segment together. It is going to be the Combo Platter National Donut Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then what's your favorite donut or donut place? And then Corey will tell you how delicious the barbecue is.
Rico's in there. He's taking pictures of the barbecue, so we might have to wait a while.
All right.
Next.
Let's talk about men's.
Highsmith has it knocked away from behind by Brown. Murray behind the back. Whips it to Porter. Porter fakes. Porter drives. Inside Jokic. Layup is good.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, and it literally is the lunch rush right now, is it not, Corey?
So it is. So I don't have food in my mouth, but I've had a couple of wings from Cousins Barbecue, great, and now I'm eating their corn, which I know this isn't what they're doing, but it kind of like has like almost in like a nacho cheese sauce. I'm not sure the exact sauce that they're using there, but it's really good.
It's really good elote.
That's exactly why I did go to Corey.
One of the things that I've noticed in here, some heat on Cousins Barbecue. I really like that part.
Yeah, I got
of
a
it.
little runny nose too.
Yeah, this is nice. This is good heat that they're giving us. Fantastic flavor palette so far. Haven't gotten to the brisket. Brisket's going to be last. All the sausages, good. The wings, good God, those wings were great.
The wings are good.
And
I had two of
these
those.
ribs right here, full of flavor. So I'm going to get to the brisket here in just a minute.
So we can get brisket reviews along the way as well, but it is, in fact, National Donut Day, so it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite donut or donut place?
All right.
Go ahead.
Sports opinion. The Rangers, I know we did this before, but the Rangers are going to hold on to this division lead this month. I don't know. The Astros are so freaking good.
Sure.
And I think that the window is there because of injury to beat the Astros out for the division. I'm not ready to go that far yet, and maybe people would be upset with that I'm not going all in on Rangers being the division champ. I think they can. I think this is a slim lead. I think they're going to have a good June. I do think DeGrom is going to come back in this month. I tell you what, if he doesn't come back in the month of June, oh my gosh, like
that's a different conversation.
We're in trouble.
Yeah,
I think you're in big trouble if we're not seeing by, let's say, June 15th or June 18th, DeGrom pitching for the Texas Rangers. But I do really like this Ranger team. You really should go ahead and believe in them. If you like baseball, if you want to get on board, this is a good team, and they are a fun team to watch. So I think that they can hold on to this division, even though the Astros are going to be nipping at them this whole month of June. My favorite donut
or donut place
I would say my favorite donut place is I'm very happy that Lone Star Donuts opened back up next to Methodist Hospital. So that's pretty close to my house. My kids really love their donuts. They're not open on the weekends. They used to be open on COVID shut them down. They shut down during COVID, and they've recently in the last few months, maybe it's been longer than that, they're back up and running, but only like from 7 a.m. till a certain amount of time. They're not pumping out the donuts as fast or as many as they used to.
Yeah.
But that is probably for our family our favorite local donut. There's other great ones too. There's ones that are way more expensive to go get, but we kind of like the price point of those donuts.
I'm hoping the fan text can help me out here with the donut place. I don't think it's actually in Austin. Maybe it's in Round Rock, where they have like the most gigantic donut you've ever seen in your life. It's like, I don't know, $13 or $14. My son and I got it. It's amazing.
Okay.
And it was really good, but I'm sure we have people listening that will know the name of that place. From the 903 Sports Opinion, Rangers do win 100 games. And the best donut place is Voodoo Donuts in Austin. I saw somebody mention Voodoo Donuts in another place too. I went to the one in Portland. And that's the one I'm aware of. And I remember specifically that day, it was, I don't know, 90 degrees. And there was a huge line. People were dropping out of that line left and right because they said Portland was going through a heat wave. And I was like, it was July and it was 90 degrees. And I thought, oh, this is delightful. But it's the same thing like when people make fun of Texas for if it gets to 40, like we're prepared to shut this thing down. And I understand it.
Exactly.
That one did work out for my advantage. Oh, here's another Voodoo in Houston.
Somebody says Round Rock Donuts is what it's called.
It's literally called Round. Okay,
yeah.
That makes sense. That place was awesome. From the 214, the Rangers will get Ohtani and don't need to win the World Series. I love Voodoo Donuts in Houston. So for whatever reason, I thought Voodoo was just in Portland, but now we've had multiple people are like, no, it's a bunch of places.
There's a pretty famous one in New York when we went up there early December. And I really like those donuts. But they're kind of expensive, long line.
Yeah.
But I totally get, like, there's donuts now. There's a donut place near our house. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of it.
Like Milk and Honey, where you get the ice cream in there,
No, but it's like $3 to $4.50 a donut, $3 like in
because they're boutique donuts, kind of
Right.
like your cinnamon rolls or your brownies or whatever.
They're great, but our kids are like, we'd rather have 3 glazed for $1.75 or something. you
Yeah,
know, so.
and I do see the appeal. People are texting in. I like the shop that just says donut on it. Like, it feels like no matter where you live, there's a shop like
confuses-
that.
It definitely confuses Choppy though, because he doesn't know what chocolate donuts are in this world.
I was literally, we took Landry to the vet one day.
Okay.
That's my dog. And Avery, I was like, hey, have you had breakfast yet? And he goes, nah. And I said, well, I'm sure there's a donut shop around the, and as soon as I turned, there was a donuts right there.
And it's always spelled D-O-N-U-T, right? As opposed to the D-O-U-G-H.
Yeah, donut.
Because it's cheaper, I imagine, to build that sign.
There is something behind it, because I watched the Donut King documentary.
That is
on
a good
Hulu,
documentary.
and that was fascinating. All right, let me throw one out here, Kevin.
Okay.
Just found out that Oats Donuts is closed permanently, and that's sad to me, because that was my favorite donut place of all time. I also found out.
Doesn't sound too favorite.
Well, I moved away, Mike.
Oh, okay.
It's a long drive.
It's in East Dallas?
Yeah.
Well, if you have like a favorite restaurant or something.
No, it was there growing in high school. I mean, I remember getting Adrian chocolate eclair and a blueberry donut and then leaving it in my mom's car, never giving her those donuts.
Oh, dear.
But I found out recently, and I didn't know this, Krispy Kreme gives you a donut for each A you get on your report card.
What?
Carter told me that, and I was like, no way. And they came back with a bunch of donuts, and he was like, I told you, if you get an A, Krispy Kreme will give you donuts for your A's.
And I'm sure them and Duncan have got specials going today.
Well, my prediction here.
Real quick.
What?
Funky Cole Molina for Texas Tech, their pitcher, has a no-hitter through 5 innings. Tech's winning 3-0. I don't know if I just jinxed it or not.
Good nickname.
But, they're on ESPNU, Funky Cole Molina. No-hitter.
I like it.
My prediction, my sports opinion, is that Kyle Kuzma's right. I think Chris Broussard's opinion, I think Chris Broussard's opinion on Dirk is bad for the sport. Dirk Nowitzki is not overrated by many. If anything, he was very underrated for a long portion of his career. He was a fantastic scorer, a great rebounder, and a great part of a community that we had here. And I think that like Kyle Kuzma said, can we get this guy off the air?
Oh.
Like this is bad for
Definitely
our sport
not the other one.
because of his opinion on Dirk. And so like the rest of the league respects what Dirk did. Players respect what Dirk did.
I like what you're saying, Corey, and I can't remember if I said this on the air or not, but I've said it plenty of times. And I'll do it this way. Chris Webber and Mike Bibby and Peja and Vlade, they couldn't get past the Lakers and Spurs. Amari Stoudemire, Steve Nash, Sean Marion couldn't get past. You just look at every team, whether it was
Kevin
the
Garnett,
Memphis Grindhouse, whoever it was, Kevin Garnett in Minnesota. Nobody could get past the Lakers and Spurs except for one other team led by really one guy, and that was Dirk Nowitzki in 06 and 2011. From 98 to 2011. 3 teams made the NBA Finals in the West, and only 3. The Lakers, the Spurs, and the Mavericks. He was the only player that could figure out, and I know he didn't have to go against Shaq and Kobe, but he was the only guy that figured out in 06 and 11, how do we get past this dominating dynasty, 2 dynasties happening at the same time in the same conference?
Yes. And then it's obviously the chocolate eclair is the best donut.
Ooh,
Unless you don't count that as a donut, then it's the blueberry donut.
No,
I really like apple fritters.
I think apple fritters and eclairs count.
They're in the donut shop,
space.
right?
Yeah. From the 682, blueberry donuts are exquisite, and Brandon Cooks will have 1,000+ yards and 7+ touchdowns this season. Assuming that's not due to injury.
I can almost guarantee that.
I heard it was a really good interview yesterday on G-Bag.
No, yeah, it was fantastic. No, you don't think that dude's going to put 1,000 yards up?
I do think he'll put 1,000.
That's what he does in his
your
sleep,
face.
bro.
Okay, look, I'm not in my face. I support that. Sometimes I think people casually say that, not y'all, but people casually say that too much. If he gets more than 1,000 yards and more than 7 touchdowns, we're going to be in some freaking business.
Seven might be tough.
Yeah, 7's tough.
Seven might be tough. Dak likes to spread it around, but
He
1,000 yards, that dude.
Yeah. Sometimes he forgets if we're home or visitor.
Mike.
Well, he did.
From the 817, the Rangers moved DeGrom to a closer spot.
That ain't happening. That could be tougher on his arm, honestly.
And make Dane a starter. And the Blueberry Donut at QT is fire.
It is.
I know QT and Racetrack and places like that have tried to rebrand. I think it's QT with their, like, you got to try our pizza. It's legit. I don't know how much people have tried, like, the gas station food that they're trying to, like, hey, take notice of how good our food is.
It's not that bad. I've had in a rush because of sports.
The donut?
To just drop by QT, usually in Euless, near the Texas Star, and grab a bite to eat. It's not gourmet, but it's not bad either. You're like, all right, hey, it's tasty.
From the 214, CeeDee Lamb leads the league in receiving, and the glazed donut from the donut shop off of Dow Rock and 66 in Rowlett. I don't know if that is one of your donut shops that we just think of, because, like, I know Donut Palace is probably everywhere and things like that, but man, I hope we compare that CD leading the league in receiving and what we already got up about Brandon Cooks, and that is going to make for a phenomenal season. Joey, would you like to give this a shot? And if you want to tell anybody about what's happening in the rest of your life, that's your business to do as well.
Okay, I would like to say that the Rangers will have 5 All-Stars. That is my sports opinion. Marcus Semien, Adolis Garcia.
Maybe.
Josh Young.
Maybe.
Nathan Eovaldi.
For sure.
You gonna give me Heim?
And then Jonah Heim was my other
one.
We're going bold.
Nice
we're going bold.
hater over here.
I'll say Jonah's a maybe.
3 for sure? You think, Mike?
I think 3 for sure. Okay. I think Jonah Heim's going to run into this issue. And he is having a good offensive year. Guess what? The Royals and the Athletics have to have an all-star. They have to. It doesn't matter how bad the Athletics are. Somebody has to make the all-star team off of that team. It'll probably be Rooker, right? That hurts Adolis Garcia. Now, when you look at the Kansas City Royals, it's going to be Salvador Perez. That hurts Jonah Heim.
Yeah.
So now you only have 2 catchers. So now you're down to Salvi has one of the spots because you have to pick a Royal. So now I'm down to 1 catcher, and that means it does come down to a few guys. I think Adley Rutschman and Jonah Heim will be kind of the choice. I lean towards Adley Rutschman, just my honest opinion. But that doesn't mean it's over. There's still a good 2 to 4 weeks left until they have to pick that team.
Yeah.
So more like 4 weeks until you have to pick. So.
And best donut or donut place?
My favorite donut place. This was one I used to go to in high school. It's called Q Donuts. It's over in Plano. It's right next to Plano East High School. It's over there. That was one that was Q Donuts.
Like just the letter Q?
Q Donut, yes. Right. And our one teacher, our senior year, our 3rd period math teacher, was so gracious that she would let me and my best friend leave and go get donuts in the middle of class all the time.
That's awesome.
So that was a good place to reminisce.
That is awesome. From the 214 Sports Opinion, boring series, Heat will get swept and make Kevin cry. I mean, I will not cry about that. I will be ecstatic about that. And the best donut is apple fritter.
I think that person.
I do like apple fritter.
I think that person doesn't know the difference between you and me.
Oh, okay.
Because they've said a couple things about you, and I'm like, that's stuff I've said. And I am pulling for Jimmy Butler in this series. I'm not pulling for the Heat, but I do pull for Jimmy Butler because I do kind of like that dude's pettiness, all the things.
Sure.
Jimothy. What is it?
Just, I don't like Himothy buckets.
Yeah.
That's too far.
Because he's trying to take Kev Him away from you?
No, not.
Have you heard that, Joey? That's his new nickname. Is
just jealous.
Kev Him.
No, it is not.
Kev Him, Haig Him.
From the 817, the Rangers win the division by 3 games over the Astros, and the best donut place is anyone run by an older couple. Now, there are times when I think if it's an older couple, I was like, you know what you've been doing. You've been getting up at 3 a.m. for like years and years and years to perfect this.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. So I see the appeal.
Not that they just bought it at the twilight of their working career.
Yeah,
and they're just like, I needed something to do.
And look, Corey, you might be right, and that could very well be the case. But in my mind, they work their way up through the donut ranks. Like they were a
training
donut
camp.
Yeah. They were like a donut apprentice.
Yeah.
And so they've like honed their craft to buy the shop. But you could be right.
It's like mascot school.
Yes. They could have just been bankers and they
Every
retired
morning.
and they're like buy a donut shop.
That old man specifically went out and sought out the best yeast for these donuts. And every morning, by the power of his fingers,
He's glazing those things.
He's able to glaze and create the best
What's
dough.
the most important about, let's just say, a glazed donut? Is it the bread part, the fried bread, or is it the glaze?
It has to be slightly warm. You know, that warm that you're like, oh, I don't like the cold
warm
ones.
donut.
I like it just enough warm.
Do you like it airy or do you like it more dense? Because like Dunkin'
Airy.
Donuts is more dense.
Yeah,
I think I like airy a little bit better as well.
I want to pull it apart
breaker.
and feel like I didn't even tug on it. You know?
Okay.
What? Now, don't forget, we got Masterpiece of the Week coming up at 1:30. My wife just reminded me about this. My sports opinion, and we can get into it more a little bit later, is Nikola Jokic is going to have a historic NBA final to cap off his historic NBA playoff run thus far.
Only 10 rebounds, though, yesterday.
Yeah, and he's the second. Yeah, he scored 27 points on 12 shots.
I was wondering this, and I know you're getting into Jokic, but I was thinking about Luka. What would Luka do mentally inside his brain if he only got 5 shots after 3 quarters?
He would be pissed.
He would, wouldn't he?
Yes. Yes, he would.
I hate that. I love Luka. I want to say this. I know I'm picking on him a lot this offseason as the season came to a close. But he needs to watch Jokic play at their best. They seem to be really respectful of each other. I don't know how great of buddies they are, but they seem to be. And he needs to watch Jokic and go, maybe I don't need to just take 5 shots, but I need to see the game more like Jokic sees
because
the
he
game.
knows when it's Murray time or Porter or Gordon or whoever. He knows when like it's them. And my wife brought up, there's a place in Garland called Sunshine Donuts. And it's a good
Sunshine's great.
It's a good donut shop, but the lady who we always see there, she sings your order to you. And like she sings the total and your change back to you and everything like that. And
Does she
like,
sing it through like Sunshine Day? Like
No,
the Trevor Lawrence, Tom Brady's, Brady
Sucking
Bunch
on a
song?
donut.
No. It just seems to be her own tune where she's like, 53 cents. And like she does everything like that. And it does bring a smile to your face.
You need to get a video of that.
I think I know that lady. I think she's like went to my church or something.
See, she's the person I think of that like has apprenticed through the years and worked her way up. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
She just retired.
Right here, maybe on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. I have multiple random Mike Likes It here through sports and a little bit of movie here, but sports movie. So yesterday, I got to talk to a person named Rick Hill, and not many people know who he is. I didn't really know who he was.
Until I saw the trailer, I didn't either.
Right. And so he was a guy who grew up in Texas and had some, I don't know the exact disease he had for his legs, but there's a movie coming out about him. And it looks like a really good movie. Dennis Quaid is going to be the father in the movie. I don't know the actor that's playing Rick Hill, but Rick Hill.
I was not familiar with that person either.
He made it to professional baseball with a rare kind of bone disease in his legs.
Yeah.
And they're making a movie about him. It's coming out August 25th. And we're going to get to talk to Rick Hill next week. So tentative plan is on Tuesday, but it's just a really inspiring story. I know there's a lot of people that don't feel great about the Rudy story, that maybe it was fabricated, but the person or the people who did the Rudy movie and Hoosiers are doing this movie. So it kind of falls into that genre.
Because Hoosiers is like your favorite, right?
It's one of my favorite movies, yeah. And obviously based off of true stories.
Yeah.
Those and hey, what's true, what's not true, I obviously haven't seen this movie. The trailer's out though. So if you want to type in The Hill and then just put trailer on YouTube, you can watch it was released yesterday. It's approximately a 2-minute trailer on this baseball movie, but Rick Hill, talking to him, he was Andre Dawson's roommate in the minor league. So it's an interesting, uplifting, emotional story.
Yeah, no, I saw the trailer because you sent it, and I wasn't familiar with the story, but I'm definitely much more interested now. Quick side question based off of what we were talking about, because a bunch of people texted in and asked, how do you feel about Krispy Kreme?
I like Krispy Kreme donuts.
Because when you were talking about the density,
Yeah,
I feel like that's a pivot.
Very
for some.
sugary, but I like them. I'm not like love them. I do remember this. I never had Krispy Kreme donuts till in the minor leagues because I don't think Krispy Kreme was not around here in the 90s.
I don't remember that
Yeah,
either.
you're right.
I don't know when they first got to Dallas Fort Worth, but it was not when I was in high school. So the first time I ever had Krispy Kreme donuts was when I was on the East Coast, like in the Carolinas and stuff, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is one of the greatest donuts I've ever had.
I've heard.
Okay. But anyways, no, it's I do like Krispy Kreme, but I understand people who kind of feel like maybe they're too sugary of a donut. All right. My next one. This is based off of what you were just saying about Jokic. It was interesting. Alex English this morning was on television doing an interview. It's kind of radio television, you know, when you're flipping channels in the morning. And I thought Alex English, it was interesting the way he said this. Now, Alex English is a former Denver Nugget, Hall of Famer, played for the Mavericks for a second. And if you don't know who Alex English is, he is a black man. So he's a former basketball player. But this is what was interesting when he was talking about Jokic. And he said, I think he should have won his third MVP this year. He goes, I think it's very tough for some people to see this slow white guy dominate the game that he does and the way he does it.
Kendrick Perkins, yeah.
And so I thought Alex English, he wasn't going to bring up Kendrick Perkins. He wasn't going to bring up the reasoning and all this stuff on why. I don't think he didn't want to take a shot at Joel Embiid. He just was kind of saying, hey, I really think he was the MVP of the NBA, but I think it's sometimes tough to see a white person. And let's face it, most people that are great at basketball in the NBA aren't white. I totally get it.
Sure.
That's the way it is. There can be further discussions on that, but this game is dominated by usually black Americans. Usually. And I think that it becomes very tough in our brains. And I know that we want to all say that we have no racism in our bodies. We have no discrimination in our minds. We have none of that going on. But we do have it. I will at least admit it about myself that there are at times discriminating racist thoughts that happen. Now, do I act on those? Do I play those out? That's different, right? And hopefully no,
And sometimes unconscious bias, I know, comes up a lot with this.
But it was just interesting that Alex English, he's obviously talking about the game, but also talking about how great Jokic is and how I think, at least the way that I heard it a little bit, on how we have a picture in our brain off of watching a lot of basketball in our life and watching a lot of documentaries in our life, whether it was Magic versus Larry, and a lot of black people going, no, like Larry's not good. You guys are just propping him up because he's white.
Yeah.
And so like this happens in all of our brains in different ways sometimes, but I just thought it was very interesting the way Alex English just kind of subtly brought it up on why possibly people aren't giving maybe Jokic more love to what he's been able to do. And he has a MVP, a back-to-back MVP. So I don't want to say that he hasn't gotten any love in his career.
What he's doing right now is all-time great stuff. For example, Jordan and Pippen, all-time great combination. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Magic and Worthy, all-time great combination.
Right.
Yes? They're the only other pair of teammates that had 10 assists each in an NBA Finals game, with Jokic and obviously Jamal Murray, who has shown out a ton in this playoff run. They did that last night. And then Jokic had the triple-double in his first ever NBA Finals game. The only player to ever do that was Jason Kidd, another all-time great. And then there's this. Jokic was the second player in NBA history to lead both teams outright last night in points and assists in a final debut. The only other person to do it, Michael Jordan in 1991.
Wow.
So you're with Magic and Worthy along with Jamal Murray.
I think Michael lost that game, by the way.
Yes, he did. And then they won the rest of it. And then Pippen and Jordan again, Jason Kidd. He already passed Wilt Chamberlain for most triple doubles in a playoff run. It's pretty incredible what's happening.
Yeah, and I think it's, for me, and I know it is incredible about Jokic, but I think that I don't want people to think that, oh, Mike just admitted these horrible things about himself. I'm trying to be honest about me as a person, and I believe that almost everybody has. Now, you have to know, are those thoughts right or are those thoughts wrong? right? And sometimes you can have wrong thoughts. You can have wrong intentions, and you don't want to act on those intentions. You want to know that's wrong. That's wrong for me to think that way. That's wrong for me to say those things. I've said plenty of wrong things in my life. They're documented. I hate that I did them. Those things are going to live with my resume the rest of my life. And I deserve the punishment and blame and criticism that I get for those. But I just wanted to say, but I do believe, even though I can't get inside your brain as a listener, and there's hopefully a lot of people listening right now, that we all have at times bad thoughts, whether they're discriminating thoughts, whether they're racist thoughts, whatever they are, but you don't want to act on those and then know that those are wrong thoughts. I don't need to think that way or believe those things.
I don't have stats for Jamal Murray over the last 2 years. Is there a reason for that?
You don't have what?
do you mean?
Jamal Murray stats for the last 2 years.
In the playoffs?
At all.
Well, he was hurt. Well, he's hurt in some of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's,
I didn't know if
I
he
was
was hurt
hoping
for
y'all could
2
just
whole
answer that
years, but I
question.
know that he's been hurt.
Y'all are smart guys. Come on, answer the question.
I'm sorry. I thought this was a setup.
It
I
is
thought you were
kind-
going to be like, it's because.
No, and I don't have those stats because he's been injured, right?
Yeah.
And in those 2 seasons that are missing, Jokic gets the MVPs.
Yep.
And now you're seeing what we kind of saw. We saw early on. I think there was a moment where Parker was who was in Denver. He was covering those. He was working at a radio station there. He wrote a great piece about their pick and roll and how special their pick and roll is. I think you're starting to see that combination. I know this is kind of off of what you were talking about here, Mike, but that combination of those two, they built great chemistry early, and the abilities, the skill set that Jokic has to pass. His passing ability is outrageous. Very Chris Webber. Webber was really good at passing out of the post. And that's what makes him so good. He can distribute from so many different areas on the court. But I think one of the things that may have helped him even more was not having Murray around and still being the focal point of their offense. And now Murray's back, and it looks even better whenever it's time for them to do the best stuff.
Jamal Murray's a stud for sure.
It's just one game, but I wonder if, let's say, Denver ends up winning this series. Let's say, I'm going to say in 5 games. Let's just say they win it easily, whether it's a sweep or whether it's in 5, and they kind of just cruise through these playoffs. There was really, if they cruise in the finals, it's just one game. Heat can still win the series, all of these things.
%,
But if they do, I wonder if the NBA kind of, hey, the West is wide open, or the league is wide open right now. There's no Michael Jordan in his prime, or there's no LeBron with the big 3 in Miami, like that, right? Yeah. Or there's not the Golden State Warriors that just got Kevin Durant. And I know things can change with other teams, but I just wonder if they'll give the respect that, no, Denver is away from the pack. Don't put them back with Memphis and Sacramento and the Lakers. Like they have dominated these playoffs to show that they are a dominating team with the best player in the NBA.
I do not believe you're going to get a bunch of stories about who's going to beat the Nuggets. Yeah. Assuming it's a 4 or 5 game.
I'm with you.
I don't. I really don't.
I don't. Even if they sweep, I don't. If they sweep LA, sweep Miami, I don't think a month from now they're going to be talking like, how can you knock off this team?
Can I give you an example? Greenberg, I told you just the other day on ESPN TV, it was like, well, if the Lakers would have had Kyrie, they would have won this series.
Yeah.
Like, that's an insane thing to say for a team that just got swept.
All right. And then OU softball, they're awesome.
Can I ask a question real quick? Does this country embrace a player that doesn't fully embrace the place he's in? Like Dirk embraced Dallas as his own city. I'm not sure. I don't feel like Luka. I think he still loves home so much.
Right.
I don't know. Jokic is off the court, Kevin. I don't know how much you know about him. Does he embrace the city of Denver? And he's like, I live in the great state of the great country of America.
And that's the thing.
The great state of Denver.
Yeah, the great state of Denver.
Because I think Dirk would still go back to Germany a lot and talk about how much he loved it. So I think you can definitely do both.
Okay.
I'm not as familiar with Jokic's exploits in the Denver community. I will 1,000,000% agree with that. I think the Denver people would tell you they love Jokic, but that's the same thing with Dirk. Nationally, I don't feel like people love Dirk. They're like, oh yeah, he's good.
Like Kenyon Martin was from here, but he didn't want to be back around here.
Right.
He didn't want that and everything. So I'm always curious. You hear, oh, he grew up in the streets of Chicago, and that's where, all those things. So It's just something for fodder more than anything else. I'm just curious.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the man who asked that question. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I have a question about like how you drive, but it's not about your driving. It's about what you're doing while you're driving.
Okay.
Next on The Fan.
Get the Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk property taxes, Kevin.
Oh, my God.
All right,
Texas Tech. They're in a little bit of a jam here, a little bit of a pickle.
They're up 3-0.
They gave up
I
a
know,
hit,
but the
though.
pickle's looking like it could leak a little bit right here.
Oh, my God.
All right,
Hate
so
a leaky pickle.
Funky Cole Molina, is that what you called him?
They're pulling them tadlocks like I've had enough of your crap, Molina.
He's thrown 91 pitches. 90, that's a lot of
First
pitches.
and second, nobody out for UConn.
One of those was a walk.
If you didn't know, we are keeping track of the College World Series on the KNC Masterpiece this year, as a lot of the games will be played during our show.
UT's just about to start their game on the Longhorn Network.
Okay, and we have that here in the studio?
Well, we do.
I thought it was a weather delay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, in your face, weather.
Thanks a lot, Weather. All right, the question
Isn't
I have.
that advantage weather in that
weather's
situation?
in our face. Weather has put it in our face.
Depends on what the weather really wants to accomplish. Does the weather typically want to be nice for you? Or is the weather like, you know what, I just always want to screw up your day?
I guess I'd argue the weather does what it does. And so if it's a weather delay, it's because that's what the weather wanted.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And if it's the weather is nice, it's because that's what the weather
Exactly.
wanted. I don't know. I don't know who controls the weather. It could be the government, Kevin.
Man, I would believe that. I would at least listen to that
Which
theory.
government do you think has control of the weather, if one does? Do you think it's us, or do you think it's another country?
Russia.
Would it be one of the poles?
Oh, man, that
That
sounds
makes
like
a
a
lot of
valid
sense.
place.
The South Pole government?
The South Pole.
I feel like I hope
Maybe
it's
Santa in the North Pole.
I hope it's us. Yeah, because he's like, hey, guess what? It's May. I don't have Jack S to do. Or I guess now June. I'll go ahead and screw with your weather. I hope that it was the America and we can pay off our debt. You know, we're like $30 trillion in debt. I hope we're like, all right, listen, China.
Oh.
Well, that's who we owe a lot of money
Yeah, we're
to.
in trouble with China.
Yeah.
Not ourselves.
China knows what they're doing.
Yeah, if we're like, hey, if you knock out our debt, we'll give you the ability to control the weather.
I'll trade you the 10th pick.
Yeah. Well, and the 10th pick in the NBA draft. I'd make that deal.
Y'all
I don't really think much about the South Pole. Is that because of Santa Claus and Christmas?
That's a
Yeah,
million
we don't-
percent because of that.
We don't have a being that
What?
has
Are you
great
s-
abilities that lives in the South
Well, he's
Pole.
from Finland. So
Yeah.
What?
yeah,
Santa?
you don't know about that?
Rope
Santa
Hintz?
Claus is from Finland?
Him
Yeah.
and Hintz? Lettinen?
Yeah. I went to school with a lot of Finnish hockey players, and they would always say Santa's from Finland.
I thought Santa was American. He just moved to the North Pole. Isn't that like we watched the Santa Claus movies and it looked like he was American?
Look, man, and he runs some really shady labor practices up there and
And he's
stuff.
also Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
Those elves seem pretty happy. You know what? This is
Yeah. Those couple minutes where you tuned into what the elves are doing, they seem real happy. Come on, Corey. This can't be what you wanted to talk
It's a
about.
December topic. All right, so guys, I do as we get closer to Cowboys season, as we get closer to football season, and Kevin, I do believe there are now 97 days.
That sounds right.
Until the NFL begins. I asked this question.
Okay.
When will we know what this offensive line will start as?
I think it's a really good question. I seriously think it won't be until like you're the week of the first game. Because I think they're going to show these formations and stuff and be like, oh, okay, so that could work. And then you're going to get to training camp and you're like, all right, it seems like they're doing this. And then they're going to throw in a wrinkle in a preseason game. You're going to be like, what?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you're going to know for a while.
I'll tell you what. I think by the first preseason game, now I'm not saying all five will play in that preseason game. I think we'll know. So I think by August 10th, we'll know what they want it to be. Will it be that? I assume on August 10th, they're going to tell us Tyron Smith's one of the five. Will he be the starting tackle? I don't know which one, but probably not. That's 50-50 at best. But I think by August 10th, we'll know what they want the five to be.
What's your guess right now? He starts at left tackle?
I think that's a great question because Terrence Steele comes into play too. Let me ask you this. What's the percentage you think Terrence Steele is ready to play week one of the NFL?
100%.
All right. So then
everything we've heard.
That's your
All right, so then
confidence?
That's my confidence.
Terrence Steele and Tyron Smith are the tackles. Tyson Smith, right? Just wanted to make sure. Tyler. I wish they had different names. Martin and Biotic.
Okay.
Obviously, guards and center. I think that's what they want the 5 to be. And in early August, that will be when they run first team offensive line. I believe that will be first team offensive line.
So it is interesting. I was listening to Bobby talk this morning, and there was the thought of Terrence Steele. He was working out outside while they were doing their work inside, and you didn't get to see what this is. Mike, when we show up at camp and we're trying to figure some things out, here's a little thing you can figure out just by his stances, what position he's playing.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
If he's lining up a certain way, he's probably working on his tackle. If he's lining up another way, he's working on guard stuff. So
very astute.
Whenever we get that vision of that, we'll know a little more about where Terrence Steele is working at right now, because obviously they're still in a negotiation with him,
right?
And they're probably saying, "Hey, dude, we think you might be a guard." And he's like, "But I want tackle money." Like,
the good news is you've got him for this year, but long term, you're totally right about
One of the other things that Bobby did point out that he saw was the Chuma Edoga.
That's another option.
Lining up at second team guard. So he was behind Matt Farnock. So Farnock was lining up at your left guard spot next to Biotic. Martin was out, and so they were doing all sorts of other stuff there too.
Okay, that makes my brain hurt a little bit, because then my assumption would be, then are you going Tyler Smith at left tackle? And then
they've had Tyler Smith at left tackle, but again, Zach Martin's out. Tyron was over at right tackle. They had all their base. Here's my thought. New offensive line coach wants to do everything he can to see who does what he likes.
Sure.
And once he gets a good, beat on what all those guys do well that he likes, then he can make better assumptions. But he's just he's working it all in. So that's why I am, you said the first week you think is when
I do.
I'm with Kevin. I like where Mike is, because I would love to know, kind of have a better idea. But I'm with you, Kevin, where I think by week 1 they'll go, okay, we finally figured it out. This is our best bunch.
And then I also wonder about the idea of swing tackle that multiple people have brought up. That just doesn't.
Let's Go has been the guy that they've lined up in that spot the most and said, hey, we're going to move you around. He's earning that right now. So they're giving him the opportunity. And it looks like the shoulder that he was dealing with last year, looks like he's not having much problem with it right now. So that's positive. Good. So that is Cowboys question for the day. We will continue to do that right up until the first kickoff of the NFL football season.
Ooh, and that's probably till Thursday, so maybe we get a bonus one that Friday leading into the Cowboys game?
Nope.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I won't ask any. Actually, on that day, Kevin, what that will actually be, I'll do all Rangers on that Friday leading into the Cowboys first game.
That's a bold strategy. The Rangers could be 150-0, and to do all Rangers leading into the Cowboys season opener, I feel like might not be the best.
You'd still be like, no. All right, so that's it for Cowboys discussions right now. Now I move my attention to the very important question of the day, which is, how do you drive? And this comes from me.
Aggressively.
Okay, I'm a pretty aggressive driver too. But my question to you is, what do you do while you drive? I TOLO, obviously, but I look around a lot while I drive in the car. I'm usually stuck in traffic on 75, Mike. That's just how it is. Coming south on 75 is very tough in the morning. But I find there are a lot of smokes driving to work at the same time that I drive to work. There are also a lot of nose pickers driving to work while I drive to work as well. I don't people watch in public, but when I drive, I people watch.
Okay, I got a question for you about that then.
Yes.
Do you ever pass by somebody that had agitated you driving, and then there's smoke and it changes your opinion?
Probably.
Because every time I drive past somebody that was making me mad, I always think that they look like what I thought they would, regardless of what they look like.
Yeah.
So I think my anger has overtaken me too much at that point. They could be young, they could be old, they could wear glasses, they could not. It doesn't matter. I'm like, you look just like I thought you would, regardless of the fact that they'll look completely different from one another, just because I think my anger
It's
is
an
overtaken.
old man. I knew it was going to be an old man based on the way he's driving.
But it's the same thing. I'll be like, the stupid teenager on their phone. I knew, like, every time I have a differing opinion, but I'm always mad. So you're saying if you were mad, but you're like, dang, she's good looking.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Like this morning, Mike, I was driving in and I saw a woman putting on her whole makeup while she was driving.
Good.
And actually,
she was dressed.
Well, yes, she was dressed before she put on her whole makeup. But
I don't have time to get dressed, and there's a driving naked.
Have you ever seen a naked person driving?
Yes.
What?
I haven't.
I have not either.
Yes, I've been on the road a lot in my life, so yes. But
How did that go?
I went really fast. I just kept going by and looked over and was like, "Oh, that's happening right there." Seen lots of things, Kevin. I saw the woman putting on her makeup though, and I was like, that doesn't seem safe.
No,
but then I'm also thinking to myself, here I am looking at this person because I trust myself as a driver. I trust that I know what I'm doing while I'm driving to look over and see that person. But I also do people watch while I drive.
Yeah, I don't usually try to look at people like at a stoplight.
Are you
whatever.
focused on road, focused on what's ahead of you?
I just don't want to look over there and create eye contact, and then they feel like I've done something wrong or whatever. So I just don't look.
Okay, see, that happened to me also this morning. I looked over and there was a girl sitting at the light next to me. And as I was looking, she turned and looked at me. But then I reached down and grabbed my phone, and I also had sunglasses on. No way she knew I was looking at her, right? You know what I'm saying?
Knew. She looked over because she saw your gaze attached to her for too long.
My what?
Your gaze.
The way I was looking at her? Okay, I got you.
God, that is not what I meant.
The other thing that I'd noticed about driving, Kevin, in the question that I have, do y'all ever take a bite of food whenever you have a car next to you?
I guess so. Oh man!
Oh, stupid Texas Tech.
What's Star Trek? What's the negative Khan or whatever? Is there a bad guy called Khan?
Yes.
Yeah, Khan just scored 2. It's
But
3-2.
you gotta do it right. You need to like get into it and yell it out.
Khan! I don't
That wasn't
That
good
was
enough.
half-assed. You had
do
it
it like
right.
do it like you
Do
have a
it.
heart like a truck. That was really good.
That was awesome.
That was
They
really
scored.
awesome.
They scored 2 runs, but it's still Tex winning 3-2. But this reliever, come on, buddy.
From the 571, I have driven naked. Long solo road trip. Why not? Because it's illegal. You actually can't do that. If you get pulled over.
Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Because it's public indecency.
It
Actually,
is,
probably
yeah.
get put on a website too. After that,
Really? I don't know.
maybe I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
I don't know. That's a good question. Corey, I'm guessing I probably have taken a bite when driving by somebody, but I don't think I ever do it intentionally as like an intimidation tactic, or you're like, oh, just show that, like that driver's going to go, man, that guy's so confident. He just took a big old bite. He doesn't even care.
See,
Took a bite out of crime.
There was always
That's
this
like
like,
McGruff.
look at that. Look at Fat Boy over there eating McDonald's while he's
Sure.
driving, and I would always be self-conscious about that.
In fact, I know I have, just because the way the newspaper used to work, you would have to like grab some food on the way to games sometimes.
You had to get moving
I'm
quickly.
sure about that.
Corey, DBU's tied at 1 in the 5th inning against Washington.
Really? See, that's interesting. DBU's been great. Like they've
They
been
make
a
the tournament.
great baseball
It
team.
feels like almost every year. I don't know if they make it every. They obviously have never
That's
made
what
the
it feels-
World
yeah.
Series, but they have made the Super Regional a few times. I know at least once. So I'm really hoping DBU has a nice little tournament. As I said that, son of a gun of a sailor, Washington just scored 2 runs. It's 3-1 Washington over DBU.
And Kevin, I think we are seeing this now. Bartolo Colon is officially retiring from Major League Baseball.
Okay.
What?
I'm glad.
I guess I haven't officially retired either.
I'm glad that you figured that out, because
He's
I
my
saw somebody text in, are you going to talk about Big Sexy retiring? And
that's
I thought
Bartolo
of the
Colon.
wrestler Kevin Nash. And that, and so I totally went to I looked up Kevin Nash Twitter, because that's who I think of for the moniker Big Sexy. So I appreciate that you figured that out, because when I looked it up, I was like, it doesn't say that. Didn't he already retire?
Was Bartolo Colon a great pitcher?
Yes.
There was a time for sure.
I don't think he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but I do think he'll get votes. I never think he'll get to the 75% mark. I don't even know if he'll get to the 50% mark, but he's going to stay on the ballot, I bet, for the 10-year period.
You think he'll end up playing beer league baseball at some point and dominating there?
Probably not.
Okay, all right.
It's already done.
He won a Cy Young, right?
Yes, he did, and he finished 4th and 6th in other seasons.
And there was some time like he was one of your best pitchers for the Rangers one year.
That was sad, but you're right.
Yeah, that's all we had was that dude.
Montreal traded a lot to get him.
Yeah.
When I was with Cleveland, that's how they got Cliff Lee to Cleveland.
And that's the C block, everybody.
Oh, man.
You better call him out on that replay, NCAA.
Covered a lot of ground there. Well done. Coming up.
You're out! You're out, UConn. Sit down. Con!
Oh, if they win, I want you to yell out "you" and then do the con. I think that would be amazing. Coming up next.
From the 972, sometimes I suck on a chili dog while I'm driving.
Stop it.
And try to make eye contact.
Stop it.
Is that Jack or Diane?
It's definitely Diane. Do you support the radical idea? Well, that's a good point. Got to roll with the times. Do you support the radical idea to alter halftime for sporting events? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, you should contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
And Ball Arena ready to explode. The first finals game in franchise history is a rousing success. Denver's 9-0 at home in the playoffs. They take game one.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a few minutes. But a good, or hopefully an uplifting Rangers story in just 1 second. But also, you saw game one. The size is going to be difficult for Miami, but I'm sure Heat fans can easily argue, hey, two of our primary shooters were cold last night. How do you view this series going forward now?
I think Miami can be competitive. I think the toughest game in the NBA is playing Denver on the road, your first game, because of most people will beg for God for the ball to stop and for a timeout because their lungs are on fire. As much as in great shape as you're in, when you get to Denver and you've been playing in Miami and New York and Milwaukee, you're looking at it and you're just like, Boston, like my body right now cannot handle the lack of oxygen in this building, and it takes some time. They say at the end of the first quarter, their body is so fatigued that they're trying to get used to the altitude that they haven't had to play in a very long time, where Denver's not dealing with that situation.
But Denver also, you could see them use it to their advantage immediately. They were like, let's move the ball around and make them chase.
Yeah, did you and that is something they're excellent at. Did you ever see Spoelstra's joking response to that before the series started? He goes, well, maybe I'll crank the AC up to like 90 degrees in our arena. And I just thought that was...
Celtics did that to the Lakers.
Yes, I just thought that was very funny. How did you feel going into the series, and did that change your prediction? It's one game.
Listen, I'm rooting for Jimmy Butler, and anything you root for, Kevin, I'm rooting against.
Oh.
No, I'm just joking. But I did change. I don't think the Heat have the size to contend with it. I don't think Aaron Gordon's going to score 60 in a game against you, but if they say, hey, just a couple of his makes affects the way they play defense on Jamal and Jokic, that's enough. I think that's enough for them. So Spoelstra has to make an adjustment, but I mean, I think the Denver Nuggets have already put their stamp on what this is, and I think they have the first move. They did it right.
Now
I'll lean towards 5.
That's kind of, I was 5 before, and I stick with 5.
And because it's 2-2-1-1-1, that Denver will win at home. So I think Denver wins their 2 at home, splits in Miami, and comes back and wins the championship.
And the Rangers back at it tonight, 7:05 right here on 105.3 The Fan against the Mariners. And again, when we were talking about all this Diamond Sports Group stuff, you don't have to worry. You can continue to hear those games right here on The Fan. And Corey, I hear you got a little news about this Mariners game tonight. By the way, big series at this stage, because I'm not saying your season ends or goes one way or another, but it would be nice to win another series over Seattle and start to create more distance.
Yes, I do have something, but first off, thanks again to Cousins Barbecue for bringing up that was awesome.
Those wings were delightful.
God, their wings are amazing. I saw this on Jared's Twitter earlier today.
Okay.
And wanted to do it through the C block, but I forgot. So Jared tweeted out, there will be a special first pitch at tonight's game. Hillary Prince, Jonah Heim's mother-in-law, was diagnosed with bulbar onset ALS 3 years ago and continues to fight for a cure. She'll be throwing out the first pitch. Guess who's going to be behind the plate? Jonah Heim will
he'll be
behind
I felt
the
like
plate
that was
catching.
a trick. I felt like that was a trick.
And Jared tweeted out healingals.org as an opportunity to go check out if you have any more interest in the story and something that's near and dear to Hillary's heart, which is his mother-in-law. Go check it out. She will be throwing out the first pitch at tonight's game. Be there for that. Be there for that first pitch and cheer loud.
Not that you need that with this Rangers team, but I do want to throw this out, especially since it's a shout out Friday. So Jonah Heim trying to make good stuff happen. Marcus Simeon continually trying to make good stuff happen. Is every Friday through August 4th, Marcus Simeon and his family are going to be doing food distributions from 11 a.m. to noon. And so every distribution amount will be between 150 and 200 boxes of food. So every single week. So whether it's Jonah Heim trying to raise money for a great cause, whether it's Marcus Simeon and his family giving out food to those in need via the Texas Rangers Youth Academy and everything, there's a lot of positive on the field stories with this Texas Rangers.
The other thing that's really cool is I was just looking at attendance, the last 6-game homestand, because they haven't been home in a while. They averaged pretty much 30,000 a game for those 6 games. Now you had Atlanta. Obviously, they brought a lot of fans to those games, and then you had over 30 every game against Colorado, which there weren't probably a lot of Colorado fans there.
I can see that.
But you have here Seattle, very good team, a lot of players you can watch, J-Rod, and then St. Louis Cardinals come into town Monday through Wednesday, which is also, I think, just a really cool part of new baseball, is that you play every team. You don't get to play every team at home, but you do get to play every team. So if you're like, man, I've always wanted to see Paul Goldschmidt, Nolan Arenado, the Cardinals. I know they played them in the World Series, but if you ever wanted to kind of see, like, I want to see Cardinals play the Rangers, you can this Monday through Wednesday. So it's really fun series and fun baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Good afternoon, fellas.
Hey, Joey.
Hello. It's a pleasure to bring you, this is going to be an edition of Mike's Your Piece of the Week.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
There is a ton of Mike. We do have a couple features, though.
There are also a couple of already screenshots of Mike yelling "con" on Twitter floating around. This is awesome. Thank y'all.
There's a lot to live up to, Joey. Last week was an all-timer.
I bet. I did listen to a few of it. I know the butter clip was on there, right? The peanut butter cream thing.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll see if we can match that. Maybe we will start with this. And this one is from yesterday. Thank you, Alec Medford. Did a great job of having a few clips ready for me to fire. So here we go. Start off with the mic.
It's really tough for a coach to know, is this my time to unload on this guy to get my point across? Well,
like a Ricky Henderson leadoff homer, right?
Somewhat, somewhat, yell at them or really get their attention. Like, this isn't.
You definitely need clearance.
I'm not being patient anymore. This has to start happening now.
I don't know if that helps your description right there. I really don't. I hope that that's something you've said in your life. I'm losing my patience. This has to start happening right now.
Just walk out to the mound like that. Right?
Yeah. No. You need permission for that.
Speaking of the peanut butter situation, this is from last week. And the conversation continued as it usually does.
Just crunching it makes it crunchy. I don't get what I'm saying so wrong. You can either take the peanut and you make it crunchy, but we haven't made it creamy yet.
Finish that sentence. You need to work harder. From the 817.
Yes. The more you spin that nut.
No, do not finish that sentence.
There you go.
Do not.
I think we get the winner. I think we can go ahead and get the G-bag.
In the Vitamix.
That was in Masterpiece of the Week then. The fact that you didn't finish that sentence is why we've been on air this week. Otherwise, fan jam.
I have more in my head about peanut butter. For crunchy peanut butter, do they cream the peanut butter? Like they cream the peanuts and then they throw in crunchies? Or they get it to a point where they're like, that's good enough. We still have crunchies in there.
And
I think it's that one.
I put a lot of thought into this too over the weekend because more I think about it, Mike might be right. I think they have to get the butter down to a consistency that is like, all right, that's creamy.
Yes.
And then they separate.
We can put that on the jar now. We've creamed. It's creamy.
I want a peanut butter to have that slogan.
Hey, look, Joey, you get to leave. I gotta stay. Okay, so clean this up.
But I think at that point they separate the vat. They separate a vat, and they're like, "All right, this now is our creamed version.
This is still
now we
going.
need to add some more crunch nut in here." And
Play
so
the
then
next one.
Yeah, I don't know if this is
They don't
going
call
to
it
help.
ice butter. They call it
but,
ice cream.
Corey had a hand in this one from yesterday.
If you butter your tart,
You know what? I now have to butter my tart and see if that's
I want to
the way
do.
it rolls.
It might be even with the frosting.
Yeah.
It gives it like a little bit more. It gives them a little something
the
more.
crust is going to have flavor now.
Yeah,
So did you butter your tart when you got home?
I haven't done that yet.
This
You know what I go
weekend?
back to? I don't know if you can go back just a little bit in that clip. Mike, it feels like you're searching for a different thing to say in your brain because you go, it gives it a little. It gives it a
more
little
flavor,
more.
and a little something
The
more.
crust is going to have flavor now.
Yes, he used the word. He used it. You knew what word I was trying to say
Crust.
without saying that.
Yeah.
Saying it. Flavor.
That's a great
Flavor.
tandem.
Man, I can just imagine too that a buttered tart is a flavor pack, like just a flavor packet now.
I feel like that was like a rundown of a gal in the 1930s.
Oh, she's a buttered tart.
Yeah.
This is one of our features from today, or for Masterpieces of the Week. This is Bruce Bochy. We have him on every week. Not a big deal. And supposedly he's just not a fan of the KNC Masterpiece.
There's nothing worse than hearing your own voice sometimes.
Man, that's true.
Trust me, I
We
feel
agree.
that. Yeah. I
dude.
definitely understand that
We
well.
wonder how people can listen to us at times.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's not going to be on
Listen,
our highlight reel.
He
is it?
told us. He told us recently. He's like, it's a pleasure to jump on with you guys.
He must have flipped us on while he's driving to the park, and he's like, "Yeah, it's tough."
I heard Masterpiece of the Week.
Yeah. I think he was just done with. He was like, all right, I have served my time, guys. It's time for me to
My
go.
favorite thing is this Tuesday, if he came on, I was like, why do you guys talk about peanut butter so much? And I'd be like, I don't know.
He's part of the team now.
That's it. We're not ever talking about peanut butter again. This is the last day.
We
of
won't
peanut
even
butter.
make it through the rest of this show without that
All
happening.
right, let's see. Well,
I would like
win.
to have one more selection for you guys. Mike, you always have your wonderful live commercials that you like to do, and sometimes it can go a little haywire.
They say Bob and Derek here. I call him Bobby and Big D. No, I call him Derek too. If you're feeling like you've lost that drive, you've lost that focus, you've lost that mood, you've lost that nighttime, you know what I'm talking about?
It just seemed like such an irrelevant thing to make up. Call him a Big D.
Bobby and Big D.
I was like, I really
kidding.
don't. I was kidding.
No, I don't.
It just, I don't know how many people listening were like, you know what? Now I'll do it. I was out before.
Big D with the York Revolution.
It was in the nighttime. You know what I'm
You know
talking
what I'm talking about.
Play that one again. I don't know if I'm
Okay.
voting for it,
Okay.
but this is interesting. They say Bob and Derek here. I call him Bobby and Big D. No, I call him Derek too. If you're feeling like you've lost that drive, you've lost that focus, you've lost that mood, you've lost that nighttime, you know what I'm talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
They know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Is that
it's
it?
weird that in those commercials they're
yes.
like, don't say sex.
We don't have any chili dog.
No, we can save that.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
Maybe for my last day.
What?
Thanks
Why
a
is that?
lot.
Yeah. It can be today, it can be next week. It'll be your last day.
Man, Kevin the Fun Killer, killer chili dog love.
I am going to vote for Mike talking about the appropriate time to load, or perhaps,
Okay. I'm going to go with Bochy here.
Ooh.
That one hurts.
I want to go last.
I'm voting for Bochy too because I thought it was hilarious in the moment.
What did you vote for?
When you were talking about whether it's time to load or...
You know what?
Buttered
I'm going to
tart,
vote
really.
with you.
Yes!
To let the Tolos figure out. Is it about the load or is it about Bochy?
Okay, play them
I'd like to
both
okay.
one more time and we'll get the votes in.
We start with Mike here.
It's really tough for a coach to know, is this my time to unload on this guy to get my point across?
And then
That'd do it.
We'll go to Bochy here.
There's nothing worse than hearing your own voice sometimes.
Man, that's true.
Trust me, I
We
feel
agree.
that. Yeah,
Radio,
I
man.
definitely understand that well.
We wonder how people can listen to us at times.
Yeah.
It hurts. It hurts every time I hear it. So, do you want to vote for Mike loading and whatnot, or for Bruce Bochy generally seeming displeased by our show in that moment? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. I knew. That's why I slowed down. I knew that was coming.
What happened?
They didn't tag on the fly ball. UConn almost tied the game.
That's masterpiece of the week.
There you go. Let's get those votes in. We will announce our winner at the beginning of our chit chat with those fellas from the G Bag Nation. Comes up next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let me tell
Piece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those who are on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. But I do want to let you know that Bruce Bochy is the winner of our Masterpiece of the Week.
In your face, Mike.
Now, gentlemen, how is you today?
Peggy, we are rolling. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How much did you watch the NBA Finals Game 1, and did it do anything to sway your already held thoughts one way or another?
I watched a pretty good amount. I had soccer practice, got home, watched the conclusion. I think I picked 7 for Denver, and I think this is going to be a close series. Obviously, Miami has some adjustments to make. They got to be more aggressive. I like they're not blaming the refs. I like they're looking inward and saying, guys, let's attack the rim. And I think when they do that, you'll see a different game 2.
We got to watch the whole thing out there at the owner's box, Eric and I. Yeah, it was a blast. And no, to me, it just furthers what I thought. I mean, Nuggets in 5. I just think Denver's just a much better team. I don't see Miami going down and getting swept, but I think a gentleman's sweep is in the cards here. I mean, last night, you mentioned the free throws. I get it, but Denver didn't shoot well from 3 either. Yep. I don't think Denver played their best game. And to me, I just don't think that Miami has enough.
And is Bam going to play that well the rest of the series?
Great point.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily count on it either. But I do expect the Heat to throw out some adjustments, and they'll go down with a big time fight. I think it'll still go 6 games. But winning in Denver is extremely difficult. Like that altitude,
9-0
no
this
joke.
postseason.
Yeah, and they are just a really, really dang good team.
Yeah, I got to stick with Miami because
Sure.
the whole thing with the culture and with Spolstra and Riley.
It's just
and all
one
that.
game too. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, it very well could end in 3 more. I mean, it's just the way. I mean, the way they play. But
culture doesn't get swept, Broadus.
I know it doesn't, but man, I mean,
hope it does.
I was
the
very,
other team has culture.
I was very hopeful.
Yeah, right.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying with Denver, and maybe the fact that like I say, I'm hopeful that they can find a way to take this game too, and now make it really interesting to where you make Denver really have to play. I mean, not that they're not going to play, but I mean that Miami at home, I think if they could find a way to hold serve there. But if they could just steal one, I think this series could go in a completely different direction.
We've been talking about it a good little bit. How invested are you in the Bally and Diamond Sports Group saga?
They've got my money, so I'm interested.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
They took my money a long time ago.
Good point.
Yeah, I think for ease of access, it's a big story, and for fan rights, I think, or for a reflection of how well our owners are doing to serve us as fans. I think it's relevant in a lot of ways as a topic for accessibility, for the economy of sports, and
for sure.
Is it going to stay on cable? Is it going to be more of a streaming thing? Like a lot of the future of how we get our sports is being settled. And I hope the leagues can cut out the middlemen and just get their apps that we pay for. Let's just simplify it.
Consumer.
Yeah, and don't make me jump through hoops because nobody can get everything I need on one platform anymore. It's not like you just go, boom, digital cable sports package, got everything,
Yeah.
I'm good. Now it's like, well, crap, do I have the Peacock? Do I need the YouTube? Do I need to go Fubo? Where the hell is this game? And I don't like it.
I think it could get bad in a consumer way that they lose the Rangers, let's just say, but they do keep the Mavericks and the Stars. So now you still are paying for your direct TV bill, and now you're paying, I don't know, $10 to $20 a month for baseball MLB package, so you get the Rangers. So I think it could end up being where Bally starts picking and choosing who they're going to keep. Like, are they going to lose everything? I don't know. I have no clue what their budget is, but they can start going, all right, we are going to let the Padres go. They decided that. We're going to let these 4 or 5 MLB teams go, but we're going to keep the Mavericks. We're going to keep the Denver Nuggets. We're going to keep, maybe it doesn't cost much to keep the Dallas Stars. I don't know. And so all of a sudden, Bally's does pick out some teams to keep and some teams not to keep.
That's interesting. I really just want our fans to be able to see the teams play. And to me, to be having to jump through hoops like this is utterly ridiculous, and they need to figure this out.
Peggy, did the ruling come down where they have to pay these teams the full amounts of the contract?
But what is the repercussion if they don't? Because that is what the ruling was.
They're under they're Chapter 11, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Right now.
But there wasn't repercussions necessarily in there that says on June 16th it reverts. The only reason it reverted to the Padres so fast is because both
Ownership,
of them, yeah,
right.
exactly, and
Yeah.
because they were like, we don't care about the Padres then. I can't imagine they'll let all of these free and clear, and they also still owe 25% of their last payment. So are they saying you got to make 100% of this? You got to make 125 because you still owe the 25%? And the judge, I did not think laid out clear parameters of the next steps. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe
They're going to default then again, right?
that's what I think.
Yeah. Okay.
And so then what happens? We will see. And then also, I know we had amazing barbecue, so you can say barbecue if you want, but it's National Donut Day. Do you have a favorite donut or donut place?
Dude, donuts have come back into my life after having kids. Like you kind of forget about the donut a little bit, you know, and I have to be honest with myself
sprinkle
about
donut,
that. Yeah,
it's
it's game over. And so the glaze, just a classic glazed donut, and then a blueberry cake donut, I think are just completely undefeated.
Before you answer that question, I'm going to give Mr. Bassick an opportunity.
Wreck 'em, Mike. Lost.
Yeah, Texas Tech just defeated UConn 3-2. This is a series?
Yeah, in the
Or is this a single
regional,
game?
it's
Single game.
double elimination.
UConn goes to the losers bracket. They'll play the loser of Florida and some small Florida school.
man. And Kevin hates UConn because of a girl.
Fact.
Did you guys ever
And
eat
basketball.
up at Kalachi Haven up there in Denton? Of
course.
Was that your spot?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to take the kids there once when we were running through. I was like, we got to stop over here.
Oh,
'cause
so good.
that
And then
was a
they had
frequent stop.
Hypnotic Donut for a little bit, but I think it's since closed down.
Yeah, I've been to Hypnotic Donut.
Hypnotic was good.
I brought up Voodoo in Portland. I got a chance to go there. And then Round Rock Donut. I was like, what's that donut place in
Yes.
Round Rock? And people are like, it's literally called
It
Round
is.
Rock Donut.
Those
and I felt
donuts
really
are
stupid.
huge.
Yes.
And the cinnamon roll, really big. I smell cinnamon rolls.
It was pretty impressive.
Somebody tried to tell me the proper way to eat a cinnamon roll is to eat the middle first and like
Saw that
pull
on
it out.
Saw that on
You saw that?
TikTok. Yeah.
Pull what out?
Piss you off as much as it made me mad.
It seems logical though.
Yeah, but don't tell me how to cinnamon roll is
Well-
what I'll eat it however I want.
What do you guys?
How's it going?
What do you guys got coming up on the program? Is it from that audio?
More audio
Yeah.
next.
LSU updates, right?
Oh yeah, got LSU
They're,
updates.
they're coming up here.
Yeah,
in
playing
10
two
minutes.
Yeah, we're going to
today.
be all over that college baseball tournament for you. Make sure all the scores that people need. It's a great Friday show. You know what you're drinking, what you're thinking is coming up at 5:20. Krusty's Corner at 2:40. And Cowboys Next Gen Stats coming up at 2:20 here. Of course, the G Bag of the Day at 2:30. Some terrific audio.
Looking
Right when you
forward to
said that, look what they did. They put 4 games on at one time for you, Gavin, to
I'm
keep
gonna have a
keep 'em up.
I'm gonna have a hard time concentrating
the
on the
Ducks
show
down
today
there at
with
the bottom? Oh, here
all
we
this
go, LSU.
baseball going
All right.
on.
Uh-oh, there's
Paul
a future
Skeens.
Ranger warming up.
Countdown to first pitch, 11 minutes, 25 seconds, boys.
Roll
Hope you have a
home
great weekend, Hagee.
with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say suck it on a chili dog, Kevin.
Never.
The latest from the Star in Frisco. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a terrific day. Thanks for making us part of yours. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive, Emmy Award-winning NFL media member, and the number one influencer on Cowboys social media, at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, General.
There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. He of LA Live, the number one rated segment in afternoon drive radio for all of DFW. You do have, of course, Zach Wolchuk. And
I'm here, sir. There we go.
Chiafalo. Salute to you.
Got you with them. Yeah.
Hey. And happy Friday to you. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video over there, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Doing some great work. Thoroughly disgusted by the video that he posted last week of my Pound of Flesh challenge.
Ooh.
I think I was pretty much over it by the weekend, but whenever I think back on it, it just makes my stomach churn a little bit.
Was that raw meat?
That was a steak. Yeah.
Really? You ate that?
I did. I ate it. Yeah.
Seriously?
I thought it was going to be a lot easier. It was not easy. You know, had to break it down into tiny chunks.
That's not dangerous?
No, not really.
We had a long conversation about that, Lucius.
Yeah. Spittle tried to cancel
salt and pepper on it and everything? I don't blame him.
Yeah. No, I did not put salt and pepper on it. That was a mistake of mine.
Okay. You're kind of dangerous now at this point. I know you eat raw meat. You're kind of dangerous right now.
Well, you know, I had to do a bet payoff, and I thought it was going to be easy, but it was not. You really have to. A lot goes into the preparation, I think, of an item like that, and then the right kind of steak. I ended up. I didn't tell Spittle this. I told Spittle I went to like a perfect butcher shop with like an expert. I couldn't find a good one, and I was running late already, so I just had to basically go into a cheap grocery store and grab a New York strip. I did, yeah.
You told us all. You went to like 3 different places.
I know,
you had a whole story.
My man ran through the Fiesta real quick.
Holy crap! You went to that Walmart down in the corner here.
Yeah, not quite the Walmart, but close.
Through the Michoacana.
Yeah.
No, it was the Exxon station, actually.
Well, I mean,
the meat's in the back, right?
Yeah.
The previous bet payoff I
Next to the
did,
beef jerky.
I dropped the ball on the Friday on the Wheaties box,
Yeah.
right? So I knew I couldn't show up in back-to-back bet payoffs unprepared to do the deal.
That's true.
And I was like, if I get food poisoning from this, that's fine. But I wasn't going to show up empty-handed.
Hashtag by any means necessary.
It's amazing what you'll go through. You will go through food poisoning instead of letting everybody shame you.
I know. And the biggest mistake I made, though, wasn't that. The biggest mistake I made was listening to the nurse who said microwave it for a while
That
to
didn't
warm
work.
it up. That
That
made it
didn't work.
really spongy and very difficult to chew. You got to get that thing just right before it freezes.
Freeze it.
And go paper thin like
So
Brian
it
was
was
saying.
the nurse. That's what you said. It was the butcher that said to do that.
I know.
Yeah, well played, sir. I have a new admiration
We
for
had
you.
to get it past the goalie,
You
right?
did.
Spittle came in, and I saw the fear in his eyes.
Me too.
And I was like,
There was a lot of concern.
Yeah.
He had.
Well, we
appreciate
waited
him
for
for
him to
that.
tell the story.
He's
So
doing
now
his
you
job.
Let it out.
He really wasn't worried about you. It's the possibility of what would have happened.
Yes.
If something would have happened.
I mean, that's like a workplace violation,
Yeah.
you know, that he would be green lighting essentially. I said
he would be doing radio in Tupelo, Mississippi right now. If
I
that
knew
was the
He
case.
likes it there.
I knew there was a
He
lot of
does like it
concern
there.
when I said, man, we can get HR up here and we'll sign a contract that I can't sue you.
He
And-
thought about that.
And he goes,
Yeah.
buddy, if HR comes up here, we ain't doing this.
but there was a thought. There was a thought like that maybe we could get HR involved. Gavin was making it sound like really cool, and then it was like, oh no, we can't do that.
Okay, speaking of really cool things.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
How did that process? I know this real personal, but
It was fine.
like regular, just like you had some Frosted Flakes.
It was fine. Yes,
Okay.
I did not notice any difference. It was probably just like
Man's
a regular
vampire,
steak,
bro.
It sat in my stomach a little bit. The biggest thing was mentally thinking about how disgusting it was and what it tasted like. And one time I retched pretty hard mid-segment. I think Wolchuk was throwing something down, and I was like, "Whoa," you know. But I had the
Did
mic
it taste
off.
like copper or something like that?
It was bad. It tasted
liver.
Yeah,
It
Yes.
took Lucius. It took
Yeah.
all 3 hours for him to do it.
Every
Watching
bit of
it,
It took the whole time.
His eyes welled up and watered with every bite. It was a little bit sad to watch, but he went on to have one of the most manly weekends of his entire existence after that.
Yeah.
His T levels just
Dude,
went through the roof.
I was killing it.
He was in the
Look at this hair
yard.
on my chest all of a sudden.
I took apart this trampoline.
Almost did a pull-up.
Yeah.
Almost did a pull-up.
That's
Bought
right.
a Trans Am.
Yeah, dude, I was smoking Marlboro Reds the whole deal.
Hell yeah, you
the whole
were.
deal. I had a super masculine weekend after that, but I would not recommend that as a bet payoff to anybody. If you guys were wondering, maybe like a quarter pound of steak, something like that could be doable. But yeah, I barely got in under that 3 hours. Rangers back in action tonight though, and the pregame is coming up at 6:30. It'll be John Gray 5-1 with the 2.81 against Luis Castillo and his 2.69. So we got a good duel here tonight with our third best starting pitcher. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it'll be fun. And Luis Castillo, certainly you mentioned him, maybe the best pitcher there for Seattle now that Robbie Ray's done for the year. But another big test for the Rangers to try and hold on to first place with the Astros on the heels here with the Mariners in town. Man, it's a fun AL West matchup.
How close are we getting over there? 2.5 games. Okay,
yeah, I think it was 2.5 last I checked.
Yeah, it's 2.5 right now. 33-23 Houston is, so they're not going to go away quietly.
No, they won't.
You're going to have to whoop.
But the Rangers aren't either, baby.
Among the Cowboy stories yesterday, very little competitiveness is one theme. I'd say you want the young players with a lot to learn, getting after it as much as the rules allow, plus about 5%. Let's push it with the young guys. You got to learn all the techniques. College isn't teaching you the right techniques. Okay, newsbreaker. I don't know what the hell they're doing in college with a lot of these guys. So you got a lot of teaching to do when they arrive. The veterans, if you know your job, just you can chill. I don't want you getting hurt. I don't like this turf. This turf makes me nervous, man. Non-contact injuries right and left with these ACLs. We've seen it, from Sean Lee to Gerald McCoy. Like OTAs have been bad news. And even 2 over the course of 12 years is too many. If we're talking about players that know their jobs, Brian, how do you react to that?
Yeah, it's I've gotten used to it with McCarthy, and I'm not saying that as a slam to Mike. I appreciate the fact that, trust me, I've been a part of practices like this where they throw the rookies out there. I remember Des Bryant throwing up and all. I mean, these guys are not in the best shape to start out with. They have the draft, they do the combine, the pro days, the draft, and it takes them some time to get back in shape and get going. I do believe Mike does it the right way, that, just allow these rookies to kind of figure out where the dining hall is, where the locker room is, where the training room is. You throw them out there on the field and just throw them in the deep end of the pool, and now their head's spinning and you don't have a situation where, they're getting anything good out of it. So the way he's handling it, I do like the way he's handling it. I
this isn't a league-wide trend, is it? This is
not at all.
Him
not
going
at all.
to one
not
extreme
at all.
of
And
lack of.
Hey, I am all about trying to figure out, like I say, get these when this next week's mini camp's over, the 3 days that they have, the rookies will stay and then they'll continue to work and they'll continue to get in shape and be in shape. They'll give them a little time off before they get ready to go to training camp. But man, how many times have we seen rookies come in and they get hurt or something happens? And I just don't think it's very fair to those kids. I really, really don't. And I will give Mike credit. It's all about his ability. Is one of the things they say there is that the way he cares about the players. The trainers will tell you this. They say, hey, we have never been around a coach that cares about the players as much as this guy does. So there's something like that I think that's a quality. It's a pretty good one to have if you're a head coach.
What do you guys think about this? Maybe the Cowboys are doing the least as far as, explosive activity, let's call it that, in their OTA sessions.
I'm okay with it. To me, it's one of these things where they've stressed communication, right? And I think a lot of it is, let's just understand the concepts of everything. The install. This is what this portion of the offseason is all about. They're going to be able to get physical, put the pads on, and we go see them in Oxnard. And to me, I think that one of the best things Mike's done, you're going to have injuries. It's tough to last the marathon that is a 17-game season, but they've put themselves in a position where when they go into the postseason the last 2 years, they've been arguably the healthiest team in the tournament.
Yeah.
And that is kudos to Mike McCarthy, and this isn't a team that he is going to wear down and have them doing unnecessary physical action here in June, where in reality that doesn't really matter. We want to make sure everybody's on the same page and mentally we're where we need to be.
I think you can probably get done about 95 to 98% of the learning, and it would be better, but it's not worth the return, especially when you add the injury risk. Chief, where you at?
Yeah, you want to hit the ground running in training camp, and so you button up all the mental side of things, and then you hope to be able to spend less time on that when it's actually time to run around and be in tip-top shape and get physical and stuff like that. So I'm cool with it. It doesn't bother me near as much as what he's done, where it's the end of OTAs and the last day he just no practice today.
Yeah.
We get to just go off, and it's like let's utilize every day we have. Let's not just punt on one of these OTA days that they give us here. That bothers me more, which they'll probably do in like a month whenever they send them off, and it's like, hey, just enjoy an additional day off. Give me a break.
Well, real quick though, they've lost days over there because they've had 2 physical practices. This might be something that he's trying to kind of figure out.
Just go the whole ever.
Yeah, just kind of go a completely different way, because they have lost opportunities to practice because they've been getting spied on by the NFL, and the NFL then deems that no, you're practicing too hard, you're too much physical play, and so they had to deal with that a little bit. Lost a practice or 2 because of that.
That's a great point. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. What else is going on? Scooney has some plantar fasciitis going. The new tight end. Hopefully he that gets that can be a hard thing to heal from. If I would have known that would develop after drafting him, I don't think I would have drafted him.
Well, this is the thing. This was the thing about him. Like, you knew part of it was like he's a little bit older than most guys. Granted, it's the COVID stuff, and so you just say, okay, whatever. But he's also a guy who's been banged up and was banged up throughout the year, and then couldn't make it through his pro day, and he's had some of these things. So that was a red flag that they should have been pretty aware of when it comes to him.
Yeah, and I do need to follow up about that too, because if that's the case, I can't fight you guys on that. I could fight you on what I saw on tape. I can't fight you on a guy that's banged up, and if he's not able to be out there and perform, what good is he to your team? I mean, very, very early here on that, need to get the medical of like, okay, is this something long-term, or is this something he's just going to deal with right now? But I can't fight you on that.
Most guys come back okay from it, but sometimes that foot condition goes for a couple of years. I would bet right now it was him getting ready for the draft and trying to be in the best shape of his life. And it's a red flag that his body just is in need now of some actual downtime. And I'm sure the trainers are going to be all over it. But, man, that's alarming because, for some players, that's going to be a thing into the season. I think it really impacted Amari Cooper's last couple years with the Cowboys, his inability to practice and stay in games.
Well, and we saw it last year with, like, Jalen Tolbert. He gets hurt. He's not able to participate in the OTAs and then in the mini camp, and he really was a non-factor his rookie year.
Big
it was a wash.
Non-factor, yeah.
So for Schoonmaker, like, we saw him still out there with his helmet on, and he's catching balls in the jug machine, but he's not participating in any of the team drills. He's off to the side kind of watching. So, it probably should limit your expectations for what Schoonmaker is going to do year one if it's serious.
Okay, so that's just some plantar fasciitis, like a ligament tendon condition that can be very painful and can limit play. But everybody else pretty healthy, right? Everybody else is doing pretty good. Tyron Smith, nothing bad developing there.
A lot more activity with Tyron Smith yesterday at right tackle. It's
fun to watch
than what we saw from last week's action.
Hopefully he can figure that out because it didn't look good last year in the playoffs. Nuggets got a triple-double from Jokic. Jamal Murray had a 6th straight postseason game with 25 points or more. That's Jordan Kobe stuff right there from Jamal Murray. Nuggets take game 1. Miami, a nice run to start the fourth quarter, 11-0, but it was kind of too little, too late. And now we'll see if they can have a game 2 that can inspire some confidence that they can make a series out of this. Okay, SEC sticking with that 8-game schedule for now as Texas and OU join them next year. The problem to me would be just how it's constructed right now with the playoff spots. Schools don't want to risk multiple losses in conference. Is that the biggest holdup for them staying at 8 games for now, Brian? Because I really like what you were talking about last night, where maybe the SEC has 11 or 12 conference games. We really only need to play each other for this to be an awesome TV event.
Yeah, what they want to do is, but they realized through the pandemic when they didn't play the other universities, that by playing each other, the eyeballs were just as intense. And they're thinking big picture here is if we can create that content that is just really truly SEC games, we could sell this as is, and it would, and it would bring hundreds of millions of dollars.
Keep all this money inside.
Keep all this money. They don't have to share that money with a Grambling or a Louisiana or a Savannah State or whoever you want to put in there. They don't have to. They don't have to share that money. They realize that hey, if we just play each other, we could make this just fine.
Well, and what's going to be one of the biggest non-conference games of the entire season? It's Texas on the road at Alabama, and that's about to be a conference matchup going forward. So adding Texas and Oklahoma, they've got the powerhouse teams within their own conference. They don't need to play anyone else.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll check, Chief, do you have some next-gen stats on the Cowboys deep ballers?
Yeah, so they do this every year. Next Gen Stats puts out the top 10 deep passers in the NFL. Are we about to debunk a Dak myth? That's next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion.
the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Cowboys Next Gen Stats here. We're going to debunk a myth. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Franklin consultations, always free, truckbreak.com. Here's Wolchuk with those next-gen stats.
Next Gen, always fun when they're pumping out stuff. They're fantastic, and they did the best deep ball passers of 2022. That's the top 10. The list might surprise you. Dak Prescott is in the top 10. Now, a couple of years ago, this list came out, and I believe he was number 2, the second best deep ball passer.
Very accurate,
in the NFL. Very accurate. Now, I do think there's some, and when we have the Dak conversation and people text in, like one from the 214, are you done? Blah, blah with Dak's blah, blahs. Oh, wait, it's just getting started. You know, it's
Did
a little
he say,
bit
like bleeping his bleep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Essentially there, people don't like it. People don't like to hear maybe a positive thing about Dak. Then there's others that are reasonable that you can say, okay, is Dak a perfect quarterback? Absolutely not. But here's something where it's unfair to really rip him about. Number 10 best deep ball passer was Josh Allen on this list, which is surprising. I thought maybe he'd be a little bit higher. 9 was Joe Burrow. 8 was Derek Carr. 7 was Russell Wilson. Mahomes came in at 6. Kirk Cousins at 5. And then you had Dak Prescott at 4. His deep ball completion percentage was at 40%. And they wrote that last offseason, the Cowboys traded Amari to Cleveland, hurting the overall strength of their receiving core while creating salary cap solvency. Unsurprisingly, Dak's numbers dipped. If you need one metric that illustrates a lack of downfield effectiveness from Dallas's passing game as a whole, look at Dak's expected completion percentage on deep targets, which fell short of 30. This suggests the Cowboys' lack of firepower helped opposing defenses limit the Cowboys' downfield opportunities. And there were games, specifically the Cowboys game. They didn't push the ball down the field a lot.
Yeah, Michael Gallup was
the Niners game.
Michael Gallup was not the same version of himself.
Great point.
I think that's huge. Not having Amari Cooper is big. And I think there's quite a bit of variance in that stat because the percentages are low when you're going really deep. Now, is this considering 15 yards and beyond deep, or is this like actual deep balls?
It's actual deep.
I think it's
25. Yeah, I think it's 20 or 25 or more.
That's a pretty good chunk.
So they write Dak's ability to overcome disadvantages on deep throws is a big part of what landed him at number 4 here. Among the quarterbacks on the list, Dak finished with the 3rd highest completion percentage over expected. His touchdown to interception ratio on such attempts boosted his EPA, expected points added, to a plus 28.9 on deep attempts. The gross totals weren't gaudy, but Dak was the only quarterback in this ranking to fall short of 500 yards on deep attempts. Now, keep in mind, he did miss those games due to injury, but he was still highly productive despite having just one pass catcher, CeeDee Lamb, log more than 2 deep catches last season.
That's the big one right there. That's the part that stood out to me the most. He had one pass catcher log more than 2 deep catches last season. That doesn't even seem possible. CeeDee Lamb's the only person who caught a ball 20 yards through the air or more on more than one occasion. That is bleeping nuts, dude. Yeah. They had nobody else that could push the ball down the field. And he still exceeded his completion percentage on these passes, as you mentioned, were 10% higher than what would have been expected based on the coverage and how open the particular player was. Because T.Y. Hilton showed up and was catching some deep balls. It was like that's what it took because they had nobody else other than CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, it's something Dak does incredibly well, and I think it's important to clarify why the difference in the techniques are what you're looking for. Like if you were going to put targets 40 yards downfield and say, "Hey, Dak, hit these," he would lose to guys like Jason Garrett and David Carr. You know, he's not a per se precise downfield thrower. But the deep ball is often a little slant and go, right? And you get the corner to bite, and now I'm behind the defender. And now it's not hitting a target. It's throwing to an area that your wide receiver runs underneath.
Yes.
And I think at that, Dak is very good.
He is.
Yeah.
Like you can knock him when it comes to being able to lead his receivers and accuracy from short and intermediate. But maybe his best throw of the season, what was it, 4th and long, T.Y. Hilton hits him in the breadbasket on a deep ball
51
down the
yards
left sideline.
Yeah.
So Dak is good when it comes to this, and people just they can't comprehend that this is a possibility. Like we get texts.
Well, on the other side, there's people that can't comprehend he doesn't do stuff well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. And it's not like, again, it's not saying that Dak is a better quarterback than Mahomes or Joe Burrow because he's ranked ahead. Like 6'8", Russell Wilson above Josh Allen and Joe Burrow is how I know this list is BS. It's not saying that these quarterbacks are better than the other ones. It's specifically just deep ball passers.
Well, that's what
from
Russ
last
does.
season.
Right. That's always been a calling card for Russ.
You just don't watch the NFL enough if you don't think Russell Wilson is a genius at that
That's
pass.
all it is.
And it also goes to show that just because you can be a top 10 deep passer doesn't mean you're a good quarterback. Because Russell Wilson was not a good quarterback last
and number
year.
one on this list, and if you watched the Seahawks play, you'd probably agree, was Geno. Geno had a ton of deep balls to Lockett, to Metcalf. Number 2 was Tua, and he was just humming the ball downfield to Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. And then number 3 was Jalen Hurts. And that was probably the best, in my opinion, the biggest improvement in Jalen Hurts' game was the deep ball accuracy. And he hit a bunch of home run balls to Devontae Smith and to A.J. Brown.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing when you look through these quarterbacks. It's pretty amazing. Outside of Russell Wilson, who is just a noted, really good deep ball passer his entire career, and outside of Patrick Mahomes, everybody else, all these other quarterbacks have a bona fide super stud as a wide receiver. At least one. All these top 10 deep ball passers, you're talking about Geno Smith having Metcalf, you're talking about Tua having Tyreek Hill and Waddle, Hurts having A.J. Brown, Dak having C.D. Lamb, Kirk Cousins has Jefferson, and then you have Derek Carr had Devontae Adams. You got Jamar Chase for Joe Burrow. You got Stephon Diggs for Josh Allen. Other than Pat Mahomes and Russell Wilson, who don't really have a bona fide go-to, holy smokes kind of wide receiver, all these other guys do. So that's hugely important as well, I think, having one of those wide receivers.
Absolutely.
All righty, there it is. Next gen stat debunked. Dak, good ball passer on the deep one.
Real quick, I was curious, and this is just a question I have. Do they have a stat for depth of interception a pass? Like if you're throwing,
The only one that they used here was just touchdown interception ratio.
Okay. I was just curious if they, if they measured like, okay, if he's, like I was saying, he's trying to throw the ball.
Yeah.
I was watching several of them just throughout the thing, the Cincinnati game. There were a couple other games, Jacksonville, some games that were, his interceptions are down the middle of the field. So what do they consider a deep ball?
20 or more air
20
yards.
or more air yards. Okay. I didn't know if they had a stat for those. Like his depth of interception. Is there any kind of stat for that?
It just seems like it's a 5-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio.
Okay,
so that's
it's
the best
probably
they
not.
give you.
Okay, I got you.
All righty, it is time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go for Lucius.
Yes. I had some John Blaze hotness for you today. Shout out to Broaders. First segment, he gave Mike McCarthy some credit.
Thank you.
And that's for the haters. Because they're going to say, you never give me any credit. You never give me credit.
No, he deserves credit for taking care of his team.
A lot of haters, man.
Yeah.
Lot of haters. Lot of haters. All right, let's see. Buddy fighting for his life on a public toilet. He was backed up and he let it all release. Somebody was recording him right next to him. That's our winner so far. You guys picked this. You know, when I mean you guys, I mean the Tolos. It was a voted decision by you guys. Here we go. Oh. Wow.
Like a faulty lawnmower you can't get to start.
The pain that was a precursor to that is just, I can't even fathom.
That guy been on like the longest first date of his life. And holding that thing on for 17 hours.
Me, you just let it go.
All right, we got you a follow right here. He was doing his husbandly duties. I heard you talking about this yesterday. I was in the middle of loading podcast, so I couldn't respond.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm all about the breast milk situations. This is cool. Eric Chiafalo has a breast milk story for you. He talked about this on RJ and Chompy.
Me and my wife had to go to a wedding in Kansas City about a year and a half ago.
And you were hungry? They didn't feed? There was no cocktail hour?
This is 6 months after having our second child. My wife does breastfeed, so she's used to clearing these things out constantly. Well, we were away from all of our kids for like 3 days. And so the second night, she became so filled up that she was in genuine pain. So I had to be there. I had to be there for my wife. I had to be the MVP in that moment. I had to take my wife's pain away. And so I went right out of the tap on both sides. I got a full feeding. And I've my key levels are higher than they've ever been. I'm throwing weight around like Chop in the weight room. I'm telling you, it's one of the most incredible things and bonding experiences I've ever shared with a woman.
This is great. You got a full feeding in.
Yeah.
I want to run that back, man.
I remember they used to sell that on the internet.
By the way, my mom was listening to that segment. She tuned in and she goes, "When'd you tune in, Mom?" She goes, "You're talking about breastfeeding." And I'm like,
Oh, from yesterday?
Yeah, from yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Very good.
yeah.
How many fluid ounces total do you think you took in that day?
I think that was a good 8 ounces. I think it was a good 4 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quite delightful.
Did you grow an inch or two?
Yeah, man. I just felt like my bones felt stronger.
Yeah.
Like everything.
Nice density to them now and everything.
Yeah, dude.
Skin shining and whatnot. Did you give it back to her?
Yes.
It's a cycle. It's a cycle. Charles Barkley was taking shots at Skip Bayless like he always does.
Take that, Skip Bayless. You punk ass.
Yeah, he always takes shots at Skip Bayless. He was taking shots last night.
You know, I don't do social media, so I get all my information off Bleacher Report. I read an article today.
You read something?
I did.
Okay.
If you work with a damn idiot, they'll buy you out. So, I'm saying, I read it. I saw it. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, Shaq, it's not you. It's not you. It's not you. It's not Ernie. It's Kenny. But apparently, if you work with a damn idiot, they'll buy you out. Okay. So I just want y'all to know I'm open to the buyout.
Yeah, we know he's taking shots at them for real.
But it's my turn.
Yeah. I ain't no fool. Let's see what else we have for you boys. Oh, Nick Nurse. Coach Nick Nurse. What is his new job?
Philadelphia 76ers.
Man. Yeah. Philadelphia. Where did he work before?
Toronto.
Philadelphia's media is very different than Toronto's media.
Good point.
My man was like in the middle of a conversation explaining something, and the media didn't want to hear it. In Philly, they was like, yo, we got questions though, bro.
And you got to be better at the end of those 2 months. And
Do you want James Harden back?
Oh. Pardon me?
Do you want James Harden back?
James Harden's a great player.
That didn't answer the question.
Well, I would say this is that.
You didn't answer the question.
They was on your ass, bro.
We're here to bleep with this guy from word go.
Yeah, on your bumper.
This is why the players won't give us a chance, though. You talk to a veteran that's been around the league in places like Philadelphia, they're looking at you like, oh, crap, here comes the media.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, trust me, I'm cool.
Yeah.
Just going to ask you a couple questions, not trying to get
Brian, you handled him pretty well.
Yeah, I tried. They called me an idiot though too. Those people.
But it's my turn.
You guys know what we need. You watch the games.
They call me a liar, an idiot, all those things. They were right. Yeah.
All right, so I have only enough time to play one more. I have a few more, but only one more I think get played. I have a hot mic situation from Zoom Court that Tolo said I should play for a G-Bag of the day. Play that, what was that, on Tuesday for you guys? Or Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, during LA Live, though. And I have a kid that wants you to subscribe to his YouTube. So you guys take a pick. Either one, you'll hear it Monday. YouTube. Okay. Yep. Subscribe to this kid's YouTube right here.
Hello, welcome to my YouTube channel, guys. Today I am going to make a new video, so please please I want to reach 1 million likes, so please Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Bro, I know the feeling, man.
Smash the like.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Smash the like, man.
Smash
That's
the
what
like.
Porky the Pig would have did, right?
Exactly.
Smash the like.
Is it a championship flatulence? Is it the Chiafalo breastfeeding story? Barkley taking shots at Skip Bayless. Is it Coach Nurse there learning about the Philadelphia media or the kid's YouTube? Pardon me, I gotta adjust this phone right here.
Take that one.
I'm gonna go with Eric's breastfeeding story.
Go with the YouTube. Subscribe.
Lucius.
Man, I almost said another word. Yeah, breast milk. I'm gonna say with the T's. I really did. 100%.
Well,
did, bro.
I'd like to say with the T.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna go with the subscribe.
Why is that such a bad word?
It shouldn't be.
It's a very beautiful word, in fact.
I didn't know we couldn't say it. I did.
I'm so glad you know now.
During nosebleed seats, Bobby got me to say it, and I was provoked.
Breastfeeding.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G Bag of the Day champion, here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
We got a full meal.
Yeah.
Hey, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though. Where are we going with that, sir?
Hey, guys, we're going to do the sports mix on this Friday. Next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
All righty. Welcome in. It is a Getaway Friday here. About to be quitting time. What you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at about 5:20. Set an alarm now. You know that day drinking, you'll get the best of you. You'll lose track of time. So about 5:20, we'll be looking for your phone calls and for you to tell us what you are drinking and thinking. Right now, it's Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Special shout out to Cousins Barbecue today for feeding us, man.
Oh, gosh. How phenomenal was that?
Really appreciate them. Seriously, that food was so good.
That's the biggest dub of the week right there. Cousins Barbecue.
Great
bringing
brisket
it
there. Sausage outstanding. Love the meats.
Big W's there.
The wingy dingies on point, and that banana pudding. I don't want to be knee jerk. I don't want to be prisoner of the moment guy.
But you're gonna be.
That's the best banana pudding I've ever had. Ooh. I said it.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I'll go find out.
I got big plans for that banana pudding.
But before the show, Luce just looked like he was going to a picnic.
No, Lucius did it right.
It was like he's at the family, Kieran, how you navigate with 3 plates.
Yeah.
My man Lucius he had it all.
That's
there.
what happens when Cousins brings you the all-you-can meat and all-you-can sides. You need 3 or 4 plates to get it done.
Yeah, I was doing a little dance right by the microwave as it was warming up. That's when I know, okay, all right. The serotonin is being released right now.
And also, too, real quick, Alec Medford and CA will be at the ballpark tomorrow. So make sure to check them out there at the ballpark. Matt Hicks will join them out there as one of the guests. So Hicksy will be with him. All right, I promised you a sports mix. Gavin Dawson.
What you got?
Is there a chance that Brandon Cooks has similar numbers to CeeDee Lamb?
And what did CeeDee Lamb have last year? About 1,400, 1,350, somewhere in there.
Very productive.
He was very productive. I would say probably not. Yeah, that was 1359. Probably not. I'm thinking 1050, 1100, something like that. It's a pretty big difference in my mind from where CeeDee Lamb is to Brandon Cooks. I think Cooks is a really good player, and he's going to have a good season for the Cowboys. But no, I wouldn't be looking for 2 guys who are going to be like in the top 8 in receiving yards for the entire league, especially with how much this team's going to run.
Chief.
Yeah, I would expect CeeDee Lamb to be well over 1,000 yards and Brandon Cooks to be about 1,000 yards. So I think CeeDee Lamb he'll have hundreds more yards and a few more touchdowns.
Zachary.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I think CeeDee Lamb's going to put himself into the top 5 conversation this year. I think Cooks is going to also have 1,000 yards. I do. But no, I don't think he gets close to what CeeDee is going to put up. I think he'll definitely be the leading receiver.
I'll come back to you on this one, Chief. Is this the final season we see for Dan Quinn?
Oh, because he's going to go get that headman job somewhere. I'll say no. I think Dan Quinn, either he stays as DC or he ends up as the head man here. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think Jerry's going to let it happen.
Zachary.
I think this will be the last season that he is not the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. I think he will be the head coach next year. So, yes, it'll be the last year of him as the defensive coordinator.
Oh, this is going to go great for Mike McCarthy. Even if it doesn't, Jerry will still squint and prefer him because he makes it easy. He makes it easy on Jer, and he just keeps making the playoffs. So I don't see Jerry Jones moving away from that. And if you lose Dan Quinn, it'll be sad. But, I mean, they're coming for him, and Dan Quinn has shown he's willing to stay. This isn't the year where things fall apart for the Cowboys. Maybe if they have some bad drafts and this offensive line gets really old, then that could happen. But this team is still set up to win enough to keep Mike McCarthy in that seat.
Kind of feel like that Dan will end up somewhere else. I don't know if I don't think he'll be here. I think Mike will find a way to win enough, like you're talking about, getting the playoffs. And
then
go from there.
You have to ask yourself, how much does Dan Quinn really want to be a head coach? And maybe there's a good landing spot that a guy would feel like, hey, I can go here and win pretty quickly. But what head coach vacancies are there, and how desirable are they? And if you're Dan Quinn and you're continuously getting money whipped by Jerry, I mean, when you go flirt with these other head coaching jobs and then you come back to town, Jerry's going, okay, we might have to change his contract up a little bit. So
yeah, he's getting paid like a head coach right now.
Yeah, he's still young. He can be patient.
He can be patient. And and you got cornerstone dominant players on this defense, specifically with a guy like Micah, I could see him getting another pay raise and enjoying being a top 5 defense and staying here.
Zach.
Give it to me.
Sam Williams will become the second best defender on the Cowboys squad.
Defender, I'm going to say no. I don't think he will be the second best defender. He might be the second best pass rusher. I still think I really like what they've got going with the safeties. You know, Curse, I think, has moments that he flashes. I love Bland. I think Bland's going to step up and have a really strong year. Gilmore and Diggs. I just think there's a lot of good defenders on this team, but I think he very likely could be the second best pass rusher, but not the second best overall defender.
Yeah, he's got every trait that you'd want. I think he puts it all together this year. I think he's going to be one of the most feared pass rushers in all of the NFL. And Diggs is, a boomer bust corner. I think that's the only guy that's going to challenge what Sam Williams is going to do to this NFL coming up this year.
It's probably an overstatement to say he will end up being the second best player, but I do think in terms of splash plays and just big play moments, I think he will be in the top 2 on your defense outside of Micah. So I am expecting a huge Sam Williams year. I don't know that he'll necessarily be the second best player on your defense.
Well, who is that great beyond Micah? Everybody else is like a 7 out of 10.
Well, you're talking about potentially Diggs, right? You're talking about
not me personally, but I'm sure most people, yes.
Yes, Diggs had an All-Pro year, so he's in that conversation. Gilmore
Van Der Esch?
I would say Donovan Wilson, to be honest with you.
Wilson,
I think Donovan Wilson's an absolute super beast, and I also think that Stephon Gilmore could have a second best player on your defense kind of season.
Gilmore's a former defensive player of the year.
And we'll see how age starts to affect Tank, but that dude is still a down in, down out badass.
Yeah, and Van Der Esch, look, some people don't like LV. I don't know what they're watching. We saw how bad that defense was when he wasn't available.
I kind of feel like that he's going to have one of these breakout, but I don't know if he'll be the second best. I just kind of thought how high you guys would view him.
I think it's a very fair, I wouldn't be shocked by it at all.
It'd be a great thing for the Cowboys if that were to happen.
All right. Gavin.
Yeah.
Will there be a second Cowboys offensive lineman to make the Pro Bowl this year? Zach Martin likely being your first. Will there be a second one?
I don't see it. I don't see it. I guess if Tyron Smith stayed healthy, there's a lot of good tackles. And, I think Tyler Smith is a good athlete. He exceeded my expectations in year 1, but exceeding expectations and being one of the top tackles in football, I think there's a huge gap in there, and I don't know if he'll ever get there.
I think he will get there, but it won't be this year. I think it'll just be Zach Martin as a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, I don't think so. Biotish made it last year, but that was as an alternate, right? So I think Tyler Smith has a shot. You know what? Yes, I think Tyler Smith will make the Pro Bowl this year.
That's big.
I do.
That's really big right there. I
like a Tyler Huntley Pro Bowl vote, or like a...
Look, there's a lot of good left tackles in the NFC, but I think Tyler Smith is on the cusp of being one of the best linemen in the NFL.
So you're saying he's going to be the left tackle then? He's not going to be the guard? Yeah. Okay. I like that.
All right. How
about that? All right, Zach. Is the kicking situation starting to worry you?
On many sides.
Not yet. It's really not worrying me yet, because last year they were able to kind of mitigate that fear with signing Brett Maher after training camp, and then it wasn't until the playoffs that really became a concern. So I feel like they'll find somebody that can get this job done. It will closer to the season worry me, but today, June 2nd, no.
I'm concerned about it because it feels like stylistically they want to be playing these games where you're leading with defense, you're running the ball, and you're winning tight games or losing tight games. And so you're not going to be, in theory, blowing teams out the same way you would maybe in a Kellen Moore situation. So I think a lot of these games are going to come down to extra points, field goals, and I got no confidence in them right now.
Brother, I'm entering year 6 of worry about this kicker situation. Dan Bailey booted his last ball through the uprights for the Cowboys in 2017, dealing with a bad back. It caused him to make only 75% of his kicks that year, and he was done-ski. And ever since then, I've been worried. So now I would say I'm beyond worried. I'm just annoyed. I'm annoyed that a team that wants to compete there's only like 8 guys that you can sleep well at night with in the NFL, and you have to make it a priority to get one of them, and the Cowboys aren't. So we're going to be like the other 20 teams. A lot of them are non-playoff teams that are just like, oh, well, kicker, I hope he makes it, and that's not what this team deserves. Too good for that.
Yeah, I'm to the point right now where I'm a little bit worried by it.
Yeah.
I felt like that they would have this thing kind of taken care of, but maybe like you guys say, they're going to go into camp and they're going to say, okay, this Guyano's our guy. Maybe they're trying to work through a veteran guy right now. I don't know who that guy is. I mean, why do I feel like we're going to end up with Mason Crosby or something like that?
I could see that. That makes some sense.
Needs to be Harry Kane. I'm on the Harry Kane train.
I'm
Thank you
Harry
for that
Kane.
one, Wolchuk.
Yep.
817 says Mara was fine. Were you watching last year?
He is a sick puppy.
Guy was missing extra points right and left. I felt bad for him. I was like, dude, this guy needs a psychologist right here. He's having an identity crisis right in front of our very eyes.
Definitely
on TV.
got the yips in the playoffs. That was ugly.
No, that's way worse than being an over kicker or spraying it a little bit. It was just all mental for him. That's terrifying.
Yeah, just down at the end when you felt like, if you had to have a field goal there at the end, even something like 35, 38 yards, I don't think any of us felt confident that was going to work.
That was the worst thing is like 35 to 38 extra point range.
Yeah.
He was failing.
Yeah.
You took him back to 48. He was still kicking it true, which told me, man, this is even more mental than we can imagine.
It's absolutely mental.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Brian. I always love a good sports mix on a Friday there with Krusty's Corner here in the G-Bag Nation. You do get the corner every afternoon, 2:40, and it's a must-listen for Cowboys fans everywhere. NFL News of the Day is coming up next, and Wolchuk, where are we headed with that today?
We got an update on DeAndre Hopkins. Would you want to see this QB wide receiver connection? And a Cowboys target says he's fine just where he is. That's next on The Fan.
The more With the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver your NFL news of the day. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, Wolchuk.
It appears Cedric Wilson is wanting to remain a Miami Dolphin. I know that was a target that we had talked about. Hey, if the Cowboys needed some wide receiver help, why not reunite and bring back the former Boise State Bronco, whom the Cowboys drafted in the 6th round and ended up having a very good career? Then he gets a big payday. But he was interviewed by the Miami Herald and said that he wants to be here. I'm here right now. That's what it's granted to be. So I'm going to give it my best. He also was asked about the reports of him maybe being traded, and he just said he told his agent, look, go ahead, let me know if basically there's something going on after the fact. I'm at work, don't bother me with it every day. But to this point, Chris Greer seems like they're going to hold on to Cedric Wilson, and Cedric Wilson seems happy to be in Miami. So maybe that evolves in training camp if someone else steps up and he ends up getting more buried down the depth chart. But at least today, it seems like that trade idea might be closed.
I would kind of like for him to stay at Miami until I absolutely need him. I don't need Chris trading him somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Being a little selfish. Let him get through training camp. If you determine that Tolbert or any options that you're working with, Simi Fehoko, any of that stuff's not working out with you is a possibility. Maybe even the situation too. Michael Gallup's looked better, running around out there.
I'm confident in MG.
Catching
the bounce
balls.
back, yeah.
So to me, I think the better, if you're a Cowboy fan and the potentially of maybe getting him back here, the best thing you want to do is for him to probably stay in Miami for trade possibilities, or if they outright release him, then that might be an opportunity for you as well.
Cedric Wilson, man, I'd be open to it. I'm not trying to give up more than super late round pick that I don't think the Dolphins are going to want to be interested.
Yeah, I think he's going to stay in Miami, but we'll find out after training camp. Maybe something else evolves, but as of today, it seems like he's staying put. Now, from one wide receiver,
they need somebody else. Let me go on record saying that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jalen Tolbert, he's a guy I think a lot of people are out on. They're not. But if we get to camp and Jalen Tolbert's still
being stubborn,
looking like, hey, we haven't figured it out here, they're probably going to need to get a fourth option.
You see how easy it is now that you've been to Oxnard that guys you've never heard of can make plays out there.
Absolutely.
If you're not making plays in Oxnard, something is wrong with your NFL potential.
Yeah, I mean, Noah Brown was a dominant force out there on the Oxnard practice field.
Simi was really good too.
Simi was really good. Unfortunately, Simi got hurt, but they might need some help at wide receiver 4. I do think they've got T.Y. Hilton available on speed dial.
My turn.
If they need him, T.Y. Hilton hasn't gone anywhere. He was here last year, knows the offense. I feel like they could call T.Y. Hilton in here in a pinch if they really needed a
backyard guy.
Yeah.
A lot to like about T.Y. Hilton being available.
I wonder how many small guys they would play with there. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
At wide, I'm just throwing it out there. You
don't want no short man?
No,
or just one?
Hey, let me tell you this. T.Y. Hilton was a lot better than I thought he was even going to be last year coming into this thing. He's a pro's pro, no question. I just wonder if they're thinking, how many, if you start to look at, where they are with Turpin and Cooks and, smaller guys, are they just going to keep running them all out there? I don't know.
Turpin's a guy I don't see it at receiver. I mean, even yesterday when we were out there at practice, he looks like he doesn't know what the hell is going on. And I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see him being able to really be a factor at all on offense. And I don't think it's just on the coaching staff. I think he's a reason as well.
No, I'm sure there's plenty of blame to go on his side. I feel like last year, though, with the lack of weapons and the lack of speed that you had, there was really no excuse not to at least put him out there and have defenses respect his speed and maybe hit him on a deep 20-plus. I mean, we just gave the stat earlier. The only person with more than 2 20-plus air yard receptions on the season was CeeDee Lamb. So, like, come on.
Well, wide receiver that's still out there, DeAndre Hopkins. Mike McCarthy said he likes their room yesterday in the press conference before practice. Brian, you gave us the nuggets that doesn't seem like the Cowboys are interested in Hopkins.
No, I didn't. A couple of weeks ago when this happened, or 10 days ago, whatever it was, didn't get the feeling that it was more about he was going to probably want more money than what a lot of people were going to be willing to pay. But they also understand that Odell Beckham didn't play last year and got $14-15 million out of this thing. So that's kind of where they're at there.
Well, Diana Rossini's been following this situation. She was on Get Up on ESPN and had an update on DeAndre Hopkins.
It's really going to come down to what he prefers and what he wants. As there are several teams, including the New England Patriots, who are interested in DeAndre Hopkins. And we're going to see over the next few weeks Hopkins taking visits with different teams, Brian, and he's going to make a decision on what's best for him.
Okay. The Bills, they
I like it, Diana.
They're not all in on this. They're listening, they're watching, they've had conversations. They're not jumping into this pool.
The Jets are not interested in DeAndre Hopkins at this point, by the way. But for your team, for the Dallas Cowboys, I don't get this sense that he is an option for them. Look, all teams are looking at this, but there's this level of seriousness, right? Like for example, I had one executive in the league say to me, look, if he wants to make $2 million a year, yeah, we'll take him, right? So money is a big issue. And obviously the Dallas opened up some space here and they could look into that. But from the conversations I had, the Dallas Cowboys are not on the board.
$2 million. I'll throw you $2 million if you're interested, D-Hop. It's interesting. It seems like the market for him right now at his age, and I mean, you mentioned the injury factor. I get OBJ made what he made, but at this point, unless there's an injury and a team, maybe he waits this out. I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is going to get what he's wanting, and maybe you do get him for less.
No, it sucks for him. I don't know why the NFL has looked at him like he's a bum all of a sudden. He wants elite money in a winning situation. And if I'm in a winning situation, I'm like, well, we might regret the last year of this contract we're about to give DeAndre Hopkins, but we want to win now. And the lack of interest in him to me is really confusing. But teams are drawing a line on age, and it's something that I think the better teams do. Your Jimmy Johnsons, your Bill Walshes, your Bill Belichick's, but the NFL at large seems to be adopting that mentality on DeAndre Hopkins. It's weird to me.
To me, it's bizarre because the productivity was still there. Like, I get the knocks on him, the separation, can he run as well? Probably not, but I don't think that was ever really his game.
With that size in his hands, he's going to be a weapon.
He catches everything.
Yeah. He's going to age well.
I don't get it. I'd rather have Hop over OBJ, and OBJ got what he got.
Would you rather have Hop over Cooks?
No, not right now, not today.
Eric?
I'm glad I've been on board since before anything went down in the offseason. I wanted Brandon Cooks more than DeAndre Hopkins. And part of that was because of what you were going to give up for Cooks.
Yeah, which I get. I mean, I think Hopkins is a better receiver than Cooks, but maybe there's some injury stuff that we're not aware of, and that's kind of got me a little bit scared.
Because if 30 years old. I guess he's going to turn 31 here in a couple of days.
I love him. I love DeAndre Hopkins. I'd sign him in a heartbeat. I don't understand why he's still out there, but there's something that's got me a little bit worried.
No, there's money and injury history.
Yeah, there's something that's got me worried.
And he doesn't run as well.
Okay, so what's your plan? If you say, Hopkins, we like you, we'd like to have you, here's my offer. Brian Broaddus is making the offer. Is it a 1-year deal? You're giving him $10 million? You're giving him $5 million? If you're the Cowboys right now.
I think I'm somewhere probably between 6 and 8.
1 year, 6 to 8, guaranteed. Here it is.
Maybe it's like you have a base and then you have incentives and all that stuff like that.
And he's probably wanting what, 15?
I would guess he wants what OBJ got.
Yeah, that's what my guy. That's what my guy at the Cowboys told me. He goes, that's the problem. He goes, Odell Beckham didn't play a whole damn year and got what he got. That's your problem.
Like the 972, y'all are crazy to say Cooks over Hop. I think Hop is a better receiver than Cooks, but I'm now. 3 months ago, I was all in on Hopkins over Cooks. The league's telling me there's something going on with DeAndre Hopkins. physically that maybe we're not aware of.
I just felt like, I know me personally, when the news of potential Hopkins trade came down during the draft, I was like, man, let's go. And then, but this is, like, I guess, before the whole thing with Cooks and stuff like that. But they clearly wanted Cooks more. They tried to make it work at the trade deadline last year.
Yeah.
It's the GM at Houston held that thing up. Nick held it up.
No, and I'm 100%.
They had a deal.
100% with you, 972. Like, all things are equal. I think DeAndre Hopkins is a better receiver. But Brandon Cooks is healthy right now. I mean, we're seeing him out there going and running around. If DeAndre Hopkins isn't, you would have to take the healthy player.
And the skill set of a guy on an offense that needs speed. They absolutely need that. DeAndre Hopkins is not providing that. Brandon Cooks for sure is.
The other fun connection. So the Albany.
Real quick. Speed or reliability catching the football?
Well, I think with Brandon Cooks, you're getting both.
I think I think Brandon Cooks is a reliable receiver.
But
body catcher.
But I will sacrifice a touch of sure-handedness, I guess, in this Cowboys offense right now, specifically for some speed, because they need it.
The only reason they didn't throw the ball down the field is because they didn't have any speed, right?
I don't know that it was. They
just didn't have
Gallup. Michael Gallup was that guy for them.
Okay,
and
Gallup,
he wasn't what he was.
Gallup is going to be healthy.
Yeah, I think.
Say Gallup is healthy. Who would you rather have? Even if you knew that Gallup can make plays down the field?
Yeah, because he's still not bringing a speed element. He brings a vertical threat, but more like jump ball vertical threat, not just take the top off a defense. Everybody is like, you got to keep a safety over him kind of thing.
Hopkins game more like Amari Cooper?
Yes.
I guess from like I mean, he doesn't create separation the same way that
He's
Amari.
a good route runner, though.
He is a good route runner, but he doesn't create separation the same way Amari does. He is a
similar.
Yeah, he's a really good finisher. He's got the corners draped on him, but he'll make the catch kind of thing. The height of his powers, DeAndre Hopkins is one of the best receivers in the sport for half a decade. Really, really good. He's not there anymore. At least no one thinks he is. Maybe he can get back there, but the injuries have piled up on him.
Yeah, it's 14 games missed over the last 2 years, but in the games that he's played in,
super productive.
Has Cooks missed games too? I'm just.
Yeah, Cooks has had some concussion issues.
When Dallas played last year, Cooks didn't play.
He sat out because he was ticked off that he didn't get traded. Yeah. So last year it was less about health and more about he was having conflicts with the organization. But he has had injury issues as well. But right now he's healthy. You're telling me both guys are 100%. Honestly, I'm going to take the better player. I think that's DeAndre Hopkins.
And Brandon Cooks is actually like he's never really missing games. He's playing since 2017, 15 games, 16, 14, 15, 16, 13. So,
but I mean, Hopkins last year in an offense that was broken and a team that was falling apart had a 160-yard game, had a 103-yard game, had 2 other games in the 90s, 2 other in the 80s. Like, he was a lot more productive last year than Amari Cooper was in 2021 in this high-powered offense.
I'm a big fan of DeAndre Hopkins. I'd love to get him here, but it does seem like his asking price is not meeting what the market is looking at, and eventually I think that'll even out, and maybe the team ends up getting a steal. He signs a 1-year kind of prove-it deal where if it's Cleveland, if it's New England, if it's back in Houston, and he ends up being an absolute stud, and then he's able to re-hit the market and get what he wants. This could be a fun storyline. The Albany Empire, that's an arena football league team.
Arena team, yeah.
That Antonio Brown owns. Antonio Brown is recruiting former NFL MVP Cam Newton. He said, quote, "If anybody's seen Cam Newton, let him know he hasn't thrown me a touchdown in a game yet, and now we can finally make that happen. I'm offering Cam $150K, 1 game. Play with me, please. Spam his account."
Great cash, homie.
$150K, 1 game. Go play with Antonio Brown in the Albany Empire Arena League.
Is Albany trying to clinch a championship here? What are we doing?
I don't know, but who wouldn't want to go see Cam Newton and Antonio Brown in an indoor arena game?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So much fun.
Yeah, I'll check in for that.
Oh, I would check in for it as well. If you're Cam Newton, though, net worth $75 million. Is $150K getting you off the couch? I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't even know if AB's going to write me the check.
That's what I would worry about.
That's true.
Yeah.
He has.
You're going to have to front me the money.
He has been one of those guys that hasn't necessarily been paying the bills. So it'd be, I'd have to be like hey, Venmo me right now, and then I'll show up and play the game.
Has he been playing for his squad? Or he's willing to suit up if Cam calls?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he play a game?
He was supposed to. He was supposed to, but then he was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Oh, wow.
He's teased it. I'll suit up and play. And supposedly he is generating NFL buzz still. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, Antonio Brown, I'm sure, could still make plays. Now, there's a name we could talk about.
Big story today.
I wonder if he ever fired that security guard that tried to kick him off his own field. Remember that guy?
Dude.
Get out of here. I own this, man.
The big story that recircled today, we heard about this before, but, the Russell Wilson trade buzz last year, apparently there was a deal finalized, and they talked about this on the Brock and Salk show in Seattle, that the Eagles really wanted him, and there was a deal between the Eagles and the Seahawks, Russell Wilson to Philly, and Russ nixed the deal because he didn't want to go play with the Eagles.
Ooh.
And then he ended up getting traded to Denver. But how different would just the NFL world be right now if Russell Wilson had gone to Philly? Could that have worked? I don't know. Much better situation. Or would the Eagles be in total disaster mode like Denver seems like they might be?
Man, yeah, I think that's a trade we would have wanted to happen.
And also think about Jalen Hurts and all this. Like they've been acting like, Jalen Hurts is our guy. They just paid him. They were willing to say, Jalen Hurts, you go sit the bench. We're trading for Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
A year ago right now.
I think Hurts would have beat him out.
Maybe he would have.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have allowed for it. They just trade. I mean, if it was the same thing, here's a bunch of picks, and we're giving him a record-setting deal. Like that's your quarterback.
And Philly might have given Hurts back. Hurts might be in Seattle
that's
right
true.
now.
Oh, you're right.
That's a
Drew
great
Lock
point.
was part of that deal.
That
that's interesting.
Well, thank you, Chuck. NFL news of the day, most afternoons with Zachary here in the G-Bag Nation. The fans' official coverage of OTAs and minicamp is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. And we have new details on Tony Pollard's recovery and what the Cowboys are asking him to do. It's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic. Here we go. I love Men's T Clinic. These guys have given me my edge back here, and it just continues to get better and better in 2023.
year after year. Rhino Shield ceramic coating is the ultimate alternative to traditional paint. Learn more at rhinoshieldtx.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Got some TP content for you, some Tony Pollard. And Chiafalo might have some TP content of another variety here in Restroom Revelations. I hear it's lurking. Although we always want to get back to talking Rangers here before too long, so we might jump in with some Rangers here. You never know. Plus 60 seconds on soccer is lurking at all times. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Man, there's some tubby kids there in the college baseball tournament.
Oh, come on.
It's just you can
That's
tell.
my LSU team you're talking about, bro.
They eating good down there, man. That Bayou.
They are. Must be the catcher.
Hey,
yeah. That's not a big league athlete, though. I hope he enjoys this tournament.
Tell everybody the conversation you had at the break.
Hope he cared about the student portion of that student-athlete situation.
Gavin is getting on me about, have you ever tried squirrel before? Like,
I am disappointed in you as a Bayou Bengal that you've never had a little squirrel in your mouth.
That comes with your Louisiana driver's license, I think.
It looks like an alien while it's in the skillet. It's really scary looking. It's nasty.
I've had rattlesnake, gator, I've had all kinds of things.
What?
All that stuff, but I've never had squirrel. Possum, never had that.
I think it could be a good bet payoff. I wouldn't eat a possum, but I'd eat a squirrel. And I think we got to increase the challenge. Like you got to go harvest your own squirrel. You got to cull the herd, get you
catch your own squirrel, get it cooked. Clean it yourself.
Catch it. Air rifle, something like that. However, you can trap it. You can trap it. You can snag it.
Is that healthy? Eating just random squirrels? Don't they have to be like a harvested type of squirrels?
Farm raised squirrels?
Yeah.
I don't. I think we're pretty good. East Texas, chime in on this.
Truckwreck.com.
Truckwreck.com.
They're different down there, bro. That don't count.
East Texas, chime in.
Yeah, we want to know.
Texas.
Can I just take a squirrel from the front yard and throw them on the barbecue? After I
Tim in Carthage, call in. Yeah.
I'm sure he's waiting.
I got a whole bucket of them here, by the way, boys.
That's how the idea came up, isn't it? Wasn't Tim in Carthage talking
about it?
It was.
I think Tim is consuming a squirrel as we speak right now.
Well, tell us about it and what you're drinking, what you're thinking here coming up at 5:20.
It's pretty good with like some smothered potatoes and rice and stuff like that. Yeah, a whole lot of onions.
You make a stew out of it, says the text. Swamp rays, says the 214.
I'll tell you what, man. I would rather have rabbit.
Dawson's going to get rabies.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The rabies stuff. Yeah.
So this one in the morning news, we touched on it briefly. Headline: Cowboys running back situation rests entirely with Tony Pollard. Is it a gamble? There's some more talking points in this article, though, written by Calvin Watkins. And to me, I think it's pretty clear Pollard's going to be good, but to not have better depth is, the real thing to take issue with. I think the best teams have multiple guys. Don't the Eagles, don't the 49ers, didn't the Chiefs, and didn't they need to rely on those guys when guys were hurt? I don't know. We're trying to get to the fourth quarter, and we're trying to get to January like workhorse running back. I don't think it works, and I think the Cowboys are looking at it like, well, if we're giving him $10 million, he's got to be a workhorse. And, so I think it's just, poor salary cap, poor roster management all the way around. And then I'm going to throw in this. Another thing I learned from the article. Guy hasn't been hurt since high school. 7 years ago. Actually, 8 seasons ago was junior year. What happened that junior year? That happened a little bit more last year.
Got some volume.
Had to be the lead guy. 2 out of the last 10 seasons, Tony Pollard has been significantly hurt. Mm-hmm. Both of those came with significant volume. And, is that a coincidence? Maybe. Could be. But that's not numbers I want to mess with. That's not probabilities that I want to stare into the eyes of and hope to get lucky on. I like Deuce Vaughn. I like Smith. But to me, I hope in their backup plan is the likelihood of looking for a trade around week 4 or week 5 for some of these bad playoff teams that have a veteran back that can help them. Because I do think they're too thin at the position and relying too much on Tony Pollard. It was his own running back coach last year who said, this guy can't handle more than 15 touches. That was a topic at Thanksgiving. Can't handle more than 15 touches a game. So, I mean, I think that that plate of exhibits is it's bursting. It's bursting that says the Cowboys are mismanaging this, Brian.
I kind of feel like that I would feel better if Malik Davis had played in that San Francisco game. And, he created some doubt in my mind. I've seen him as a player, and I like his style, the way he runs the ball, but I wish he would have come into that game and all of a sudden you're like, oh man, you could kind of use this guy. You could live with this. You could live with him as a backup. The thing is, I think, again, this is not going to make anybody feel great or anything like that, but I will say Rico Dowdle, he looked better when I've seen him run. Just with him moving around in camps the last couple of practices, probably doesn't make anybody feel better. But man, the thing with, I thought Malik Davis could help. And he really spit the bit.
Yeah, you got to hope that was a learning experience.
Yeah, the depth there. I don't think you're wrong about that.
Well, and multiple beat writers had reports or tweets that this is his deal. He's going to be the workhorse. He is going to be the guy that they are going to lean on. It's not a running back by committee. It's it's time to put all these carries on Tony Pollard, and we'll see. I hope he's either more durable than we think, or they have some sort of a backup plan. Chuck Chiafalo, where are you at with this one?
Well, you damn well better have Tony Pollard be your workhorse. You're paying him $10 million a year. You don't franchise tag the guy, pay him that amount of money, and then not have him be the dude. For me, you bring up these other teams, and I don't think that the names of the backup running backs that they had and part of their depth chart are household names. Like Boston Scott, is that really tickling anybody's fancy? No, but he plays and he's productive. I think Malik Davis can play and be productive. Ronald Jones, you can say what you want about him. The 1 year he had to play, 2020 in Tampa, averaged 5 yards a carry, had 7 touchdowns. They've got guys that can get the job done. Are they going to get you overly excited? Oh my gosh, we got to have Malik Davis or Deuce Vaughn start a game. Okay. Maybe not, but I think they'll be just fine.
You studied the college draft pretty extensively.
Yes.
What did you think about Chris Rodriguez from Kentucky?
He was one of my favorite players.
Okay.
No nonsense downhill runner.
Okay, here we go. Brian Robinson, Antonio Gibson, Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah.
That's the Commanders.
Sure.
That's the Commanders.
Better depth than what the Cowboys have.
Yeah. See, to me, that's Brian Robinson after he came back from being shot. He started playing.
Oh, is that guy?
Yeah, super productive player.
He's also the big hats guy.
He is a big hat.
He is
big hats.
But Pollard's better than all three of them.
But
so your guy's better, but the depth is better with Washington.
That's what I'm saying, though. That to me that's how I would like to set up my running back room.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What the Commanders are doing.
But I
where
don't
the drop off from 1 to 3 ain't that big.
Yeah.
But I
maybe
think
3 has a hell of a
guys-
game for you. Maybe 3 looks like a star when you got to step up and give him 18 carries.
Fresh legs on any given Sunday.
Maybe Malik Davis ends up having to start in a pinch, and the fan base falls in love with him. I think Deuce Vaughn can be just fine.
That's the only thing I worried about there with him. And I did. That was an opportunity for him to step up, and all of a sudden you could say, yeah, this is our guy. If something happens to Pollard, like it did in the San Francisco game, this is our guy. We can hand him the ball, and we'll be just fine.
Okay.
But he was nowhere to be found.
Hopefully that's Deuce, man.
We are getting a number of texts in from East Texas, but they're really hard to decipher with all the spelling errors.
Chicken of the trees says the 903 of squirrels.
Chicken of the tree. Gross.
That is
gross. Buffalo sauce on that bad boy.
That is a rodent, sir.
Ranch for my squirrel.
Seriously, some of these texts are outrageous, though. It's time now for Eric.
And if they say it's something that's good eating, they'll eat anything. So don't take that word.
Tastes like frog legs.
Yeah, some
that's
people are
good eating right there. That's good. He eat a turtle.
One guy says if you eat possum, you will trip balls. He says in all caps.
Don't tell Aaron Rodgers. Possums will go extinct
ayahuasca
before
possum.
week 1.
Ayahuasca possum.
Here's Chiafalo with a mid-segment pivot.
Yes, sir. Here we go.
This ought to be good.
We got the Swifties and we got some senior pranks gone wrong. Because it is time for this.
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Yes, we are. 682 says they're from a little town in Louisiana. Squirrel and rabbit are hunted frequently. It's the nastiest, gamiest tasting meat ever. Yuck! Rabbit and squirrel taste similar, they're alleging. in the 682.
Can you give me the town, please?
I cannot. Well, they can text it in. Text it in.
Please text it in.
Okay, so do you guys want to start with the craziest group of people potentially in the entire world right now, or the senior prank?
Crazy people.
Crazy people, please.
All right, Swifties. Taylor Swift, man, this tour, like every day there's a new headline about the insanity of these people.
The king of the Swifties might be Rodgers.
Dude, that's a good point. Aaron Rodgers, noted Taylor Swift guy. Headline. Some Taylor Swift fans are wearing adult diapers to her concerts so they don't miss a song for going to the bathroom.
Okay.
That's just crazy. I mean, the record's pretty good.
This sounds incredible.
Yeah. I feel like once you see the person there do one song, you've kind of got the whole experience. There might be another song you're waiting for, but you got the record. You just kind of want to be in the same building as them, and boom, we're done.
You don't like concerts, do you?
No.
Well, it is annoying. It's like, hey, 9
There's
o'clock
people
concert.
around, Lucius. Of course he doesn't like it.
And then at 10:15, like is the first note. You know, they're always late. There's a lot of standing around. Like I get the idea that it's just kind of a pain in the ass.
Have you ever been to a connotation?
Have you ever been to a concert where they start on time?
No, and that's my biggest gripe. Is you end up
somebody. I think I saw the group Rush one, and I think Rush is an on-time band.
Okay,
I think they're very on time. If I remember correctly.
Now, do you think
Billy Joel maybe?
These are just people that are willing?
The whole audience smells like Ben Gay though.
Yeah,
like menthol cigarettes, Ben Gay.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just saying. It's Friday, bro. I'm sorry. I'm full on barbecue.
You were off for like 2 weeks.
Chilling. Yeah, I'm really chilling hardcore right now. I need to relax.
Putting up shots, man. I respect that.
They really layups too.
Yeah.
These people are just like they're insane. Obviously,
got some Ben Gay on you while I'm standing around.
They're just doing this for the number ones, right? Like, there's no way they're tooing in their adult diaper so they don't miss some Cinderella.
No, that's like
Taylor
one
Swift
person
song.
who was doing a bit.
It's mostly just
gotta
tinkles
for wanting.
The chubby guy scored from LSU.
I think we should be more open to the idea of these adult diapers.
I don't think there's anything in the world.
Maybe I want to wear one.
That I would be so nervous to miss a single second of that I'd be willing to soil myself.
Can you not hear it in the bathroom?
I don't. Yeah, that's a good point. Like,
Owner's Box had TVs in there,
and at the in the stadiums when during a sporting event, when you go to the bathroom, you're hearing the call of the game.
Yeah, you are.
So
You can't
maybe
hear the
you're still
songs?
hearing things because she's performing in big stadiums. So I think there is an opportunity for people to listen to her.
Just go urinate
while
You're gonna
in the
hear
bathroom.
It's fine.
And then the other bathroom situation we need to address is the senior prank that went down in North Carolina at one of their high schools, caused thousands and thousands of dollars in damages because at one point the students, among other things,
Plants in the bathroom thing?
No, this is a next level one. They were pouring cement in the school toilets and urinals.
Oh, no.
What they did to this plumbing system is the first of its kind. They don't even know how to handle this because they've just got dried up cement in every orifice of their plumbing system at this school. And so there's all these teens now are getting like big time trouble.
Funny.
And it's on top of like the egging that they did, graffiti, like all sorts
they did
of
a bunch
vandalism.
of other stuff too. It wasn't just the cement.
But then they went and cemented the toilets, and that's not something I've ever heard of.
Was this the school where the principal gave him the keys and said, have at it?
No, that was the other school from last week where they were putting potted plants in the toilets.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Which is one thing. Just avoid the bathroom stuff, man.
Yeah.
Because it's very expensive. Things go haywire in a second, and that ultimately ends up being the poor custodian having to clean up the damages.
Yes.
That's the person who gets bleeped the most.
Plumbing is not cheap. You got to tear out those walls, get a drywall guy in there. It can be a multi-week project. You might end up bleeping yourselves.
You set it up nicely for the juniors. You can't start school the next year. They got to rebuild the whole thing.
You think they got to graduate?
Heck no.
No. There was almost 80 kids at this high school that are not allowed to participate in any graduation. Like 80 kids. I'm like, wow.
That could be the entire class.
They still get a diploma?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you get it mailed to you.
I need another semester out of your ass. I need one more semester.
That might be a graduation I go to. If 80 people are out, 80 less names, I'm totally in on this.
If you're the parent of a kid who is not involved, you're going, sweet.
Anderson, congratulations. Zimmerman, congratulations. Okay, that's it. We're done.
It's a 10-person graduation, baby.
903 East Texas coming in strong. Go bleep yourself, Dawson. How's that spelling? Dip S hypocrite. That was good spelling, 903. I love East Texas. You know, half my family have 903 area codes. You know, so you guys are my people out there. I wasn't talking bad about you. I was just, pointing out the obvious. Hell, I mispronounce words all the time. You know, we're family.
He said we're family.
Yeah,
that's why I talk about you like that, because we're family.
Hey, we got to run, nation. Thanks for making us part of your day. Look at this. More Chief. Biggest L, biggest dub coming up.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
If you take an L in the form of a vehicle accident, you've been hurt, not your fault. Just know the Frankels are your car and truck wreck attorneys. They've been defending victims of negligence here in North Texas for over a quarter century. They're going to fight to get you paid when you're hurt and it's not your fault. 18-wheeler runs into you. What's going to happen from that point forward is, that company, their insurance companies, their lawyers, they're going to fight overtime to get you to settle for less. Frankels aren't going to let that happen, because the Frankels, they care about you and they understand, what life is like when physically, emotionally, when you have one of these injuries. It goes spinal. You get a head injury, you get a lower leg injuries, anything like that. You can be walking different. You can not feel the same for the rest of your life, and you deserve to be compensated for that. Plus, it can end up costing you a lot of money when lost wages, vehicle repair, vehicle replacement comes into view. It can approach six figures. Okay, it can go way over six figures, as a matter of fact. So if you're hurt and it's not your fault, just call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or go to truckwreck.com. Eddie's.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877.
Tonight's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now here for Eric Chiafon to deliver his Friday staple. Here he is, the Chief.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Cousins Barbecue opening up all you can eat every single day, all you can meet, Monday through Saturday is just legendary. Huge victory this week. Their care package that they brought us, this banana pudding, I'm on like my 4th round of it. I will put it all away. I'll house it all before the end of the show. It is freaking dominant. Thank you, Cousins. Huge dub right there for us. Big time giant L for Al Pacino. Walchuk's guy.
Just had one, didn't he?
83 years old.
He's having a baby.
Yeah.
He's having a baby with his
29.
29.
I think that's a dub.
It's not a dub. He was questioning it.
Skip
the baby part. Yeah.
Or conceiving.
He made her do multiple DNA tests to prove for sure that it was his.
That it wasn't Benny Blanco's from the Bronx's baby.
That's right.
I believe Al Pacino and Robert De Niro just want their kids to grow up together, and they're going to make a couple of sequels.
4 generations of them now.
I had a double take too when I read that. I was like, didn't we just have a story about it was De Niro? It's De Niro's kid.
75, cranking out another child, and now at 83 years old. That there's no way he's excited about that at all. He's just down and out.
Took a big L last night. Not as bad as the girl across town who got bit by a snake at practice.
Whoa.
Yeah. An actual venomous snake. She went to get her ball. A soccer player in the Fort Worth area. Yeah, she's okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't talk about it. But in my practice, I stacked one of the teams to try to build a little bit of chemistry, and they were giving it to the other team pretty good. So I stepped in there and thought I was going to play defense. And as I was getting ready to block about, the 5th shot in the previous 30 seconds, she fires and I step on the ball. Okay?
Uh-oh.
My momentum's taking me forward. I somehow saved it with like an impromptu somersault flip and landed on my back instead of like my head or my face, which was pretty cool, for a damn near 50-year-old man.
Athleticism, man.
Yeah, but it was embarrassing. It was a significant L. That might be the end of my playing as a coach career.
Did
that
we
might
have
just
to
happened
stop?
last
We
night.
have to stop the practice and everybody
No.
stand around.
No.
Was it pure laughter, or were these kids just
They
playing
were laughter
through?
and concerned. The ones that like me were concerned. The ones that don't like me were laughing.
Snickering.
Doing the snake?
17 of the 20 girls were like, Abby and 2 others were over on the side.
Coach, you okay? What hurt most this morning?
Ankle. When I came around, it was like a Michael Gallup situation for when he flew over that fence.
Yes.
Ankle. And it hurt last night, but I got it. It was kind of like falling on the ice. It was like, that's no problem. Goal kick, put the ball down. Let's go.
Ankle,
I wouldn't have got
pride.
I'm good.
Two main things that are
both in
hurting.
serious trouble today. But I think I pulled it off.
No, it's impressive, man. I wish somebody would have been rolling on that. I'd like to see you do that.
Shout out to the 940 though. Gave a best man speech at their brother's wedding on Sunday.
Nice.
Was nervous but killed it. Then on Tuesday got a life-changing job offer. So a week of dubs for the 940.
Congratulations, 940. That is fantastic. Walchuk
Dub
knows
City.
a thing or two about doing some best man speeches.
I did some speeches.
817 Big Dub. It's my birthday. Half a century.
Oh, shorty.
About that.
Yeah.
The
Hey, I got a
50.
dub and an L. A dub and an L.
Okay.
That's a tie.
Yeah. So the dub is we found an abandoned puppy by the park. Like, I feel like somebody really just let the dog go. It had puppy breath and everything. It's a little blackmouth cur. If you know anything about those type of dogs, beautiful little dog. It looked like it was scarred, so we went and took care of it, got all the shots and everything. It's running. The L is it poos everywhere. It won't stop. It won't stop. I'm waking up in the morning like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock trying to find the dog because I know it pooed somewhere on the carpet. So I got this little carpet cleaner and I've been cleaning carpet in the morning 2-3 hours before I even get here, y'all.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry, dude.
Cleaning carpet.
That's hard.
Just trying to be a good person.
Yeah, I see why they gave the damn dog away though too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Starts to make some sense. Okay, so that's the L.
Yeah.
That's the L.
It's the dub and the L.
Oh, the dub and the L.
Yeah, the L is all the poo, and I got to keep. Yeah, I put so much money into it now.
I hear you.
Elbow grease and everything. Hell yeah, I'm keeping this dog.
Not the gooch grease though, right?
Not
from
the gooch
yesterday.
grease.
817 changed my oil for the dub earlier today.
For you.
Can you guys?
All
Can
right.
anybody in here change their own oil?
Yes, 100%.
Lucius,
Check some oil. I can change an exhaust manifold, fool. I'm good at this.
What's a badass? That's
I have.
the only one. Okay.
I have.
You have.
I've done an
before.
alternator and a starter as well on an 86 Accord. I don't know if the newer vehicles.
Battery.
But yeah, battery. That's light work.
Yeah.
The newer vehicles are hard to work on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Impossible.
You need to take dang near the whole thing apart
for
and
real,
access
for
stuff.
real.
It's all packed in there.
New, old, it doesn't matter, man. I'm useless. Really am when it comes to the
same.
Can you change
fixing
a
of the
tire?
vehicles. I can change a tire.
Thank God
That's
to Mike Osmond.
That's
all I
scary,
got.
changing a tire.
It is, yeah.
Because you're worried about if you did it wrong, that thing is going to fold.
571 personal dub, got a promotion today, 17% raise. Congratulations. Wow, on a Friday too. They send you into the weekend with that huge victory. My guy's gonna be smiling all weekend long.
Give me mine up front, please.
He's going car shopping right now.
Yeah.
I bet he is. 210 took a huge L. My wife brought me a beer last night, and I called her my favorite waitress at Twin Peaks' name. Ooh.
What's that place you go to, Dawson, to get the diamonds and everything?
Oh, Diamonds Direct, you're going to need it, baby.
You're going to need a comeback victory like we've never seen before, bro. We're pulling for you in a huge way. Those halftime adjustments are going to be big for you. Okay, last night, the Nuggets got themselves a nice victory, and after the fact, they had their local news station just floating around, hanging out, and this is a little live spot from the party.
It feels like victory. It sounds like victory. It smells like victory, and also legalization. And they're having a great time out here. That's weed. That's weed.
Smells like victory and legalization over there. Big victory for their mascot when we all got news this week that Rocky, the Denver Nuggets mascot, who is impressive. Like that dude's dunking and he's doing like
Not
legit
better than a
stuff.
gorilla.
$625,000 a year.
Whoa.
Damn. Now, those guys got plenty of stuff. That's the highest paid in the NBA.
He must have a lot of gigs he has to do off the court.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Birthday, he has to do weddings. He's everywhere.
Imagine a mascot scooping your girl away from you, bro.
Seriously.
You can't even enjoy the games anymore. Like, look at that fool right there.
He's risen on all the girls inside the arena.
Okay, you say that, Lucius. I saw a clip one time. This guy, the mascot, he comes down, so it must have been a setup deal. So he's talking to this girl, and he gives her she's really not impressed. And then he gives her like a little doll, and she's really not impressed. And he keeps coming back. Finally, he's got like a 12-foot teddy bear, and he just like throws it on top of her, like completely just smothers
engulfs her,
and he's standing there like seeing what reaction with that. It must have been a setup thing, but it was actually pretty funny because he kept bringing her stuff. And she wasn't impressed at all.
That's
and
awesome.
then finally drug this big old 12-foot teddy bear in there and threw it on top of her.
Yeah. This dude, almost over $500,000. He makes more than about 100 NBA players make on a yearly basis. Does the Nuggets mascot. And then finally here, Pittsburgh Pirates prospect. He revealed that his wife has a blood disease after a rabid raccoon attacked her.
Okay. And you go on to eat squirrels. Okay.
Rabid raccoon attack, and now this poor dude's wife is going through hell, and it's like this one of a kind blood issue, and that has to be the largest L in America.
That's massive. Thank you, sir. Every Friday at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, Chiafalo stands and delivers. Okay, it's time for the 4 o'clock hour. We got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Rangers baseball tonight. They're going to host the Mariners. How do you define the current state of the Cowboys at 877-881-1053, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Twin Peaks, though. A great place to go right now or tonight, late night. It's your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. That's what you got to know about Twin Peaks, where you can pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you step into Twin Peaks. Happy hour every afternoon into the evening, 2 to 7. Local craft beers, handcrafted whiskey, cocktails, round out an adventurous drink menu, second to none. Some great deals on the eats as well. Don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized draft. to Twin Peaks. Lunch combos. The Speedway location is now open. Twin Peaks has 10 locations now in the Metroplex. The recently opened Texas Speedway store, located just across the highway from Buc-ee's in North Lake. Go see them soon there at your favorite sports lodge. And don't forget about that cigar bar. If you like cigars, they got a terrific cigar bar right inside Twin Peaks Addison. That's at 5260 Beltline Road. Lobster roll test rollouts happening and through June 11th at that Addison location as well. A lot of good going on at Twin Peaks. I'll see you soon. Eat, drink, scenic views.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All seems lost for the Miami Heat after their Game 1 defeat to the Nuggets, but it's pretty simple to find a silver lining. They couldn't hit anything. Normally reliable three-point shooters were terrible, but the Heat are known for their resilience. They can put Game 1 behind them and shoot like they normally do. At least they'll be competitive. As for stopping the Nuggets on defense, that's the real challenge, because the offense will almost certainly come back. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Nothing says summer like an ice-cold Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, refreshing, real brewed tea with 5% alcohol. Look for Twisted Tea in the bright yellow cans. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Heavy on projects, but light on staff? Indeed's hiring platform helps attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. State of the 2023 Cowboys. The heat's on Mike McCarthy. Dak Prescott to lead a deep playoff run. That's from Adam Rank, NFL.com. What would you say? How do you say the state of the Cowboys is defined right now at 877-881-1053? Got to sneeze.
Wow, this is... you just ate that. Did you just eat the sneeze?
I thought I was going to have to sneeze.
Yeah.
It might come back.
Okay.
I think I fought that one off, though.
It goes away.
The way you eat your burps is really dang impressive. If you're going to pivot to being a sneeze eater, dear God, bro.
Well, that's a new art form.
Very skillful.
It's a technique I've developed recently, just in this allergy season. I did one during a live spot a couple of weeks ago. I didn't think I was capable of it. But now I built some sneeze-eating confidence.
Yeah. You just got to see one go in.
Maybe I should just trust it.
They've got cake eaters now at sneeze eaters.
Yeah. Okay, Adam, he has some takeaways and some questions here for you. I'd love it if you leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. State of the Cowboys. He writes here, people should not overlook Brandon Cooks. He and Eric Dickerson have commanded 100 first-round picks in trades during their respective careers.
Great.
And I'm not saying Cooks is going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but he's posted at least 1,000 receiving yards 6 of his last 8 seasons. Only Mike Evans and Travis Kelce have more. Cowboys need somebody to help CeeDee Lamb, who ranked among the top 6 in receptions, receiving yards, and touchdowns last year. Cowboys also need to replace tight end Dalton Schultz, who left free agency. Both Ferguson and Hendershot had their moments last year. The Cowboys also drafted Schoonmaker. But he says it will be a success if you can answer those questions and reach the NFC Championship game. Would that be satisfying for you? Wolchuk, Broadus, what do you say?
Yeah. I think I saw a tweet that it's been 10,000 days or something like that since the Cowboys last were in the NFC Championship game.
Yes.
I think Mike Leslie tweeted that out.
It was Mike Leslie, and it was an L sort of stat of the day.
I mean, my gosh, that is brutal. I mean, I was alive. I was born in 91, so I was just a little tyke when that happened, but I don't recollect it. I don't have the memories of that happening. So to even just watch my team in a conference championship game would be an unbelievable experience. It's sad to say that that's kind of where it's come to now as a Cowboy fan, and it's not make the Super Bowl. But if they could finally just get over that hump where it's just heartbreak in the divisional round and be one of the final 4 teams, yes, that's a massive, massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, where we thought they might have taken a step back, though. This time last year when we were talking about the roster, we were comparing it with potentially with the Eagles. That's who you're competing against. I mean, the other teams, I think the Giants and the Commanders will be there eventually. But the thing you're competing against is the Eagles right now. And you felt like your roster was pretty similar to theirs, and you felt like you had the better quarterback going into last year. I don't know. I think you might have taken a step back. I think their roster, I think now if you would probably flip it. So the state of the team is, did you get better in the offseason? Did you get better in the division?
Do you think the Cowboys have a worse roster today than they did a year ago at this time?
I don't think but I think the Eagles have gotten better.
Okay, so the gap is just widened.
That's where I felt like that they were pretty even when you look at the roster. If you went, you went position by position, you would feel like, okay, Dallas is pretty even, and Dallas has the advantage because of quarterback. This is June conversation of 2022.
Right.
We're all like, yeah, Dallas can win this division. I don't know if we're all on board of Dallas winning this division right now. We all feel like Dallas is going to be in the playoffs. So the state of the Cowboys, have they gotten better on the roster? Yes. But has your division team, have the Eagles gotten better?
Yeah, you're non-dominant. You're a good regular season team. You're a playoff team. I think that's the state of the Cowboys.
The Eagles have figured out that they have a franchise quarterback. That's what I think they fear. And I'm not saying Dallas, I'm not saying Dallas didn't have a franchise quarterback. I'm just saying going into last season, the Eagles didn't think they had a franchise quarterback. Now they do.
We'll see if their young guys can replace their veteran losses in Philadelphia. But I
was expecting them to lose all their secondary, all the runners. They went out and those 2 first-round picks. they were able to kind of add some things to, and maybe having 2 first-round picks is absolutely the way to go.
I think it's fair to say, though, that they're not the best team in the division. That's clearly not the case.
But last year at this time, we kind of felt like that they were.
Things can change very quickly. But Adam Rank says, just reach the NFC title game. I agree with Wolchuk that it would feel like a success, but I also think that the bar has been lowered, and that's a tragedy for a great franchise like this.
100%.
That would be like the Lakers saying, "Hey, we got to the conference finals."
Yeah.
I mean, that's you're in the Final Four. That's not what should define a success or not. I think it's just the fact that you haven't done it for almost 3 decades now.
No, but that's the ownership's fault, right? That we're sitting here and they're just satisfied with making the playoffs and just being a contending team and hoping that, hey, eventually you keep getting enough bites at the apple, things will fall your way. You'll get lucky in the playoffs. And a lot of it is about getting lucky and getting hot at the right time. I mean, some of the bad breaks, listening to Ross Tucker talk about the Saints and the bad luck that they had, and he's just saying, well, yeah, I think Sean Payton got to a Super Bowl. That's why I've got him higher, and he's not putting him in the same category as Mike McCarthy, even though he didn't, but they got a call that didn't go their way in an NFC Championship game against the Rams. That's sometimes the difference in the playoffs, but the Cowboys haven't gotten any of those breaks, right? So now you're talking about 27 years later, and we're just content with, gosh, can we finally be playing in a conference title game? It's tragic is what it is.
I mean, those teams were like, oh, man, we have a big need. Let's go get Charles Haley or Deion Sanders. Now they have a big need, and, they get a 33-year-old Stephon Gilmore and a 1,000-yard receiver.
It was a change in philosophy, though. If the Cowboys did go out and try and do something in free agency, they only did it with draft picks. No, not as the draft, but they used draft picks to go get free agents that
trades.
Yeah, or trades. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, trades. But they went out and made trades, which is something that I don't think we've ever really seen them. I mean, they've traded for wide receivers, but Amari Cooper, that was during the season and stuff. But
I guess like the Robert Quinn trade.
I like that aggressiveness, Brian, but that's not taking money and aggressively going into the market. That's assets coming to you in the trade market that are like 50% of their cap hit. I appreciate them doing more, but you can't snap your fingers and do that. You need teams to bring these players to you that other teams don't want because they're getting older.
Well, to me, I feel like it's a change in team building for them.
You're right.
It's
You're
something.
Right.
I mean, is it one of those move the needle type of situations? Probably not. But is it something that, well, man, this is different for them? They went out and got guys.
Let me ask you this. As far as the guys they're getting, we're talking state of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
How much more are they now a defensive team? Is this a team led by its defense and hoping for average offense?
I think so.
We're all going to say they are a defensive team because we don't know what the offense is going to do under the new administration.
Well, there's that, but it's also where they're allocating these things. And in the first round, they're taking Mozzie Smith. They're bringing in, obviously, Stephon Gilmore. Like, their defense and offensively, what are they talking about? Like, running the ball and probably not trying to do all the point scoring and score 40 points, that kind of thing. I think they want to play 20 to 17 games, like score-wise, win 20 to 17. And if you're doing that, that means your defense and then your running game is what's getting you there. They're going to be excited when offensive drives end in punts, I think.
Yeah, they've seemed to completely flip the identity. And I know you hate the identity questions, but we always used to think about the Cowboys as a high-flying, octane offense. Even going back to Romo, they put up a bunch of points. They had a crap defense, right? Early on in the Dak era, similar thing. Now the defense is seemingly the strength of that team, and I get year to year that's difficult to predict, but I think you've got more faith in it because Dan Quinn's back. We had those questions last year. Could they replicate it? And they did, specifically with the turnovers.
If they're a below a top 15 defense, if they're say 18 to say 20, 23, something like that,
it'd be a disaster.
They won't be a good team. They won't make the playoffs.
It's going to be a bad team, right?
Yeah,
I believe so.
I would think so, yeah, for sure. And not only with Mozzie Smith in the first round, but pretty much the entire draft. Like, we thought it was going to be more of an offensive draft, and we come away from it, it's like, here's Deuce Vaughn, here's Schoonmaker. For the most part, it was like the first 4 picks, it's 3 out of 4 defense.
Yeah, quite a few defenders coming on board, and I have no problem with that strategy. It is boring. I don't know if it'll be quite as boring as 2020 when I actually fell asleep twice during games late in the season. I was like, oh, wow, look at this.
Watching Andy
I didn't miss anything. Yeah. Some of the best snaps you ever had. Questions Adam Rank is asking about, will the Cowboys be able to count on the offensive line? Kinda. And will they figure out what to do with Tony Pollard? I think they know what they're going to do with Tony Pollard. They're going to give him a ton of touches and hope it works out. 682, the state's how it's always been for 2.5 decades. You guys blame the players, mainly the quarterback, even though it's the front office. That's Richard in Haltom City. Richard, I got to take exception with that. The quarterback is a polarizing piece of the conversation, but I think this show, maybe more than others, has really made the point that it's the team not doing enough around Dak. This team wants to build a playoff team, not a championship team. And I've been on the record, maybe not all of us at the Fan. There's other ways to talk about it. Dak's disappointing sometimes. The players are disappointing sometimes. But I think the Jones family definitely takes its fair share of criticism from this station and definitely from this show.
I think I even just pointed out the ownership this very segment, if you listened.
Yeah, and I think there's a ton of it involved with the coaches. I have, especially offensively, I wish they'd be able to upgrade that situation, and maybe this is the offseason they did that. Maybe we'll all be surprised at the way this offense goes. But in general, they've never had a Jedi offensive mind on their sideline, and I think that's hindered them in a huge way as well, sometimes even more so than just the roster itself. But this is also a team that right now has over $20 million in cap space, and it's because they're thinking about other years. They're not trying to go all in. They're not squeezing the juice out of any one season. They're hedging their bets for the year after and the year after and making sure things are in order. If they really wanted to say, okay, we are going balls to the wall to win this thing, you're probably not sitting there with $21 million in cap space right now.
No, that's a great point. For more great points from Eric Chiafalo, here we are again with a mid-segment topic pivot. Here's the Chief himself.
Let's get happy thanks to The Score and their Texas Rangers article. That was eye-opening for me earlier this week when I read it. Of course, they get a big home game tonight and all weekend long. Looking forward to seeing the City Connects at Globe Life Field, drop down and get the Eagle on, or the Peagle on, I should say. How the Texas Rangers offense became elite, and it's talking about the overall happiness in the clubhouse, the amount of fun that these guys are having right now. Nate Lowe said after a game at PNC Park just the other day after the Pirates game, he says, happy players. I'm telling you, man, when you get players happy together, I think you're going to find the best performance. And one of the things that Bochy has talked about is creating an environment that's going to bring out the best in players, making sure they're comfortable, making sure they can play and feel like they have freedom to play the best they can be, not feeling pressure and stuff like that. It's the culture that you want to have, and I think that's a huge thing that Bochy has brought to the table. And you felt it early in spring training when we would go in there, these players man, this is just kind of a different vibe. You went from the super youngster, first-time manager in Woody to a veteran championship guy who's been around the block, and he's got a great voice that just has a commanding
instant
presence.
Credibility.
Yeah.
That's what it was, is you've now got a guy that you believe in what he's saying, what he's selling to you. I brought up the point last week about the whole plate discipline wasn't anything new. Chris Woodward was trying to implement that his entire tenure here. Nobody just followed through with it. It just didn't happen. It didn't resonate. Boch has definitely commanded that. And no question, winning helps, right? Winning, when you're a winning baseball team, you're in first place in the American League West. It makes everything that the coaches are telling you worth it because you're seeing the results, but also clearly the clubhouse vibes are going to be immaculate as well, as Jalen Brunson would say.
I mean, the job he's doing is incredible. I think it's a gift. How do you keep people accountable and have such a massive attention for detail, but also give them the freedom to be autonomous? How do you communicate both those ideas at the same time? They're at odds with each other. Mm-hmm. But this coaching staff is blessed. They're super talented.
100%. And part of it is because of the leadership they do have in guys like Marcus Semien and in Corey Seager. And not necessarily always in a vocal manner, but they talk about Brad Miller, who's a veteran player, 11th year in the majors. He knows a thing or two about veteran leadership and stuff like that. And when talking about Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, he says these guys are robots. Marcus Semien, great leader in my eyes because of what he does every single day. He says, I wish you could see this guy behind the scenes. He's a machine. I know where Marcus is at all times because he does the same thing every day. Same with Corey. I know exactly what he's doing. And then he says, in regards to Marcus Semien's schedule, first thing he does when he arrives is take his supplements, eat a well-balanced meal in the clubhouse. He's not eating bull bleep, okay? Then he goes to the indoor batting cage. He does the same muscle activation regimen every single day. After that, Semien takes his ground balls, does game prep, which includes going over scouting material. Then he has his coffee before the game. He gets in the weight room after every single game. That's what he does. And then when he talks about Corey Seager, He's like, man, he's carrying a tripod around every day prior to games. He records every practice swing and then watches them.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's what Corey Seager's doing. He's a maniac. He's like, okay, he's video recording every single swing he takes. He's got like a Mamba mentality sort of work ethic. And when your two best players are doing those things, I think that is something
they're setting the tone. They're setting the standard.
Huge. It's huge. And then you have young guys like Josh Young and other young guys in this lineup right now that are soaking that in and seeing, okay, this is what it takes to be at the height of your sport. And so I loved this article, and it's at The Score if you want to check it out some more.
Love it, man. Can't get enough news on those Texas Rangers right now. And dang it, I mean, Corey Seager's just the man. And you have a great leader like Bochy and Evaldi and some of the other guys. It really doesn't matter, if you're borderline unapproachable. You're talented like that and you're a hard worker. I think a lot of fans are going to love you. The team's going to love you. Okay, the Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Zach, where are you taking us today?
What do you think about this Cowboy goal? And it is National Rocky Road Ice Cream Day. KNC covered the donuts earlier. It's also National Donut Day. But I got the top 10 most popular ice cream flavors in America. What's your favorite? Next on The Fan.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Here is Zach Wolchuk with his top 10.
Thank you very much. This one's for you, LA. National Rocky Road Day. What's your favorite ice cream? 877-881-1053. I got the top 10 ice cream flavors. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I did see this courtesy of DallasCowboys.com. My buddy Nick Harris, who is one of the newest members of .com over there at the Cowboys site, he got to sit down with Sam Williams. And we're all very, very excited about Sam Williams and his opportunity to have a breakout season. And he did set a goal for himself this year. And you guys tell me, is this a good goal, and do you think he can achieve this? He said, quote, I need 10 sacks. 10 sacks will open up a lot of opportunities for me. Obviously, the team goal is to win a championship, but my personal goal and what I'm working towards is getting better with my hands, and I need 10 sacks, end quote. And we did see him, Brian, you pointed this out. We saw him on the sides anytime, him or Micah weren't in for 7-on-7 period.
He was working on his hands.
They're working on the hands. They're cross-chopping, the karate stuff. It's pretty awesome watching them together. And I do think 10 sacks is realistic. I think that Sam Williams can get there. The only thing that would hold him back is the rotation, maybe a limited number of snaps. But I expect him to potentially be the second best pass rusher on this team, because you saw Armstrong started hot, faded. Fowler started hot, faded, right? They needed kind of a jolt in the second half of the season. I think Sam Williams is one of those guys that can be a well-rounded player. Tank's a good, well-rounded end, but he doesn't have the pass rush specialty that I think a Sam Williams does.
He seems so athletic and strong that you'd want to leave him in there as a three-down player, and if he gets the reps, he'll go get you double-digit sacks. I think that's just a snap count thing. Can he do all the other parts of the job well enough to have the trust to earn the snaps? He's going to go get you those sacks.
And from what I remember, I feel like he was a pretty good disruptor in the run game as well. Like he would get back in there and
I think he led the team with tackles for loss.
Yeah, it was an underrated part of his game coming out of Ole Miss. People would knock him for that, and I'm like, I saw something else on film. I thought he was pretty good against the run.
And moments like all these edge guys did last year, where he doesn't hold the edge and he gets hooked a little bit. But for the most part, you saw him making splash plays in the run game, and then of course in the pass game, he had 4 sacks. I bet his pressures were pretty impressive, and again the volume. I think 10 sacks is a no-brainer, and he's too physically gifted and athletic for Dan Quinn, I think, to keep him off the field. You could justify it last year; it's rookie year, whatever. This is breakout time.
It's funny because if you look at his snap count, he's somewhere. I mean, he never gets very high. I think the most he's ever had is 27 plays he's ever played. And that was against Minnesota where they won the game 40-3. So he probably got in that game because of they were up on the Vikings and he was so I anticipate his snap count. I mean, I just have a feeling he's going to be the starter. He's going to be the starter at right end, and we talk about rotations and stuff like that. I mean, he is a better player than Dorrance Armstrong. I mean, his ability to get after the passer, his length, you watch him play. I mean, I know coming out of Ole Miss and stuff, he really did a great job of attacking the pocket and knowing where to be, where to finish at the quarterback. And if he's mentioned about getting his hands working on, and you were talking about him and Micah were doing that, that to me seems like his technique and more playing time, I think, will lead to more sacks. He had 4 sacks not playing a whole heck of a lot for this football team.
Yeah, I mean, you
10's very realistic.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it is. I mean, double-digit sacks in the NFL is definitely not an easy thing, but he's got the skill set and talent to be able to do it. And I'm excited to see, when we get out to training camp, what the rotation looks like, and hopefully that snap count doubles for him this year. But let's slide into the top 10. I know it is National Donut Day. We did do donuts last year this time, and KMC covered the donuts. So shout out to donuts, but shout out to Rocky Road Ice Cream.
I had 2 donuts today.
What kind?
A circular maple one.
Ooh.
It's usually in a bar, but this one was like a circle donut, like a glaze. Now, when I looked into the box, there was a bite taken out of it, just a clean bite. That didn't trouble me though.
Oh,
I was like,
you got to go for it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was an RJ bite or whoever bit it.
Oh, it was up here.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the donkey donut
Nancy
that got
brought
dropped
us
by.
donuts down. She's a spokesman for Dunkin'.
Might have been a Nancy bite.
shout out
Might
to
have been
her.
a
that.
Nancy bite.
I prefer that to a
I do
choppy
love
bite.
Nancy.
That brings
She's
the
a
value of the
sweetheart.
donut up.
Absolutely, it does.
I'll savor it a little more.
I'll eat a donut. No, I haven't tried the Dr. Pepper float from Bluebell yet. 817.
Oh man, you know, I said I was going to get that ice cream when we all got back together. I need to
Not
get that,
yet. It's this soda. I can't really do it yet. I'm getting
You have a
close.
bite.
Getting close. I can maybe have a bite. Maybe have a little
that
bite.
or a shot of vodka. Which one are you going to do?
You know, for me, well, vodka. I mean, I'm approved
That
a
was
certain
last
amount
night.
of alcohol.
Oh, is
in
it whiskey or vodka that you do?
Vodka. I would much
What
prefer
was Bobby
whiskey.
doing last night? Is he just like drink a whole 12-ounce straight
He
vodka?
probably has.
He's doing barbiturates.
Yeah. He might have more than we're technically recommended to
Boozy
have.
belt.
It's like everybody that hangs with Bobby is kind of uncomfortable because who's the guy that with the chef, right? The chef was out.
Chef Eric, pastry chef
Eric was out yesterday, and like he walked behind Bobby, like Bobby went and Bobby like forces you to go buy it. You know, like he's going to buy you a drink.
Yeah.
And Chef Eric was kind of like looking at me like, what did I just do? And I go, bro, that's your fault.
Yeah.
You know, you know you're about to go into a dangerous game with this guy when it comes to
He did a
drinking.
good job
Yeah.
and got the hell out of there by tip off, or else Eric would have been swimming in vodka with us.
Bobby's just going, 12-ounce vodka on the rocks.
He looks good, though.
He's
Soda's
like
working for him.
No,
Yeah.
it is. I mean, it works, man.
He
Shout out to
looks
State of the
He
Art.
impressive.
forgets to eat is what happens there.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's
Drinks
the whole
his calories.
Yeah,
Forgets to eat.
He does. He's just I'm supposed to
Do
eat.
a soda
that
shaker
Adderall.
or 8 ounces of vodka. Same thing.
Yeah.
It's 4 p.m. I'm still hungry.
Yeah.
My man is like
5 o'clock somewhere.
Seriously, my man is like he's a fraternity brother. I mean, he's got the big game day drink working
Yeah, he
every
does.
time.
Yeah, he does.
Every
We got
time.
love for butter pecan, Bluebell Christmas cookie, life changing, Bluebell cookie 2-step, butter brickle from Brahms, says the 972. Bluebell vanilla beam is getting some love.
Bean?
Bubblegum flavor. Yeah. I think they meant bean, but they typed bean. Vanilla bean. Lucius, I know Rocky Road's your number one. Is anything else even in the conversation for you?
Maybe cookies and cream.
There you go.
Maybe, yeah. But Rocky Road for sure. It's got to be Bluebell. That is the motherland of all ice cream.
It is.
Yeah, all ice creams come
And,
from that.
You know, I'm a big cookies and
It's
cream
like
guy.
Lucy of ice creams.
It's got to have the big chunks though.
Yeah,
At least,
big, nasty,
at least a half an
ridiculous
Oreo
chunks. Yes,
sitting in there.
Brahms does it right.
Stupid chunks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. When you get that frozen cookie,
That
you save it
full
till the
Oreo,
end.
yeah.
You're trying to save the perfect amount of ice cream to complement the cookie.
Yeah, dude.
That's when you know a bowl of cookies and cream is going great. I think chocolate chip mint is outstanding as
Oh,
well.
my
That'd be
gosh,
my
yes.
number 2.
Oh, I do love mint chocolate
The
chip.
old folks
Dude.
eat with a butter pecan. Old
Yeah.
folks love butter pecan.
Yeah, they do. It's got that
I say that
Werther's
respectfully
original
because my
feel.
dad was old my whole life. You know what I'm saying?
My
but he's
dad,
always like
84,
that.
he sits down with a tub of it right now.
Butter pecan.
Yeah, I
dog.
guarantee he's sitting down watching LSU play baseball. He's eating a tub of butter pecan ice cream.
He's just living the dream.
That's my guy.
Yeah,
I
He's-
love him.
Shout out to Papa Broadus.
Yeah, it's to the point now where it's like he eats bacon, lettuce, tomato sandwiches every day. He didn't care.
Nice.
He just doesn't care.
Tell him to hold the lettuce and tomato.
Yeah.
Just go full on bacon mustard.
You guys eat Haagen-Dazs ice cream at all?
I have.
I've dabbled.
I think Haagen-Dazs has got the most big like chunks of things in their ice cream.
Okay,
Ben
I'll-
and Jerry's, Haagen-Dazs.
yeah, Ben and Jerry's.
They-
Have you
I-
rocked with Moose Tracks?
I've never had a moose track.
Okay, Moose Tracks might challenge
He's more of
you.
a moose knuckle guy. The Ben and Jerry's half baked.
What just
Tis the
happened?
month, by the way.
What just happened to me here?
the Ben and Jerry's half baked that's got the
Yes, it
chunks of
is.
brownie. The brownie chunks inside of the chocolate
Those are
ice
good.
cream.
There,
is-
Haagen-Dazs has got a chocolate brownie one that's pretty awesome.
I
too.
absolutely love it, and I had it for the second time ever last summer. It wasn't the Dr. Pepper one; it was the oatmeal cream pie Bluebell
Well,
flavor.
we brought that. Remember,
So amazing.
Yeah,
Haven't had
we
it
stopped
since
and got
then.
that. Oh, you haven't.
My wife hits me up the other day, like, "Hey, surprise! Just get me whatever ice cream flavor." And I was like, "Oh, I saw that one. I forgot how
Still
amazing
slaps?
that was.
Yeah.
That oatmeal cream pie Bluebell ice cream. That's a top fiver for
Yes,
sure."
Moose Tracks 469. I'm telling you, Brian, maybe I'll pick up some Moose Tracks for you and the fam and let me know what you
Is
think
it
about
a
the
brand
chunkiness.
or is it
It's
just-
a brand.
It's
It's a
a
brand.
brand.
And they got some chunkiness going on inside that ice cream.
A little chunky mousse.
Honorable mentions, we have the peanut butter cup ice cream and birthday cake
It's a
ice cream.
flavor. It's not a brand. Moose Tracks is a brand.
No, Moose Tracks is a brand, yeah. There might also be a flavor, but you can go and get Moose Tracks from the grocery
What
store.
was that all about?
I don't know.
You just kind of just woke
Just
up and
wanted to
said,
fight.
"Yeah,
You just want to do a little
Go
fight.
ahead and do little Googles over
yeah, I
there.
bet you eat squirrel too, huh? Yeah.
Well, hell yeah, I eat squirrel.
I thought it was an umbilical cord moment.
No, it's not.
did.
I
You
can't
could-
take credit for that, but I
You
still stand by
completely
it.
called him out on that.
No,
Like, no,
Moose
it's
Tracks
not.
is a brand. You can get it from your local Tom Thumb.
I'll be
Number
damned.
10. Yep, right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead and slap me upside the face for that.
Pew, pew.
Chuck.
Number 10 is the Neapolitan.
Oh, that's the
problem with that is
green.
Yeah, that's the one like your parents bring home. Oh,
Yes.
and there's always one side. It's just like thick because nobody wants that flavor.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
There's somebody in the family that's like, I don't like the strawberry.
Yeah.
So they're always going for the chocolate, and then all you have left is like one of the flavors that not everybody else likes.
It doesn't survive well. It's all burnt at the top. You know what I mean? That frozen vibe.
Freezer burn.
Yeah, man. I hate that one, bro. That's a give up.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
We have those at the house right now.
I know you do. You're a father.
Neapolitan ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah, that's
different.
I'll eat the vanilla and the strawberry. A lot of times I'll throw away the chocolate part like it's the end of a banana.
Oh, no. That's the wrong part. You're doing it wrong.
I don't like regular chocolate ice cream.
It's a give up.
Yeah, it's a give up, man.
Let's go back and get another
I brought
one.
dessert.
Yeah.
No, you just gave up.
You half-assed that ice cream.
That and the
run.
off-brand Oreos. Don't give me that and the off-brand Oreos together. I can't even bite through those damn things. What's a hockey puck?
It's very
Come on,
chewy.
Pops. Damn.
Grain-eating Oreo there. Number 9 is coffee-flavored ice cream.
Hey, cappuccino,
I don't know
chunky
about
chocolate
that.
at
I don't
Brahms.
know. I don't know.
Well, you don't drink coffee at
I
all.
don't drink coffee, so I don't know.
Yep, so keep your mouth shut over there, baby.
Oh.
Number 8, Rocky Road.
Very aggressive. What was up with
That's
that?
it, baby.
He says I'm too nice. I'm just too agreeable during the
No,
segment.
he can't draw the line.
I'm
at
trying to
anything
put him in
here.
his place over there and have a moment of like, nope, I'm sticking to
surprised.
my guns. Bleep you. Coffee's in the top 10.
I'm surprised he even fought you the last time when you were going.
That's
after
the
him.
hill you're going to die on. Coffee ice cream is good.
I've never had it.
Okay.
It is
Whoa!
good. I
what
can
just
confirm.
happened? What are you doing?
I just wanted
He's
to tell you
just
to go
defending
bleep
his
yourself
list.
over there, okay?
Okay, all right.
You crusty old fart.
Okay.
Number 7 is chocolate chip cookie dough.
Zach is going hard in the paint. Pay attention.
It's a Friday, baby. I'm throwing bows over here.
I just drew a foul.
He's scared as hell the whole time, though.
I was. Which is don't tattle
talking
on
about
me.
Zach.
I'm not shaking. I didn't piss my pants just a second ago. or pee my
Shaking in his
pants just a
boots.
second ago.
Yeah.
Number 7 is
late.
chocolate chip cookie dough.
Yeah. I rock with that. Yeah, I rock with that.
Delicious. Oh, it's amazing because it's two like chocolate chip and cookie dough are different, but you put them together.
Kind of feel like the rawness of it might be a little problematic.
The rawness. What do you mean?
The
Oh,
rawness
the cookie dough.
of the cookie dough.
I think isn't that a myth that you can have cookie dough?
I know, no. The lady I live with, she steps downstairs and eats cookie dough raw out of the thing.
Yeah, man.
Straight up.
we
Not out
don't
of the
have
ice
any
cream. I'm
issues?
talking about like the cookie dough that you're going to make for yourself.
Yeah, like the
Oh,
Nestle
like
Toll
the
House.
Pillsbury.
Yes.
The Pillsbury.
Yes, a whole
She's
spoonful.
cutting it. She's cutting it off the
And
log.
eating it, yeah.
Oh wow.
And got the nerve to ask me, look like I gained some weight. Bitch, you eating cookie dough. What are you talking about? Stop putting pressure on me like
Does my
that.
butt look fat in this? No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it looks
for
great.
somebody eats a lot of cookie dough, you look great.
Number 6 is strawberry. Blah.
I hope she doesn't hear that.
She didn't.
Yeah, somebody's going to tell her.
Number 5 is cake batter. People do love that cake batter.
that's
It's
enough.
pretty
Wedding
good.
cake. That's a good one.
Wedding cake is good.
That's a child's ice cream. How about you be a damn adult?
Ice cream is just like children.
birthday cake confetti, please? Sir, you're 37 years old.
Hey, I'm not going to knock it, okay?
Some
You eat
birthday
what you
cake.
like.
That was a good voice.
Number 4 is vanilla.
What?
Oh, dude, just straight up. Classic
Straight up
vanilla. Are
vanilla.
you kidding me? Bluebell, what is it? Homemade vanilla? Just-
Yeah, you can dress it up and put all type of stuff on it.
It's
you
good.
know?
Good.
They're
Yeah,
just
that's what
saying
it's good
straight
for.
vanilla, Lucius. They're not saying dress it up.
Yeah, I'm not messing with it.
I don't think anybody gets just a bowl of vanilla and eats that.
Does it have to be
cookies?
You are wrong,
What?
sir.
Is French vanilla different than vanilla?
A little bit.
I think the French vanilla is different than the homemade vanilla. Yes, because you have the
It
vanilla
melts easier.
bean as well.
Oh,
Yes.
now we're
So
talking.
there's
It's better than
variations of
straight
vanilla.
Straight vanilla is just trash.
Top 3, we got chocolate, mint
Like
chocolate
Wrigley
chip,
Field.
and number 1,
Cookies and
cookies
cream.
and cream.
Yeah, bang. It's a staple.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you enjoy your National Donut Day, maybe with a side of ice cream. Zach's lady friend was interviewed by a current fan host.
Oh, what the hell?
What did we learn about the woman who wants to be the future Mrs. Wolchuk? We'll find out next year in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, a brand new giveaway during the Expressway at 7.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we have 9 NFL bold predictions. Wolchuk's going to lead you on a little truth or NFL flatulence. And we'll try to take this segment as serious as possible. We don't want to offend the audience or Wolchuk. You know what happened last time we did this segment, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Surprised we're doing it again.
But right now, speaking of Zach and embarrassment, you might have heard Bobby Belt interviewing Zach's lady friend this morning. Chiafalo has more on that subject.
Yeah, last night, Owner's Box Game 1 of the finals party. It was wonderful. It's great hanging out with the Tolos, and it was my first interaction, first time meeting the lady friend of the Wooly Bully, Miss Maya. He's been dating her for a few months. He hasn't fully gone girlfriend, right? He's just going the lady friend route.
Yeah, it really takes her off.
And so inebriated Bobby decided to pull her aside and go through a little interview. And then Wolchuk was like, hey, Bobby is super, super hammered. Maybe you should go do one as well and just make sure everything's kosher here. So we can still do the Bobby one, which I have just forwarded over to Lucius. So if we want to play that one, but I do have some sound. I was able to catch up with her post Game 1 finals. And this is the interaction I was able to have in the Owner's Box clubhouse with Wolchuk's lady friend.
All right, we're inside the clubhouse here at the Owner's Box Omni Hotel, Dallas, Game 1 finals. How do you feel about your performance tonight, Maya?
10 out of 10.
Wolchuk's lady friend, how do you feel about that title that he gave you?
He's so annoying.
So what was the first thing that attracted you to Wolchuk other than his giant sausage fingers?
He takes control.
And you like that?
For sure.
How quickly into the relationship did he let one fly?
Within the first week.
What did it feel like the first time that he farted in front of you?
I was in shock. I still am.
Did Wolchuk go into depth about his college experimenting?
What experimenting?
What was your thoughts the first time you saw that Emmitt Smith fathead on a ceiling above his bed?
Honestly, I haven't noticed it. I see all his Cowboys memorabilia, but I don't notice that.
So how would you grade his physical hygiene?
Like a 6.
Are you blown away at the before pictures when you see him now?
I've never seen his before pictures.
Was he more or less hairy when you saw him shirtless than you thought the first time you saw him?
Oh, he's definitely very hairy.
Do you call him the Wooly Bully?
Sometimes. I have a lot of names for him.
What's your favorite name for him?
I'm not going to say that.
Not safe for work?
Not safe for work.
When you heard about the story of him losing a slap boxing tournament and almost getting knocked out if it wasn't for a parked car saving him from his body hitting the concrete, did you think less of him, or did you find it, I guess, endearing in some super shameful way?
Honestly, I'm shocked he would even fight somebody.
I'm shocked he would admit it.
Yes.
Is he a big spoon or a little spoon?
I mean, half the time he's just cuddling my dog, so...
Did he wear his yarmulke the first time he came over?
No.
What do you feel like is the most Jewish thing about him?
Oh gosh. You can skip that.
Does it make you happy that Jonah Hill is one of his top 5 favorite actors?
I did not know that.
How would you grade Wolchuk's kissing performance?
11 out of 10.
How do you feel about the baby doll's appearances once a month for the bully?
Oh, we don't talk about that.
Very good. Thank you so much, Maya.
She did not want to talk about the baby dolls.
She doesn't like
conversation.
Would that be a deal breaker if you
She
guys?
did a great job. She really did.
She
did a great job.
She held
She really
her
did.
own, man.
She
6
totally
out of 10
did.
on the hygiene, though. My gosh.
I know. Why do you think what do you think she's questioning there?
I don't know.
Your towels, it's all over the ground.
Well,
or
it's a
stuff,
lack of
or-
towels. Yeah, I need to get more
same
towels.
towel.
Do you manscape? You
Yeah,
clean up
oh,
down
there
there?
you go, there you go.
From time to time?
From time to time.
That's
Okay. All right,
She's
Lucius.
all like,
Probably it.
that damn cat in the corner. You all right, girl?
Touche.
What does she call you that's NSFW?
Honestly, I don't know.
I wanted to know what that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably bleep hole.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm
Okay.
thinking. Yeah.
Not necessarily like cat name or like pet names or whatever, but like
Brillo
mean
pad.
names.
No, she likes to call me
Yeah.
Zachary, like I'm in trouble. or
SOS pad.
Nothing
Yeah.
fun.
No, well, I don't know.
The take
Yeah, not
control
safe for
thing.
work, Gavin.
I was
Yes.
impressed with the
Take
take
control.
control thing. Yeah.
Okay, what do you think she was not telling the truth about?
The hygiene. I think I have tremendous hygiene.
Well, you take a shower and put on deodorant.
Yeah.
You think that's the only thing?
Okay, well, the
She
manscaping could improve.
considers like maintaining the beard lines and always having the hair over the ear,
manicure,
and the hair on the ear.
I digress.
Manscaped.
No, I think
new socks, not yesterday's socks, because they still look clean. You know what I'm saying?
I would never do that. That's not a me thing.
Lies.
No.
How about the
dirty underwear right now?
1 week into
You were talking about wearing a diaper.
the relationship, he's letting farts fly.
Yeah, what about that?
It wasn't.
That's an alpha.
Was it a mistake? Like, were you coughing at something at the same time? And
Yeah,
it
it
snuck
wasn't
out?
an intentional thing. It was like I moved and whoop, it just. And I also thought I was not within earshot distance of her. Like I was in the living room and she was in her bathroom, but I guess she heard and she starts laughing immediately. And I'm like, crap. And
That's embarrassing.
it wasn't, and I am very hypocritical with this because I don't want her doing it because my previous relationship, Eric, you know this, I opened up a can of worms with that situation.
She would fart in front of you, your old girl?
Yeah.
Wow, what a savage.
Oh,
she had no respect.
Yeah.
I know, dude. I should have asked her if she, I guess she hasn't done any type of returning of the favor on
No,
that.
thank goodness.
She lets you be
She's
the-
been very ladylike.
She'll blame it on the dog though when she does.
Yeah.
That's true.
Walchuk's doing a lot of cuddling
He's
of
got
the
new
dog.
food.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, she's jealous of her own dog, I think.
Walchuk broke the news to us last night that he had been in some type of slapboxing match before, and it was a parked car that saved him from being completely knocked out onto the concrete.
Yeah, I got a good shot in, but then the follow-up was put me right in my place.
Was this one of those where you're doing the slapping contest and you let each other slap, or are you just like bobbing and weaving with a buddy doing a little slap boxing and it got out of hand?
It was locker boxing. So like we put on, it was like with hockey gloves. And we just went at it.
Oh, that's real boxing.
Yeah.
That's not slap boxing.
Oh, I thought it was more slap boxing.
No, I didn't want to correct you. You're in a groove.
So this guy tuned you up so good, you're about to get knocked out and you hit a car and it stabilizes you?
Yeah, she gave me a 2-piece in the soda, bro. I was stunned.
I was stunned that he was sharing that story with us last night, and it was the first I'd heard of it. But
It was quick, fast hands. I was impressed.
Guy with long arms.
He didn't have long arms, but what he had was the leverage, So he was a little bit shorter. And it
you have some was it Ramon, our engineer?
No, I wish it was Ramon. It made me feel a little bit better. No,
that car wouldn't have been enough to stop him from hitting
my
the deck
buddy
on
Matt,
that one.
who I ended up rooming with in college.
Yeah.
Brought us closer together.
Wow, friends.
I bet he made the rules around that joint.
I wouldn't even mess with him.
We go slapbox if you want to.
No. Hey, I'll clean that up. I'll do that.
So like being in prison. It sounds like.
I did the laundry and everything, man. Leave me alone.
Oh, this was probably like 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Like we were
that's a
still
good
in
time
high
for
school.
that. Yeah. High school, like 16 to 21. It's all about cracking cold beers and getting boxing gloves out. Yeah. And usually nobody.
And it was
gets
during like a
hurt.
UFC fight night type of deal.
Good
So
old
we were like
days.
in the mood.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you, guys. And thanks to the future Mrs. Wolchuk as well for being such a great sport. Not only for dating Zach,
Tap the brakes.
but for doing us the radio segments as well. Okay. When we come back, 9 bold predictions in the NFL. Are we looking at truth or fart here? We will decide collectively what you drinking, what you thinking, sitting 20 minutes away, and we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You are now 20 minutes away from what you're drinking and what you're thinking. So we hope you're having a good time this afternoon, being safe, and you're ready to lob in a phone call here coming up in about 20 minutes. And in 40 minutes, it'll be time for LA Live with Lucius Alexander. In the meantime, let's take a look at everything that has been developing in your world of sport. The Suns are finalizing a 5-year deal with Coach Frank Vogel, NBA champion with the LA Lakers. So they have their new coach in Phoenix after Monty Williams went to Detroit yesterday for a record $12.5 million per year. We got Big 12 expansion talks that are a story as well. And Alabama has landed a huge recruit, the top running back from the 2025 class. So big surprise there. But how about this? Caitlin Clark, the Iowa basketball star, is going to play with a fellow Iowan, Zach Johnson, in a little Pro-Am event. So maybe Caitlin Clark's got a little game around the greens as well. All right. That's what's cooking. We do have Rangers and Mariners coming up with the pregame at 6:30. Here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL True or Fart.
All right, let's get into this, boys, as the Shine Man, Adam Shine, who uses the most hair gel on planet Earth, if you've ever seen him.
Except for when it's the third Wednesday of the month and Wolchuk's going to Baby Dolls.
Very true. That's when I call Adam and I say, hey, do you mind if you share some with me? He gives me a little bit, and I'm ready to go.
He gives you the gel in your hair the same way Ben Stiller gave it to Cameron Diaz in that one movie.
That one movie. You're damn right.
What was that movie called again?
That's a good question.
Something About Mary.
Something About Mary. Yes. Gosh, the fakeness of that. All right, so we'll get to these bold predictions. You tell me true or fart. If you're new to this game, well, thanks to our buddy Robert Flores. It was birthed because of this.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Brian Broaddus, we start with you. True or flatulence? Bill Belichick's final season in New England will be this year, and they will not make the playoffs.
I'm going to say that is true. I think they're getting to a point now where Bob Kraft is kind of questioning some of the things he was talking about the draft. They felt like they had a better draft. With Belichick, there might be one of those things where all of a sudden ownership, the Suns also step up and say, maybe we need to go a different direction here. So I'm going to say this is going to be Belichick's last season, and I'm going to say they're not going to make the playoffs.
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. That's a brutal division. The conference is tough as it's been, I think, in my whole life. I'll just say that I think they're going to stick with him because there's a lot of history. Like for the Cowboys to leave from Landry, took new owner coming in that didn't quite have those feelings and nostalgia. I don't know if Kraft has that in him.
Yeah, it's a fart. They're not gonna be firing Bill Belichick, so he will still be around. I will not be predicting them to make the playoffs either. I don't think, but I do believe he's still going to be their coach after this season.
Yeah, I'm going to go fart as well. They do not make the postseason. Maybe they win 7 games at most, but I don't think that he's going to be done. I just don't see him going out that way, but he is getting up there.
Well, the thing about it is, though, it might not be his decision. You're starting to hear more from rumblings up there, fan base wise. And then you get these owners that might, be a little bit of older guys, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it was really nice when we're winning. We haven't won here in the last 4 or 5 years, and we haven't, done this and done that. And so
I think the winning made him stuck in his ways a little bit. Like he's been stubborn on some things.
As long as you win, they won't mess with you. The minute you start showing that sign that you can't consistently win, they start questioning everything in the building. And Belichick, to me, is not the type of guy that's going to sit there and have his owner talk about him in circles and stuff like that. He'll walk before he lets that man have his way with him.
I don't think it's some far-fetched, unrealistic, bold prediction.
That's the only thing
I think it's a fair, bold prediction that it could happen. I wouldn't bet on it.
I'm only betting on it because we're starting to hear Bob Kraft question things they're doing as an organization.
Yeah.
I just don't see Belichick has had the autonomy not to have to deal with that for 20 some odd years.
Yeah.
It's starting to happen up there.
I bet Bob's going to human traffic him right on out of that facility.
Will not be a happy ending for Bill.
No, definitely not. How about you, Eric? Number 8 here on his 9 bold predictions. Rookie running back Jahmyr Gibbs of the Detroit Lions leads all running backs in touchdowns this year.
Oh, because he's replacing Jamal Williams, who's a magnet for the end zone.
And DeAndre Swift, who is in Philly.
Oh, that's a good point. I think it's a pretty decent prediction, but I will ultimately go fart on that. I think there will be somebody else. I mean, heck, I think Bijan Robinson is about to get handed the football a ton if you're just looking at like the rookies. Like I think they're gonna get all the juice out of Bijan in Atlanta. So I think and Jared Goff, I think that passing attack is gonna be pretty good. So no, I will fart on that.
Yeah, what's going to happen in Atlanta? First in rushing attempts, third in yards, 10th in touchdowns off rushing. Yeah, Bijan Robinson's going to be the guy there.
Big bounce back season for Nick Chubb's what I'm going with in Cleveland.
I like that. Me too.
Yeah.
I agree. I think Nick Chubb leads.
Did you say rookie?
Rookie? No, just it's not just all rookies. It's just he leads the NFL.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying rookies.
No, but you're right. I mean, Atlanta could end up being there, but it's lead all running backs in touchdowns. And I think Nick Chubb, without having Kareem Hunt there, I would probably go Nick Chubb as well.
Big year for the QB as well.
I was trying to pay attention. I guess I really was.
No, you were close. Okay, you brought up Atlanta. This is going to be a me thing. This is not Adam Shine. Gavin.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Falcons are going to win the NFC South.
No, I think it's going to be the Saints. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Saints. Atlanta still doesn't have a great quarterback situation, right? Ritter and Dalton.
Yeah,
Taylor Heineke.
It's Heineke. Yeah, Dalton's with Carolina.
Yeah, no. I'll stay with New Orleans. I think they still have a lot of good players left over from the Peyton era, and I think Dennis Allen's not a horrible head coach.
I think this is the season that the Saints defense finally collapsed on itself a little bit. They've been so consistent and really, really good for many years now. But I think that Atlanta, I will go true on this. I think Atlanta's brought in a pretty good amount of talent this offseason, and they're going to be a physical team that is going to be a different sort of matchup for every other team because of the way they're built. Like Arthur Smith wants to go physical, run the ball. They reinvested into the offensive line. They brought in some veterans on the defense. I absolutely could see Atlanta winning this division. And still being a really not good team.
They could win and be 7-10.
Yeah. Atlanta's problems is their defense. That's the problem. They don't defend the pass particularly well. They don't handle the run particularly well. They don't intercept passes. They don't create turnovers. If they fix that, they very well could win that division. But I don't know. Like you see all the veteran additions. Let's see if that makes a difference. But that's the thing right now, I think, that's holding Atlanta back. I don't think it's their offense. I think it's clearly their defense.
Yeah, I'm going Atlanta to win that NFC South this year. I think they run their way to a division title. I don't trust Dennis Allen. I don't trust Derek Carr. I don't think Carolina's quite as good roster-wise. And I think Tampa's going to stink. They might have the number 1 overall pick next year. So I'm going to go with Bijan and Tyler Algier to run them to a division title, and it could be at 7 wins, like I mentioned. All right, Brian, back to you.
Have you seen some of the Baker Mayfield highlights in practice?
Yeah,
like he on air throwing the ball over guys' heads,
just airmailing.
Maybe they're picking and choosing bad highlights. But, man, it just seems like that there's a lot going on down there with that.
He's finally completed the Johnny Manziel career arc.
I don't know. It's just like it's versus air, and the ball is like 10 feet over the guy's head.
He's getting worse every year.
He's getting worse as they're watching practice. So I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
Arlington Martin's own Myles Garrett. He wins Defensive Player of the Year, Brian.
It's usually going to go to a rusher, right?
Usually does. I mean, Nick Bosa won it last year.
Yeah, it's usually going to go to a rusher.
They did add Zadarius Smith via trade.
Yeah, I would say that is probably. I'm going to go true on that one.
Okay,
I'll say fart. This is the year of Micah Parsons.
Yeah, it's too high a probability that's a fart. Too many other good players.
Give me a fart as well.
The thing about with Parsons is he's come out and said that he's not focusing on sacks anymore. He's focusing on being a more complete player.
Yes, and that's when his sack numbers will rise.
Yeah,
he's not thinking about it. He's just going to go ahead and be productive.
I would like to see a defensive back win that Defensive Player of the Year thing, like a Sauce Gardner or something. Diggs, anybody. But the first person that came in mind is really a good defensive player was Sauce Gardner.
Yeah,
that's one of those things.
I think Stephon Gilmore the last one to do it as a corner.
All of a sudden you get into 8, 9 interceptions, so that kind of thing.
All right, Josh Allen wins MVP, Gavin.
No, No, I don't think so. I think he's going to run less. I think things are starting to come apart. They still haven't found another great weapon for him, have they? So no, I think I think there's multiple other good options there with Buffalo, and it does not seem like they're gonna. Wow, they ended that season with 7 straight wins, though. I don't know. And what was that, injury related? No, I'm not a believer in Josh Allen. Nope.
Yeah, I will go fart on that, and I will go with Trevor Lawrence. He's going to be the MVP this year.
That's the one I was looking at. I was going to go Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I'm going Burrow.
Trevor Lawrence, by the way.
We're farting here?
I think we're all farting on this one,
Yeah.
but Trevor Lawrence you can get at plus 1,400 right now to be the MVP.
Let's go, baby.
Trevor Lawrence was the first one I thought about, and then I thought, Joe Burrow.
That Calvin Ridley sneaky trade they made last year
Yeah.
is going to pay off in a huge way this upcoming season, and I think the latter half of the season that we saw from Trevor Lawrence is going to be the guy that we
Figured out
see
how to
more
use that
consistently.
tight end from the Giants,
Yeah,
too.
Evan Ingram's a player.
Ingram was a player for
Doug
them.
Peterson, and they're going to
Christian
win.
Kirk was really good.
Yeah, they're going to win a lot of games in that division as well. So I think Trevor Lawrence, this is the year of the Lawrence.
All right, Eric, back to you. The Packers post the second worst record in the National Football League this year.
Ooh, who does he have being the first?
I'll get to that in just a second.
Okay.
Arizona, probably.
Oh, yeah, Arizona. Arizona's going to be bad. No, I don't think. I think Green Bay will be like a top 10 bottom team. I don't know that they'll be the second worst team in the sport. Like, they'll be picking top 10 in the draft. They won't be picking top 2.
I'd love to see this. I don't think I've ever seen Green Bay be bad.
Just be terrible.
I don't think I ever have.
I kind of feel like that the Packers could potentially be what the Raiders were last year, like a 6-11 kind of a team. They could be like Denver. They could be 5-12.
That division's going to be very respectable, especially if Chicago improves. I could see it. I think Aaron Rodgers was keeping together what had become a bad football roster last year, and I don't believe any of this stuff about Jordan Love. I think Green Bay is saying it because they don't have any other options, and they wanted to justify getting rid of Aaron Rodgers in every way possible.
All right, so we're farting all around. Here's the team that is going to be the worst. How about this? The Cardinals opened as underdogs in all 17 games.
Yeah.
Bold prediction, they don't win a game this year. They go 0-17.
Dude, I'm going to say true on that because I want it to happen so bad. That would be epic, dude. And Jonathan Gannon, he just seems like a guy who's built for
failure,
for failure and for just losing football games.
How can he be worse than Houston? I don't know. They drafted
so Kyler's probably not going to start this play half the season
he's
for
hurt.
them is the issue.
Okay,
So
I
I
could see
think
that then.
I think they're rocking Colt McCoy.
I mean, I figured Kyler Murray's going to keep you competitive because, hey, he's a baller. But if you tell me he's hurt and he's going to miss half the season, I could see that. But I don't think it gets worse than Houston still.
They were 4-13 last year at Arizona.
They were
right?
close to that, yeah.
Yeah, they were bad.
They're bad. You going true?
I'm going true. Yeah, they're the worst team in football.
Yeah. I'm going to go fart. I think they find a way to win a game. But
You're saying that they lose all 17?
Like they go 0-17.
They'll win a
We're
game.
Lions bad.
They might beat the Cowboys.
All right, how about this one? Last one here. They might be the Cowboys. It's good to hear you here, Gavin. You'll like this. Sam Darnold beats the Jets in the Super Bowl. Niners, Jets.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that matchup. I'll say no on Sam Darnold. Once you've failed with 2 teams and you've been given every opportunity, I think the ship's pretty much sailed on you, even if you have Shanahan.
I'll go fart here because the Jets aren't going to make the Super Bowl. I think it's more likely the Niners do than the Jets.
Oh, yeah.
In a huge way.
Yeah. This would be amazing, though. Like Sam Darnold against the team that drafted him. They're in the Super Bowl. Like, I love the storyline.
He goes toe-to-toe with Rodgers.
I like what Shine's
wins.
doing here, but this is a big stinky fart. Neither of those teams are making the Super
The
Bowl.
Jets were respectable last year,
The
though.
Jets are really
Oh, the
respectable.
Jets are- I think the Jets
Defensively,
are
they
gonna
are
be good.
I'm just banking on their demise. Like, it's just the Jets can't have nice things. I don't think football will allow for
Good
it.
take.
I'll tell
And
you what,
Rodgers hasn't been great in the
Historically
playoffs, unless
accurate.
he's playing the Cowboys.
I think the team in that division that takes a little bit of a downward turn might be Buffalo, and Miami and the Jets go up, and they're the battling. I think there's a 3-way battle for the division.
You're going to put your balls in the line and say Jets win that division?
I'm going to say that no, because I think Miami is.
You think Miami wins it? Okay.
I think Miami wins that division.
And that's also gutsy. You're banking on Tua health.
Yeah. But the Jets defensively, if they would have had any, I mean, they lost games like 10-3, like 7-6. I mean,
Remember, they had a quarterback in Zach Wilson who averaged 2 inches per pass
Yeah.
in a particular game.
And they were
That's
above
what they were
500.
dealing with. Yeah, for sure. If they duplicate the defense
Bruce
that they
Hall
had last
comes
year,
back, running the ball.
Yeah, but their coaches, like he's already talking about how, we're one of the top 5 or 6 teams when it comes to actually contending for a Super Bowl. I get why he's saying it, or I get why he's thinking it. I don't get why he's saying it. Yeah. And Aaron Rodgers, just there's too much there to just it's gonna end up being a grease fire.
Okay, well, it's going to be now the one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz at 877-881-1053. Load them up. Time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Next here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. 817, we're short-handed at work. They've been working me harder than a government mule. I'm drinking a Tall Boy Miller Lite. That's Eric from the 806. That 877-881-1053. Let's go around the room, and then we'll check in with your phone calls. Looks like we have a couple of lines open, so if you want to jump on now and get